Who is it? Where am I picking her up? Zhou Dakong got up, already 1 foot out the door. Ban Ku, the youngest Asian winner of Best Actress at the Venice Film Festival. You're definitely her senior, Lan Wui said. Ban Ku, Zhou Dakong exclaimed. He didn't recognize the name at first. What shocked him was the mention of the Venice Film Festival. Oh, another guest. Ku and Yin chimed in. It's been ages since we met. She happened to be filming in Yunnan, so I invited her to stop by the Mushroom House afterward, Lan Wui explained. Ah, the all-knowing man from Central Academy. Your charm never changes, Lan, said Chen Mei. Now that's just slander, Mei. Weren't you the school's famous heartthrob? Half our class had a crush on you, Lan Wui teased. That was long ago. Why bring it up now, said Chen Mei. Central Drama was full of beautiful people, and Chen Mei had stood out even among them. Many short videos under the tag "Weren't we all gorgeous back?" then featured her. But she didn't enjoy that kind of praise. Lan Wui had hoped to exchange compliments. He himself was once a heartthrob too, but since that didn't pan out, he switched the topic to the new guest. They chatted about Ban Ku's acting talent, which also served as an indirect introduction for viewers who didn't know her. That way, once the episode aired, the audience would already be familiar. Zhou Dakong set off to pick her up from the village entrance. On the way, he pondered when he might win Best Actress at an international film festival himself. He felt his acting was decent. In fact, he took his craft seriously. Not as seriously as Chu Zhi maybe, but still, he just needed a chance. Zhou Dakong's idle musings came to a halt under a tree at the village entrance, where he met the guest. Ban Ku was 31 this year. Most actresses took good care of themselves, often looking younger than their age. But Ban Ku's crow's feet, forehead lines, and overall aura made her appear closer to 37 or 38. Ms. Ban, I'm Zhou Dakong. Just call me Dakong. I'm here to show you the way. He greeted warmly and reached for her luggage. Ban Ku instinctively pulled the suitcase behind her and said, No need, Mr. Dakong. It's light. I'll manage. Mr. Dakong. The polite distance in her words washed over him like a cold bucket of water. Zhou Dakong suddenly found himself tongue-tied. Ah, sure, no problem, he said lamely, leading the way. He tried to strike up conversation a few times along the way, but none of it went anywhere. It wasn't that Ban Ku ignored him. Quite the opposite. She replied politely every time he spoke. But there was a subtle, unexplainable sense of distance that made real conversation impossible. Ban Ku herself was working hard to break that barrier. She accepted the invite, took the appearance fee. She knew what the producers wanted. Even if her heart felt a little bitter, she needed the money. What could she do? Whether it was the details of her divorce or her battle with depression, she would talk about it. Whether she liked it was one thing. Whether she'd cooperate was another. As for the producer claiming the show was raising awareness for mental health, Ban Ku just smiled and said nothing. Number 348. Unbelievable, Ban Ku. Long time no see, junior sister. It really has been a long time, Lan Wui greeted warmly. The last time we met should have been last September at the Golden Rooster Awards. Both of us were vice chairpersons of the jury then, Ban Ku replied. I remember we even had a disagreement over the evaluation of the film Pit of Rebirth. She deliberately brought up the details of their last encounter to bridge the gap for the sake of the show's atmosphere. But the more clearly Ban Ku spoke, the more awkward Lan Wui became, as if they were strangers rather than old friends. I saw that film. The plot was decent, Kuan-yin commented. Pit of Rebirth was a complete loser at the Golden Rooster Awards. It failed to win Best Film, Best Director, and Best Screenplay. Ban Ku had never liked the film, believing that top-tier directors, actors, and writers had come together only to create a third-rate mess. The issue, in her view, was that the director kept tampering with the script. The final product was an incoherent patchwork. Ban Ku had voted against it for all the key awards, but of course, she'd never admit it aloud. Saying so would just offend people. Here, Teacher Ban, have some water. Kuan-yin thoughtfully handed her a glass. Eat some melon, eat some pineapple, Teacher Ban. Zhou Dakong offered a plate of fruit. As the introductions continued, it turned out both Chen Mei and Ban Ku were graduates of the Central Academy of Drama. But they were basically strangers, and their greeting was formal and distant. Judging by appearances alone, Chen Mei looked about 7 or 8 years older than Ban Ku. Having two guests from the Central Academy was no coincidence. In the entertainment industry, the Central Academy of Drama, Beijing Film Academy, and Shanghai Theater Academy accounted for 70 to 80% of the talent pool. Soon, the big goof noticed something. Where's Xiao Mei? There's another guest who arrived today. She didn't come with teacher Ban. So Xiao Mei went to pick her up, Kuan Yun replied. This guest also happens to be someone Brother Jiu knows. Someone familiar? Chu Zhi became alert. He wanted to see what new twist the production team was planning. A moment later, Tan Lu returned briskly, leading the new guest in. He was a middle-aged man with average looks and no standout features. But somehow his face gave off an unintentional comedic charm, especially his eyebrows, which looked like they were dancing the tango. My dear Captain, we meet again. That voice and face, there was no mistaking it. It was the comedic actor Min Zhongbei. Didn't expect you to be here too, Brother Min. Chu Zhi greeted him with a warm handshake. Min Zhongbei pulled him into a hearty hug. So they brought in a comedian to balance out the two guests with depression? Or maybe they were afraid something might happen to Chu Zhi and thought a familiar face would help. Whatever the reason, did no one consider that Min Zhongbei might have mental issues too? Great. Out of 4 guests, 2 had psychological problems. No, wait. Chu Zhi corrected himself. From a god's eye view, he was one of them. This wasn't longing for life. This was more like patients sharing their symptoms. Although both Min Zhongbei and Ban Ku were actors, their fame was worlds apart. Min Zhongbei was one of the biggest box office draws in the country, so their greeting was smooth and cordial. Red Nose, the great Red Nose is here to preach some wisdom, said Chun Mei. I really like your movies. The Queen of Blood likes me. That means I can eat 2 more bowls tonight. I'm thrilled. Min Zhongbei grinned. Chun Mei had referred to one of his most iconic roles, the Red Nose, a clown who hilariously saved the world. Likewise, Queen of Blood was Chun Mei's breakout role during her prime. The two were playfully trading compliments by referencing each other's classic performances. Captain, you know, I have a dream. Not sure if it can come true, Min Zhongbei suddenly said. Go ahead, Brother Min. I'm listening, said Chu Zhi. I wonder if I could taste one of your home-cooked meals. The so-called Emperor Beast had no kitchen skills in his past life or in this one. Even making pear syrup after watching a tutorial had nearly gone sideways. Sure, as long as you're brave enough to eat it, I'll be brave enough to cook it, said Chu Zhi. I'll eat anything you make, no question. Min Zhongbei was firm. Looks like Chef lands out of a job today, Kuan Yun laughed. Dinner, huh? If Brother Jiu is cooking, I can be his sous chef, Lan Wui offered. Or maybe I'll just take it easy for once. Really looking forward to Brother Jiu's cooking, Zhou Dakong chimed in, then nudged Tan Lu. Aren't you, Xiao Mei? Tan Lu nodded eagerly. Getting to eat food made by her idol. Of course she was happy. On a variety show, keeping quiet usually meant no screen time. That's why both Zhou Dakong and Kuan Yun made a habit of initiating scenes. In a way, Tan Lu had become everyone's little favorite. Hope it doesn't kill anyone, Chen Mei joked. Unlikely to be fatal, Chu Zhi mused. Probably just half dead. Oh ho, this job's getting dangerous, Min Zhongbei laughed. But Captain, I believe in you. Chu Zhi didn't know how the conversation had ended up with him cooking. He started thinking of simple dishes, trying to keep it within his skill range. He braced for failure. The system didn't come with cooking skills. And even if it did, he'd have to spend points to unlock them. Besides, no one expected idols to be perfect. Showing some flaws made them more relatable. Then tonight, I'll make coconut chicken, Chu Zhi decided. A signature dish from Cheong Province. Coconut chicken works, said Chef Lan. Meals were a big deal on Longing for Life, and after some discussion, dinner plans were set. First, Ban Ku and Min Zhongbei went to drop off their luggage. Ban Ku had requested her own room, so Min Zhongbei naturally got one too. This room's pretty nice. Bed's comfy, Min Zhongbei said as he tidied his clothes. Then he did a dramatic belly flop onto the bed. With a loud whoops, he rolled right off. Bouncing up like a spring, Min Zhongbei rushed to the camera. You didn't see that, right? That footage isn't going on air, right? Good. I trust we have an agreement. Ban Ku, meanwhile, noticed her bed faced directly toward the window. She pulled the curtains shut. She liked the sun, but not when it shone straight onto the bed. It made her uneasy. A small detail, she didn't unpack her clothes. Only her skincare and cosmetics came out, haphazardly arranged on the vanity, like a messy battalion of mismatched soldiers. Clouds gathered, dimming the sunlight. The air seemed to carry a warning. The cows in the barn were restless and breathing hard. The hens in the pen flapped their wings like they sensed their fate and tried to fly out. Around 3 p.m., it was time to prep dinner. Coconut chicken obviously needed coconuts, and the mushroom house's backyard had coconut trees. The production team had planned a coconut picking segment. Perfect timing. You want me to climb up there? No way, I'm scared of heights, said Min Zhongbei, waving his hand like a beckoning cat. Lan and I are too old for this. Hardware's not up to the task, said Kuan Yun. Lan Wui protested. I work out regularly. My hardware's top tier. Kuan Yun said nothing. He just glanced at Lan's toned abs. The silence said everything. I'm not scared of heights, but I've got poor coordination. I'd probably fall with a thud, Chinmei gestured. I'll go. I'm good at climbing. Let me. 3 voices rang out at once. Chu Zhi and Zhou Dakong made sense. But Ban Ku volunteering was surprising. The ever-sensitive Emperor Beast felt something was off. Ban Ku hadn't shown any interest in the climbing discussion. But when Chinmei mentioned the idea of falling with a thud, she suddenly offered to go. 2 coconut trees stood by the door. The left was about 18 meters tall, the right 22. Chu Zhi and Zhou Dakong each went first, gathering 4 to 5 coconuts apiece. They used proper equipment, climbing spikes and safety harnesses. First, the belt wrapped around the waist and tree trunk. Then special shoe hooks gripped the bark as they slowly inched upward. With care, it was quite safe. Be careful, Teacher Ban, Chu Zhi reminded her. He wasn't afraid of heights, but looking down from halfway up still made his heart race. Ban Ku started climbing seriously, but when she got 2/3 of the way up, just short of the fruit, she froze. Not all depression patients experience suicidal thoughts, but those with strong survival instincts usually avoid dangerous spots like rooftops or cliffs. Right now, Ban Ku felt an overwhelming urge to let go, to slide down. Her mind blocked out all thoughts of her daughter. If she slipped, she might see her son again. Feeling tired, Teacher Ban? No rush. Just rest for a bit, Kuan Yin shouted up. It's exhausting, Lan Wui added. Even Brother Jiu and Zhou Dakong were panting when they came down. Only Chu Zhi remained tense. He couldn't prove anything, but something felt wrong. He spoke silently to the system. System bro, if anything happens and I rush over to save her and end up seriously injured, I need a warning. You're basically my half-brother. Preemptive alerts are part of the system's function, the cold reply came. Then everything happened in an instant. 10 seconds later, Ban Ku began climbing again. Chu Zhi let out a breath. Watching someone fall in front of you could lead to PTSD. Though some fans suspected he had it, he didn't want it to be true. Then Ban Ku's foot slipped. She dropped. Thanks to the safety harness, it wasn't a freefall. The descent made a loud whooshing sound, faster than sliding down the trunk, but slower than a fall. Everyone's expression changed. Lan Wui, Kuan Yun, Chinmei, even Min Zhongbei and Zhou Dakong froze in shock. Chu Zhi didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, arms ready. Grab the belt. Lean back. Use your body weight to stop yourself, he shouted. Ban Ku snapped out of her daze. Fear triggered her survival instinct. She leaned back. The strap cut into her back painfully, but it halted her fall. Just before she hit the ground, Chu Zhi caught her. The weight still slammed into him, and his right arm throbbed from the strain. It all happened in seconds. The others stood frozen like statues. Only after Ban Ku was safely on the ground did they come rushing in. Are you all right, Teacher Ban? Lan Wui looked visibly shaken. If something had gone wrong, the showrunners would be in serious trouble. As one of the producers, Lan Wui had every reason to panic. Does anything hurt? Any discomfort? Zhou Dakong and Tan Lu hovered anxiously. Kuan Yun immediately called the medical team via radio. Since they were filming in Yunnan, the team had prepared for emergencies like food poisoning or wild fungi. Captain, are you all right? Min Zhongbei asked Chu Zhi. That catch looked painful. My leg hurts a bit. Nothing else, Ban Ku said, still shaken. What would happen to my daughter if something really did happen to me? She thought. Why did you do that? Ban Ku scolded herself silently. And you, Teacher Chu? Are you okay? She asked. As grateful as she was guilty, Ban Ku couldn't imagine what might have happened if Chu Zhi hadn't shouted and caught her. She could have ended up with a fractured leg, or worse. Just a bit of pain in my right wrist. Should be fine, Chu Zhi answered. Doesn't matter if it's minor. A doctor should still take a look, Kuan Yin insisted. The medical team rushed over. After a quick check, Chu Zhi was diagnosed with a sprained wrist. Ban Ke had a linear fracture near her left ankle. They needed an X-ray to confirm, so she was taken to the nearby town hospital. The descendant of a hero is really something else, Lan Wui murmured. Kuan Yin overheard. No hesitation. Didn't care if he got hurt. Just like during the Ishikari earthquake. That kid breaks your heart. Exactly. Didn't even consider getting crushed himself, Lan Wui nodded. The more he saw, the more he hated Kongfei Entertainment and Dahua Entertainment. One betrayed him, the other slandered him. He looked them up on his phone. Kongfei had long since gone bankrupt, and Dahua had crumbled from its former glory. They were robbing Peter to pay Paul now. Lan Wui made a mental note. No Dahua artist would appear on back to the countryside again. Ban Ke was sent to the town hospital for treatment, while those with lighter injuries stayed behind for on-site care. As the doctor treated Chu Zhi's wrist, his system suddenly spoke up. Host, you ran in without waiting for my warning. That was dangerous. Please do not act like this again. It didn't warn me, which means there was no real danger. If there had been, I would have prioritized survival. You don't have to worry. I'm not the self-sacrificing type, Chu Zhi thought to himself. But still, how does this not count as saving a life? He grumbled, glancing at the King of the World achievement tab. The count hadn't gone up. His eyes narrowed. After analysis, the height from which she fell would have caused severe compound fractures in both legs, not fatal injuries. Chu Zhi muttered internally, what a waste. Meanwhile, dinner preparations resumed without him. The signature coconut chicken dish fell to Chef Lan Wui, with Zhou Dakong and Min Zhongbei helping out. Min, tasked with slaughtering the chicken, managed to create one hilarious scene after another. Brother Zhou's different. You can really tell, Zhou Dakong murmured, his mind still on the earlier incident. Only someone who'd experienced it firsthand could understand the weight of such split-second decisions. In that instant, Zhou Dakong had only two reactions. Oh crap, and we're screwed. No kidding. The entertainment industry can't afford to lose Chu Zhi, just like the West can't afford to lose Jerusalem, Min Zhongbei said. In Journey Among the Stars, he was a hardcore fan of Chu Zhi. He added, back during the earthquake, our captain didn't even hesitate before saving me. Elsewhere, Ban Ke sat in the rattling van. The road wasn't bad. The car just sucked. The jolts matched the storm swirling in her chest. She only got small gigs and obscure commercial events, but still pulled in over 300,000 yuan a year. She gave her daughter everything she could, almost as if trying to pour the love meant for her late son into her surviving child. Her daughter was growing up healthy and well, but that only deepened Ban Ke's guilt, not her pride. She didn't feel relieved or like she had made up for something, because deep down, she believed that if not for her, her son might have lived to experience this world. With only one child left, Ban Ke tried to give her daughter everything. That obsessive compensation became a vicious cycle. Her depression stemmed directly from that cycle. At the hospital, they took an X-ray first. Sure enough, it was a linear fracture near her left ankle. For peace of mind, they did a full-body check as well. No other problems. A splint was applied. Her left leg now looked like an elephant's. Still, Ban Ke decided to keep filming. By dinner, she was already on her way back to Mushroom House. She made it just in time for hot coconut chicken. Coconut chicken tastes better with Qingyuan chicken. It's more tender, Lan Wui said. Not that salt-cured Wugu chicken is bad. It's just better suited for soup. This kind of backhanded humility was classic Chef Lan. No matter how much the guests praised his dishes, he'd always point out two non-issues, just to show how refined his skills were. Depression causes stiffness in the body, right? Was that why it happened earlier? Kuan Yin asked, cutting straight to the point mid-meal. Ban Ke's earlier fall had been part accident, part self-harm. She didn't want to outright admit she'd been suicidal, so she nodded along. A little. Sometimes it feels like my body is trapped inside a suit of heavy armor. Makes sense, Kuan Yin nodded. What about you, Jiao? Do you get that too? Sometimes, Chu Zhi replied. But not too badly. You too, Teacher Chu? Ban Ke was stunned. You couldn't blame her for being out of the loop. Between raising her daughter and making ends meet, she had no time to keep up with industry news. She only knew Chu Zhi had become a popular singer 2 years ago. Nothing more. Jiao was diagnosed with major depressive disorder 2 years ago, Lan Wui said. Also moderate anxiety. Thanks to Mango TV's variety show Red Mansion, the entire internet knew about Chu Zhi's condition and his past suicide attempt. It wasn't a secret. Major. Banka couldn't believe it. Chu Zhi always seemed so gentle, kind, and considerate. It was hard to imagine someone like him struggling with such darkness. But she also knew Kuan Yin wouldn't bring it up unless it was completely true. She had so many things she wanted to say, but they all got stuck in her throat. In the end, Banku could only manage a single sentence. Teacher Chu, how did you do it? Number 349. Fireflies. In the night, everyone turned toward Chu Zhi with expectant eyes when Banku voiced the question that was on all their minds. I'm used to it, Chu Zhi said with a quiet smile. That simple answer struck the hearts of those around him. Chun Mei, Zhou Dakong, Tan Lu, they each felt a different kind of ache. Especially Tan Lu, a devoted member of Little Fruits, couldn't hold back her tears. She knew exactly what used to it meant. She had seen him endure so much, persist through everything without complaint. But hearing those words as a fan shattered her. Used to it? How could anyone get used to something like this? Mental illness isn't something you just adjust to. Banka searched Chu Zhi's face, trying to catch a glimpse of something hidden beneath the surface. But all she could see was how awkwardly he used his non-dominant hand. His right wrist was still healing, the swelling soothed by ointment, but the pain hadn't fully subsided. He was clumsily using his left hand to pick up food. Eat more, Banka said, giving up on figuring it out. She placed a chicken foot into Chu Zhi's bowl. It's thanks to you, Teacher Chu. Like heels like, right? Since the theme of the episode was focused on caring for people with depression, a bit of performative empathy was expected. The production needed Ban Ku to share her own story. I don't know if my experience will help anyone with depression, Ban Ku began. But I believe the most important thing is finding your own anchor. Whatever that may be. She continued, I once had an online friend with bipolar disorder. Her anchor was ballpoint pens. She would buy tons of refills and use them one by one. Just knowing that some pens were unfinished stopped her from ending her life more than once. Your anchor can be something small, but you must have one, she said. What's yours, Teacher Ban? Zhou Dakong asked. My daughter, she answered. Watching her prepare for college, seeing her become independent, that's what keeps me going. And after that, Zhou Dakong instantly regretted asking, why did I have to run my mouth? And after that, Banka gave a small, complicated smile. She didn't answer. To ease the awkward pause, Min Zhongbei jumped in. What about you, Captain? What's your anchor? Chu Zhi's response took a different route. Mine might be a bit unusual, he said. And ambitious. That got everyone's attention. They assumed he was about to say something like becoming a global superstar. I want my existence to make the world a better place, Chu Zhi said calmly. To me, Little Fruits are my world. The King of Charms had struck again. Even the usually shy Tan Lu couldn't hold it in anymore. She jumped up and shouted, Jiwai is my entire world too. Her voice was so loud it startled Zhou Dakong sitting next to her. Right after yelling, Tan Lu immediately felt like curling into a ball. She buried her face in her bowl and started stabbing at the chicken breast with her chopsticks, trying to drill holes through it. Xiaomei Yu. Zhou Dakong was about to tease her, but Kuan Yin cut him off. Go get the chilled Pure Victory organic milk from the fridge. I want some. Oh, sure. Zhou Dakong got up and headed to the kitchen. Sometimes, jokes could be fatal. Dinner passed with warm conversation. When it came time to wash dishes, it almost sparked a war. They were about to settle it with a dice duel, but Chun Mei volunteered before things got competitive. That night, Lan Wui asked Chu Zhi to sing. Chu Zhi agreed and softly sang like smoke. It wasn't one of his new songs. After all, he wasn't some common radish you could pluck in a hurry. He still had dozens of unreleased tracks, but wasn't in a rush to share them. Another night passed in the mushroom house. Chu Zhi finished reading and his homework, but as someone still on medical leave, he was once again jolted awake by a nightmare. No matter how terrifying the night might be, the sun still rose the next morning. The next 2 days passed quietly, without any dramatic events. On the 6th day, Chu Zhi's wrist had healed enough for him to cook again. He offered to make dinner, but predictably, things went sideways. There were supposed to be 2 meat dishes, but one had to be scrapped. Unbelievable. The all-rounder captain can't even make red-braised pork, Min Zhongbei gloated. He actually knew how to cook that dish. It's a difficult dish. Chu Zhi replied firmly, suggesting it wasn't a skill issue. The dish itself was just hard. On the final day of their stay, Chu Zhi revealed something he had been hiding. Teacher Kuan, Teacher Lan, I actually brought a gift for the mushroom house, he announced. Lan Wui chuckled. You brought a gift? What kind of guest are you? Then, for the sake of entertainment, he changed his tone. So, where is it? I watched the first 3 seasons. People always talked about wanting to see the stars, Chu Zhi said. So, he pulled out a large off-white case, even bigger than a violin case. Brother Jiao, where did you even hide that? Zhou Dakong asked. He remembered clearly that Chu Zhi had only brought a single backpack. Secret, Chu Zhi answered, opening the case. Inside were a telescope lens, tripod, and a full maintenance kit. It was a Celestron Gem 2 1100 HD telescope. Everyone was stunned. None of them expected Chu Zhi's gift to be this serious. No way, Kuan Yun muttered, stunned in a way that even outsiders would find odd. Chu Zhi looked at him and quoted, My yearning for the stars may come from humanity's most primitive, pure, and fearful state. I long for the night sky too. That line came straight from Kuan Yun's autobiography, Intimate Distance. Kuan Yun had always been the one comforting and touching others. He never expected to be moved himself. I used to dream of owning a Celestron telescope in college, going to the hills to stargaze, Kuan Yun said, visibly affected. Xiao Jiao must have read my book. Thank you. I had forgotten that dream. In that case, tonight, all Mushroom House members will climb the hill to watch the stars, Lan Wui declared. Zhou Dakong and Min Zhongbei reacted like excited schoolkids headed for a field trip. Their whooping and hollering could probably scare birds off trees. Zhou Dakong was clearly picking up bad habits from Min Zhongbei. The lovable oaf was evolving into a silly bear. Only Banke stayed behind at the house. Everyone else set off up the back hill, along with the portable camera crew. Banke had volunteered to stay. Her ankle still wasn't fully healed, and besides, if she stayed in, she could either sleep or stay up all night. Going out at night wasn't something she did anymore. A few years ago, she had come home one night to find her child feverish. And then, her child was gone. Oddly enough, she felt grateful for her injury. No one would ask for more explanation. Banke didn't like opening up, and lying was just too much effort. Back on the hill, the Mushroom House crew made their way up. It wasn't really a mountain, just a large hill. They reached the top easily. Only the camera crew carrying equipment had to catch their breath. The hilltop was wild with brush and greenery. And mosquitoes. Lots of mosquitoes. The cicadas sang. Unnamed insects chirped. They found a clearing. And Kuan Yun began setting up the telescope. There were patches of grass and stray wildflowers. Some villagers were already up there, cooling off from the heat. Romantic, isn't it? Zhou Dakong said, spotting them. Maybe for you. They probably come here every night. It's a habit, Lan Wui replied. The arrival of a camera crew with celebrities immediately drew attention. A few villagers started looking their way. The sky is so beautiful. City skies are never this clear, Chen Mei said, tilting her head back. Even without the telescope, the stars shone brilliantly. As the telescope was adjusted, the novelty of it made everyone eager to try. Is that Chu Zhi? The big star from TV, an 8-year-old girl named Tong Tong asked, running over and looking up at him. I'm a singer, Chu Zhi replied, nodding. Can you teach us to sing? Tong Tong asked without hesitation. Clearly not shy, she stood out from the villagers who stayed at a distance. Our music teacher said you're the best singer ever, she added proudly. Even better than her. Anyone who sings with Chu Zhi gets to be on TV, said another child. It was obvious their music teacher was one of the little fruits. Tong Tong was joined by 3 other children, all chattering together. For pairs of sparkling eyes stared up at Chu Zhi, full of hope. He chuckled and said, All right, I'll sing a line, and you follow along. The kids nodded. Chu Zhi began singing. Musical note, dark sky. Hangs low above, stars shining bright with love. Musical note. The little ones repeated after him, completely tone-deaf but utterly sincere. Their tiny voices brought a kind of warmth that made up for their pitch. Musical note, fireflies fly, fireflies fly. Who are you thinking of tonight? Musical note. Musical note, stars in the sky weep and cry. Roses on earth wither and die. Musical note. Line by line, Chu Zhi taught them. The children sang along. Why do stars cry? Tong Tong asked. Because we turn on too many lights, Chu Zhi said. We've stolen their glow. So they cry. Then let them cry. I can't see without the lights, Tong Tong replied. The other kids nodded in agreement. Musical note, cold winds blow, long as you're here, I'll never feel low. Musical note. Musical note, fireflies fly, flowers sleep, beauty is best when there's two to keep. Musical note. A breeze rustled the trees, moths flitted past. It was like the wind and the fireflies had been summoned by the song. Or maybe this song simply fit the moment perfectly. Tan Lu and Chun Mei were also drawn over by the sound of singing. Chu Zhi continued to teach. Musical note. No fear of night, just fear of hearts breaking. No matter how far, no matter how aching. Musical note. When they finished, the kids stood proud. The camera crew had caught it all. Old John, the cameraman, thought the song sounded like a lullaby, short, gentle, and a little melancholic. Better than your average children's song. The version sung by the kids and the one by Chu Zhi each had their charm. Creative genius, indeed. Just like a little cat. Short, sweet, but unforgettable. Who are you missing, I wonder? Chun Mei quietly asked, pondering the lyrics. And just like that, the first episode of Back to the Countryside drew to a close on the hillside under the stars. Number 350. Chu Zhi's Fashion Showcase. How was the filming for Back to the Countryside? Asked Niu Jiangxue. This was the first time she'd attended a shoot without a personal assistant, so she felt the need to check in. The sun blazed overhead. Their shadows stretched long on the pavement, and from a distance, Chu Zhi's figure looked even taller and leaner. Standard recording. Nothing unexpected, Chu Zhi replied. After a brief hesitation, Niu Jiangxue said, this year, the studio's income might be lower than last year, or at best, just about the same. I know. It's not your fault, Chu Zhi answered calmly. I already expected the consequences when I broke ties with Adidas. Don't overthink it. The team's doing great. We've done everything we can. In theory, higher fame should bring in higher profits. Niu Jiangxue had meant to comfort him, but instead, she found herself being reassured by the artist. Back at the studio, they had just stepped through the door when Lao Qian suddenly sprang up. Okay, everyone, eyes on me, eyes on me. Lao Qian shouted, raising his left hand. I've got an announcement. A big one. The staff, Qi Qiu, Wang Yuan, and the rest, turned at the commotion. Chu Zhi also paused, waiting to hear it. I'm getting engaged. Lao Qian beamed. The engagement banquet is in a few days. You all better come. The reaction was instant. It hit like a bombshell. The studio erupted into chaos, as if a neighboring world leader had just been assassinated. Who the hell managed to tame Lao Qian? The last time I heard something this outrageous, my dad apologized to me. Wait, it's not April Fool's today, right? Are you sure about this? Wang Yuan asked seriously. After all, Lao Qian had a history of frequent breakups, breaking up in the morning, dating someone new by afternoon. He was never a cheater, but even so, having a fiancé and still playing the field was a different level. I'm sure, Lao Qian said. This is the first time I've ever wanted to wake up and still see someone the next morning. She's the one. Wait, don't tell me it's Xiaobing. Qi Qiu asked, clearly suspicious. It's Bing Bing, Lao Qian nodded. She and I are like two peas in a pod. Same hobbies, same weird tastes. We can talk about anything. Two peas in a pod. Weird tastes? That's certainly a way to put it. Fei Ji, Chen Shu, and even Niu Jiangxue looked skeptical. But Qi Qiu wasn't surprised. After all, his own mother had introduced them. Qi Qiu's mother was a renowned matchmaker in the heart of Shanghai. She had successfully matched countless couples. And now, Lao Qian had found true love thanks to her. Yet her only son, Qi Qiu, was still busy being a simp. If it weren't real love, why else would I do this? He often told his mom. Especially you, Jiuwei, Lao Qian added, glancing at Chu Zhi. No matter how busy you are, you have to come. Of course, Chu Zhi nodded. Is the announcement over now? Asked Fei Ji. Okay, done. Just make sure to free up your schedule. Lao Qian grinned. The excitement died down, and everyone went back to work. But Lao Qian could still feel the suspicion in the air, as if he, the self-proclaimed king of devotion in Shanghai, couldn't change his ways. But he was determined. He'd grow old with bingeing. Of course, Lao Qian's redemption arc became the talk of the studio for a while, but deadlines still loomed. They had to shoot 27 sets of photos. Chu Zhi's endorsement fees weren't something average brands could afford. Licensing his image alone was more practical. Just 8 million yuan per set, 6 photos, 3 looks, valid for a year. What a bargain. Photographer Chen Shu threw himself into the work with the fury of heartbreak. Why the fury? Well, that was a running joke during breaks. When asked when he'd stop being single, Chen Shu would joke, "Why panic? Lao Qian's over 30 and still wild. I'm younger. I'll definitely settle down first." It was a nice thought. Reality, Chen Shu was still single. They wrapped up the 27 sets past 10 at night. It wasn't just posing. Everything had to meet the client's vision. On top of that, they had to record a celebratory VCR. It was for Little Red Book's 18th anniversary. The company had invited a bunch of celebrities to send congratulatory videos. Xiaohongshu didn't have the same traffic as Douyin or Weibo, but anyone who'd been a content creator knew. When advertisers came calling, Xiaohongshu fans were gold. Nicknamed the world's most trusted review platform, it held serious sway. Most celebrities recorded their VCRs for free, hoping to build goodwill. But not the Emperor Beast. His VCR? For million yuan. And that was the friendship price. The indoor set was quickly transformed into a living room. Chu Zhi sat on a sofa while Chen Shu filmed. The idea was to make it look like a casual shoot at home, something intimate, a sign of how close Chu Zhi was with Xiaohongshu. "I'm a user too. Xiaohongshu's Red Friday helped me find some great things. Congratulations on turning 18. Wishing you even greater success ahead." They shot it twice. Done. Off the clock. Chu Zhi and Chen Shu stepped out of the building. It was late. Even the security guard had changed shifts. The night shift guy, Xiao Ku, was on duty now. "Working late again, Mr. Chu? Don't wear yourself out." Xiao Ku called out. If my wife knew, she'd be heartbroken. That was a strange comment. Xiao Ku's wife was a Little Fruits fan, and Chu Zhi had once given her an autograph. "Stay safe," Chu Zhi replied. There had been a recent string of burglaries nearby, so the warning was genuine. They didn't go to the parking lot. Instead, they stood by the roadside, waiting for a car. Chu Zhi wore a mask. "You didn't drive?" Chu Zhi asked. "Nope. Just hailed a ride," Chen Shu replied. He sounded chipper. Chu Zhi picked up on it. "You sound happy. Something good happened." "Nothing special. Just glad to be off work," Chen Shu said. "Aren't you happy?" Chu Zhi didn't get it. They finished work every day. What was so exciting about today? "My happiness builds up little by little. Wrapping up work makes me happy. A smooth shoot makes me happy. No traffic in the morning makes me happy. That way, I get to feel joy every day." That made sense. People who found joy in the little things didn't fall into depression easily. Chu Zhi couldn't do that. As the Emperor Beast, his joy was always delayed. Chen Shu's ride arrived first. "Get some rest when you get home," Chu Zhi told him. "You too, Jiwai. You're flying out tomorrow," Chen Shu reminded him. Moments later, Chu Zhi's car pulled up. He washed up, read, took notes. Now that filming for Back to the Countryside had ended, he finally disabled his simulated sick leave mode. Maybe tonight, he could sleep peacefully. For the past week, he'd been woken by nightmares 4 times. The next day, the sky was clear. The first episode of Back to the Countryside 4 would air in 5 days. With a week until the next shoot, Chu Zhi returned to Seoul to resume filming My Love from the Stars. Most actors would be booted for taking a 12-day leave mid-shoot, but Chu Zhi had enough clout to get away with it. Before heading to the airport, Chu Zhi found Chichio. "What kind of person is Lao Qian's fiancé?" he asked. "I don't think he's the type to get scammed, but still, it's a sudden change." If Chu Zhi had the best reputation in the company, Lao Qian came second. Wang Yuan and Fei Ji had also come asking. "She's got a great personality," said Chichio. "I haven't met her, but my mom's mentioned her. She's a Moonlight Clan type, spends all her earnings investing in her content creator side gig." Wait, don't up creators make money? Chu Zhi was confused. He'd posted musical instrument covers with no commentary and still made enough for a few ice creams. Cheap ones, not the fancy ones. She bought a small courtyard on the outskirts of Shanghai, tore out the interior to redesign it completely. Wants a place with flowers, grass, cats, and dogs. Plans to open a niche bakery too. One of those open when I feel like it shops, said Chichio. It's not done yet, but she's posting renovation videos on Bilibili. Clearly, being a up creator wasn't her main thing. Nothing sounded off. As for the Moonlight Clan, weren't they all like that? Chu Zhi didn't ask more. This was enough. He left the studio with Xiao Zhu. He really treats us like friends, Chichio thought as he watched the artist leave. He pays well, treats us like equals. Why wouldn't we give our best? Chu Zhi and his assistant Xiao Zhu boarded a flight to Seoul around 10 in the morning. Because of tight domestic schedules, Wang Yuan and Lao Qian didn't go along. The team was stretched thin. Why was the 5 million yuan image rights offer rejected? Neo Zhengxue asked. She was checking emails from the ad department. There was no note. Chichio blinked. Apologies, Jiangxuejia. That's our fault. It was from Adolf Shampoo. We looked into consumer reviews on Xiaohong Shu and Jihu. The feedback was mostly negative. We were worried it'd affect Chu Zhi's reputation, so we all agreed to decline. Adolf Shampoo? Neo Zhengxue hadn't heard of it, but the reasoning made sense. We'll submit the full report shortly, Chichio added. Neo Zhengxue nodded. I'm not questioning your department's decision. Just make sure the reasoning is clearly written. It's standard protocol. Of course. No rules, no standards, said Chichio. It was clearly the assistant who forgot the note, but Chichio didn't shift blame. He was the head of the ad department. If something went wrong, he took responsibility. He was about to say more when her phone rang. A call from Japan. They urgently needed to expand their international manager roster. It was Hojo Koshi on the line. He explained that 2 of Chu Zhi's live stage recordings from the Fuji Music Festival had surpassed 10 million plays. He wanted Chu Zhi to record a thank you VCR to post on their site. At 7 yuan per play, revenue had passed 70 million yuan. Chu Zhi's cut was nearly 50 million. With that kind of return, shooting a thank you video was hardly unreasonable. Neo Zhengxue agreed right away. From China to Korea, Chu Zhi arrived at Incheon University's Songdo campus, the main filming location for You Came from the Stars. He changed and went through hair and makeup. To showcase his looks, the director had prepared as many outfits for him as for the female lead. Just the suits, CK with deep purple shirts, Burberry double-breasted, 3-piece classic cuts, Sandro blues with striped ties, Hugo Boss custom-tailored, APC, System, and over 20 brands in total. The number of outfits was staggering. We're filming the kiss scene today. Are you excited? Minhee? Asked Cho Mina, clearly envious. Song Minhee didn't answer. Saying she was excited would seem ungraceful, but pretending she wasn't interested would be a lie. Chu Zhi's looks and fame were hard to ignore. I read the script. There are 10 kiss scenes in total. Dream kiss, elf kiss, snowy forbidden kiss, forehead kiss. Cho Mina grinned. You'll become South Korea's most beloved female star. This is the great Demon King's first on-screen kiss, you know? The words on-screen first kiss made Song Minhee's heart skip. She hoped none of his obsessed fans would turn against her. She knew how extreme they could get. Chu Zhi's posters and life-size cutouts had the highest theft rate across Japan and Korea, over 60%. Out of 10, at least 6 would vanish. No one had broken that record. Today, he wore a smoky purple shirt and a perfectly tailored Burberry suit, paired with half-rimmed rectangular glasses. He glanced down at the script, his jawline sharp as a blade. Song Minhee couldn't deny it. She was looking forward to the kiss scene. Some actors have to try really hard to get noticed. Others just stand there and command attention, sighed writer Yu Taisik. The world isn't fair. With Chu Zhi's face, success was practically guaranteed. Filming went smoothly. Chu Zhi was professional and even brought in his secret weapon, Liao Dachong, his private acting coach. Though the male lead, Professor Beck, was emotionless by design, blank didn't mean lifeless. Chu Zhi wasn't trying to win awards. His goal was simple, no cringe. He didn't want the audience pulled out of the story. Without realizing it, 5 days passed. Back to the Countryside 4 was about to premiere. Hunan TV's flagship show, combined with Chu Zhi's popularity, meant the promo campaign was in full swing. Number 351. Back to the Countryside begins. Kuin Yun posted, #Back to Countryside for the southern land of colorful clouds is ready, and the sea of flowers is ready too. Saying hi to everyone now. Kuin Yun's Weibo video. Lan Wui posted, Hashtag ready back to countryside for I'll go ahead and taste the food for everyone. As for the show, help pick out the flaws, folks. Hashtag countryside. Many fans couldn't watch the video due to phone limitations. Kuing Yun's vlog featured a walk past the flower field south of the mushroom house. While a bit shaky, the angle and filter were quite decent. Chen Mei, Min Zhongbei, Ban Ku, Zhou Dakong, singer Tin Lu, and others all posted that day. The buzz was explosive. Just how explosive? Mango TV shot to the top of the hot app downloads list across major app stores. Some reinstalled it, but most were first-time downloaders, driven by the need to watch their idol. Chu Zhi, being a regular cast member, was especially anticipated by Little Fruits, with even foreign fans eagerly awaiting the show. Early to bed, early to rise. I need to watch Longing. I'm dying for it. A Naruto fan from the world of endurance replied. Bro above, let's not take it that far. Life's still worth living. Blue-white mystery thing. Wait, is countryside a short for back to the countryside? No way, right? Early to bed, early to rise replied. Of course it is. Ha ha ha, I'm so hyped for countryside. My friend asked me to dinner today, and I refused. The nickname countryside was a stroke of genius. Many Little Fruits shared the same excitement. My ex asked to get back together today, and I ghosted her. GY is finally working again. Subscribed just to see the VIP version. I waited so long, even the flowers wilted. They said October before. Thank goodness it aired early. Little Fruits and other viewers, full of anticipation, were unaware of the emotional intensity ahead. Everyone assumed this would be another easygoing variety show. Back to the Countryside has always been a slow-paced show, offering healing and warmth. In the eyes of Little Fruits, it was a way for GY to rest. Season 1 had a rating of 8.2 on Dubon. Season 2 even higher at 8.0, but Season 3 dropped to 7.3. Chu Zhi's variety show Journey Among the Stars scored 8.5, the highest rated in recent years. That high rating partly came from fan scoring, but also from the earthquake rescue episode in the 6th installment. At 8 p.m., Mango TV released 2 episodes. Fans rushed to watch, and the barrage of on-screen comments, Danmu, instantly exploded, covering the video unless turned off. Even celebrities tuned in live. Ban Ku, Zhang Ning, Min Zhongbei, Zhou Xiangxi, Wu Shi, and others watched for various personal reasons. Take Wu Shi for example. Old Chu is my bro. Of course I have to watch his show. I'll call Yuan over too. To support his good friend, Wu Shi didn't just watch alone. He had his wife and child watch too. As for Ban Ku, a guest herself. Normally, Ban Ku doesn't enjoy variety shows, especially those featuring herself. She may bend her character for money, but she's not watching it again. That's easy to understand, right? The post-production team understood the assignment. Chu Zhi got a lot of screen time. The early episodes had the same relaxing vibe as before, and with Chu Zhi's natural humor, the show felt fun. People have said that the 3 best segments in Countryside are Celebrity Labor, Mealtime, and Night Chats/Games. The next scene showed Chu Zhi working furiously. Post-editing added captions like, Farming Pro. Even Xiao Mei and Dakong are panicking, and fans in the Danmu felt heartache for their idol. Passers-by commented, way better than the boy band guys from Season 3. Can't compare. They did all they could to slack off. Chu Zhi's volunteering for work. So diligent. I'm starting to see him differently. Why is Xiao Jiu working so hard? Ban Ku didn't believe it was just to ease things for Dakong and Xiao Mei, or not only for that reason. Does Xiao Jiu have a self-destructive tendency? Ban Ku pondered this deeply. Ever since she found out on the show that the man who once saved her life, Chu Zhi, suffers from severe depression, she began researching his past online. There are countless versions of Chu Zhi's story online, rumors in every direction. But Ban Ku confirmed he was once framed and became a public pariah. That part's easy to find. On his first night at the Mushroom House, instead of night chats, the game was truth from an empty bottle. In his Emperor Beast persona, Chu Zhi said the most important person in his life was his grandfather. He answered truthfully based on the original host's memory. He couldn't recall his parents' birthdays, or even his own sometimes, but his grandfather's birthday was etched into his heart. Xiao Jiu must have been really close to his grandfather. From Ban Ku's understanding, this usually means the parents were emotionally distant. After the game, Everyone went back to their rooms. Chu Zhi read the Eastern View of the Han records and began encouraging others to read. Don't you think someone who understands their country's history is cool? Using the past as a mirror, I think that's really awesome. Danmu comments flew across the screen. Starting tomorrow, I'll read history books too. I want to be the cool girl in Jiuwai's eyes. Reading is so attractive, especially when it's Jiuwai doing it. I used to regret choosing archaeology, but hearing Jiuwai say this, hey, I'm kinda happy now. These comments show the influence of an idol like Chu Zhi. Even a single sentence has weight. Even if it's fleeting interest, even if it's just online talk. If 1 out of 100 fans really picks up a history book, given Chu Zhi's fan base, that's still a massive number. I saw lots of notes in his Eastern Han book. He really does love to read. Banku doesn't like reading herself, but she agrees it's a good habit. The camera didn't just focus on Chu Zhi, it also showed Xiao Mei and Chun Mei sharing a room. Chun Mei even wanted logical structure when receiving compliments, making her hard to talk to. Tan Lu, being introverted, had a rough start, but eventually found a common topic: lipstick. Lipstick is a universal topic among women. Even girls who rarely wear makeup occasionally use it, especially since many have dark purple lips. Without lipstick, they look pale and tired. Cut to Kuan Yun and Lan Wui's room. The Countryside 4 production crew had clearly stopped caring about appearances, even shooting a follow-up scene of the two discussing mental health with a psychology professor. Dekong and Xiao Mei keep crying out in pain. Agio hasn't said a word. Agio has major depression. Maybe he's numb to pain. I'll ask my friend. On the phone, the professor explained. Severe depression leads to brain dysfunction and a drop in 5-HT and NE system function. That makes you more sensitive to pain, not less. If he doesn't feel it, it's because he's used to it. Major depression is often accompanied by painful physical symptoms: headaches, joint pain, stomach aches. With time, pain tolerance increases. Banku personally agreed. She feared sharp objects and never cut herself, but when extremely low, she'd hit herself with blunt tools or slam into walls. It hurt, but felt cathartic. After many times, the pain dulled. Xiaojiu probably has chronic headaches. That's how he can work all day with blood blisters on his hands and not flinch. Banku felt her heart ache for Chu Zhi. Some pain hurts just by looking, like groin injuries or bloody hand blisters. When Banku opened the Danmu again, the app actually froze. Too many comments. She had wanted to post, Xiaojiu, please take care of yourself. Even though she herself suffers from depression, she can't bear to see others suffer. Banku got up and went to her bedroom, planning to watch from bed. The fatigue came out of nowhere, but she was used to it. Since falling into depression, her energy had dropped dramatically. Doing nothing felt exhausting. Wait, maybe that's just what being a homebody is like too. Doing nothing and still thinking, good job, self. A small detail, whether couch or bed, both were far from the window. Even midday sun couldn't reach. Danmu was still exploding, and the video kept lagging. Little fruits were spiraling into collective sadness. Banku decisively turned the Danmu off. As night fell, subtitles revealed it was about 2 a.m. The mushroom house had gone to sleep. It should have been the end of the episode. Just as Banku relaxed, the night vision camera showed Chu Zhi suddenly waking from a nightmare, gasping for air. Back to the countryside, not relaxing at all, Banku thought. Next morning, Chu Zhi was up early, helping Lan Wui make breakfast. Dekong and Xiao Mei went to pick up the new guests, Banku and Min Zhongbei. Watching herself try so hard to integrate into the show, Banku cringed. The awkward part wasn't her effort, it was that it didn't land well on screen. Min Zhongbei blended in effortlessly. He was watching for his own performance, hoping to see if he made audiences laugh. The comment goes like, seeing Min Zhongbei makes me laugh. Haha, he rolled under the bed, like my husky. He's hilarious. Guaranteed fun whenever he appears. Min Zhongbei grinned in satisfaction. Better than a feast. Later, Chu Zhi cooked coconut chicken. To get the coconuts, they had to climb a tree. If not for what happened next, Banku would have watched this part on 2x speed. While climbing, Banku clearly remembered. The suicidal impulse clouded her judgment. She hadn't exactly meant to fall, but there was a self-destructive element. What shocked her most was Chu Zhi's reaction. He sprinted toward her with no hesitation, arms out as if to catch her. He didn't think about his own safety at all. From the viewer's perspective, Chu Zhi's reaction made Ban could tear up. As a girl, she was more sensitive. Even reflexes take prep. That kind of movement doesn't happen instantly. Only one answer made sense. Chu Zhi recognized her as a fellow sufferer and had been watching out for her. Dangerous behavior, do not imitate. For high-altitude tasks like tree climbing, safety is paramount. Huge warning text was added post-editing. Her guess was confirmed in the following episodes. When Ban made the conversation awkward or failed. To meet expectations, Chu Zhi and Kuan Yun always stepped in. Kuan Yun was a trained host. Stepping in was natural. But Chu Zhi? He's standing in a storm and still tries to hold umbrellas for others. Ban whispered. She has moderate depression, and just showing up on the show was a huge feat, thanks to her daughter giving her strength. But to notice others so carefully? Even before her depression, Ban couldn't do that. Let alone now. It was hard to imagine anyone could do that. Another night passed. During the Mushroom House's late-night talk, Kuan Yun gently mentioned her depression and shared some experience. Teacher Chu, how do you do it? I'm used to it. That was their exchange. Ban saw Chu Zhi's calm expression and feigned ease. She knew the weight of those words. I'm used to it. Like 3 ice picks into the heart. Someone so kind. Please be okay. Ban murmured. But the show continued to reveal. During his nights at the Mushroom House, Chu Zhi was repeatedly awakened by nightmares. Even on nights without nightmares, there were mutterings in his sleep. Hard to make out because of Dekong's teeth grinding. The bits that were audible included, "No, I didn't. Don't leave. Most people don't talk in their sleep. Exceptions, drunkenness or nightmares." Chu Zhi clearly belonged to the latter. Tears welled up in Ban Ke's eyes. She only had occasional nightmares, but Chu Zhi seemed to suffer them every single night. No wonder he stays up reading until 2 or 3. He's afraid of sleeping. Ban Ke's heart broke. Her tears blurred the screen. Depression needs an anchor. On the show, Chu Zhi finally revealed his. An ambitious one. I hope my existence can make the world a better place. To me, little fruits are my world. Little fruits are so lucky, Ban Ke thought. Imagine that. A celebrity saying that about his fans. It sounded like a fantasy, but here it was, real. Each episode of Back to the Countryside runs for 120 minutes. The last 10 were peaceful, bringing back that old serene feeling. Chu Zhi and Tan Lu took a stroll through the flower fields, screen-worthy like a wallpaper. Before the episode ended, Chu Zhi revealed the gift he brought for the Mushroom House. A telescope, a shared present, and a dream Kuan Yun had since his student days. Because Ban Ke had injured her foot and stayed home, the others went to the hilltop to stargaze. There, on the hill, Chu Zhi taught the children to sing musical note, the Firefly musical note. Ban Ke found his singing impossibly sorrowful. With the fireflies fluttering in song, episode 1 ends. Number 352. The whole internet in tears. The orange grove didn't just explode. No, that wouldn't even be accurate. It launched into the sky, did a 3,600-degree spin, and then detonated in a nuclear firestorm. Calm down. How? Let's put it this way. You're playing support in a game. You barely survive a fight and teleport back to base to recover, but your marksman refuses to retreat even though they're low on health. You ping the map, warn them they're in danger. They ignore you, keep farming, get killed, and then turn around and blame you. Tell me, can you stay calm? Now multiply that frustration by 10. That's how upset the little fruits were tonight. But more than anything, they were heartbroken. The episode lasted 2 hours, and the little fruits cried for over 90 minutes of it. Even the quiet, low-profile mama fans, who rarely posted, couldn't hold back anymore. They flooded their friend circles. Nuo Michuanchuan 123. I've been having nightmares every night. How can Zhoubao's body handle this? Should we go to a hospital and get medication? Does anyone know a famous psychologist overseas? Dear friend circle, please recommend someone. Not from here. Local. Why am I even a fan? Why do I love a celebrity who's barely older than my daughter? I've asked myself that. And today, I finally understand. His character, his talent, his appearance. They perfectly embody the highest praise a mother could give. If only my child could grow up to be like you. Zhoubao, you have to get better. You deserve to stand at the top. You deserve to be known by the world. Love is into poetry and snow. Can't imagine what kind of pain Xiao Jiu goes through sleeping at 1 or 2 a.m., waking at 6 or 7. I don't even dare to think about it. For the little fruits, Jiuwai, please take care of your health. Heaven at dusk _Sakura. I want Xiao Jiu to quit the entertainment industry. But his fans are everything to him. So Sai, I'm looking into buying some shares in Taiyang Chuana Entertainment. If anyone wants in, let's do it together. There were countless posts like these. Tonight, friend circles were revealing their true identities. But instead of mythical beasts unveiling themselves, it was the mama fans coming out in full force. Many children didn't even know their mothers were secretly fans all this time, hiding their passion behind calm exteriors. What the mama fans might do next, no one could predict. One thing was certain. Someone had already set their sights on Sun Chuana Entertainment. As for the rest, it remained unknown. Hashtag my world is little fruits. Hashtag Jewy_depression_nightmares. Hashtag saving without hesitation. Hashtag Chu Zhi said who was used to it. Hashtag firefly song _Chu Zhi. Hashtag Chu Zhi's most important person. Hashtag countryside for the unexpected. Hashtag how much pain must you endure to smile so calmly. On Weibo's trending list, 8 out of the top 10 spots were about Chu Zhi. Tags marked with hot, or even exploding, dominated the feed. It was beyond wild. Hashtag my world is little fruits even hit, exploding. Some might find Chu Zhi's portrayal as the Emperor Beast a bit awkward, maybe even cringe. But for fan circles, have you ever seen a celebrity confess their love for fans so directly? According to Weibo's metrics, a hot tag means a topic gained a sudden burst of attention. Exploding is the highest tier with potential to crash servers. As a bystander, I have to say, Chu Zhi really has a great personality. He's so gentle. I'm not even a fan, but I think so too. After watching, I'm ready to join the fandom. Chu Zhi was even more viral on Douyin. Every trending video, excluding official platform promos, was about him. You couldn't fake this with money. No publicity team could fabricate this level of impact. Reality had outdone fiction. The unstoppable hype even crashed into a film that had its premiere campaign scheduled for today. Saying it killed the movie might be too much. Let's just say it left it half dead. Movie release dates and promo efforts always consider the larger environment, especially avoiding big Hollywood blockbusters. Even with massive budgets, competing directly meant death. But avoiding a variety show? That was unheard of. After all, movies and variety shows don't even occupy the same space. And yet, Chu Zhi taught the entire Chinese entertainment industry a lesson today. Everyone was talking about the premiere of Back to the Countryside 4. iQIYI had clearly figured out the formula for going viral. Give Chu Zhi time to sing. But Mango TV? They were utterly shameless. The first episode of Back to the Countryside 4 dropped on Mango TV and hit over 10 million views in 1 hour. Bullet comments broke 1 million. The numbers were terrifying. No wonder the site lagged. The moment Bullet Chat was enabled, "Jia, what happened to you?" Zhou Qinian asked as soon as she got home. Her sister, Zhou Xiangxi, was crying like petals in the rain. Qinian panicked. In her memory, her sister had only cried this hard when their grandmother passed away. Zhou Xiangxi had posted at least 20 bullet comments during the episode. A few months ago, she attended an event hosted by Montblanc, where she briefly met Chu Zhi, the face of their fountain pen line. She had even gotten his autograph for her little sister, Zhou Qinian. Back then, she just thought Chu Zhi was a decent singer. Her sister's enthusiasm eventually turned her into a half-little fruit. But tonight, watching Back to the Countryside 4, the tears wouldn't stop. "I'm fine. I just feel so bad for Chu Zhi," Zhou Xiangxi said. Chu Zhi. Zhou Qinian couldn't keep calm when she heard her idol's name. "What happened?" she asked anxiously. "See for yourself." Zhou Xiangxi felt more tears coming. She handed her tablet to her sister and went to her room. What if something bad happened to Jiuwai? Zhou Qinian always assumed the worst first. Her brain instantly conjured up 100 tragic endings for Jiuwai. Then she scolded herself. No, that's ridiculous. She shook it off. Jiuwai couldn't be in trouble. Right. She stared at the tablet. Many people couldn't sleep tonight. Many cried. If even a half-fan like Zhou Xiangxi was like this, the hardcore little fruits must have cried their hearts out. The moment Jiuwai smiled and said, "I'm used to it. I lost it. My eyes are all puffy. Good thing it's Saturday tomorrow, or I'd have no idea how to show up at school. So I really matter to Jiwai? I can't believe I once unfollowed him during exam week. But now I know. I belong in your world, Jiwai. Can depression be cured? Brother Gio is going through so much. These nightmares, they're killing him. Today was my best friend's birthday. We were all excited to go sing karaoke. We played the first episode of Back to the Countryside in the car, just for fun. Now we're hugging and crying in the park. My heart hurts for Jiwai. Why? Why does someone as gentle as Xiao Jiu have to suffer like this? Life is just too cruel. Zia Hongshu, Douyin, Kuaishou, Jihu, Weibo, WeChat. Every comment section was flooded. And the heat hadn't peaked yet. Around 11 p.m., Ban Ku, one of the guests at Mushroom House, posted an update. Ban Ku. Thank you, Xiaojio, for your help at Mushroom House. When I say help, I don't just mean preventing me from breaking a limb. I mean emotional help too. We fail to recognize Mount Lu's true form because we're too deep within it. I didn't feel anything at the time, but now, as a viewer, I see it clearly. Xiaojio was always looking out for my feelings, even though he was the one suffering more. His condition is worse than mine. I don't have nightmares every day. I haven't grown used to pain. But even so, Xiaojio always paid attention to the people around him. I want to be strong like Xiaojio. I want to overcome my illness too. That thank you post only added fuel to the fire. Number 353. To live for you. Banku's depression had once trended online. Everyone knew about it. Her comment sections often turned into impromptu forums where people with similar struggles gathered to talk. So when she made her latest post, few accused her of chasing clout. Public opinion may not always be sharp and discerning, easily clouded by echo chambers, but when sentiment shifts, the tide is hard to resist. And anyone who watched the premiere of the show understood. Mountain Child, I could feel it. Banka really has the kind of presence that kills a conversation, but Chu Zhi was always there to rescue the mood every time things got awkward. Liao Zheng, she's not great at talking. Not exactly socially anxious, but she does get overwhelmed when talking to strangers. Having someone like Chu Zhi around makes such a difference. The atmosphere never turns stiff, and you never feel ignored. Twice, the youngest member tried to speak quietly, and Chu Zhi caught it both times. That's what turned me into a fan. Flying Fish. I came for the Strawberry Goddess, but I left a fan of Chu Zhi. The way he rushed to help someone without a second's hesitation. He won me over in a single frame. Even viewers who weren't part of the Little Fruits fandom, who didn't care about celebrities at all, were converted. In short, after Chu Zhi unified his fandom, he expanded it even further. Many people who never thought they'd become fans found themselves drawn in by him. Take Liao Zheng and Mountain Child, perfect examples. This influx of new fans meant there were now more skilled individuals among the Little Fruits. One of them, a data genius who went by the name Sealed Mouth, was a level 1 user in the Orange Home community. He posted a thread along with a video edit. I used to think all Idol fans were fools. Today, I think I might be one too. Gentle has practically become a backhanded compliment these days. But people like Chu Zhi, he's what true gentleness looks like. My teacher once told me, gentleness is often shaped by suffering. Many people who've been through pain don't want others to suffer like they did. That compassion, that's what we call gentleness. Not many know this, but Chu Zhi used to be socially anxious too. His personality changed drastically. The 7 to 8 minute video opened with behind-the-scenes footage from Chu Zhi's time on Sons of the Future, covering his progression from the top 24 to 12, 8, and finally the top 4. You can see it right there. Back when Chu Zhi debuted, he was an unknown. He had no leverage, no presence. Combine that with his introverted nature, and his words kept getting cut off or ignored. He wasn't even 20 yet. Shy, barely speaking. After the 3-minute mark, the video shifted to highlight his meteoric rise. From his debut to peak fame, every event he attended turned into a frenzy. Press conferences, interviews, live performances, it was all compiled into one clear progression. These are early materials anyone can find online. Nothing is taken out of context. I'll link everything in the comments for those who want to verify. Whether it was during interviews or live shows, anytime Chu Zhi was cued to speak, things would get awkward. Hashtag cold type idol actually trended on Weibo back then. He was just like most people, awkward around strangers, unsure of what to do. Then he got framed. The internet's backlash lasted half a year. Severe depression, moderate anxiety, even a suicide attempt. How does someone like that turn out? Angry? Withdrawn? Indifferent? I'd get it. Anyone would. But Chu Zhi didn't become bitter. He became better. He endured his mental illness, and now he uses that strength to help others. The last minute and a half of the video presented comparisons. Tan Lu and Luo Jianwei often got overlooked in shows like The Journey Among the Stars and Back to the Countryside, just like Chu Zhi had been in the past. Ban Ku, gaming addict Kai Jia, and Shou Chang also suffered awkward silences on various shows. The video showed side-by-side splits. Back then, Chu Zhi faced those silences alone. Now, others had him to step in and help. Sealed. Mouth's post was shared over 200,000 times on Weibo. It blew up on Douyin and Bilibili too, though many media accounts shamelessly removed the watermark and reposted it as their own. Have some shame. Even after all he's been through, he still wants to treat others gently? My brother is the same. He became gentle because someone once treated him with kindness. Chu Zhi knows how bad pain feels, so he doesn't want anyone else to suffer. People throw the word gentle around carelessly, but with him, it's real. Does Chu Zhi not feel pain? Among the flood of comments, one sentence stood out. Does Chu Zhi not feel pain? Of course he does. Nightmares every night. Less than 5 hours of sleep. Dependence on cigarettes and alcohol to get through the day. Anyone else with those symptoms would be half a ghost by now. Sealed mouth lit the spark. Then came Li Jufu, a level 7 veteran of Orange Home known as Lucky Little Rascal, who also happened to be a published novelist. He dug deeper. Brother Jiu is always shown eating a lot on shows like The Journey Among the Stars, Back to the Countryside. I'm a singer-songwriter, and even the launch event for Shouting to the Center of the World. At first, I thought it was just a foodie persona. But thinking back, his team never promoted that angle. That leaves one possibility: binge eating caused by severe depression. Malabsorption from stress, which would explain why he's still so thin. As a man, I feel terrible for him. Piece by piece, fans started to realize how poor Chu Zhi's health might be. That only deepened their admiration. To date, Chu Zhi had only appeared in 4 major variety shows. I Really Am a Singer, I'm a Singer-Songwriter, The Journey Among the Stars, and Back to the Countryside 4, plus 1 live show Red Dream. And yet from that limited footage, fans had unearthed so much. The day after the premiere of Back to the Countryside 4, a bizarre hashtag topped the trending list. Hashtag please drink more saline water. Curious, people clicked in and discovered that too many little fruits had cried watching the episode. Eyes hurt, heads ached, so fans started drinking saline water to increase blood flow and ease the pain. The buzz was overwhelming, even surprising Luo Xuanyuan, the producer of Back to the Countryside. We might need to step in and guide the conversation. I'm worried something could go wrong, Luo said, clearly panicking. Lan Wui told him to calm down. The hotter it gets, the more we need to manage it. Just how hot was it? Luo thought for a moment, then forwarded the latest post from a Central District environmental agency to Lan Wui. Fireflies is such a beautiful song. The line, the stars in the sky are crying, the roses on the ground are wilting. Chu Zhi said the stars cry because there are too many lights stealing their glow. It's a metaphor for light pollution. And the wilting roses? A reminder to protect the environment. Love Chu Zhi. Love the earth. Even environmental groups were riding the wave. Lan Wui finally saw the seriousness of the situation. He quickly changed tack and issued statements urging fans to value their lives, to be aware of depression, and to keep going. After hanging up, he posted on both his personal and the official Back to the Countryside accounts. But it still didn't feel like enough. He thought it over and decided to call the man at the center of it all, Chu Zhi. At that moment, Chu Zhi was heading to the set of My Love from the Stars when something caught his eye. Brother Chu, want to give it a shot? His assistant, Xiao Zhu, asked. If so, I'll get some tokens. A claw machine. But instead of toys, it was filled with Chu Zhi merchandise made by JYP. There were 2 machines, a small one with chibi keychains and autograph cards, and a larger one with body pillows. A bit childish for elementary schoolers, just right for adults. He didn't want to see what Korean merch looked like. Xiao Zhu bought 30 tokens, and Chu Zhi didn't win a single thing. No joke, This machine is rigged, he grumbled. The claw was too loose. Just as he was about to buy more tokens, Lon Wui's call came through. After some pleasantries, Lon mentioned the online uproar. He urged Chu Zhi to post something encouraging, to remind fans not to give up, to talk about depression. Chu Zhi didn't refuse. He logged into his account, carefully drafted his words, then posted, "At eating a big orange. There's only one truly serious philosophical question: suicide. Deciding whether to go on living or not is never simple. My personal take: you have to live to see good things happen. I hope everyone chooses to live." The post opened a floodgate of confessions. Every family had its hardships. No one's life was easy. My father died in a car accident last year. My mother got sick from the grief. My grades tanked. I won't make it into college. I don't even know what job I can get. I've lost all confidence. I didn't know why I was still alive. Until Agio said, "I hope everyone chooses to live." Would you die for me? Dying is easy. Then would you live for me? I'm willing to live for Agio. My wife passed away 2 years ago. I kept telling myself she was just asleep. I was so calm at the funeral, my daughter thought I didn't care. I never stopped working. But one day, after saving enough to buy a small house by the sea, a dream my wife and I shared, I realized she was really gone. Too calm is just another way of saying you're in denial. 764 days after she passed, I was diagnosed with depression. Should I still live? Number 354. Sweet like sugar. I can beat esophageal cancer. I believe in what Brother Joe said. As long as I'm alive, good things will come my way. I believe it because he said it. I don't like talking about myself. All you get online are strings of "stay strong." No one truly understands what you feel. Both of my parents were seriously ill at the same time. I'd be doing homework and suddenly feel chest pains or break down sobbing, my head aching unbearably. Relatives would just keep saying "stay strong." I honestly thought of ending it all. But Brother Gio inspired me with his actions. You don't drown by falling into water, you drown by staying there. That's why he keeps pulling people to shore. There are 2 sources of light in my life, Ultraman and Gio Y. Now I understand this lyric from once. I also thought of ending it all. Because people like you exist, I started to look forward to this world, even just a little. I've really wanted to die, but I don't want to make my grandma and mom sad. When I was at my lowest point last year, it was Gio Y who saved me. He's my light. Chu Zhi's social media comment section was flooded with over 100,000 messages within just 5 hours that morning. The top-liked comments were filled with pain and grief. Society isn't just luxury influencers on Xiaohongshu or rich people flaunting their wealth. Nor is everyone earning less than 50,000 yuan a month a loser, like some claim on Douyin. For many, life is a tangled mess of hardship. And that's exactly what the comment section felt like. A place where countless fans said that Chu Zhi was their emotional anchor, their guiding light. It might sound silly, relying on a celebrity as your emotional support. But if your family is in crisis, and that crisis bleeds into your own life, while you haven't yet stepped into society and have no means to fix anything, when you can't even find someone to talk to, and all your pain festers inside you until it becomes unbearable, is it really silly that a celebrity becomes your lifeline? No. As long as it isn't illegal, any source of emotional support should be free from mockery. Does it feel like a burden to be that anchor for so many people? Maybe it would to some. Carrying the hopes and lives of others is no light task. But to the actor who plays the Emperor Beast, it feels secretly thrilling. Pressure? What even is that? For the Emperor Beast, acting is a passive skill. It doesn't tire him in the slightest. He's 100% confident he won't self-destruct. If I could be someone's lifelong emotional anchor, damn, that would be amazing, Chu Zhi murmured while scrolling through comments during the crew's lunch break. He came across the second most liked comment, a man whose wife had been diagnosed with depression over 700 days after her death. Many replied with comfort, saying things like, "Your child has already lost a mother. They can't lose a father too. And your wife would want you to keep living well." All the replies were well-meaning. Chu Zhi, using his alt account Big Orange, replied, "I hope you choose to keep living." After reading through the comments, Chu Zhi replied to about 7 or 8 messages before the crew started returning to the set. "Mr. Chu, here's your lunch." The logistics manager, Mr. Liu, personally brought him his meal. "Thanks, Mr. Liu," Chu Zhi replied. No problem at all. Mr. Chu, you're the backbone of our crew. The success or failure of the production rides on your shoulders, Lu said warmly. This was what you called preferential treatment. Chu Zhi's meal box was filled with his favorite Chinese dishes. Even the lead actress, Song Minghee, got standard crew meals. Even the person delivering the food was different. Lu just wanted more chances to talk with Chu Zhi and get on his radar. A chance to be remembered by an Asian megastar. Chu Zhi was working toward completing the high-carb day *550 achievement. Finishing it would reward him with 10 personality coins. He could eat 3 lunchboxes a day. No one in the crew ate more than he did. Chu Zhi's suffering, binge eating like this, muttered Xiao Zhuzi quietly while eating her own meal in the break tent, watching as the actor devoured box after box. She thought to herself, the internet was right. Chu Zhi is really Psy. Earlier that morning, Sister Wang had even called to remind her. Take good care of him. Stir-fried pork with fermented black beans, shredded pork in garlic sauce, and spicy rabbit with green chili. 3 dishes, all gone in under 45 minutes. Then Chu Zhi headed to the designated smoking area. He started working toward another achievement. With a soft ding, he unlocked the smoking *2500 milestone, gaining 9 personality coins. His balance went back up to 19. It seemed like a lot, but once he finished customizing his album with 12 songs, 10 coins would be deducted. That left him with only 9 truly usable coins. The system had gotten smarter. It now froze coins in advance. If it didn't, you could technically skip picking the final song and borrow those coins. But now they were locked. He still had 8 songs left to choose for his custom album. Glancing at the achievements panel again, the King of Looks and Carb Lover achievements were almost complete too. Haven't picked a blind box in a while. First, a daily ritual. Chu Zhi opened the Orang Home app on his phone and used the built-in Today's Fortune card, basically a fortune-telling mini-program. Why did Orang Home have something like that? Because Today's Fortune card always gave good results. You literally couldn't draw a bad one. Chu Zhi pulled a supreme good luck card. Everything will go your way today. You'll shine brightly and attract good fortune. A perfect day to open blind boxes, he told the system, initiating a prize draw. Voice of the First Emperor. Title: Grass, I am grass. Rare item: No Fear Cold Jelly. It's Dawn Prize Pack. Sparrow Prize Pack. Special Grand Prize: Ray Charles's musical talent. The No Fear Cold Jelly allowed the user to wear short sleeves even in sub-zero temperatures. But reduplicated words are cringe, Chu Zhi thought to himself. The special prize caught his eye again. Ray Charles. Yet another music legend he hadn't heard of before. He did a quick search. Ray Charles was once called the only genius in the music industry. A bit exaggerated, maybe, but he did invent soul music. That genre that Yang Guiyun always went on about, soul. Ray Charles didn't exist in this parallel world. In this version of history, someone else became the godfather of soul. But Charles's genius, as it existed on Earth, still translated through. Anyone who could invent a genre had to be top tier. The prize packs, It's Dawn and Sparrow, were also excellent. Han Hong and Li Ronghao's representative works. Especially It's Dawn. Its lyrics were powerful, meant to be sung with deep sorrow. It could move an entire audience. That song also had a tragic origin. In Guizhou's Mailing River scenic area, a cable car once fell during operation. In that fleeting moment, a couple lifted their 2-year-old son high into the air. When rescue arrived, the boy had only minor injuries. Musical note: I heard a thunderous boom echo through the valley. It was that autumn. I would never again see my father's face. Musical note: This song is too emo, Chu Zhi muttered. Voice of the First Emperor again. Before that, there was the voice of the Emperor. That's 2 or 3 times now, and I still haven't pulled it. He checked the rest of the prize pool. Grass, I am grass, was an epic tier title. When worn, the user would grow more energetic under sunlight, just like a sprouting blade of grass. Let's do this. Time to pick a box. 6 prizes were shuffled into 6 identical boxes. The boxes spun wildly, completely indistinguishable. 30 seconds later, the spinning stopped. Chu Zhi picked one at random. He opened it. Blue light flared. Voice of the First Emperor. Chu Zhi grinned. Honestly, he preferred this over the special prize. The Voice of Despair and Angel's Gospel were great too, but to speak with the conquering voice that once unified 6 kingdoms? Now that's pure dominance. If he wasn't on set right now, he would have launched in to serve my country with loyalty on the spot. After picking a blind box and taking a short break, it was time to resume filming. When the day wrapped up, the lead actress Song Minghee approached him. "Mr. Chu, do you have time tonight? Want to grab dinner together?" "Sorry, I made a reservation at Jiaoen 2 weeks ago." Chu Zhi declined politely. "Jiaoen? That's a famous fine dining restaurant. It's hard to get a table. I hope you enjoy the meal." Song Minghee smiled and said they'd find time another day. She had been acting alongside the man dubbed the succubus who lures girls into darkness by South Korean media. Naturally, she developed a crush. Song Minghee wasn't exactly superficial, but Chu Zhi, however, showed no sign of interest. Outside of the script, he kept a strict distance, with no intention of forming anything deeper. Was Song Minghee beautiful? Absolutely. But so what? It didn't shake Chu Zhi's focus. He had actually booked a table at Jiaoen, Seoul's Michelin 3-star restaurant. They claimed to serve authentic Korean royal court cuisine. He wasn't swayed by hype. He was just curious about what royalty actually ate. While on the way to the restaurant, his friend Li Fei called him. He was also in Seoul. Li Fei was one of the Big One and Little Five, the rising stars of the Chinese entertainment world. The Little Five were Zhou Guowu, Lin Xiao, Wu Tang, Su Yiwu, and Li Fei. The Big One was Chu Zhi. Some fans disliked the Little label, saying it sounded immature, like Little Flower actresses, and preferred the title One Titan, 5 Powerhouses. They met up in Myeongdong. It had been a while. Li Fei now sported a buzz cut. Was he going for the rugged look? "Jiawai, you've put me through hell," Li Fei said the moment they met. Chu Zhi stayed silent, waiting for the next part. "I've been trying to learn Japanese and Korean. My brain's about to explode." Li Fei groaned like a true academic underachiever. Huh. Chu Zhi was aware that trainees were getting more competitive lately, but Li Fei was a top star back home. Seeing his confusion, Li Fei quickly explained. "Not hard to understand. Both. My Japanese and Korean EPs sold over 1 million copies. Jiawai, you really are something. You've blown open the market. Back home, selling 200,000 copies is considered phenomenal. After some discussion, my management decided we should shift some focus to Japan and Korea. Try to expand. Not just me. Wu Tang and Shin Yun are here too." Li Fei clapped Chu Zhi's shoulder. "You sounded the trumpet for the Chinese wave to counterattack South Korea. The cultural pushback into South Korea was a great thing. But could they really rival K-pop idols? Even GZ boy band, whom Chu Zhi had utterly crushed, was still a top-tier force in Asia. All that aside, Jiawai, do you have any language learning hacks? I'm dying here. It took me 2 months just to barely learn Japanese." Li Fei suddenly changed the subject. Maybe he had bottled it up for too long. The moment they met, he unleashed everything. Chu Zhi didn't say a word. "Forget it. Let's just go eat first." Li Fei finally ran out of steam. "Japanese and Korean are both tough to learn. You managed to pick up Japanese in 2 months. Way better than me." Chu Zhi responded, easily picking out the one sentence that revealed Li Fei was just showing off. "With your talent, Fei Ji, a bit more patience and Korean will be just as easy. I'm hungry too." Chu Zhi took the lead. "Let's go. I've already reserved a spot." A Michelin 3-star restaurant wasn't necessarily worth the hype, but most of them required booking at least a week in advance. The only reason Li Fei had a reservation was that Chu Zhi had originally booked the table for Xiao Zhuzi. Since plans changed, he decided to treat a friend instead and save the date with Xiao Zhuzi for another time. They made their way to the basement level of the Horim Art Center on Dosendero in Gangnam, where Chu Zhi and Li Fei sat down to a meal advertised as Korean royal cuisine. Starters: raw marinated beef with lettuce wraps, fresh sea urchin sashimi, and chilled citrus marinated crab sticks. Soup: creamy corn soup. Steamed dishes: abalone steamed in white wine and fish steamed in red wine. Mains: a rice set with small filet mignon cubes. Out of everything, the dish Chu Zhi liked best was the kimchi in the rice set. Li Fei's meal was more or less the same. The dominant cooking methods were steaming, grilling, and boiling. If this really was how Korean royalty ate, then their royal lives must have been miserable. And if it wasn't, then the restaurant was straight up lying. Either way, Chu Zhi would not recommend the place. At 380,000 won per person, it wasn't the most expensive meal ever, but definitely not worth the price. Fortunately, Li Fei wasn't picky. His stance on food was simple. As long as it's edible, it's fine. After dinner, Chu Zhi dropped Li Fei off at his hotel. Since he was filming nearby, Chu Zhi had chosen a hotel close to the set, while Li Fei was staying at the Shilla Stadium near Myeongdong, quite a distance away. No wonder Jiwai is so beloved by the whole fanbase. Being around him is more comfortable than being with my mom, Li Fei mumbled. He'd grown up in a single-parent household and had lived with his mother ever since he became famous. Back at his hotel, Li Fei didn't go to sleep right away. He had a short video call with his language tutor to study for a bit. Flying wore me out. Let's stop here for today, Li Fei said. The tutor had no objections, and they ended the call. Li Fei had felt tired moments ago, but as soon as the call ended, he was wide awake. Excuses always sound flawless to the person making them. Li Fei knew full well how important it was to learn Korean quickly if he wanted to break into the South Korean market. But knowing something and actually doing it were two different things. Tonight, Li Fei gave up. He sprawled out on the bed, aimlessly scrolling through his phone. His notifications bar was flooded with app alerts. Baidu. If all of life is suffering, then Chu Zhi is a piece of candy. Quark browser. If thinking of others becomes a habit, is there still room for the self? Douyin. I have a friend with severe depression. He's doing well. His name is Chu Zhi. Weibo. Why Chu Zhi has become a psychological anchor for so many fans. Duolingo. Why is Chu Zhi fluent in multiple languages? Because he has a unique study method. All these notifications with Jiwai's name. And what's up with Duolingo? Even they're trying to cash in on the hype. Li Fei muttered in frustration. He sometimes used the app to practice languages, but the notification title really rubbed him the wrong way. He tapped on Baidu out of curiosity. The comments were full of things like, Jiwai is definitely candy, so sweet, I want to eat him. He, Chu sugar he. A piece of sweetness in this bitter life. This candy makes my days just a little better. On Quark, the fans were arguing. Some believed Chu Zhi should be more selfish and take better care of himself, while others argued that this selflessness was what made him who he was. The comment section was a battlefield. You're all fighting here, but do you think Jiwai is actually going to change? Li Fei grumbled. He liked to think of himself as a rational person, someone who wouldn't lose his temper online. A Weibo post analyzed why Chu Zhi had reached such heights. The advice? Keep expanding your knowledge, keep learning, keep trying. Even if you couldn't be a full Chu Zhi, you could at least become half of one. Plenty of netizens agreed in the comments. Why do so many celebs crash and burn? A while back it was Li Xingwei's scandal with his girlfriend, then Zhou Guowu cheating with multiple people. Is it really that hard to be like Chu Zhi? Not asking them to be totally selfless like Chu Zhi, but is it really that hard to be a positive role model? One by one, the commenters compared other celebrities to Chu Zhi, and none of them measured up. What the hell? Keeping up your knowledge and constantly learning is easy? Who are these out-of-touch idiots? Li Fei exploded. His schedule was packed to the brim. Outside of Chu Zhi, who else in the entertainment industry had time to study every day? Unrealistic. Still fuming, Li Fei bought a South Korean SIM card and created a burner account to argue with people online. He didn't stop until 4 or 5 in the morning. The next day, Li Fei had a meeting with SM Entertainment to discuss his Korean language album. Meanwhile, Chu Zhi continued filming as Professor Bai. My Love from the Stars would wrap in about a month, though Chu Zhi's scenes would be done in 2 weeks. As the saying goes, no boss without trouble, no drama without a bug. With China's top support player Liao Dazhong on his team, Chu Zhi figured even a dog on a leash could carry. Compared to that, his acting was at least better than a dog's. Since Chu Zhi had to travel back and forth between China and South Korea, the production crew adjusted the schedule to concentrate his scenes. It was clear how much clout he had. Fame had its perks. Once filming wrapped, Chu Zhi planned to treat the entire crew to a celebration dinner. He knew they were accommodating him because of his popularity, so a gesture of thanks was only fair. Even after shooting wrapped one evening, Chu Zhi couldn't relax. He still had to head to SBS to record a song. The show's theme song, My Destiny, was produced by Choi Ho, a well-known South Korean music producer and mid-level executive at the network. Mr. Chu, we're all confident in your singing. One of the strongest voices in all of Asia. Choi Ho greeted him with praise. Appreciate the hard work, Producer Choi. Chu Zhi replied as he entered the booth. Recording began. Chu Zhi's vocals had reached a whole new level. With the combined talents of Farinelli and Chung Die, calling his progress leaps and bounds might be an understatement, but not by much. Even without using any of his abilities or triggering any vocal buffs like Drunken Immortal or Perfect Voice, Chu Zhi was already a top-tier singer. The first take of My Destiny could have easily been the final one, but to be safe, the production team recorded 2 full versions. The session wrapped in under an hour. Mr. Chu, ever been to Changyingmi 588? If not, we should swing by tonight, Choi Ho suggested afterward. Whoa, Changyingmi 588, the most infamous red light district in South Korea. Although it took a hit after the 2004 anti-prostitution law, everyone who really knew the scene understood that it hadn't disappeared. It had just gone upscale. I've got scenes to film tomorrow. I'll pass, Chu Zhi declined. There were too many temptations in the entertainment world. Fortunately, the Emperor Beast was someone who knew how to stay in control. During this phase of filming, both Netflix and SBS began promoting the show. Even though production wasn't finished, the hype machine had to start early. Online headlines exploded. Chu Zhi's first on-screen kiss. Chu Zhi and Song Ming-hee formed the ultimate screen couple. Live performance of the theme song. Chu Zhi, the on-set final boss, showcases his musical talent. Netflix and SBS team up for the most anticipated K-drama of the winter. Over 10 million fans across Asia. This is the drama you can't afford to miss this year. South Korean media went wild, centering their promotions entirely around Chu Zhi. Understandably so. After all, they were paying big bucks for his star power. On Naver Movies, the show's anticipation ratings surpassed 190,000. Since every vote had to come from a unique user posting a comment, that kind of number all but guaranteed the show wouldn't flop. Back in China, though Chu Zhi wasn't physically present, his name still stirred waves, this time in a government-led media meeting. The venue was a modest one, number 5 West Chang'an Avenue in Beijing. Those familiar with the city would know exactly what kind of place that was. This celebrity has seriously upright values, said chief editor Hu of Prosecutors Daily, while watching a projected video of Chu Zhi's rescue efforts from Back to Basics and earlier footage of him saving people during an earthquake. Born of heroes, a hero himself. The brilliance of that bloodline can't be erased, added chief editor Lin of Guangming Daily. His personal conduct is full of positivity. His album Chu Ci, Ode to Orange Trees, is rooted in traditional Chinese aesthetics. He even encourages fans to study for their college entrance exams. He's not only talented, but represents China in the arts. A perfect idol, said chief editor Huang of Liberation Daily. I agree. Remember the Adidas incident? Chu Zhi boldly said no to foreign capital interests. That alone shows his patriotism. And he has a solid family background, said chief editor Jiang of People's News. The 4 major state media outlets, People's News, Liberation Daily, Guangming Daily, and Prosecutors Daily, along with 5 others, including People's Daily, Xinhua News, Economic Daily, PLA Daily, and Workers Daily, all participated. While each editor's words might not individually represent official policy, when all 9 shared the same stance, it undeniably reflected the government's position. This meeting was deliberately arranged by the publicity department, aiming to push Chu Zhi into the national spotlight. The timing was also intentional, coinciding with the airing of Back to Basics Season 4, Episode 2. Though the episode hadn't been filmed yet, its general outline was set. It would center on descendants of martyrs. By mid-August, Chu Zhi flew back to Magic City to take a few photos with Grandpa Chen at the airport, then boarded another flight to Spring City, heading to Zhishuangbana to film the next episode. Number 355. Not like a celebrity. Having been here once before, Chu Zhi was already familiar with the way. He took the little 3-wheeler on his own, no need for anyone to come pick him up, and found his way to the mushroom house. Inside and out, the place was quiet. Only Dekong was there. Chun Mei and Ban Ku had been part of the first guest group, so it made sense for them to be gone. But Min Zhongbei was supposed to stay for 2 weeks. Why wasn't he around either? Dekong, where is everyone? Chu Zhi asked. Zhou Dakong replied. Teacher Kuan had something to take care of on the back hill, and Teacher Lan took Brother Min and Xiao Mei out for a morning run. A morning run sounded good, but judging from Zhou Dakong's answer, why hadn't he gone? Chu Zhi didn't even need to ask. Dakong explained on his own. I was supposed to go too, but Teacher Kuan asked me to feed the cows. Zhou Dakong looked aggrieved, like the only kid left behind to clean the classroom while the whole class went on a field trip. Brother Jiao, let's feed the cows together. It's really fun, Zhou Dakong invited. Nope. Chu Zhi shook his head without hesitation. I'm kinda scared of chickens and cows. Scared of cows? Why? Zhou Dakong couldn't understand. I mean, I get being afraid of bugs or snakes, but chickens and cows? We eat them all the time. Oh, Dakong. Chu Zhi slung an arm around his shoulder. He was about 183 centimeters tall, while Dakong stood around 179, so the gesture came naturally. There are some things in this world, Chu Zhi said, that are better left unknown. But Zhou Dakong tried to speak again, but Chu Zhi's look stopped him. So, he went off with a bundle of hay to feed the cows alone. Why would someone like the Emperor Beast be afraid of chickens and cows? Back when he was a kid, Chu Zhi had spent some time in foster care at his hometown. He couldn't remember whether he'd provoked it or not, but one day a chicken had pecked his big toe hard enough to draw blood, and then a big yellow cow had bumped into him. Which explained why, both before and after transmigrating, Chu Zhi's favorite food had always been chicken and beef. He turned and entered the mushroom house, returned to the room he had stayed in 2 weeks ago, and put his things down. Back in the mushroom house once again, wandering aimlessly around the room, he remembered director Luo Xuanyuan's whispered reminder to give some airtime to their sponsor. Like the Xiao Du smart assistant from Baidu, correction, smart device. About the size of a radio, it had a built-in screen and sat on the living room shelf. Most of the time, it just showed the time. It was called the Xiao Du Smart Display, priced around 200 or 300 yuan. Is this the Xiao Du that can answer any question? Chu Zhi recited the sponsor's lines. Then he continued, Xiao Du. Search for information on the artist Chu Zhi. Chu Zhi, born September 9, 1998, in Fuling District, Shanxing City. A singer, actor, and music producer in mainland China. Member of the Presidium of the Chinese Musicians Association. Debuted through the Son of the Future, Becoming. Xiaodu began reading off his Baidu Baiki profile. Chu Zhi genuinely felt it was pointless. He scanned the room. Still no one around. He used the quiet moment to mull over the latest issue from his agency team. Should he spend time recording a Russian album, casually releasing 3 singles like Opera, Opera 2, and Lullaby? Or release a full, formal Japanese album? Tough decision. He had quite a few songs, especially with the Conan soundtrack box set in his possession. As an adult, he wanted both. But time was tight this year. It was already mid-August, and he hadn't even finalized the theme of the new album, let alone written anything. On camera, Chu Zhi stared blankly into the distance, eyes filled with anxiety. His cameraman Lao Zhan couldn't help but feel a bit sad. The Emperor Beast wasn't supposed to look sad. His thoughts jumped around too easily. He started with the Russian versus Japanese album dilemma, then leapt to wondering what theme his third album should have. Maybe a classic love ballad collection? Something like Goodbye Kiss, Love Like Tides, You Make Me Drunk. He had enough songs in his library to make a truly iconic album. Then again, maybe now wasn't the right time for a love song collection. About 10 minutes later, Lan Wui, Min Zhongbei, and Tan Lu returned from their morning run. Lan the chef was soaked in sweat. Xiao Mei was gasping for breath. Only Min Zhongbei looked totally fine, not even panting. Clearly, he had slacked off again for the sake of the show. Xiao Jiao back from Seoul? Lan Wui asked. When does filming there wrap up? A smooth segue into Chu Zhi's new drama. A well-played favor. Should be done by next week. My scenes are almost finished, Chu Zhi replied. It'll probably air around Christmas. I'll definitely watch and support it, Lan Wui said. If I had your face, I'd be filming movies every day, Min Zhongbei joked. You could totally coast on your looks. Why insist on using talent too? What are people like me, who only have talent, supposed to do? What nonsense, Brother Min, Chu Zhi said. You obviously rely on your looks too. Min Zhongbei chuckled. That kind of praise, he had no choice but to accept. Tan Lu trailed behind the others. When she got within 50 meters of her idol, she lowered her head. She had cried for days after the trending news from earlier that week. Facing Chu Zhi again, she was afraid the same grief might overwhelm her. She was the sentimental type, often crying while listening to other people's stories. And this was her idol. She wrote songs by channeling emotion. If I ever felt that wronged, I'd want the whole world to know. That was what Tianlu thought. She felt her idol was just too naive. But maybe that was exactly why she adored him so much. Once the greetings were done, Lan the chef waited for teacher Kuan to return from the back hill before preparing breakfast. The menu, a local specialty, rice noodles known as RSI. RSI looked a little like rice vermicelli. If you'd never eaten it before, that was a good enough comparison. Bellies full, the 6 of them lay on rocking chairs, swaying gently. There was a saying, sit in a row, eat melons. Now it was more like sway in a row. The moment had its own simple beauty. But beautiful moments never lasted long. Half an hour later, Lan the chef snapped everyone back to reality with a job. Carry 100 gene of bananas back to the mushroom house. The main labor force was Chu Zhi, Zhou Dakong, and Tan Lu. 100 gene didn't sound like much split 3 ways, just over 40 gene per person. But without proper lifting techniques, by the time they got the bananas from the plantation to the house, their shoulders felt like they were falling off. Tan Lu wasn't very strong, so Chu Zhi and Dakong took on more of the load. The whole job took over an hour. So tired. My love for bananas just dropped dramatically, Zhou Dakong groaned. Chu Zhi and Xiao Mei didn't say anything, but it was obvious they felt the same. After a break, the clock ticked to around 10. That familiar moment arrived. The phone rang. Everyone rushed to the living room. Teacher Kuan picked up and turned on speakerphone. Everyone leaned in, ears perked. Min Zhongbei confidently said they had nothing to worry about. He was the master of prediction. Mushroom house. Is this the mushroom house? Come in, come in. A deep male voice. He was clearly forcing it lower. Mushroom house here. Loud and clear. Teacher Kuan answered, playing along. The man said, we're placing an order. Grilled chicken wings and steam pot chicken. Message delivered. Over and out. Lan Wui thought the voice sounded oddly familiar. He racked his brain trying to match it, but couldn't. His brow furrowed in confusion. How many people? Teacher Kuan asked, still not sure who the caller was. 2. Just 2. The voice didn't waste any time. Before anyone could ask more, the call disconnected. Not much to go on. Who could it be? Teacher Kuan turned a questioning look to Min Zhongbei, who had just guaranteed results. Too few lines. If they'd said 1 or 2 more things, I'd definitely have figured it out, Min Zhongbei said. Yeah, sure. Who believed that? What is steam pot chicken? Kuan Yin saw an opportunity and slipped in a plug. Xiao Du, what is steam pot chicken? The artificially retarded Xiao Du read out the encyclopedia entry again, and even displayed a photo of the dish on screen. Steam pot chicken? That requires special cookware. Are they trying to make things difficult for me? Lan Wui began to wonder how they were supposed to fulfill the guest's request. Looks like we'll have to borrow one from the neighbors. Dakong, go greet the guests, Kuan Yin instructed. I'm coming too, Min Zhongbei said, standing up. I want to see who managed to use a fake voice and still slip past my ears. Tasks were divided. Chu Zhi and Xiao Mei went to a villager's home to borrow the steam pot. Kuan Yin helped Lan the chef prep ingredients, while Dakong and Min Zhongbei headed down to the village road to meet the guests. The nearest neighbor's home wasn't far, just a few hundred meters away by the roadside. It doubled as a tiny convenience shop. They sold cigarettes, drinks, and a few snacks, nothing fancy. The shopkeeper was a woman in her 50s, with curled hair and a long purple floral dress. She didn't look pleased. Her expression resembled a famous meme, the grumpy cat face. Asking to borrow something from a stranger was always awkward, especially when you weren't even sure they had it. If they said no, the embarrassment would sting. Tan Lu often felt the same way even when asking friends for help. She'd blurt out the request, then quickly follow it up with, but it's totally fine if not, haha. She was still figuring out how to phrase it properly, wondering how she and Chu Zhi could coordinate the ask. But before she could say anything, Chu Zhi stepped forward. Auntie, hello? We're making steam pot chicken, but we don't have the right cookware. Would you happen to have one? If so, could we rent it from you? So direct? Tan Lu was stunned. No small talk. No subtle lead-in like browsing the shelves first and letting the shopkeeper start the conversation. Rent? Nonsense. You can borrow it, the woman replied, scanning the two of them with a sharp eye. Her gaze lingered on Chu Zhi for a long moment, and then it seemed to click. You're that singer who sang the new Drunken Concubine, aren't you? You've heard my song, Auntie. Did you like it? Chu Zhi asked. The woman nodded. It was good. Since you're lending us the steam pot, I'll sing a little something for you. Chu Zhi offered it on his own and launched straight into a few lines from the chorus of the new Drunken Concubine. Musical note. I am the new noble concubine, drunk on the spring breeze. Musical note. Wonderful. Even better than what I heard on TV, she said with a smile. With the pot secured, the two of them began heading back. On the walk home, Tan Lu had something on her mind, but wasn't sure how to start. Xiaomei, do you want to tell me something? Chu Zhi noticed and asked. Brother Gio, it just feels like you don't see yourself as a celebrity, Tan Lu said. Just now, most stars wouldn't offer to sing like that. They wouldn't take the initiative. A celebrity. I think of it as just a job, Chu Zhi said. The spotlight belongs on stage, or in film and TV. It doesn't belong in everyday life among ordinary people. Their side of things went smoothly. Meanwhile, Min Zhongbei and Zhou Dakong waited beneath a tree at the edge of the village. This episode's guests were quite a surprise. Before long, two middle-aged men stepped off a tricycle. Both had a refined maturity about them. From a distance, Dakong recognized them immediately. The guests were Zhang Xiaodong and Li Cheng. Li Cheng was a household name in both acting and directing. He was also a highly successful producer. He founded his own company, Nanfang Lianzhong Media, back in 2003. While it was still a small player compared to the top 20 film and television companies in the mainland, it had never produced a loss-making project. Li Cheng was best known for his work in spy thrillers, both directing and acting. Many of his pieces were considered masterpieces. Online, fans called him the godfather of espionage drama. The other guest, Zhang Xiaodong, was well known for his war films, but not the kitsch, over-the-top ones. His work focused on high-quality, patriotic cinema. Teacher Zhang, Teacher Li, I really enjoy your films. Zhou Dakong rushed forward to greet them. I'm Zhou Dakong, but you can just call me Dakong. He offered to carry their luggage. Min Zhongbei already knew the two men and greeted them casually. Though they had never worked together, they were all on friendly terms. Bet you didn't expect to see me on this show, Li Cheng said. I guessed it was you. Min Zhongbei replied confidently. I'd recognize your voice anywhere, even if you turned into ashes. That phone call couldn't fool me. Ah, but, Li Cheng grinned. That call earlier? It was Xiaodong who made it. Only one person here wasn't embarrassed, and that was Li Cheng. The awkwardness belonged to someone else. But Min Zhongbei wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he turned to Zhang Xiaodong. Then why didn't you make the call? Question mark. Zhang Xiaodong blinked. Li Cheng was speechless. Let's go, back to the mushroom house, Min Zhongbei said. Dakong led the way enthusiastically, dragging the suitcase behind him. With the guests welcomed, it was just about lunchtime. Little Gio just created another tourist attraction by accident, Kuan Yun said as he chewed on a chicken wing, tossing out the topic casually. That thing with the back hill, right? Lan Wui chimed in, then commented on the food. The honey-glazed wings are great. Flavors there, but they were a little overcooked. Just a bit too dry. Yeah, it was about that. Kuan Yun nodded. The village chief is thinking about renovating the trail up the back hill. The chief's a trendy guy, he added. He often live streams to help villagers sell their fruit. Lately, on the Menghan Town website, a lot of visitors have been asking if that little hill where Firefly was sung is actually in Manyuan village. The moment had gone semi-viral. Chu Zhi had sung Firefly on that hill. By all logic, it should have been the song that gained traction. Just like other popular variety shows in the past, full of iconic moments. Yet none had sparked real-world tourism like this. Somehow, an ordinary hill had become a fan pilgrimage site. Even Chu Zhi couldn't quite understand how it happened. Manyuan village doesn't really have tourism resources, Lan Wui said. I helped with pre-production. The whole village is just 2.8 square kilometers, with only 80 households and fewer than 500 residents. Of course the village chief wants to seize this opportunity. Kuan Yun nodded. That's why I only suggested fixing up the path to the back hill. No need to do more than that. Wait, so this is the new attraction? Where exactly is it? Dakong asked. Everyone at the table, Zhang Xiaodong, Li Cheng, Xiaomei, turned to him with puzzled expressions. Number 356. Creating a surprise. Faced with everyone's curiosity, Ku and Yun didn't keep them guessing. In Japan's Hokkaido, Mount Asahi's South Peak had long been neglected due to environmental and various other factors, especially after the development of the North Peak, Ku and Yun explained. Now, with the construction of the brightest star in the night sky viewing spot, the Hokkaido government is investing 5 billion yen. The South Peak's tourism status is now equal to the North Peak. Everyone clicked their tongues in amazement. A celebrity influencing a local government's tourism resource allocation? It sounded like pure fantasy, but the more you thought about it, the more surreal it felt. If the words hadn't come from Ku and Yun himself, they would have dismissed it as some marketing ploy spouted by clickbait accounts. I wonder when I'll have even half of Brother Jo's influence, Zhou Dakong mumbled under his breath. Half. Chef Lon, who had a good grasp of the current celebrity scene, couldn't help but find Zhou Dakong's ambition a bit bold. Even among the current top 5 rising stars like Lin Xia and Zhou Guowu, few could match Chu Zhi's level of influence. Lon Wui quipped, "When you manage to read even half as much as Xiao Jiao, then you can start thinking about influence." Like a bucket of cold water dumped over his head, Zhou Dakong immediately fell silent. Brother Jiao read every single day, including historical texts. Zhou Dakong had tried to follow suit, lasting only 2 days. Well, to be exact, just half an hour on the first day. He couldn't help but wonder, how did Brother Jiao manage to stick with it? Historical books were so boring. Teacher Chu's influence is really one of a kind, Li Chung joked. With influence like that, you should be making more movies. Our patriotic-themed films always struggle at the box office. Didn't the last one just break 800 million? Zhang Xiaodong casually exposed the truth. Teacher Xiaodong always hits where it hurts, Li Chung replied. I was trying to sound pitiful, maybe teacher. Chu would lower his appearance fee. Ha ha ha, if it's teacherly inviting, definitely a discount. A bone-breaking one, said Chu Zhi with a smile. If that doesn't work, we can send in Dakong. He's willing to perform for free, Lan Wui chimed in. MHM. Zhou Dakong nodded like a bobblehead. I'm free, Director Li. Look at me. We'll work together if the opportunity comes, Li Chung responded politely. Of course, if the opportunity comes was the polite way of saying probably not. It wasn't that Li Chung looked down on Zhou Dakong, more that his films, mostly spy thrillers, required smarter-looking leads. And well, Zhou Dakong had a firmly rooted image as the lovable fool. The Hokkaido government seized the opportunity, said Ku and Yun. But for Manuan Village. He paused, then continued. I hope it can also bring in some tourism income. If you hadn't mentioned it today, I wouldn't have known about the situation in Japan, Chu Zhi said. Since Mushroom House chose this location, it should generate a decent amount of income. After dinner, the group settled in for a casual night chat, led by Li Chung and Zhang Xiaodong. The two shared how, back in the day, they used up all their living expenses just to attend auditions. It sounded rough, but as Zhang Xiaodong put it, we had it better than most. Some of our classmates never even got an audition. The next day's task was moving pineapples. Chu Zhi and Tan Lu were on dishwashing duty. After lunch, so the heavy lifting went to Zhang Xiaodong, Li Chung, Zhou Dakong, and Min Zhongbei. Compared to bananas, pineapples were much tougher to carry, heavier, bulkier, and the distance was farther. Luckily, the 4 strong men split the work. Well, except Min Zhongbei, who was a bit physically weaker. Li Chung and Zhang Xiaodong often played roles in war and espionage films, so their physiques were clearly the result of consistent training. Zhongbei, you really need to take better care of your body, Li Chung said. Wearing a bamboo basket stuffed with pineapples, Min Zhongbei was too out of breath to respond. Meanwhile, Chu Zhi and Tan Lu headed to the kitchen. It was at least 20 square meters. Kitchens and studies had something in common. People always bought loads of books or cooking tools, believing it meant they'd read or cook more often. The two divided the dishwashing duties. For Tan Lu, it was both thrilling and nerve-wracking to be alone with her idol. There were a lot of dishes, 8 people's worth. Chu Zhi tackled the greasy plates while Tan Lu washed the rice bowls, which was easier. Alone with Jiwai. Should I say something? Ask about his depression? Probably too personal. Maybe talk about music? His new album. As she zoned out, Chu Zhi's voice pulled her back. You can turn off the tap for now. Let's rinse everything with cool water at the end. Oh, okay. Tan Lu snapped out of it and shut off the gushing faucet. She looked over at her idol, who had filled half the sink and was soaking the dishes with detergent. Right. She noticed that many of her idol's habits were similar to her father's. Not that young people didn't conserve water, just that they didn't pay attention to the little things. He also never wasted food. His plates were always spotless, not just the rice bowls but the stir-fried dishes, too. Chef Lan was always pleased because of this. Her idol was perfect, Tin Lu thought. The only thing that worried her was how often he would gaze off into the distance, looking lost in thought. Within 10-odd minutes, the dishes were clean and neatly put away. Just as they were about to take a break, they heard Kuan Yun's voice from the front yard, calling everyone to come watch the sunset. Nothing more beautiful than a glowing sunset, peaceful and warm. Scenery could heal the soul. Chu Zhi found himself captivated. Red light dappled across his face. Birds took flight in the distance, a perfect match for the old poetic line. Sunset glows as lone wild geese fly. The picturesque moment was captured by the photographer. Everyone at Mushroom House stood silently, soaking in the view for a good half-hour. After this calming moment, Kuan Yun quietly pulled Zhou Dakong and Tan Lu aside. "Dakong, little sis, we're planning a surprise for Xiao Jiu tonight," he whispered. "A surprise? For Brother Jiu?" Zhou Dakong asked. "But his birthday's on September 9, isn't it?" Tan Lu nodded. She had memorized her idol's birthday. "Oh, you actually know Xiao Jiu's birthday?" Kuan Yun raised a brow. Didn't even remember Chef Lan's birthday last time. He gave a look that said, "Well, go ahead, explain that." No, it's different. I just have a bad memory," Zhou Dakong quickly defended. "Brother Jiu's birthday is on September 9th, so that's why he's called Brother Jiu." Well then, the rumors around Chu Zhi's nickname were only getting weirder. Some said it was because he liked to drink, others because of his birthday. None of them were true. "It's not his birthday," said Kuan Yun. "Xiao Jiu won an award, and Mushroom House is throwing a celebration for him." "Of course I'll help," Zhou Dakong said quickly. "Whatever you need me to do." Tan Lu also chimed in. "What exactly do you want us to do, Teacher Kun?" He pulled them close and explained in hushed tones. Soon, the three of them began decorating. Naturally, Zhang Xiaodong, Min Zhongbei, and the rest were all in on it too. When night fell, Chu Zhi was asked by Chef Lan to help replace a pressure cooker and deliver some fruit to the villagers. By the time he returned to Mushroom House, it was already 8:30 p.m. As soon as he stepped in, "First, let's congratulate Xiao Jiu. His original song Zhongguo Run, Chinese People, has received the Outstanding Song Award in the cultural tribute to the 100th anniversary of the founding of the party," Kuan Yun announced. Min Zhongbei added, "Our leader can write any kind of song. With talent like that, of course he won an award." "Congrats, Brother Jiu," Zhou Dakong shouted, setting off a party popper. "Party popper pop. 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 Party popper." Tan Lu and Lan Wui's hands burst with colorful ribbons. Overhead, the living room rafters had even been decorated with balloons. There was definitely a festive vibe. Number 357. Why is it so bittersweet? Chu Zhi had known for a while that his song Chinese People had won an award. On July 1st, the official website of the publicity department of the Communist Party of China had published the results, and his name was listed among the winners of the Excellence Award. But there had been so much buzz surrounding Chu Zhi lately that his team hadn't pushed the news heavily. As a result, it didn't gain much traction online. Here's a little trick. If you ever need to find reliable sources for party-building reports or grassroots write-ups, the Party Building Network has tons of ready-made material. Nobody reviewing your draft could ever say it's wrong. Lan Wui clapped enthusiastically and used his foot to sweep the ribbons on the floor to the side. 7 tribute songs were selected, he said. The average age of the lyricists is over 50, all of them well-established artists. You're the only one, Little Jiu, who stands out because of your age. Tan Lu also offered her congratulations, though her voice was so soft that even Emperor Beast didn't hear it. Mushroom House even prepared a surprise for me. "I'm so surprised," Chu Zhi said, using his signature deadpan humor. Lin Feifei might not be here, but Chu Zhi's nonsense literature certainly was. He looked around at the festive setup, confetti cannons, balloons, mood lighting. They'd clearly put in effort. The balloons were a bit lopsided though. He'd had a lot of practice with this kind of thing. Emperor Beast often helped decorate for birthdays and other surprises. Even before he crossed over, Chu Zhi had mastered the art at the age of 11 or 12, trying everything he could to lift his mother's spirits while she battled depression. Xiao Mei, you should really learn songwriting from Brother Jiu, Zhou Dakong said instinctively, redirecting the attention. Songwriting is really about talent, Tan Lu mumbled. She didn't think she could ever measure up to her idol. Zhou Dakong gave Chu Zhi a once-over with his squinty eyes, feeling like life was just unfair. Several of his favorite songs were written by Chu Zhi, spanning Chinese-style ballads, rock, jazz, pop, even traditional opera. Now Chu Zhi had nailed the patriotic theme too? Too talented. It was infuriating. With that thought, Zhou Dakong set off the last confetti cannon, colorful ribbons exploding right over Chu Zhi's head. Handsome, gifted, and a great personality? You deserve to be blasted. Zhou Dakong screamed internally. Dakong, clean up with the dust vac, Kuan. Yin directed. Of course the dust vac was one of the show's sponsors. Dakong nodded and got to work immediately. Once the confetti excitement died down, the guests sat on the floor around a charcoal pit in the center of the room. The Mushroom House living room was decorated in a local ethnic style, most of the floor covered in rugs. A cement square in the center held a suspended iron pot, bubbling with tamarind. Chef Blue was experimenting with making tamarind juice. Usually, they had to feature their sponsor, Chunching Milk, as a beverage. Tamarind juice didn't get much screen time because it competed for attention. I wonder if Xiao Jiu will give us a live performance, Kuan Yun said, prompting at just the right moment. Sing one. Sing one. The other guests joined in, voices echoing through the house. Let us hear Chinese people live. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'll sing a little then. Chu Zhi replied, giving in to the warm pressure of the crowd. He began. Musical note, 5,000 years of wind and rain. How many dreams have they held? Yellow skin, black eyes. But the smile never changes. 8,000 miles of rivers and mountains, all flowing like a song. Musical note. The song Chinese people is considered a Tier 1 patriotic anthem. While not quite as universally recognized as Tier 0 classics like My Motherland and I, The East is Red, or My Chinese Heart, it's still a heavyweight. Originally composed in 1997, the song gained widespread recognition largely thanks to Andy Lau's massive popularity. The lyrics were penned by top lyricist Lian Xiu, who also wrote Thousand Paper Cranes, Big Brother, and Woman Flower, half of Andy Lau's hits, really. As for performance, Chu Zhi didn't even need studio effects or background music. His pure vocals alone could bring the song to life. The 3-minute a cappella performance ended to a round of thunderous applause. Whether it was the steaming pot or the warmth in the room, the atmosphere had shifted, becoming lively and full. Tan Lu, ever the dedicated fan, listened with special attention. She knew all too well that her idol had achieved 3 miracles: miraculous songwriting, miraculous vocals, and miraculous recovery from depression. No one could catch up to him. It was real. What Chu Zhi accomplished in 1 or 2 years of training, others would need decades to match. His vibrato and vocal control were stunning. Who says young singers need to lip-sync? Zhou Dakong said, standing up to clap. Brother Jiu would never agree to that. Min Zhongbei, second that, said Min Zhongbei. Stop praising me. One more compliment, and I'll start floating, Chu Zhi joked. Teacher Chu is really different from other young stars, said Zhang Xiaodong. They don't pay much attention to this sort of thing, let alone submit tribute songs. Li Chung nodded in agreement. Hand in hand, no more you or me. Heads held high as we move forward. Let the world know we are Chinese. These lyrics are amazing. So simple, yet so powerful. The rise of Huaxia's strength. Their comments were a bit skewed. In truth, many young celebrities had submitted entries, at least 100, if you included lesser-known names. After all, in the fan economy era, even patriotism had become a business opportunity. But writing a song like Chinese people? That wasn't something just anyone could do. And that's why none of theirs got selected. There's an old saying you might not know, Min Zhongbei added. You can always count on Min Zhongbei's acting and Chu Zhi's singing. His forced self-praise made everyone laugh. With Min Zhongbei around, no one ever had to worry about awkward silences. He could carry a whole show by himself. At some point, the tamarind juice was ready. Ku Yin stepped out and returned from the kitchen with a tray of glasses, handing one to each guest. "Oh my God, that's sour," Dakong said after one sip, scrunching his face until his brows and nose were practically touching. Zhang Xiaodong and Li Cheng sprawled out comfortably, looking totally relaxed. This was the life they'd dreamed of. "I've got something to show you," Chef Blue said, getting up to retrieve a box from the top of a large cabinet. "Dadong, help Blue get that," Ku Yin said. "He's got an injury on his foot." The moment Ku Yin finished speaking, Dakong dashed over at lightning speed. Chef Blue had initially wanted to handle it himself, but the pain in his leg left him no choice but to accept the help. The box was black and mushroom-shaped. Definitely not big enough to hide a corpse, but maybe enough to fit a severed head. "What happened to your leg, Teacher Lon?" Xiaomei asked with concern. "I was filming a cameo a few days ago and had a little accident," he said. There was a supporting actor with 7 or 8 assistants fussing around him, worse than the lead. The entertainment industry is such a mess. We need more stars like Little Gio. His frustration was genuine. He'd once been a presenter at the Golden Eagle TV Awards, where a certain idol from a boy love drama had been extremely rude. Of course, not all young idols were bad. He'd met polite ones too. But a single bad apple had ruined the whole bunch for him. For the record, in Chef Blue's mind, Chu Zhi wasn't an idol. He was a real musician. Opening the box, he pulled out a small item. "This is our mushroom capsule. Write your biggest wish on it. The luck of Mushroom House will help it come true." "Oh, I've been waiting for this," Dakong cheered. The mushroom capsule was an old fan favorite. It remained popular, though director Luo Xuanyuan was careful not to overuse it. They'd only do it maybe twice a season. Special shout out to Ace vs. Ace. They really ruined the telephone game by playing it every time. Everyone was given paper and pens to write down their wishes. Some scribbled away immediately. Others took their time. Emperor Beast thought it over carefully and decided to write the wish that truly came from his heart. "I hope I can taste Mom's cooking one more time." Just a single line. He was the first to finish. The small paper would be rolled up and inserted into a glass capsule about the size of a finger. A few minutes later, everyone had finished writing. "Dadong, can you share yours?" Ku Yin asked. Some chose to keep their wishes private. But Dakong boldly slapped his paper on the table. "I hope to act in more amazing productions, hone my skills, and win Best Actor." A lofty goal. At his current acting level, he had a long way to go. Chef Lon and Min Zhongbei both encouraged him with a "keep it up." "My last mushroom capsule wish was may my family always be healthy and happy, and it came true," Chef Blue said. "There have been a few minor illnesses, but no major disasters. I'm writing the same wish again. Mushroom luck, don't fail me." Xiaomei wrote, "I want to create an album that's widely recognized." Note: widely recognized means songs that are highly singable and catchy. Min Zhongbei's wish: "I hope to bring joy to more people, create more excellent comedies, stay energetic, avoid illness and accidents. May everything go smoothly." Li Cheng and Zhang Xiaodong had similar wishes, hoping for the continued growth of the domestic film industry. "What are you writing, Teacher Kun?" Zhou Dakong asked, curiosity lighting up his face. Behind them are heroes, police officers, firefighters, doctors, nurses, and soldiers, all safe and sound. It struck a deeper note. Ku Yin explained, "I hosted a closed event recently, a Tianjin public security night. It gave me some perspective. Every year, we lose far too many officers in the line of duty. Criminals should all be executed." Zhou Dakong blurted without hesitation, then added, "As expected of someone I respect, Teacher Kun, you even managed to host an event like that. Serious social responsibility. Managed to host? Dakong, can you not say it like I snuck in?" Ku Yin corrected him. "Xiao Jiao is actually the public security image ambassador, and also the fire safety ambassador. In terms of fan influence, Xiao Jiao is someone many young celebrities look up to. He uses his public image to give back to society." A dangerous shift in topic had just occurred. "Wait, when did this happen? I didn't even know." Zhou Dakong, who had always been proud of being a fire safety advocate for Guangdong province, was genuinely surprised. He had thought himself impressive, but clearly, there was a higher mountain. "You fake fan," Lan Wui said, turning to Tan Lu. "Xiaomei, tell him how long Xiao Jiao's been an ambassador." Tan Lu responded like reciting from memory. Over a year. Brother Gio has filmed 2 public awareness videos. I'm just a fan. Xiaomei here. She's hardcore, no comparison. Zhou Dakong laughed. I knew about the fire. Safety ambassador bit, said Zhang Xiaodong, shifting in his seat. His sciatica had started to act up. He continued, my son's in middle school, and he's more cautious than us adults when we travel. He turns off the power and gas before we leave. Always says, a man who can prevent a fire is reliable. I later found out he got that from one of Chu Zhi's ads. Well, that ad was shot under the fire department's guidance. The script had been pre-written by the officials. All Chu Zhi did was read his lines. But judging by Zhang Xiaodong's story, the impact had been powerful. Xiao Jio's fanbase spans such a wide age range, Lan Wui remarked. That's not even the half of it, said Zhang Xiaodong. According to my son, all his classmates like Xiao Jio. Mostly because everyone knows how to sing The Lonely Brave. But Xiao Jio's connection to the police and fire departments runs deeper than just public awareness, Kuan Yun said. You could say he's the son of public security and fire services. That made Li Cheng and Min Zhongbei pause. Zhang Xiaodong seemed to grasp part of the meaning. Chu Zhi had written The Lonely Brave for the fire department. It was often used in their official promotional videos, so Son of Fire made sense. But what about Son of Public Security? Chu Zhi hadn't written any songs for the police. Even Nokia Lu, the loyal fangirl, was confused. In most cases, being a son of something meant being recognized by that field, like son of finance or son of hedge funds. Weathering with You was an exception, because it wasn't good. Teacher Kuan always speaks with a certain poetic ambiguity, said Chu Zhi. But yes, my parents were a police officer and a firefighter. So that's what he meant. Besides Lan Wui and Kuan Yun, everyone else looked stunned. Even old John, the cameraman trailing behind them, paused in shock. Parents who were both first responders. Tan Lu frowned in thought. Her idol had never mentioned that before. Still, the surprise didn't last long. Many celebrities in the Beijing scene came from even more extraordinary backgrounds. Some could trace their lineage to founding revolutionaries. Min Zhongbei had been about to say something like, your parents really passed down their sense of duty, but he sensed a shift in Chu Zhi's mood and stopped himself. Police and firefighter. Could it be? Min Zhongbei suddenly imagined something awful. Back to the main topic. Kuan Yun asked, Xiao Jio, what's your wish? Each guest had shared their own wishes. Chu Zhi unfolded his paper. I hope to eat my mother's home-cooked meal again. Zhou Dakong, straightforward and thoughtless as ever, didn't catch the undertone. With your fame, your schedule must be packed. But surely around New Year's or some holiday, that wish can be fulfilled pretty quickly. Could it? Chu Zhi thought to himself. We're not even in the same world anymore. When Chu Zhi remained silent, Zhou Dakong seemed to realize something. Xiao Jio's father died during a rescue operation. His mother was targeted and killed in a gang retaliation, Kuan Yun said quietly. With the success he's achieved today, his parents would be proud, watching from above. From above. Anyone with a functioning brain understood what that meant. Lan Wui added, Xiao Jio often risks himself to save others. Some people online even speculate that he has self-destructive tendencies. But that's a ridiculous notion. His parents died in the line of duty. They were declared national martyrs. He's just following in their footsteps, Lan Wui said, then paused. Bringing this up on a show was brutal, no matter the intent. But it had been a directive from higher up. Orders had to be followed. Still, damn it all, Lan Wui thought bitterly. At least Chu Zhi had been the one to initiate the topic. Question mark. Teacher Chu's parents are both martyrs? Someone blurted out. Li Cheng, Zhang Xiaodong, and Min Zhongbei all felt the gut punch of that statement. A dual martyr household. What kind of childhood was that? Right now, if Chu Zhi had shed tears or even broken down sobbing, they would have understood. But he didn't. His smile remained. Was it just a habitual smile? Lan Wui, a grown man, felt a lump in his throat. My parents died when I was 10 and 11, respectively. They weren't home often either. Their jobs required them to be on call 24/7, Chu Zhi said. So my memory of them is vague. They fulfilled their duty to this country. What he didn't say was, they never got to fulfill their duty to him as parents. Losing both parents before even entering middle school, the kind of pain that must bring. No one spoke. The air turned thick, as if wrapped in layer after layer of concrete. heavy and unmoving. Tianlu felt like she was drowning. Her chest rose and fell, but breathing was impossible. Zhou Dakong and Min Zhongbei, usually the ones who could shift the mood with a joke, were completely silent. What kind of personality did it take to speak so calmly about such a past? Lan Wui no longer just felt uncomfortable. His heart felt like it was being pierced over and over. I was raised by my grandfather. He had the biggest influence on me, Chu Zhi said. I remember the last episode, during the Truth or Dare bottle spin, Kuan Yun added. You said your grandfather changed your life. Teacher Chu's career is flourishing now, Zhang Xiaodong said gently. The tough days are behind you. Li Cheng chimed in. He raised 2 martyrs, and someone like you, Teacher Chu. I'm sure your grandfather had great character. He can enjoy his golden years now. Whatever he didn't get to eat or play with while young, he can do now, Zhou Dakong said, gesturing as he spoke. My grandpa's retired life is downright luxurious. They all tried to lift the mood. The last topic had been too bleak. Time to dream, eh? Little about the future. Xiaojiu, your grandfather must be so proud of you. Even silver-tongued Kuan Yun stumbled for words. Maybe, Chu Zhi replied. I'm not sure. The Emperor Beast wasn't sure, because he knew what the original version of him had ended up becoming. He wasn't sure his grandfather and parents would be proud, or simply pained. They would be. They're watching from above. Kuan Yun's voice was firm. All the guests felt a hand grip their throats. Unable to speak. Even his grandfather had passed. They hadn't expected everything to fall on the shoulders of one person. Their kind intentions suddenly felt like knives. Min Zhongbei could relate. The death of his mother had shattered his world. That phrase sounded melodramatic, but how did it manifest in reality? Here was one way. He never thought about the future again. Captain has endured pain most people couldn't bear, Min Zhongbei thought. Zhang Xiaodong looked at Chu Zhi's unchanged expression and hoped, really hoped. This wasn't a publicity stunt. Some artists did fabricate tragic backstories. But Chu Zhi's gaze told him it was real. And with his level of fame, he didn't need any of it. 2 martyrs to the nation. But to their child, it meant growing up an orphan. Li Cheng had thought inviting Chu Zhi on the show was mostly for appearances. He now understood the weight behind it. Chu Zhi spoke like recounting someone else's story. 2 years ago, when my grandfather passed away, I couldn't accept it. I didn't want to believe it. I had worked so hard to become a star, to earn more money, largely because I wanted to give him a better life. But this will always be my deepest regret. His expression had barely changed throughout. But now, he took a slow, deep breath. Old Jean, the cameraman, felt a chill crawl up his spine. How could someone so talented have endured so much? In the control room, director Luo Xuanyuan tried to keep his emotions in check. It was his job. But watching Chu Zhi's calm exterior, he couldn't stay rational. 2 years ago, wasn't that around the time Chu Zhi was being dragged through the mud by the entire internet? Tianlu realized this too. Tears spilled freely from her eyes. That must have been unbearable. The room fell into an uneasy silence. Someone ought to say something to comfort him. But Chu Zhi didn't seem all that upset, so their words stuck in their throats. Number 358. Filming wrapped. In the past, Chu Zhi's looks and talent had always stood out so much that even someone as envious as Zhou Dakong had trouble hiding it. But now, even Zhou Dakong felt a wave of regret. Maybe he shouldn't have aimed that celebratory ribbon cannon at Chu Zhi earlier. If brilliance and good looks had to be earned through such pain, Zhou Dakong would rather not have either. It wasn't that he was particularly filial or noble. He just couldn't help thinking, what's the point of making all this money? There's no one left to share it with. Suddenly, a jolt like electricity surged through him. His limbs tingled, his brain buzzed. Crap, crap, the flood is coming. Only now did Zhou Dakong realize that his earlier words, my grandpa's been enjoying retirement, really living the life, had hit like a steel rod straight through the heart. Is this the end of my acting career? His thoughts spiraled. He'd heard the rumors. They said the number of little fruits outnumbered fangirls in entire fandoms. If they turned on him, he could be blacklisted in an instant. Just as he opened his mouth to salvage the moment, a familiar male voice cut through the awkward air. Chu Zhi said calmly, thank you, Teacher Li, Teacher Zhang, and Dakong, for your comforting words. I never wanted too much media attention on my family, so I've never talked about it publicly before. His response gently clarified Zhou Dakong's comment as a well-meaning misunderstanding. Most fans didn't know the truth, so it was only natural Zhou Dakong didn't either. Zhou Dakong felt a boulder drop from his chest. He exhaled in relief. Zhang Xiaodong and Li Cheng, both actors who made their name through their craft, usually didn't care what the fandom said. But they still didn't want their words twisted or misunderstood. Their gazes turned to Chu Zhi at the same time. None of them had expected that when pain was laid bare in front of the cameras, Chu Zhi's first reaction would be to explain things for someone else. The kid who cries gets the candy. But this kind of forced calm gets nothing, Li Cheng thought to himself. Putting himself in Chu Zhi's shoes, he knew he'd never cry. Men cared too much about pride. But Zhang Xiaodong could tell one thing clearly. If it had been him, he wouldn't have stayed half as composed as Chu Zhi. Teacher Kuan Yun held tissues in his hand, prepared to offer them to the person most affected. But unexpectedly, it was Tan Lu who cried the hardest. Right behind her was Chef Lan, quietly weeping beside her. Unlike the others, he didn't let his tears fall freely. The moment he felt one sliding down his cheek, he wiped it away fiercely. So from the outside, all people saw were his reddened eyes. Partly because I didn't want people to know I lost both my mom and dad, Chu Zhi said. But more than that, I hoped my fans would focus on the positive things, the happy things. He turned to hug his little fan, offering her comfort. Only share joy, not sorrow. The phrase popped into everyone's mind at the same time. When other celebrities said things like this, even if Kuan Yin nodded outwardly, inwardly he'd scoff. But Chu Zhi had backed it up with actions. Back when he was framed, if he had revealed his family situation, he wouldn't have been forced into such a corner. That simple hug from an idol made Tan Lu sob harder. Before, she was crying out of sympathy. But now there was guilt, too. The one who had lost the most was Chu Zhi himself, and yet he was the one comforting her. That guilt deepened her sorrow. But wait, why does Brother Zhou smell so good? What cologne is that? Tan Lu's thoughts shifted fast. 1 second she was weeping, the next she was blushing. Seeing she'd finally stopped crying, Chu Zhi gently let go. I have a song, Tan Lu said, mustering her courage. I want to sing it for Brother Zhou. Is that all right? Of course. I'm looking forward to it, Chu Zhi replied. It's rare for our Xiao mater to take the initiative to sing, Zhou Dakong remarked. What are you going to sing? Little Flying Girl? Kuan Yun guessed, mentioning Tan Lu's best-known breakout track. I want to sing from now on, it'll get better. Tan Lu had written and composed the song herself. Even among her own releases, it wasn't particularly famous. The comments section on Penguin Music hadn't even broken 9.99 plus, but its lyrics carried heartfelt blessings. Guests often performed at Mushroom House, so guitars, pianos, and violins were always on standby. For comedic flair, Zhou Dakong grabbed a half-empty drink bottle and held it to Tan Lu like a mock microphone. Musical note, we must believe that the future will be better. It surely will. Because everything we've gone through deserves a smoother path, boo-hoo. Musical note. Tan Lu didn't make it halfway through the song before she choked up again. Saying things like, it'll be better was easy. But would it really get better for Chu Zhi? She'd already been heartbroken earlier, and now, singing her own lyrics pushed her past the edge. She thought about how she had no parents or grandparents left. She thought about how Jiwai had no one either. Her tears wouldn't stop. Some girls just don't like to cry. Others, once they start, can't stop, like a broken faucet. Tan Lu was definitely the latter. Don't cry, Xiaomei. Zhou Dakong tried to comfort her, but it was useless. Chu Zhi took the drink bottle and held it like a mic, continuing where Tan Lu left off with a different song. Musical note, if I wanted to hold your hand, take you far away. Musical note, if I, or wait, no, I really do want to take you flying. Musical note, he looked at Tan Lu and kept singing. Musical note, don't cry. There's always a road ahead. Happiness might be just around the corner. Musical note, I'm in your heart. I'm by your side. However you want it to be, that's how it will be. Musical note. Everyone understood what Chu Zhi was doing. He was comforting her through song. And it worked. The faucet turned off. Hearing her idol sing I'm by your side just for her, the strength that gave her, words couldn't describe it. Thank you, Jiwai. I understand now. That song wasn't just for me. It was for all the little fruits, Tan Lu said. In that moment, she was more certain than ever. This was someone worth chasing. There would be a road ahead. There might even be happiness waiting at the end. Technically, I've listened to all of JY's songs, Zhou Dakong said. So how come I've never heard this one? Is it a new track? I heard Xiao Mei's song and improvised, Chu Zhi replied. The song he sang came from the compilation mixed track bundle, titled However You Want It to Be, That's How It'll Be. Oddly, the system had categorized it as a miscellaneous track, even though it was actually a lead single by the band Comes. Li Chung clicked his tongue in awe. To turn words into lyrics on the spot. Was raw talent always this unrestrained? We have to get producer Chu to write a theme song someday, he said. The night at Mushroom House faded into stillness, wrapped in lingering melodies. The guests quietly returned to their rooms. The sleeping arrangements had shifted. Chu Zhi shared a room with Zhou Dakong, Kuan Yun roomed with Zhang Xiaodong, Lan Wui with Li Chung, and Min Zhongbei shared with Tan Lu. The moon hung low. Stars were sparse. The sky bled into the quiet silhouette of Manuan village, making the whole place feel suspended in the heavens. In many hearts, the same thing hung overhead, unspoken sorrow, a heaviness no one could shake. No one was likely to sleep well tonight. Director Luo Xuanyuan could feel it too. The entire production crew owed Chu Zhi a debt they couldn't repay. From his hidden control room, he had the closest thing to a god's eye view. And from that vantage point, the calmest person inside Mushroom House was, ironically, the one who had lost the most. Old John's got a real eye, Luo Xuanyuan muttered in praise. Old John had grasped what took other staff several episodes to realize. Keep the camera on Chu Zhi, no matter what. Ever since Chu Zhi returned to Mushroom House, the lens had stayed on him. This artist has endured suffering beyond what most could bear, and yet still loves the world, Luo Xuanyuan frowned. Was that really it? Watching closely, he realized, it wasn't that Chu Zhi loved the world. He just loved his fans. Is that it? He kept analyzing. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xuanyuan knew this episode was going to be even more explosive than the last. If the show didn't need a full week of footage, he'd already be rushing this 3-day stretch into post-production. 5 rooms. At least 10 hearts. All in conflict. Chu Zhi had always said on Journey Among the Stars, come to me if there's anything. But someone like the team leader, someone like Min Zhongbei, always kept things buried. His expression now was complicated. Part of him felt they were the same kind of person. But another part thought Chu Zhi had it too hard. He needed someone he could really talk to. So, at this moment, Min Zhongbei's face looked just like the 6th sticker in your meme folder. Conflicted and unreadable. Back in her room, Tenlu kept replaying the short lyrics her idol had sung. She knew the song was for all little fruits. But at the moment Chu Zhi had sung it, it had felt like he was singing only for her. If only he'd finished the whole song, she whispered. Now that we've covered those 2 single rooms, let's check in with the 3 doubles. Brother Gio, should we turn in early tonight? Zhou Dakong asked. With all the emotional upheaval, he figured some rest would do them good. Habits are hard to build. They take time, Chu Zhi replied. Even reading every day was a hard habit to form. So unless there's a real reason, we shouldn't stop. Was this not an accident? Even Zhou Dakong felt helpless. He'd practically been shot through the heart today, and that still didn't count as unexpected? Then what did? Did he need to lose a limb to qualify? Brother, can we please stop pushing ourselves this hard? Seeing Chu Zhi slip effortlessly back into study mode, Zhou Dakong was struck with admiration. So much so that he decided it was time to pass that motivation along. Zhou Dakong occasionally read web novels. He thought to himself, if only those authors were as dedicated as Brother Gio, instead of constantly asking for time off. They can't even skip a birthday without disappearing from updates. Totally unprofessional. The largest room in the Mushroom House had been given to Chef Lan and Li Chung. The last time we shared a room was, what, more than 10 years ago? Li Chung mused. It's been a long time, Lan Wui replied, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Back in the day, we were the famous trio of Cotton Alley. Now everything's changed. Huh? Li Chung was confused. Weren't we the 3 delinquents of Cotton Alley? Since when did we become 3 talents? Of course, he kept the thought to himself. He had to maintain some dignity in front of the camera. Back then, we were just like today's pop idols. But now, time really is a butcher's knife. We've lost our edge, Lan Wui continued. Whoa, 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 speak for yourself. Li Cheng interrupted quickly. He'd maintained his physique and was still a highly sought-after mature man. Looking at Li Cheng, then back at himself, Lan Wui suddenly felt the full sting of that butcher's knife. He hurried to clarify. It's just that your face doesn't show age easily. Everyone gets older, it's just a matter of when. Even someone as handsome as Chu Zhi can't escape time's erosion. The conversation had been light and full of laughter, but as soon as Chu Zhi's name came up, the atmosphere shifted. The cheerful mood evaporated. Zhang Xiaodong called his wife every day, so there wasn't much to say about the room he shared with Kuan Yun. That night, apart from a few nightmares and some teeth grinding, the house was mostly silent. The next morning, the skies over Zishuangbana were exceptionally clear. And clear skies usually meant one thing: a day perfect for hard work. The Emperor Beast was up early. Kuan Yun, Lan Wui, and the others watched Chu Zhi closely, but his demeanor hadn't changed at all. It was as if nothing had happened the day before. Xiaojiu, how'd you sleep last night? Kuan Yun asked softly. Pretty normal. Nothing out of the ordinary, Zhou Dakong answered instead. Just read a bit, same as usual. Felt fine. Feeling fine, that was the biggest problem. Kuan Yun sighed silently. Chu Zhi, this kid. The busy day kicked off right after breakfast. Chef Lan handed out the day's tasks. There were 4 in total, so they split into pairs. Retrieve lotus roots, go fishing, sell pineapples harvested yesterday at the market, and sharpen kitchen knives. Chef Lan and Kuan Yun typically stayed behind to oversee things, only leaving when absolutely necessary. So, the knife sharpening fell to them. There were 4 kitchen knives in total. I've been cooking for years, but this is my first time actually sharpening knives, Lan Wui said, though he clearly felt up to the challenge. Selling pineapples at the market was assigned to Min Zhongbei and Xiao Mei. The former was socially fearless, unlikely to get awkward while selling. The latter, Tan Lu, was introverted. Their contrasting personalities made for an interesting pair. Li Cheng and Zhang Xiaodong were sent to the fields to collect lotus roots. Tough work. That left fishing to Chu Zhi and Zhou Dakong. And when it came to fishing, Chu Zhi was the real deal. In his past life, the 3 most common settings for business deals were golf courses, riverbanks, and antique shops. You came. You shouldn't have. But I still did. This rod? 4.5 meters, carbon fiber body, gourd-style grip, the Han Dingji King. Mine? Thin hard peak, Sanglong Ji. Today, either you win or I lose. Please, after you. Chu Zhi and Zhou Dakong staged an overly dramatic showdown, trading lines like they were in a wuxia film. Their challenge? Who could catch more fish? In terms of technique, from bait preparation to rod handling, Chu Zhi was clearly the expert. But his luck was awful. Zhou Dakong caught 3 fish in no time. Chu Zhi didn't even get a nibble. No matter how well you plan, fate has its own ideas. What should have been an easy win turned into a humiliating loss for Chu Zhi. Damn it. Afterward, the Emperor Beast consoled himself in silence. I used all my luck on prize draws. It's fine. Totally fine. The remaining days on Back to the Simple Life passed peacefully for Chu Zhi. He didn't leave Yunnan until day 7. The next time he'd see Kuan Yun and the others would be in about half a month. Each season of the show had 12 episodes, and Chu Zhi had appeared in 5 of them, meaning he'd be absent from the next 7. Once filming ended, it took Chu Zhi about 5 days to return to his drama production team and wrap up his remaining scenes. After everything was finished, he invited the entire cast and crew out for barbecue. Now that's an Asian superstar. Look how generous he is. Those idols back home with legs thinner than my arms. Totally hopeless. No star quality at all. Back in the early 2000s, he was Asia's first true superstar. What, you think that was a lie? Sure, he's not South Korean, but he loves our culture. Exactly. How many foreign stars speak Korean that fluently? People whispered as they ate, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Some had initially been resentful that the entire production had revolved around one actor, but their complaints were soon silenced and soothed by the dinner and goodwill. And honestly, calling it a small favor wasn't fair. A casual all-you-can-eat barbecue meal like that was something most office workers in South Korea wouldn't dare splurge on. After all, Seoul wasn't nicknamed Little Magic City for nothing. Magical prices, outrageously high spending. Omi News breaking report. Chu Zhi, who played Professor Beck in My Love from the Stars, has wrapped up filming. The drama is entering its final stages. In South Korea's fast-paced entertainment industry, even wrapping up a role became a chance for promotion. Whenever a big-name actor completed filming, the production team would seize the moment to remind audiences of the show. Of course, not every actor's wrap-up made it into Omi News. As a people's media outlet, they only covered stories the public genuinely cared about. Having wrapped, Chu Zhi boarded a flight out of Seoul the next morning. Number 359. Honorary title. Everyone knew that Seoul was originally named Hanyang. Back then, Lee Seong-ji of the South Korean Yi dynasty deeply admired the Han dynasty. He wrote to Zhu Yuanzhang, requesting to rename his capital to Hanseong. In modern times, to break away from China cultural influence, the name was changed to Seoul. Anyone with a bit of Korean knowledge knew that the word used to mean capital. The renaming even led to changes in dictionaries, forcibly redefining the term as a proper noun for a specific region. Every city could be summed up in one word. Seoul's was strange. Out of South Korea's 50 million people, 25 million were crammed into this one city. Countless bizarre things happened there. Meanwhile, the word for Shanghai was refined. How that refinement manifested was open to interpretation. Regardless, Chu Zhi had traveled from strange to refined. Around 1 p.m., Chu Zhi landed at Pudong Airport. There to pick him up were Lao Qian, Wang Yuan, and Ma Weihao. Once inside the van, the massage was arranged immediately. Ma Weihao felt that Chu Zhi's neck was stiff. Looks like you've been exhausted lately, Brother Chu. Your neck's stiff as a board. Shooting a drama. Feeling tired is normal, Chu Zhi replied. Though truthfully, he didn't feel tired at all. With income that high, shouldn't you work hard for it? Wouldn't it feel wrong to just accept it without breaking a sweat? When does the drama air? Will we be able to watch it on the mainland? Ma Weihao asked while applying. Pressure. Go easy, go easy. I'm not great with pressure, Chu Zhi yelped. Lao Ma's hands were too strong. Gotta loosen your muscles and joints. If the force is too light, it won't work. Right, big sister? Ma Weihao pulled Wang Yuan in to back him up. Wang Yuan nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Ma Weihao dug in even harder. Not out of spite, but because the technique for relieving fatigue was different from the one for loosening tension. The latter simply hurt more. Chu Zhi answered, tentatively scheduled for December. That way it lines up with the plot. Fried chicken and beer on a snowy day. It'll be introduced to the mainland too, though I'm not sure which platform yet, he added. Male lead. Chu Zhi. Regardless of production budget, cast, or even content, those 5 characters alone meant My Love from the Stars could sell for high prices in more than 10 Asian countries. Fried chicken and beer in the snow. What kind of tradition was that? Ma Weihao didn't agree. Was spicy chicken hot pot not tasty? Were skewers and boiling broth not fragrant enough? The van headed toward the outskirts. No detour back to the company first. They were already too late for the 3 p.m. Hunan Flood Relief Celebrity Charity Gala. The event was organized by industry heavyweight Gu Minghong and the China National Charity Foundation. Chu Zhi was one of the 7 founding figures. Though founding figure sounded grand, Chu Zhi hadn't done much. The role was given purely because his fame was big enough. After the brief arrangements, Wang Yuan finally spoke. I can never eat well in Seoul, she said. I've already booked hot pot for dinner. Xiao Jiu should eat more tonight. Sounds perfect. Chu Zhi didn't stand on ceremony. Jiwai, I think it's my turn now. There's something rather urgent, said Lao Qian. Speak, Brother Qian. Chu Zhi gave him his full attention. It's about Sino-Russian relations, Lao Qian said. The Culture and Tourism Ministry hopes Jiwai can take on a position at the Bureau of International Exchange and Cooperation. He added, it's a cultural exchange advisor role. Just an honorary title. They just want Jiwai to have a title under their department. What level is this honorary position? Chu Zhi asked. Deputy division level, Lao Qian answered. Same as a deputy director at the bureau. You need to think this through before you accept. It was extremely rare for a celebrity to hold even an honorary advisory position with the government. If they entered politics, the highest they could usually go was a national committee seat, or perhaps even a spot in the National People's Congress. For something like this to suddenly appear, even the Emperor Beast was deep in thought. If you've got thoughts, say them, Lao Qian. Why are you suddenly talking in circles like a man who just got engaged? Wang Yuan saw right through him. Hee, I do have some thoughts. Lao Qian grinned. Jiwai, I looked into this carefully and have a few preliminary ideas. Chu Zhi showed a listening posture. First of all, the Bureau of International Exchange and Cooperation is responsible for promoting culture and tourism abroad and in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. More specifically, they oversee cultural exports. This unit wasn't flashy, but everything from films to music to novels. All artistic exports fell under its domain. The reason they want Jiwai in this honorary position boils down to two unique advantages that other singers can't compete with. You should be familiar with the Hanfu Cultural Pushback event, right? What was that? Chu Zhi was a bit lost. Wang Yuan caught his confusion and explained, during the China-Korea-Japan Tri-Nation performance, the song Xiao Jiu sang swept across Asia. The Hanfu he wore during the performance also went viral. On platforms like Shopee, Lazada, Lelong, Easebuy, and Yahoo Shopping, it ranked among the top 10 in sales. Those were some of the most prominent e-commerce platforms in Asia. More notably, many Korean and Japanese fans commented that their own hanbok and kimono couldn't compare to Hanfu, Wang Yuan said. The widespread popularity of Hanfu in Asia even surpassed that of hanbok and kimono. It was so rare, Global Times reported it as a Hanfu cultural pushback event. That news had gone viral at the same time as the hit song Left Finger Pointing at the Moon. The song had been so explosive, it actually overshadowed the Hanfu story. The term pushback was interesting. It implied China was the one being encroached upon. Thinking about it, that wasn't wrong. Japanese anime and Korean dramas had influenced a lot of young Chinese people to dress in hanbok or kimono for fun. And while there was nothing wrong with having fun, it still reflected a degree of cultural invasion. After all that, I thought I had a good grasp of my own influence, Chu Zhi muttered. Turns out I underestimated it. He had casually chosen a traditional straight-hem robe for the performance, and it had somehow turned into a major cultural export. The Hanfu pushback incident made the Culture and Tourism Ministry realize just how enormous Jiwai's influence in Asia really is, Lao Qian said. That's the first reason. The second is more straightforward. Jiwai pioneered new Chinese-style music, creatively blending classical culture. And that's exactly the kind of innovation the government loves. If either advantage were missing, or even slightly weaker, this role wouldn't be offered. Only Jiwai fits. No other celebrity could. There were also deeper reasons Lao Qian didn't mention, like the two successful collaborations between Chu Zhi and the ministry in the past. He trusted Jiwai would understand those details himself. If you accept, you'll definitely get access to official promotional resources, Lao Qian added. But it also means a sharp increase in official engagements. You'll be busier. Chu Zhi's schedule was already packed. He had less than 5 days off per year. If he took on more official responsibilities, he would have to cancel a lot of commercial appearances, shows, and activities. Pros and cons came together. My personal recommendation is to accept, Lao Qian stated his view. A deputy division-level position is equivalent to the deputy chief of a city public security bureau or a deputy district head. Even if it's honorary, it makes everything much easier. I agree with Lao Qian, Wang Yuan said. But we should still consult with Jiang Shui and the others. That was reasonable. It was good to hear more opinions from industry veterans. Chu Zhi, inwardly, leaned toward rejecting the offer. But he understood clearly that this reflexive response came from the instincts he developed as a businessman in his past life. Being an artist was not the same as doing business. After another 10 minutes or so, the van stopped at A1. Chu Zhi stepped into the venue. Since it was a charity dinner, the interior wasn't overly ornate. The overall tone leaned toward muted grace. The official media hadn't arrived yet. Chu Zhi was early. Just as he reached the center of the hall, a spirited old man strode up to him. Xiao Chu, I've been hearing your name a lot from my friends this year. It was Gu Minghong. In this parallel world, his status felt very similar to Gu Yu's on Earth. He had achieved tremendous success in both feature films and holiday comedies. I grew up watching director Gu's New Year films. My grandfather loved him the most, said Chu Zhi, the second half of his sentence flowing unconsciously from memory. The original Chu Zhi had been a pretty filial grandson. Whether it was his grandfather's favorite singer, Xiong Ku, or his favorite actor, Gu Minghong. He remembered them all clearly. The flooding in Greentown was just too severe, Gu Minghong said with a heavy sigh. That's why we had no choice but to organize this fundraiser. For ordinary families, the damage is devastating. The two began discussing the recent flood in Greentown in more detail. Gu Minghong said, "There aren't many young people like you anymore, little Chu, who are so passionate about charity." Chu Zhi had been one of the founding organizers of the Hunan Province Flood Relief Celebrity Charity Gala and donated 3 million yuan, by far the largest single contribution of the event. "When one region is in trouble, aid must come from all sides," said Chu Zhi. Gu Minghong had always been deeply committed to charitable work. He'd hosted many charity events and invited plenty of high-profile celebrities, but whenever it came to actually donating, most would shy away. Not that it could be helped. Donating money was an act of kindness, not an obligation. "Come, Xiao Chu, let me introduce someone to you." Gu Minghong led Chu Zhi toward the back, where he introduced Zhou Minfu, the vice president of the National Charity Organization. He had previously served as the secretary for Global Times. What stood out most to Chu Zhi about Vice President Zhou was his downward morning brows and his signature greeting style. But as soon as Zhou Minfu saw Chu Zhi, 24 characters flashed through his mind like lightning. Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice. That's right. He was that mysterious benefactor addicted to anonymous donations. Zhou Minfu had taken note of Chu Zhi ever since he anonymously donated 50 million yuan the previous year. As of this month, the total had risen to 70 million. Zhou Minfu had even wanted to sing the Internationale out loud. "Teacher Chu, I've long heard of your name." Zhou Minfu greeted him warmly. Even Gu Minghong found it a bit odd. Zhou Minfu wasn't the kind to be overly formal, so by rights, he should have called him Xiao Chu. Yet here he was, addressing him with such reverence. Seeing the official charity organization's name again, Chu Zhi had the sudden urge to donate more. He had recently donated another 20 million yuan from his anonymous tree planter account. Not because he liked anonymity, but because that was how you progressed toward the Charity King achievement. "If I donate another 20 million tonight, I'll unlock the next Charity King milestone and earn 9 personality coins." Sweet. He made a mental note. The Emperor Beast is not some kind of saint. He was just committed to donating 5 to 10% of his income, nothing excessive. Part of it was done publicly at events like this, and part of it anonymously, to rack up points. 5 to 10% might not seem like much, but Chu Zhi earned too much. Last year, he made 800 million yuan. This year, even without luxury brand endorsements, his earnings would easily top 1 billion. The event officially started at 3:30 p.m. Under the leadership of Chu Zhi and 6 other initiators, the guests at the event donated a total of 34.9 million yuan. The entire sum would be overseen by Gu Minghong and distributed to Greentown via the official charity platform. By 5:30 p.m., Chu Zhi returned to his studio. Sitting down at his desk, the first thing he saw was over a dozen song invitation requests. No surprise. Included were stars like Fist Girl, who rose to fame on Douyin thanks to her hit song, "I Love You at 105C, and badminton boy Zhou Yui. The rest were mostly acquaintances hoping to get a song from him. Without Chu Zhi's presence on Douyin and other short video platforms, even though there were still a few viral songs, none had the same dominance as his signature trash can style tracks. Netizens had been craving that flavor for a long time. Lin JJ, Good Jalen, Tao Gigi, all of them had penned many songs for others, especially Good Jalen, who had been prolific. Even Mo Qingqing wanted a song. She had been one of the representatives from Huaxia at the Hokkaido Song Festival and was a die-hard Little Fruits fan, and a loyal one at that. Their relationship was quite good. There were 2 emails from her. The first was a formal invitation from her agency. The second came from Mo herself. "Jiawai, save me. I want to sing a Trash Can God song too and fulfill my dream. Please, I'm begging you, help this child." Chu Zhi fell into thought. Mo Qingqing's dream, huh? I met Mo Qingqing at the Hokkaido Song Festival. Her birthday is November 7th. Mo Qingqing scored 97 on her compulsory education tests. Her dad and uncle are both loaded and generous with money. Chu Zhi went layer by layer through his memory. Her phone number was 159789870 ***, but the rest? He couldn't remember. As expected, anything beyond the scope of memory is pushing it. The Emperor Beast gave up. Still, he felt there was a song that would really suit Mo Ching Ching. I'm willing to stay ordinary and stay by your side. Just from the title alone, 99% of listeners probably wouldn't recognize it. But mention the lyrics, and many would go, oh, that song. Musical note: ugly ones live long, pretty ones age fast. I'd rather be an ugly freak, optimistic and cute. Musical note: catchy, simple, and most importantly, it fit Mo Ching Ching's vibe, kind of quirky but endearing. Chu Zhi replied to her with a message agreeing to write her a song. There were still a few more invites to go through, but no time. Now, he had to get to the meeting room. He worked overtime again until 10. Once more, he was among the last to leave the building. This time, it wasn't Grandpa Chen escorting him, but brave Nyo Nyo. As they left the company, Chu Zhi said something to his main agent. Sister Nyo, can you free up an hour for me around 3 p.m. tomorrow? She checked the next day's schedule. He had a flight at 4:50 p.m. to Singapore for a signing event with MRT. We can delay the flight, she replied. It won't be an issue. Thanks, Sister Nyo. Chu Zhi expressed his gratitude. He had some personal matters to attend to. Earlier, he'd learned that Su Shangbai had returned from Southeast Asia and messaged him saying he needed help with something that had to be discussed face-to-face. That meant it was important. Once the time was locked in, they agreed to meet at a private boutique CAF. Both were incredibly busy, so it would be a quick meet to talk business. A new day arrived. The Emperor Beast got up early, suddenly wondering if he should do some morning exercise. After a few seconds of consideration, he gave up. Morning workouts required consistency. Doing it once didn't count for anything. Today was the 19th of August, a Gungzi year, Jiaoshan month, Jiu Day, a day of general inauspiciousness. To counteract that, Chu Zhi pulled a daily fortune card from Orange Home. Super lucky. Today, you will be divinely assisted. Unprecedented good fortune awaits. Go. Go, go. Chu Zhi believed in any superstition that worked in his favor. After drawing that card, his morning flight departed right on time, while all the other flights were delayed. At CCTV headquarters, nicknamed the Big Underpants, Chu Zhi was there to record an episode of Cherish Your Youth, a show where celebrities shared a book they recommended, aiming to encourage young people to read more. He was a perfect fit. The Emperor Beast chose to share Tomb, a collection of essays by Zhou Shuren. Yes, Zhou Shuren existed in this parallel world too. One iconic line from the book stood out, famous for its controversy and impact. China's greatest and most enduring art form is men playing women. Those who knew, knew. Those who didn't need to. Knowing too much could be dangerous. As soon as he finished recording, Chu Zhi rushed to Capital Airport. He'd long grown used to life as an airborne Superman. At around 3 p.m., he arrived at the boutique CAF as scheduled. It had been over half a year since they last met. Su Shangbai looked noticeably thinner. Life in Southeast Asia had clearly been intense. Su invited Chu Zhi to attend tomorrow's shareholders meeting for the Dubai Gummy Company. Chu Zhi had a 15% stake from the beginning and had full rights to attend. After more than a year of growth, Dubai Gummy had secured A-round funding from CITIC Capital. Su gave up 18.8% of his shares to raise 600 million yuan, making it the highest valued candy company in the country. The company now had 4 shareholders: Chu Zhi with 15%, Su Shangbai with 53%, CITIC Capital with 18.8%, and Ali Investment with 11.2%. The remaining 2% was held by top executives as incentive stock. Chu Zhi figured there must be some business issue. Even though Su Shangbai still held majority control, he usually gave proxy voting rights to Su, meaning he could make executive decisions alone. I should be in Singapore tomorrow, Chu Zhi said. Flights tonight. Got to attend a launch for a brand I represent. Su Shangbai frowned. Chu Zhi thought he was mulling over shareholder matters, but then Su Shangbai said, "Isn't the second episode of Back to the Countryside for airing tonight?" "Yeah, it is." "Wait, you watch it too?" Chu Zhi was surprised. He didn't think Su Shangbai, being so busy, had time for variety shows. "It's pretty good," Su Shangbai nodded. Then changed the subject. "There's a proposal I'm unsure about." Su Shangbai laid out a new sales strategy for their gummy blind boxes. Currently, Dubai sold 7 flavors. The idea was to randomize each box so customers wouldn't know what flavor they'd get. It sounded like a solid plan to Chu Zhi. The cost of the gummies wouldn't change, so customers weren't losing out. It just added a little surprise to the experience. They could even ride the blind box trend and pitch it as a story to investors to boost valuation. I don't agree with this plan, said Su Shangbai. Only then did Chu Zhi remember. Su Shangbai really disliked blind boxes. But this was different, right? It wasn't like gambling-based boxes. Just randomized candy. Wasn't Su being a bit too rigid? What's your reason for opposing it? Chu Zhi asked. Number 360. Second episode broadcast. To increase randomness, you could offer a random shipment option on e-commerce platforms. But there's no need to call it a blind box, Su Shangbai said. Most blind boxes, what I mean is the overwhelming majority on the market today, are just modernized gambling. Whether or not national policies intervene, businesses still need to consider their societal role and take responsibility. During the years 2019 to 2021 on Earth, blind boxes exploded in popularity. They were even dubbed one of the 3 inevitable fates of the universe, alongside civil service exams and live commerce. Chu Zhi understood the commercial landscape well. At its peak, the first publicly listed blind box company, PopMart, reached a market valuation of over 150 billion Hong Kong dollars, equivalent to 5 Weibo platforms. But the reckless expansion in 2022 triggered a clampdown. Regulations were introduced across regions, and the kind of government oversight Su Shangbai mentioned certainly played a role. That said, riding this trend could help boost Dubai gummies to the next level. According to the A-round valuation from CITIC Investment, the company was currently worth over 3 billion. Catching this, Wave might push it past the 10 billion mark. Both CITIC and Alibaba were eager to see the brand rise with the tide. What other companies do isn't under my jurisdiction, but our customer base is people born in the 90s and 2000s. I don't want to give them the impression that everything needs to be turned into a blind box, Su Shangbai said. What do you think, Brother Jiu? The instincts of a businessman made Chu Zhi naturally inclined to ride the wind. But now he was a celebrity. A few extra billion in valuation would only net him a few $100 million from his 15% stake. That wasn't much. Not for someone like Chu Zhi. With his current influence, he could earn that in half a year. Was it worth risking his reputation over that? His image was the foundation of his career, and his portrayal of the Emperor Beast demanded integrity. I support Dubai's view. Some lines need to be drawn, and companies must hold that line, said Chu Zhi. Su Shangbai's mood visibly improved. Some lines must be held. Well said, Brother Jiu. Although Su Shangbai had absolute control of Dubai gummies, and Chu Zhi's stance wouldn't alter the company's final direction, today's coffee meeting had been about gaining his support. For the next half hour, Su Shangbai gave a concise overview of the company's development plans, covering marketing and expansion strategies. By 4 p.m., Chu Zhi got up to leave. He had already called ahead to Brother Chiu, and the nanny vans were ready. The vehicle sped toward the airport. Su Shangbai stayed behind, gathered the papers he had been scribbling on, and paid the bill. Brother Jiu lives up to the name. So much better than those short-sighted fools, Su Shangbai murmured to himself. At that moment, he quietly decided there was no need to offer further support to other singers. Su Shangbai was a paradox. On one hand, his decision to forego easy profits in favor of sticking to his principles made him seem like a lawful good type. But on the other hand, he had crushed Thailand's sugar industry, directly or indirectly displacing 400,000 people and triggering the worst unemployment crisis since 1997. That sort of move was pure chaotic evil. He was a complicated man. He felt heartache seeing people lose their livelihoods, but when it came to carving up Thailand's sugar market, he struck the hardest blow. Pudong Airport. Chu Zhi's flight was with Singapore Airlines. It was nearly rush hour, but Brother Chiu knew all the back routes and avoided any traffic. Boss, these past couple days, I really couldn't help it. Brother Chiu looked apologetic as he spoke in the parking lot. No need to be so formal, Brother Chiu. Your wife's in the hospital, Chu Zhi said. I'm waiting for that full moon banquet. Take good care of her. If you need the car, use it. No need to hold back, Chu Zhi added. Brother Chiu nodded firmly. With a boss like this, how could he ever betray him? Paparazzi had offered him money for Chu Zhi's whereabouts, and he had refused them flat out. Brother Chio's wife was pregnant with their third child. At 37, she was a high-risk mother, requiring more care than usual. Chu Zhi had given him time off, telling him not to come along to Singapore. There was a Japanese manga titled First Birth at 70, later adapted into a drama. But in real life, pregnancies after 35 were prone to complications. After security and boarding, of course Chu Zhi was in first class. Travel expenses, hotels, and even Singapore's MRT would be reimbursed. The in-flight meal options on Singapore Airlines were impressive: bak kut teh, fishball kwai teo, nyonya laksa, sauté lamb. Chu Zhi sampled a bit of everything. He paired the fragrant chicken with sauté lamb. For mains, he casually ordered 7 varieties: minced pork noodles, nyonya soup noodles, radish cakes, each one a full serving. Even the 2 flight attendants were stunned. "Is that guy in first class a Chinese celebrity?" asked the tall stewardess, not quite sure. The shorter one lit up. "Of course. He's a national treasure-level singer from China. Super famous. Don't you remember when fans rented out our whole airline for his ads?" "Oh right." The taller one remembered. The entire plane had been covered in his posters back then. "Do you think we can ask for an autograph later?" The shorter one whispered excitedly. She was a Face fan. She hadn't heard many of his songs, but his looks had instantly converted her from a die-hard K-pop fan. They whispered in Malay. In Singapore, it was common to call someone a national treasure, just like South Korea liked using national sweetheart. The flight from Shanghai to Singapore took about 6 hours. After finishing his meal around 6, Chu Zhi popped a dead pig miracle pill and drifted off. He had no idea what awaited him in Singapore. The little fruits there were already thrilled. They had organized an over-the-top welcome ceremony. How did they even know about their idol's itinerary? That story began with the wife and daughter of the chairman of Singapore's MRT. The wife was the vice president of Chu Zhi's Singapore fan club. The daughter was the secretary general. Someone might ask, if the MRT chairman's wife is only the vice president, then who's the president? That would be the eldest daughter of the Gu family, the hidden power behind Singapore's largest multinational, Keppel Corporation. These ladies were determined to give their idol an unforgettable surprise. Chu Zhi knew none of this. The Emperor Beast was still asleep on the plane, snoring softly. Flight attendants passing by couldn't help but glance at him more than once, especially the little fruits among them. If a passenger pressed the call button, they eagerly rushed over, just to sneak another look. Sleeping Jiawai was too good-looking. Even Wang Yuan, who was flying with him, didn't say anything. She was staring too. His side profile and front view were equally flawless. Stars twinkled outside that night, but above the clouds, none could be seen. The higher they flew, the less beauty there was to behold. Time and clouds slipped by. Hours passed quietly. At 8 p.m., Mango TV aired episode 2 of Yearning for Life 4. By 7:30, fans and little fruits were already buzzing with anticipation. "We're here, reporting in. Last episode drained my tears dry. Hope this one is more relaxing. Jiawai, please get some proper rest. I heard Uncle Meng and Xiao Dong are guesting this week. Mushroom House, take good care of Xiao Jio." Comments flooded in. After the impact of the premiere, this second episode had been hotly awaited. Among the audience was Wu Shi. He had set up the projector, closed the windows, turned off the lights, and gathered his wife and son to watch the show together. "Come on, it's starting." His wife, Sun Na, used to be a drummer in a band. Everyone knew how cool girl drummers were. Wu Shi had pursued her for ages before she finally said yes. "You're really no different from those star-chasing fans online. Weren't you writing a song just now? Why are you out here?" Sun Na asked, exasperated. She wasn't sure whether Chu Zhi had bewitched her husband or something. "I set an alarm. It rang, so here I am," Wu Shi replied, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Then he turned to his son, who was still dawdling, and snapped, "What are you waiting for? Get over here." His son was Wu Dong, nicknamed Wintermelon. But with his lanky frame, he looked more like a cucumber. He was 19 this year. "Move, move, move," Wu Shi ordered. With that, the family of 3 settled down to watch Back to the Countryside 4 together. Sun Na was speechless. In the past, nothing could interrupt her husband when he was composing, not even her in black stockings. But now, he was changing for another man. She wasn't exactly thrilled. Wudong wasn't a fan of Chu Zhi either. Lately, his dad's favorite line was, "You should learn from your Uncle Chu." He never went to college, but his reading and knowledge far surpassed most people. The show opened with Lan Wui leading Xiao Mei and Min Zhongbei on an early morning jog. So long as Min Zhongbei was around, laughter never ran dry. Even a light morning jog could make Sun Na chuckle. Later that day, Chu Zhi showed up, arriving at the mushroom house on a three-wheeled scooter. Slow-paced reality shows weren't everyone's cup of tea. Sun Na found it decent enough, but Wudong was clearly uninterested. He preferred competition-style shows, so the first 10 minutes left him completely disengaged. The only thing that caught Wudong's attention was something Chu Zhi said. "Being a celebrity. I think it's just a job. The real spotlight should be on stage or in film and television. It doesn't belong in front of the general public." Whether or not it was just a nice-sounding line, it struck Wudong as surprisingly thoughtful. This guy talks smooth, Wudong thought, a little caught off guard. Why did he call Chu Zhi that cocky guy? Simple. Anyone better looking than him automatically earned that label. The first night Zhang Xiaodong and Li Chung joined them at the mushroom house. Their late-night chat wasn't particularly interesting. But to Sun Na, the industry gossip was surprisingly juicy. "I heard a rumor about Li Chung cheating. Is that true?" she asked casually. "Not sure. No smoke without fire, but it's probably false," Wuxi replied. "Wait, that's how the phrase is supposed to be used?" Wudong nearly rolled his eyes. Then came the second day at the mushroom house. They worked during the day, relaxed in the afternoon, and watched the sunset together. What a beautiful sunset. "It's been so long since I've seen a sunrise or sunset," Sun Na said, remembering the time she and Wuxi had watched a sunrise together. What's the point of this staged leisure? Wudong didn't get it. Kuan Yun had been planning a surprise for Chu Zhi. His tribute song, Chinese People, had won an Excellence Award, and Chu Zhi performed it again on the show. "This singer can write anything," Sun Na remarked. Not many young artists were writing tribute songs these days. "Of course, my bro can handle any genre," Wuxi said proudly. "Why so smug? You didn't write the song, Wu." Dong muttered in his head. While the three chatted, the bomb of the second episode dropped, the mushroom capsule segment. Chu Zhi had written, "I hope to eat my mother's cooking one more time." Was he about to go for a sob story? Wudong, a seasoned variety show viewer, was already suspicious. His father had died in a fire rescue. His mother, a police officer, had been targeted and killed by a criminal syndicate. Both parents were martyrs. Wait. Wuxi was visibly shaken. What's wrong? His wife and son were already stunned, but they didn't understand why Wuxi was reacting so strongly. "You guys seriously don't know?" Wuxi stared at them, incredulous. "My bro was once slandered so badly by capital interests that he was nearly driven to suicide. But if both of his parents were martyrs, how could that happen?" Wudong, shocked, asked, "Dad, were there no reports before that Chu Uncle's parents were martyrs?" "None. Absolutely none," Wuxi answered firmly. Ever since he started thinking of Chu Zhi as his half-brother from another mother, Wuxi had caught up on all the related news. Strange, wasn't it? With that kind of family background, he should have been untouchable in the entertainment industry. Why hide it? Wudong couldn't wrap his head around it. "I saw a lot of clips and news of him helping others," Sun Na suddenly said. "He clearly cares more about others. If his parents were martyrs, and the whole internet turned on him back then, there's no way he'd mention it. He wouldn't want people to drag his parents into it." Wuxi thought it over. He wasn't online much, but even he had seen the smear campaigns. It must have been massive. In a case like that, even the deceased could have been insulted. His parents had died when he was 10 and 11. During the conversation, Chu Zhi also mentioned that his grandfather, who raised him afterward, passed away 2 years ago, right around the time of the full-scale online attacks. 2 years ago, when my grandpa died, I couldn't accept it. I kept denying it happened. I had worked so hard to become a star, to earn more money, so I could give him a better life. But that became my lifelong regret." Wow. Wudong had expected some sob story, but this was devastating. He wasn't into celebrity culture. He followed football, not showbiz. But even he had seen plenty of Chu Zhi clips on Douyin. The guy was just that famous. But no matter how many times he watched, he never would have guessed that Chu Zhi had only one page on his household registration booklet, meaning no living family members. Chu uncle always seemed so cheerful, Wu Dong murmured. He still is, Sun Na said, watching the projection. Chu Zhi stood quietly, saying nothing, a faint smile on his lips. But the smile never reached his eyes. It looked more like a habit than an emotion. No matter how the world treats Chu Zhi, he only ever responds with a gentle smile, Sun Na whispered. What he gives the world is peace and beauty. The pain, the exhaustion, the ugliness. He keeps all that to himself. The first episode of Back to the Countryside ran for nearly 2 hours. This second episode had only aired a bit over 1 hour. There were still more than 40 minutes left, but none of it mattered anymore. The Little Fruits fandom exploded like a barrel of oil ignited and tossed into a pile of dry wood, then buried under 7 or 8 tons of TNT. There was no stopping the blast. Even regular viewers like Sun Na and Wu Dong were deeply moved. Why does Jiwai have to carry so much? Woo, I'm so sorry, Jiwai. I had no idea. No wonder Jiwai wrote a song for firefighters. It was because of his parents. My heart hurts. He lost both parents at 11. He's lived through hell and still came out so gentle. Wu Shi couldn't help but pull out his phone and check the comment barrage. It didn't show up on the projector, but his screen was completely filled with comments. If episode 1 caused a slow burn explosion, then episode 2 ignited the entire internet mid-broadcast. Little Fruits everywhere were gutted by the emotional blow. Banku had also tuned in right on schedule. When Chu Zhi spoke about his deepest regret, her heart pounded like a wildcat trapped in her chest. She knew this wasn't heartbreak. This was heart palpitations. After being saved and cared for by Chu Zhi in episode 1, Banku had already become half a Little Fruit. The more she learned about him, the more she liked him. Now, she was a hardcore fan. Barely managing to finish the second episode, Banku sipped some warm water. I need something to distract me, she whispered, trying to stabilize her emotions. In a bid to protect her sanity, she opened Bilibili and happened to see a new video from Teacher Sue of Tomorrow's Blossoms. Teacher Sue was a famous Little Fruit in the Orange Grove. Known for his editing skills, he regularly posted striking short clips of Chu Zhi across platforms and had over 500,000 followers on Bilibili. Many Little Fruits like Banku, devastated by the second episode, flocked to see some eye candy to soothe their wounded hearts. But they'd just escaped the tiger's den, only to fall into the wolf's lair. The video had been posted 20 minutes ago. The title seemed plain. I discovered one of Jiwai's secrets. But the content? It was a collection of interview clips. At 16, a trainee at Dahua Entertainment, his personal VCR said, "When I make money, I'm buying Grandpa the best cane. I won't let other old men have something my grandpa doesn't." At 17, after his first televised performance at Dahua, "Grandpa, did you see? I'm on TV. Hello, hello." At 17, in a Weibo video. "Today is old Chu's birthday. Happy birthday. I'm little Chu. My dad is old Chu. Grandpa is old Chu. No mistakes here." At 21, before entering, "My dream is to earn more money and make Grandpa proud." At 21, winning Future Star. "Thank you to the fans, and thank you to the most important person in my life." At 21, winning the most influential artist award at Weibo Night. "Thanks to my agent, Sister Foam. Thanks to the Little Fruits for voting. I couldn't have done it without you. And finally, thanks to my family." The clips ended. For the first time, Teacher Sue appeared on camera. He faced the lens and said, "We can see that before 2019, in every major moment, Xiao Zhou always mentioned his grandpa first. That's only natural. From the age of 11, he grew up with his grandfather. Of course they were close. Thinking of him first, that's normal." Nobody had expected the famed Little Fruit editor, Teacher Sue of Tomorrow's Blossoms, to be a man, given how his clips evoked such a sweet, girlish vibe. But after June 2019, Xiao Zhou never mentioned his grandfather's name again. I believe he didn't dare to. He was too afraid. I've said before, Xiao Zhou may look cheerful, but inside, he's full of wounds. Back then, some fans told me I was overthinking. They said, "Can't someone with depression still smile?" Yes, depression allows for moments of joy. But Xiao Zhou, he's not happy. He adjusted his glasses, and only then did the audience notice his red, tear-stained eyes. Clearly, he'd cried before recording. When someone can't even mention the most important person in their life, How deep must that pain go? Every smile you see, he wears that for us, so we don't worry. The video ended with no call to action. No like, comment, or subscribe. The uploader was clearly not in a good place either. Well damn. Banku had come looking for comfort, and instead, took another emotional axe to the chest. Eyes swimming with tears, she had no way to prepare for that hit. All of Bilibili, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, Douyin, and every major platform shook with the impact. Number 361. So many fainted from crying. In the dark, I reached for the light. I thought it was a dream, but it was you. Douyin hot list. Why is Chu Zhi considered the last breath of purity in the entertainment industry? It's all thanks to his upbringing. Kuaishou trending topic. This year's most explosive breaking news. Jihu top question. What do you think about the fact that Chu Zhi has so many fans, yet not one of them knew about his tragic past? Today's Tushio headline. Chu Zhi, redemption from the abyss of despair. Across major platforms like Quark, UC Browser, Baidu, QQ Browser, and Firefox, homepage headlines were all occupied by variations of the same story. On Xiaohongshu, the trending search leaderboard was no different. Top search, Chu Zhi's tragic backstory revealed. The unbearable weight of life. Second place. A person scarred by suffering, yet always facing the sun. Third place. If life looks at us with disdain, then we become Chu Zhi. Just below that were other unrelated trending searches. Remarrying young love after divorce. My passenger seat carried the one I most wanted to carry. Text messages only people in Yunnan province can receive. That last one was completely unrelated. Clicking into it revealed a warning message. Avoid picking or consuming amanita mushrooms such as the red gilled waxy cap and the hat on head, skirt around waist, shoes on feet species, commonly known as white umbrella, yellow umbrella, etc. They are highly toxic. If you're unsure, don't touch them. Issued by Yunnan Health Commission. To be honest, the government had tried everything to stop people in Yunnan from randomly eating wild mushrooms. The people there had a strange attitude. If they got mushroom poisoning and someone asked what happened, most would just shrug and say, "Oh, I just didn't cook it properly." Anyone familiar with Xiaohongshu knows its trending search system works differently than other platforms. Getting the top spot is easy, but sweeping the top 3 like this? Almost unheard of. It proved once again how massive Chu Zhi's popularity had become and how much impact the second episode of Back to the Countryside had made. A side note, Teacher Sue from Tomorrow Flower Studio had produced a video cutting deep into people's hearts. It went viral across the internet and gained him over 400,000 followers in one night. Hashtag official. Endorsement confirms his background. Hashtag Chu Zhi's greatest regret. Hashtag what does the Centennial Award really mean? Hashtag a wish that can never be fulfilled. Hashtag you choose, so shall we. Hashtag the warmest hug. Of the top 15 trending topics on Weibo, 6 were about this incident. One of them was an official endorsement post made by the Xinxia Society's verified account. But that wasn't the only official voice. Remember that previous national media conference? Hosted by the Central Propaganda Department, with participation from the 4 major official media outlets and 8 major party media arms. A total of 9 official agencies were present. The chaos of fan economy ends here. Philanthropic, tax-abiding, a promoter of positive values and a devoted student of Chinese classical culture, Chu Zhi presents 4 solutions to industry chaos. Economic Daily. Last January, the Economic Daily had released an article titled, "When will the chaos of the fan economy end? Some commit theft, fraud, even murder for gifts." The connection was deliberate. How should fan culture uphold its boundaries? We must pursue traffic, but with integrity. Guoming Daily. Ensuring steady and long-term development in the entertainment industry. People's Daily. From the case of Chu Zhi and his fans, be cautious in conduct, strict in artistry. In a world of cultural diversity, we need devoted, skilled artists. Only when the next generation of celebrities understands the roots of their profession can they guide their fans properly. Procuratorate Daily. All 9 state media outlets publish their own pieces across various aspects, economic, personal, and industry-wide. Though technically unrelated to Back to the Countryside Season 4 Episode 2, they all pointed to one thing. Chu Zhi had become the new standard for young celebrities in the eyes of the state. Even Xinyun, who came from a well-connected family and was once hailed as the carefree genius in Wu Head, Chu Tail, clouds soaring, got a call from his old man. Make sure you spend more time with Chu Zhi. At least I'm good at making friends, Xinyun muttered to himself. Back before Chu Zhi had truly taken off, Xinyun had given him a small opportunity. Their relationship had always been decent, other than some virtuous and highly respected seniors. No, even they rarely get this kind of coverage. Xinyun thought aloud. Wasn't the last person covered by all official media outlets Teacher Li Wu? Teacher Li Wu was not only a national representative, but also once served as the head of the Central Military Commission's song and dance troupe. He was the first Chinese folk musician to win global acclaim at the Grammys. Chu Zhi hasn't reached Teacher Li Wu's level yet, but the potential is obvious. This kind of official recognition is incredibly rare. Xinyun had asked his father before, and his father replied that Chu Zhi's origin was red but not privileged. He had no background to rely on. He had made it here entirely on his own. Xinyun truly admired Chu Zhi for that. The only thing more powerful than this kind of backing would be a feature on the national news broadcast. So far, no celebrity had ever made it that far in this world. At the very least, from now on, no one in the country would dare to mess with him openly. As long as Chu Zhi doesn't mess up, becoming a national representative in a few years isn't out of the question, Xinyun concluded. Within the entertainment circle, many were as stunned as Xinyun by this level of official support. But late into the night, things weren't calming down. Around 11 p.m., about an hour and a half after Back to the Countryside Season 4 Episode 2 aired. In a city hospital in the Magic Capital, the night shift doctor found the influx of patients strange. What day is it? Why are so many people breaking up? Between 11 p.m. and midnight, several young girls were brought in. The diagnosis was shocking. They hadn't fainted from physical illness or dehydration. They had cried so hard they passed out. This wasn't an exaggeration. It was a medically confirmed state. Everyone knows intense crying can strain the vocal cords and throat, cause swollen eyes, inflammation, headaches, and chest pain. When the first episode of Back to the Countryside aired, even normal saline trended as a topic. But if the crying was more extreme, it could cause temporary oxygen deprivation in the brain, leading to unconsciousness. That was exactly what had happened to the 3 girls who were brought in. A little oxygen therapy and rest, and they'd be fine. About 20 minutes later, one short-haired girl woke up. The doctor offered her some comforting words, trying to calm her emotions. That step was necessary. If the girl started crying again, her condition could worsen. Usually, this would be the job of a family member. With 3 girls brought in one after another, the night shift doctor was understandably curious. He chatted with one of the patient's best friends, the one who'd brought her in, and eventually got the whole story. She fainted from crying over a celebrity? The doctor couldn't believe it. If someone had fainted from a heartbreak, sure. Young people love deeply. But this was over a celebrity? He held back his judgmental thoughts. It wasn't his place. The other 2 girls woke up soon after. And when he asked, he was even more baffled. They had also fainted over the same celebrity. By the time the 3rd girl regained consciousness, the doctor couldn't hold it in anymore. You still have to live your own life, the doctor said, looking at the girl who was barely older than his daughter. Celebrities live on screens. We live in the real world. In other words, don't let idol worship interfere with real life. The girl's name was Minmin. She had been brought in by her older brother. Her eyes were still red like little flames flickering in an open field. She didn't say a word. Seeing his advice wasn't helping, the doctor stood up to leave. Minmin's brother followed him out of the room. Doctor, our whole family actually supports Minmin following this star, he said. The doctor raised an eyebrow. What was he supposed to say to that? You probably think my sister is being foolish, the brother added. I was just making conversation, the doctor replied. I normally wouldn't share family matters, but I don't want you to think my sister is just some crazy fangirl. So please bear with me for a moment. The brother took a breath and said, Our family went through a crisis. Our father's business failed, and he jumped off a building. My sister saw it when she was coming home from school. After that, Minmin developed severe PTSD. From age 11 to 16, she didn't speak to anyone outside the family. Even though the teachers tried to help, she still got bullied at school. Psychological counseling didn't work. In the end, We had no choice but to send her to a special education institution. Last year, Minmin started liking a celebrity named Chu Zhi. I looked into him. He has an outstanding reputation. This celebrity once said, "I hope the world will treat my fans gently. Little fruits must always be happy. And we are all children of a beautiful world." It's fair to say Minmin relied on this celebrity to walk out of her shadow and finally start connecting with people again. For Minmin, Chu Zhi was the door that led her back to the outside world. Tonight's episode revealed that this celebrity lost both parents in the line of duty when he was a child. His grandfather, the only family he had left, passed away 2 years ago. Minmin knows what it feels like to grow up without a father. That's why her heart ached for him. When Minmin's older brother finished, the on-duty doctor fell silent for a moment. His mood was heavier now. He still didn't fully understand how a celebrity could become someone's emotional support, but for patients suffering from psychological trauma, having something to hold on to, a reason to live, was the most crucial thing. This wasn't just idol worship, it was a kind of salvation. "It's good that she has something to chase after," the doctor said, gathering himself. He wasn't a psychiatrist, but he knew a few things. Of course, if the celebrity were to one day fall from grace or be exposed for wrongdoing, the impact could be devastating. So he added, "Still, try helping her find other interests too. Putting all her hopes in one thing is risky." "Thank you, doctor. We understand," Minmin's brother said sincerely. Without truly understanding someone, it's better not to judge what they believe in. Even if that belief seems ridiculous to you, as long as it doesn't hurt others, that silly thing might be the very lifeline keeping someone alive. It might be what gives them the strength to keep going. That city hospital was just one example. In other hospitals, more patients had fainted from crying. Some, like Minmin, had placed deep emotional trust in Chu Zhi. Others were simply emotional types. And of course, there were those swept away by the fever of idol worship. Across more than 100 hospitals in the Magic Capital alone, over 100 fans had reportedly fainted. Nationwide, the number was far higher. The one who made all this known to the wider internet was a self-media content creator named he_Zoan. He_Zoan was a little fruit himself and worked in independent media. He wasn't very successful. Most people called him Hean for short. At the time, he was eating grilled fish, drinking beer, and happily watching Back to the Countryside. But the second episode shocked him so much he got a fishbone stuck in his throat. No matter what he tried, vinegar, rice, nothing worked, so he had to go to the hospital. And there, he saw Ban Ku. His professional instincts kicked in. He instinctively reached for his phone to take a picture, but stopped midway. Forget it. Ban Ku had suffered enough. No need to dig up more pain. Hean wasn't a ruthless paparazzo, which might explain why he was never successful. After all, everyone knows. If you lose money, you can earn it back. But if you lose your conscience, you can make even more. He was about to walk away and pretend he hadn't seen anything, but when he saw Ban Ku staggering, he couldn't help himself. "Teacher Ban, do you need help?" Despite the pain in his throat, Hean stepped forward. As it turned out, doing a good deed had its reward. He got first-hand information. Ban Ku had watched Back to the Countryside, then saw a certain fan-edited video and was hit so hard emotionally that she nearly fainted and had to be brought to the hospital. With Ban Ku's permission, Hean posted a photo online. He_Zoan, at eating_Juwai, please, we're begging you to stay well. Even at bank_ ended up in the hospital. We're all here, and we're all rooting for you. Photo. For those who couldn't see the images on their phones, the post explained that all 3 pictures were of Ban Ku in the hospital. The internet exploded. Tianjia Pilgrim. Not gonna lie, my hospital had the same situation. A fan cried so hard they passed out. Baobei Junyao, my cousin too. We were hugging each other, crying with snot and tears running down our faces. Then she just collapsed. Mountain Dweller. Ban Ku is a little fruit? I'm a little fruit too. Our hospital received 2 other little fruits like that today. It was happening all across the country. According to incomplete statistics, over 1,000 little fruits fainted nationwide, and those were just the ones who ended up in the hospital. Sounds like a lot. Actually, it wasn't. With Chu Zhi's fandom numbering in the tens of millions, this was just 1 in 10,000. Back in the day, when Michael Jackson held concerts, fans often fainted from excitement. Every show saw 20 or more people carried out. This was just another form of fans collapsing. I'm willing to give up 10 years of my life if it means Brother Gio can smile every day. I'd trade my brother's whole dating future. He can stay single forever, as long as our Xiao Gio is happy. At Reformed Gentleman at Chu Zhi Studio at Careless yet Majestic Nyo Nyo, please be kind to Gio. Please, we're begging you. Are the little fruits holding up? I hate myself for learning about Jiwai's past only now. I understand those who fainted. Just thinking about how Jiwai was slandered during his hardest times makes my chest hurt. I can barely breathe. That Reformed Gentleman was actually Lao Qian's Weibo username. He and Niu Jiangxue of Careless yet Majestic Nyo Nyo were the only two managers in Chu Zhi's agency who had public profiles. Both had over 1 million followers, a testament to Chu Zhi's staggering influence. The mom fans couldn't sit still anymore. Many had already known Chu Zhi's family was gone, but seeing him smile on the show while carrying that weight, it broke them. It's true that crying children get candy, but children who stay quiet and carry their own burdens, they're even more heartbreaking. To these mom fans, Chu Zhi was that child, so quietly sensible it made their hearts ache. Gio is fine. He's in Singapore right now. I came with him. He has a schedule here, and at this hour he's probably sticking to his reading plan. I think we should respect Gio's own wishes. We shouldn't interfere, no matter what you all decide to do. Wang Yuan was speaking on the phone. She was the mom fan closest to Chu Zhi. Most of the other mom fans with connections would call her first before making a move. Phew, Wang Yuan exhaled and immediately called Niu Jiangxue. At the very least, the studio needed to issue a public statement. Wang Yuan couldn't calm the mom fans down. Many were already discussing a plan to acquire Taiyang Chuanhe and delist the company. That way, Chu Zhi would be free from the influence of capital and any external pressure. Taiyang Chuanhe had a market value of over 5 billion yuan. That kind of money isn't something you casually throw around. Anyone with a basic understanding of finance would know this isn't a game. But there were too many rich mom fans. What had once been a small tea club of 20 or so now had 370 members. If they decided to unite toward a single goal, their collective power would be formidable. I should never have let him participate in Back to the Countryside, Niu Jiangxue muttered. Watching little fruits explode across the internet, she took a deep breath. Things had gotten complicated. She had a lot to handle now. About 20 minutes later, Chu Zhi finally responded. Chu Zhi Studio. All of Brother Gio's schedules are based on his own preferences. Little fruits, please don't worry. The studio will closely monitor his condition. Also, every member of the studio is a little fruit, so rest assured. It wasn't phrased like an official announcement, and Niu Jiangxue had considered that. What mattered now wasn't a formal statement, but soothing little fruits, calming their worries. So what use was a rigid official notice? No use at all. That's why she opted for a casual tone. And it turned out, Niu Jiangxue's instincts were right. Once the studio posted this message, little fruits finally started to breathe a little easier. Then came the flood of responses. Careless yet Majestic Nyo Nyo. Will take good care of Chu Zhi. Reformed Gentleman. Jiwai has a dim past, but I hope with us fans beside him, he'll shine bright in the future. Old fans left countless comments under these posts. For the rest of my life, I will always support Jiwai. Jiwai's future will surely be free of sorrow and full of brilliance. I think the idiom upstairs used is incorrect, but I still want to say, I'll always support Jiwai. We'll become the stars that light up your night sky, Jiwai, so your nights will never be dark again. They said forever, and though forever might be a fragile promise, one thing was true. When little fruits left those messages, they truly meant every word in that moment. They really did want to stay with him forever. It wasn't just Niu Jiangxue who had a busy night. Luo Xuanyuan, the producer of Back to the Countryside, was also woken up in the middle of the night, at 1 a.m, by a phone call. Groggy and irritable, Luo Xuanyuan was ready to snap, but then he saw who was calling. The deputy director of Mango TV. Ah, the world is such a beautiful place, and yet I am so angry. This won't do. This won't do. We were raised under the national flag. We mustn't take our tempers out on others. We must remain calm. We must be composed. Hello, deputy. He didn't even get the full title out before the voice on the other end cut in. As the director of Back to the Countryside, how could you even sleep at a time like this? Luo Luo Xuanyuan was stunned. What on earth was going on? Get online and take a look. Then post a proper announcement from the official account. The deputy director barked, then hung up. Flustered, Luo Xuanyuan jumped online. The reaction to the second episode had exceeded his expectations. Thousands cried themselves unconscious. Even Ban Ku. Luo Xuanyuan suddenly felt that his team may have gone too far. After some thought, he muttered, Maybe we shouldn't release the footage of Teacher Chu's nightmare. Still, he called his team right away. Whether or not to release that footage, they had to post something. The official Back to the Countryside account was being flooded with messages from Little Fruits and Mango TV viewers, all pleading with the show to take care of their beloved idol. Fans watching variety shows can really get immersed. Take a common example from Earth. Zhang Zifeng, another guest on Back to the Countryside, once had a dating rumor with a guy who had a terrible reputation. Fans actually flooded Huang Lei's social media, begging him to step in. In the show, Huang Lei treats Zhang Zifeng like his daughter. After all, that's how seriously fans get emotionally invested. Meanwhile, at the heart of all this, Chu Zhi had just landed in Lion City. From the arrivals gate at Changi Airport, you can already see Jewel Changi, a massive integrated complex combining aviation, shopping, dining, hotels, and entertainment. It links terminals 1 through 3 and spans 11 stories in total. Chu Zhi emerged from Terminal 1. His flight landed around 10 at night. Normally, most shops and restaurants inside Jewel Changi would be closed at that hour. But tonight was different. Every store was brightly lit. How over the top was Chu Zhi's welcome ceremony in Lion City? Every shop and restaurant had posters that read, Welcome Asia's Chu Zhi. Lion City welcomes you. The eternal light of Little Fruits. Meticulously planned, the massive event didn't clog the terminal, but it was still such a spectacle that the Straits Times, Singapore's largest English-language newspaper, showed up to cover it. It took over an hour just to exit the airport. By midnight, Chu Zhi and Wang Yuan had checked into Marina Bay Sands, the same iconic hotel featured in the Detective Conan, the Fist of Blue Sapphire movie, the one that gets blown up. After washing up, Chu Zhi followed his routine, reading. 6 hours on a plane made him sleepy after just a bit of reading. He scolded himself. You've already rested a whole minute. What? Now you want to slack off. Then, just past 1 a.m., he got a call from Sister Nyo, summarizing the storm that had swept the internet that night. No sooner had he hung up than Sister Wang called from the hotel's internal line to relay the same thing. Chu Zhi got the picture. Fans really pour their hearts into standing, especially seeing reports of people crying themselves unconscious. At eating a big orange. With you all ahead of me, I won't feel bitterness, because little fruits are sweet. Hashtag little fruits are sweet. Chu Zhi immediately posted a new status. After briefly thinking it over, he used the hashtag little fruits are sweet. It exploded instantly. Being loved and expected by so many people didn't bring him pressure about playing the Emperor Beast. On the contrary, it made him reflect on something else. I know the theme for my third album now, Chu Zhi murmured. I want to release an album written entirely for Little Fruits. Every single track will be for them. He had thought about this before, but only idly. Now he was ready to make it real. A whole album dedicated to fans. Forget parallel worlds. Not even Earth had seen something like this. The Emperor Beast was once again redefining the entertainment industry. Tentative album title, Little Fruits Are Sweet. Right now, only 3 songs fit the theme: Glory, the brightest star in the night sky, and the most beautiful sun. He still needed at least 9 more. He had already searched the system earlier, even spent a personalization coin. Other suitable songs included To Everyone Who Knows My Name, Our Song, Angel, and Till the End. All, My Everything, was a maybe. When it comes to songs for fans, South Korea does it best. Almost every idol group has one dedicated fan song. These are called fan chants in South Korea. Chu Zhi wondered whether he should include Korean and Japanese songs too. Whether he did or not, he needed song exchange vouchers to find more tracks. Right now, he was short on resources. The next second, Chu Zhi opened a certain website and anonymously donated 10 million yuan to the China Charity Federation. He picked over 40 different charity projects, all anonymously. There's a cap on how much you can donate anonymously, so the process alone took half an hour. Adding the small amount he donated after returning from helping at the Green City flood zone yesterday, he reached the title of Charity King. Low-profile donor 10 million *8. He earned 8 personalization coins. Current balance 18 coins, 10 of which were frozen due to customizing the album. Okay, time to spin the wheel again. My one and only target, Song Exchange Voucher. Number 362. Preparing for the fan festival. One blind box draw cost 5 personality coins. Chu Zhi opened one and got a custom album voucher *1, not the song credit voucher he'd been hoping for. This reward's still useful, but it requires freezing 10 personality coins before use. I don't have enough. Chu Zhi frowned in thought. To clarify, the custom album voucher allowed him to pick 12 songs of his choice by spending 10 personality coins. He had already used one such voucher before to select songs like Left Hand Pointing to the Moon and Fireflies, totaling 5 songs. That left 7 more slots. Currently, he had 13 personality coins. If he froze 10, he'd only have 3 available. If the first custom album voucher isn't enough, I'll need to use a second one. The Emperor Beast needed to find a way to earn more personality coins. For example, he was 30 repetitions short on overload on carbs for 1 day *550, which would take another month or so to complete. As for eat spicy food *1200 times, he still had over 100 instances left. Even if he ate spicy food both at lunch and dinner every day, it would still take more than 50 days. Unless he ate spicy food in the morning too, that could cut the time down to just over a month. But his intestines might not survive that kind of torture. Chu Zhi genuinely debated it. The closest to completion achievement was go barefaced in public *700 times, and he had just over 20 left. Completing this would reward him with 9 personality coins, more than enough. I'm aiming for the Face King title, but I also can't neglect Carb Addict and Merciless Butcher. Those are my backups. Once a plan was made, it had to be followed strictly, starting with tonight's late-night snack. The Sands Hotel had a 24-hour kitchen, but its restaurants were mainly Peranakan and French cuisine. Neither could deliver the level of spiciness Chu Zhi craved. After all, as someone from Shancheng, his spice tolerance was practically off the charts. Chinese food is only available during the day. Life was hard. Chu Zhi let out a sigh. For context, Peranakan cuisine is a fusion of Fujianese and Malay cooking. It's mostly sweet and sour, with a faint hint of spice, practically unnoticeable for someone like Chu Zhi. Still, the food was tasty. While the spice level didn't cut it, the carb count was more than enough. With a full belly and a clear mind, Chu Zhi reminded himself, a man should protect himself when out and about. No alcohol tonight. He opened the Orange Home app. In preparation for the second fan festival, a post had been pinned in the comments section since June. What do you most want to see on Orange Festival Day? Only 200 or 300 people would be able to attend the event in person, but that didn't dampen fan enthusiasm. There were hundreds of thousands of comments submitted. What counted as valid suggestions? Not messages like, I just want to see Jiwai in person, or I really want to be there. Those were considered invalid. Only actual proposals counted, no matter how absurd. For example, will there be a swimming pool at the venue? I want to see Brother Jiu swim. Chu Zhi browsed some of the most liked comments. Can little Jiu dance? His body proportions seem perfect for dancing, especially in ancient-style costumes. I want to duet the brightest star in the night sky with Jiwai. Can the venue be bigger? Please select more attendees. I'm crying here. Want to see Brother Jiu rock out live. Obviously, not every fan's dream could be realized. The space and schedule simply couldn't accommodate them all. But Chu Zhi's goal was to fulfill as many wishes as possible. Dancing, for example, came up again and again in top comments. Why do they want to see me dance? Chu Zhi was genuinely puzzled. But confusion aside, he began considering the logistics. There are lots of dance skills in the system. Jazz, Latin, belly dancing, even MJ's moves, but I've never managed to draw any of them. He paused, wondering if he should just signal to the system, hinting for a backdoor trade to unlock a dance skill and perform at Orange Festival. Wait, why did the performance need to be flawless? He wasn't a professional dancer. He had never danced publicly before. If he learned a routine from scratch just for the fans, wouldn't that be even more touching? Besides, Chu Zhi had inherited Cheng Die's grace and poise. Certain movements came naturally to him. He had a definite advantage when it came to picking up choreography. With over half a month until September 6th, I'll make time to choreograph a dance, hire a coach, and train properly. This time, my little fruits cried so much. I need to show them I care. Chu Zhi immediately emailed Nyo to explain the situation and his plan. Why not leave a WeChat message? Or send a text? Chu Zhi figured Nyo, his manager, was swamped today. No need to pile on more tasks. She could read the email tomorrow when things settled down. There was no rush. Back on Orange Home, Chu Zhi picked out 7 doable suggestions from the top comments and saved them in his phone notes. He wanted to plan them out carefully. Since the Orange Festival was for the fans, he would do his utmost. His goal wasn't grand. He just wanted to stay one step ahead of other stars. Sleep at 3, wake at 7. This guy was too busy. He even forgot to turn off this sick leave simulation. In the middle of the night, he woke from a nightmare in cold sweat. Total oversight. Jolted awake, Chu Zhi immediately shut down the sick leave mode. Even the calm and composed Emperor Beast was human. After all, mistakes could happen. From morning onward, his phone wouldn't stop ringing. Calls came one after another. Min Zhongbei, Kai Jia, Wu Shi, Zhang Ning, Zheng Hua, and more. Even Gu Peng, who had extreme social anxiety and hated phone calls, called in to show support. Because Back to the Countryside aired so late the previous night, none of his friends disturbed him then. But they all knew Chu Zhi woke early, so the calls flooded in during the day. Kai Jia. Captain, ever heard the phrase, never abandon, never give up? Once a captain, always a captain. Zhang Ning. If you ever feel wronged, just call me. I've got all the time and energy for you. No need to hold back. Zheng Hua. Come visit us during the new year. I'll cook a feast just for you. That's how I won over your sister-in-law. Liang Pingbai. I spend most of my time in Shanghai. Let's catch up sometime and talk music. Gu Beisheng. Brother Gio. I'm not great with words, but you've got this. The calls didn't come one after another. They overlapped. One hadn't ended before the next one came in. Originally, he'd planned to walk around Singapore in the morning, but in reality, he was so busy answering calls that he didn't even get to eat breakfast. It also proved just how well-connected the Emperor Beast had become. In just over 2 years, he had built solid relationships throughout the entertainment industry. At 3 p.m., the signing ceremony with SMRT was held, witnessed by various Singaporean media outlets. It didn't have to be flashy, but the client insisted. They wanted all of Lion City to know. We've signed a deal with Asia's superstar, Chu Zhi. The endorsement itself was simple. SMRT specialized in public transport, so their buses and trains were plastered with giant posters of Chu Zhi. Big, bold slogans followed. Chu Zhi x SMRT, or SMRT, Chu Zhi's choice. The Emperor Beast saw a bus drive past with his own face on the side and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Thank goodness they didn't slap my face on the front of the bus. I'd never keep a straight face, he muttered under his breath. Because of the endorsement, Chu Zhi would be staying in Singapore for 2 days. After wrapping up his schedule in the afternoon, he returned to the Sands Hotel, only to witness a surreal sight. The hotel was swarming with fans. Inside and out, floor after floor, crowds had gathered. Cameras were everywhere, from massive telephoto lenses to handhelds. Even the side lanes were full of fans waving support banners. Wang Yuan glanced at the scene and said, Xiao Jiu, hold on here. I'll go check it out. Number 363. Almost couldn't hold it in. Truthfully, even without Sister Wang reminding him, Chu Zhi had already seen the excitement through the car window. The signs fans held were impossible to miss. The sky cannot be without the sun, and the fruits cannot be without Chu candy. Love the world, love Chu Zhi. We will be together because of Chu. The Emperor Beast could read both Chinese and English. The rest, Malay and Tamil, he could not understand. Something felt off. Chu Zhi had emphasized repeatedly that fan support should never disrupt others. But this wasn't about disturbing 1 or 2 people anymore. The entire stretch of Bayfront Avenue was blocked. Even their van couldn't get into the hotel parking lot. Just last night at Changi Airport, the welcome party had been massive. Even though posters filled every shop at Jewel Changi, the crowds had stayed manageable. 5 minutes later, Wang Yuan returned, having gathered some basic intel. They're all fans. Even those with cameras aren't reporters. Most are independent media accounts, she explained. This wasn't organized by our overseas Singapore fan station. It's because of Back to the Countryside airing last night that this happened. So it was because of Back to the Countryside. Chu Zhi understood. The emotional reaction of fans protecting their idol had boiled over. Singapore was tiny, not even 1% the size of Shanxing. Even weather reports only bothered to say rain across the nation or sunny everywhere. Of course, Singapore's little fruits had come together. What do you want to do, Xiaojiu? Wang Yuan asked. The logical response to such a situation would be to evacuate the celebrity. With over 1,000 fans gathered, even a small stampede could end up on the front page under the crime or society section. But Wang Yuan knew full well. Xiaojiu would never just walk away. And the Emperor Beast didn't intend to. There were at least hundreds of guests checked into the Sands Hotel. Right now, things were getting out of hand, and it was affecting others' travel plans. Think about it. If someone staying at the hotel had no idea who Chu Zhi was and just wanted to rest, what mood would they be in facing this chaos? Sister Wang, can we borrow a megaphone or something like it? Chu Zhi asked. Absolutely. Wang Yuan had visited Singapore twice during her university years and had stayed at the Sands both times. She left the vehicle again. The moment she opened the door, a tidal wave of noise rushed in. People talking over each other, car horns blaring, hotel security shouting in a desperate attempt to maintain order. It was pure chaos. Another half hour passed. As the crowd swelled outside Bayfront Avenue, Wang Yuan finally got things set up, a wireless microphone and speakers placed at the hotel entrance. Of course, the Sands hotel staff cooperated. This kind of disturbance was bad for business. In the midst of the uproar, a familiar male voice rang out from the speakers, instantly recognized by the crowd of little fruits. Testing, testing. Can you hear me? It was Chu Zhi. As soon as his voice came through, the overwhelming chaos began to die down. In just a matter of seconds, it was as if someone had turned the volume knob down. Most of the fans recognized their idol's voice immediately and began scanning the area. But finding him by sound alone was difficult. The Emperor Beast stood on the edge of a raised flower bed, not near the speaker system. He chose that spot so more people could see him clearly. And with so many eyes in the crowd, it only took 2 minutes before Chu Zhi's location was locked in. Fans began moving toward him. Of course, they wanted to get closer. That was normal. The officers assigned to maintain order were sweating bullets. With over 1,000 people on site, a few dozen officers were like small boats adrift in a raging ocean. They had no way to hold the crowd back. Please don't push. Let's not crowd forward. If anything happens, this trip to Singapore will only end in sadness, Chu Zhi said gently. And just like that, the surging wave of fans actually stopped. The Emperor Beast wasn't acting on impulse. He had thought this through. He trusted himself, and more importantly, he trusted his fans. Before he could say anything else, the crowd suddenly began singing in unison. Musical note, my world is beautiful because of you. My sky stays bright because of you. You bring me joy. You cry for me. You forgive me, so I can fly free. Musical note. At first, the singing was scattered and messy. With over 1,000 voices and fans of all backgrounds, Chinese, Malay, Indian, there were many accents. It wasn't until the third or fourth line that Chu Zhi realized what they were singing. It was the song he had performed on Day Up, the most beautiful sun. Musical note, your words, your tears, your smile, your beauty. To me, they're more precious than the most beautiful rose. Holding dreams, flying forward. No fear, no retreat. You are the stronghold on my road to success. Musical note. The fans singing were both male and female. The age range was wide too. Some were just 16 or 17, others in their 30s or 40s. 1,000 faces, all different, yet all focused on one person. Their idol. This was how they comforted Chu Zhi. They knew Jiawei never liked showing vulnerability, so they chose to show him how much he meant to them. How many stood behind him? Because of Chu Zhi's existence, they felt their lives had gotten just a bit better. And the world too. Musical note. Give me wings, so I can soar. Give me strength, it's you who made me strong. I'm not afraid of pain, because you're by my side. Musical note. A boy named Huang Guangshi was singing at the top of his lungs. He wasn't hitting any of the notes, but it didn't matter. He was Chinese Malay, quiet and withdrawn. He didn't have many friends at school. Occasionally, he was bullied. Sure, being quiet was something he could work on. But did that mean he deserved to be hurt? He had been too scared to tell his parents or his teachers. It was Chu Zhi who gave him courage. So the line, "I'm not afraid of pain, because you're by my side," struck him deeply. Musical note, your smile, your tears. You are the most beautiful sun on my path to my dreams. Your words, your tears, your smile, your beauty. To me, they're more precious than the most beautiful rose. Musical note. A girl named Sui Jingyao was Malay. She didn't speak much Chinese, so she had memorized the song by writing it out phonetically in English. For example, the first two lines were written as water, surge, you, with, your, needs, highway, man. There were so many others too. Chen Wenlong, Kai Meiping, Lin Xinfan, Li Jing. To them, Chu Zhi was the sun lighting their way, and so they would always be there for him. When the song ended, fans began shouting their promises in their own voices and languages. I'll always be here for Brother Gio. Gio, you're my light. I could never turn my back on my own light. Little fruits are sweet. Jiawai is the most beautiful. I wasn't around for what happened before, but from now on, I'll always be here. Little fruits only become sweeter when they bask in lots of sunshine. Chu Zhi had prepared a speech. It was on the tip of his tongue, but now he couldn't say a word. He hadn't expected this. He hadn't expected them to sing that song. Even the Emperor Beast was touched. Wow, an ambush with no warning? Chu Zhi took a deep breath. His composure nearly cracked, but thankfully, he was a seasoned veteran. You're the most beautiful sun, said Chu Zhi, his voice steady. And you're also the sweetest little fruits. The fans shouted back with just as much emotion, calling out that Brother Gio was the best. Some clearly wanted to inch forward, get a little closer to their idol, but they restrained themselves. Wang Yuan watched the scene unfold and mumbled under his breath, "Little fruits are the best fans in the world, and Chu Zhi is the best idol." "You've given me far too much," said Chu Zhi, "and I've done too little in return. The only thing I can do is work harder and create better art." He added, "I'll try to put out 2 more albums. Maybe, just maybe, we can make a concert happen. I'd love to sing The Brightest Sun with all of you again. But this is a public place, and we shouldn't disturb the other tourists or hotel guests. Let's head out slowly and in order, all right?" he asked gently. Voices echoed back in reply. "Okay, no problem. We'll listen to Brother Gio. Now listen to me." Chu Zhi raised his voice slightly. "Little fruits near the Merlion fountain form 3 lines." Some fans couldn't understand Chinese, so others translated for them. In the astonished gaze of over a dozen uniformed officers, the massive crowd gradually dispersed, warm and united. It was a relief. In the officers' eyes, this had been the most orderly fan gathering they'd ever witnessed. At other concerts, crowds had acted more like a scene from a zombie apocalypse. Chu Zhi turned and bowed slightly. "I'm very sorry for the trouble we've caused to the hotel staff and the guests staying here," he said sincerely. "And I appreciate the efforts of the officers keeping order today. This was the cardinal sin for any celebrity with a large fan base. Never, ever, ever apologize on behalf of your fans. Die-hard fans rarely believe they're wrong, so when their idol apologizes, it feels like betrayal. Take a look at the difference between XC and CXK. The latter refused to apologize under certain controversies, and his core fan base only grew more fiercely loyal. But in fairness, celebrities do enjoy the benefits brought by their fans, so bearing some responsibility isn't unreasonable. The harsh stance against apologizing stems from how fragile fame is for traffic-driven idols. Without solid work to stand on, they're like loose sand, one gust of wind and they're gone. But the Emperor Beast was different. Chu Zhi held the top spot in popularity across Huaxiao, but in the public eye, he was now someone who made a living through his work. "These fans really listen," said one officer. "Some of them had waited all morning, but when told to leave, they just left." "Chinese idols are decent," said another. "No injuries, no mess." Chu Zhi's really popular in Singapore. On Apple Music, his songs are constantly in the top 10 here. Chatting casually about the crowd, the officers climbed into their Toyota patrol vehicle and drove away from Bayfront Avenue. Back in his hotel room, Chu Zhi took a shower. Just as he stepped out, his phone rang. It was Neo Jiangxue. "I've shortlisted a few dance instructors. All of them meet your criteria. I've sent their info to your WeChat," said Neo Jiangxue efficiently. "Thanks," Chu Zhi replied. That was all they needed to say. They hung up. Opening WeChat, his eyes landed on the pinned contact, Dubai. Disciple of Big Cat Frowny Face, has Brother Gio been keeping a regular schedule lately? Yes. All good. Pretty consistent, nothing wrong. Chu Zhi replied. He understood what Su Shangbai really meant. Asking about his routine was just a roundabout way of checking his emotional state. Dubai hadn't called that morning, but this quiet form of concern still felt nice to the Emperor Beast. Back to the dance instructors. Chu Zhi looked over the list Neo Jiangxue sent. He picked the one with the strongest credentials, multiple championships in group dance and choreography work for several top stars. With that handled, he moved on to his next task. Just 2 days ago, the Emperor Beast had agreed to a nominal position as a cultural exchange consultant with the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. That morning, Yang Shi, the liaison assigned to work with him, sent over a new variety show proposal. The new show was from Lychee TV, titled New Journey Logs. The name subtly referenced director Li Xian, who was leading the project. Li Xian was a well-known director in the variety show world. He'd previously created hits in collaboration with Mango TV, and his production skills were solid. But the ratings for this new show were below 5. What had gone wrong? Why are they even sending this to me? Chu Zhi hesitated. 6 bold, unfiltered youth travel across the country, discovering the truest and simplest faces of China. That was the show's vague synopsis. After watching 2 or 3 episodes, Chu Zhi translated it into plain language, a show where celebrities pretend to experience real life. And the key word was pretend. Of the 6 cast members, at least 4 carried themselves like royalty, so smug it was unbearable. The first task? Find an ordinary local and ask to share a meal. But the celebrities didn't say, I have to complete a challenge. I'm sorry to bother you, but could I share a meal with you? No. Their attitude was more like, I'm a celebrity. You're lucky I'm giving you the chance to feed me. One auntie politely declined, saying, There's no one home. I can't host. Celebrity Wang Feixiang's response, Aren't you a person? Eventually, they found a family willing to take them in. A regular household of 3. The young couple worked non-stop just to make ends meet and have a future. What did non-stop mean? The father left home early and got off work at 9 p.m. The mother worked night shifts, setting up her stall after 9 p.m. Despite all this, 2 celebrities barged in, demanded the child wake the mother from her nap, then insisted the father come home early, even though he wouldn't be back until 9. Dinner included 3 pork chops. Zhou Yisuan ate 2. Even the mother, trying to stay polite, couldn't help saying they only had 3. The producers tried to play it off as a joke in post-editing. But was it funny? Do celebrities really have to act this superior now? I've been a boss in my past life and never acted like that, Chu Zhi muttered in disbelief. He forced himself through a few more episodes. He had thought the freeloading was the main problem, but no, the whole show was flawed. This show is just rotten, he muttered. It wasn't illegal or offensive enough to get banned by authorities, but something about it stank. Are they trying to get me on this show? Chu Zhi didn't like guessing games, especially not with official departments. But gritting his teeth, he sat through the last 2 episodes. 4 in total had aired. In the pre-2000s era, it wasn't uncommon to see massive turnouts when an Asian superstar visited a foreign country. Entertainment options were limited back then, so celebrities had an unmatched glow. But in the digital age, idols lost their shine. No longer dream sellers, they became disposable products. These frenzies became rare. Still, self-media footage of the crowd had been edited and uploaded to YouTube, sparking heated discussions. Curious Big Cat, well, that's more coordinated than our school's morning exercises. Poor traveler, morning exercises? Other countries do. Broadcast gymnastics like China. La 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 YP6. Of course. Singapore uses the second routine. But we're getting off topic. I'm not into idol culture. But it's clear, this person is a beacon to his fans. Moon over Zhou Qiao. So touching. Straits Times reported. According to Forbes China, Chu Zhi ranked first in the 2020 Most Influential Chinese Celebrities list. In a report by Lianhe Xiaobao earlier this year, his popularity in Singapore far exceeded that of local stars like Kai Dian, Zheng Qingliang, and Wu Weilian. His albums 25,117 Possibilities, 2019, and Chu Ci, Ode to the Orange Tree, 2020, captured the hearts of Singaporean listeners, overshadowing the local music scene. Chu Zhi's first ever visit to Singapore sparked two massive crowd gatherings. One at Changi Airport, where shops plastered his posters for the arrival, and one at the Marina Bay Sands, where even traffic stood still for the sing-along. Yet the fans dispersed in perfect order, showcasing his surreal level of popularity. Number 364. The influence of a superstar. News from the Straits Daily, along with Chu Zhi's bold move in Singapore, quickly spread across Asia through Asia One and other major media outlets. It didn't take long for Chinese platforms to pick up and reshare the reports. For most celebrities, being featured in foreign mainstream media would feel like a festival. Fans would celebrate like it was New Year's, jumping with joy. But for Chu Zhi, that kind of coverage was almost mundane. Out of the 12 months in a year, at least 7 or 8 of them saw him mentioned in overseas headlines. There was nothing worth boasting about anymore. The reactions from the little fruits in Orange Grove were fascinating. You could see it all play out clearly in the Orange Home discussion forums. Singing for Jiwai? Aya. These wicked outsiders beat me to fulfilling my dream. Blocking someone at a hotel entrance? That's private stalker behavior. I'm not jealous. Not jealous at all. Not even a little. Mom, let go of my hand. I only brought the scissors to trim my bangs. Xiao Jio's voice is so warm. His smile is warm. Even his songs feel warm. Seeing Xiao Jio is like standing in sunlight. The sun is shining bright, and I didn't bring an umbrella. Wouldn't you get sunburned without one? Babe, you still need a parasol when you go out. What's wrong with you upstairs? Are you allergic to romance? But seriously, seeing the news. I'm so jealous I can't even look in the mirror. Thank God I won a spot for Fan Festival, or I would have burst into tears. After returning from Singapore, Chu Zhi landed at the airport at 2 a.m. He had one full day to rest. That afternoon, he made plans to play a match with Zhou Yu. Work-life balance mattered. He couldn't let himself get too worn out. Ever since Zhou Yu scored the song "I Want to Embrace You in This Ordinary Life" during a casual match with Chu Zhi, many others had been lining up for their chance at a training session. If Zhou Yu hadn't been so skilled, he might not have held his spot for long. Those seductive little devils. After one match, both were dripping with sweat. Taking a break on the bench, Chu Zhi and Zhou Yu stuck to their usual routine of playing 2 games. They hadn't hit the court in over 2 months. Chu Zhi's muscle memory had dulled, and his stamina wasn't what it used to be. Even a short session left him breathing hard. "You seem pretty happy today. Something good happened?" Chu Zhi asked. "I'm just glad to see Brother Gio in good health," Zhou Yu replied. "You really should exercise more." "I will," Chu Zhi nodded. Zhou Yu added. "And also, my agency finally approved my request to pursue acting." "Acting, huh? Brother Gio, you and I Close My Eyes is famous across Asia. Do you have any secret tricks? Maybe some advice for a beginner like me?" Zhou Yu asked suddenly. "Ha ha ha. I'm not some acting genius. I'm just a newcomer too," Chu Zhi said with a smile. "If I had to give one piece of advice, master the basics. Try to do everything yourself. Unless it's dangerous, avoid using a stunt double." Zhou Yu nodded seriously. "All right then, let's get to round 2. Chu Zhi stood and readied himself for the next match. Including the cool down, shower, and change afterward, their badminton session lasted just over an hour. After the workout, Chu Zhi treated Zhou Yu to a simple meal before heading home. Once home, he casually started drafting a new project. Album concept: Little Fruits Are Sweet. Theme: The world is bitter, but little fruits are sweet. Tracklist: Ni shi wo yi sheng zhong zui bar de jiao. You are the pride of my life. Zhang sheng shang qilat. Let the applause ring out. Gangrong Glory. Tanshi Angel. Ge suoyo zhida wo ming zu de run. To everyone who knows my name. Feng pi dao dit. With you till the end. Woman de Gura, our song. Yer kong zhong zui lang de xing. The brightest star in the night sky. Zui mer de kaiyang. The most beautiful sun. Yini urjite. Here because of you. Shishini, thank you. International tracks. My dot all my everything. Xingfu hua kaiyang. Star, wind, flower, sun. Zvezda star. MV production plan. 15 tracks in total. Should bring some much-needed life into our struggling entertainment scene. Domestic stars, brace yourselves. I'm back, Chu Zhi muttered with satisfaction. He had just finished scavenging through the system's archives to build the perfect playlist for his fans. Japanese, Russian, Korean, Based on his current popularity, he could release the album simultaneously across all of Asia. He had already proven himself in the Japanese and Korean markets. The distribution channels were solid. Russia was a bit trickier, but I can't release it overseas first. Domestic platforms offer free streaming, while foreign ones require purchase. I can't let the little fruits at home get the music later than everyone else, Chu Zhi reasoned. After more than an hour, he finalized the plan, including the album cover and the overall theme. He was considering using the upcoming fan festival in 2 weeks as the centerpiece of the MV. Of course, when it came to publicity, Chu Zhi would leave that to the professionals. Still early in the evening, he shifted focus to new game recordings. No matter how they packaged it, he wasn't going to participate in that variety show. He recalled how Mango TV had gone through over a dozen negotiation rounds and spent quite a bit just trying to invite him. Whatever their motive, Chu Zhi had no interest in helping that kind of production make money. The arrogance of some so-called stars was revolting. At its core, it was a matter of identity. As the Emperor Beast, he needed to find a way to balance both integrity and image. Meanwhile, his trip to Singapore continued to spark ripple effects. Remember how in the past people jokingly used Chinese phonetics to mark English words? Like bus became base, BC, dad dies. Mars became Masu, Masi, mom dies. Or school as Thigong, Si Guang. Everyone dies. Now, many Singaporeans had flipped the trend. They used English phonetics to label Chinese lyrics. For example, Shui Jingya's performance at the Marina Bay Sands relied entirely on English approximations to sing an entire Chinese song. Shui Jingya opened her WeChat group chat titled Learning Chinese for Geo. A group formed for all kinds of reasons, but united by one: Chu Zhi. Whether to understand his lyrics better or to learn more about his country, over 300 members had joined. Shi Le Bu Shirley. Jingya, I can't believe you did it. Then came a flood of reaction memes. Twisted_face.jpg, envy.jpg, babble.jpg, dark_crawling.jpg, meaningless_screaming.jpg, losing_control.jpg, chaos.jpg, tentacle_reach.jpg, smash_screen.jpg, whale.jpg. All of them were meme cats. For instance, dark_crawling.jpg was just a wriggling cat caterpillar. Human nature is repetition. Even those who didn't understand the memes joined in. Most of the group communicated in English. Shi Le Bu Shirley, a Chinese international student, acted as the group's unofficial Chinese tutor. Shui Jingya. I made myself cry singing. The Most Beautiful Sun is the perfect song for fans to sing to Geo. Her proud tone lit a fire under the group. Many members had been half-hearted about learning. Compared to English, Chinese was much harder to start from scratch. But singing for their idol? That was an irresistible motivation. I'm going to learn Chinese. I want Chinese as my second language. If I miss this chance, who knows when the next one will come? But opportunities belong to those who are prepared. Time to study seriously. I wanted to learn French. It's supposed to be the language of love. But after discovering Geo, I realized Chinese is the most romantic language. One message after another. Through Chu Zhi, the influence of a true superstar had already begun reshaping cultural perceptions. Number 365. The Emperor Beast in action. The two words, ancient costume and dance, appeared frequently in the fan festival submission zone. So, Chu Zhi went ahead and hired a dance instructor to choreograph a classical-style routine. As for the music, he chose The Sword and the Opera Lady, a rhythm and blues track with strong Chinese elements, perfect for dancing. Brother Geo, that movement isn't quite right. Speed it up a little. Stretch farther on the forward step. And pull your right foot back. Great, great. Now let's connect those two moves and run through it quickly. Beautiful, beautiful. Chu Zhi made time every day for dance practice. Once he made up his mind, he followed through. His execution was surprisingly decisive. It was exhausting, sure, but his improvement was visible each day. I'm not exaggerating. I say it like it is. Brother Geo didn't have any prior dance training, but he's improving quickly. He's doing great, the dance teacher praised. If he can match the physical conditioning, he could totally be a singing dancing artist. Chu Zhi replied, that's because the teacher explains things so clearly. He had memories of Cheng Die practicing acrobatics on floor mats from a young age. In opera, Your movements had to be elegant, which required techniques like aerial flips, waist spins, flying kicks, whirls, diving lunges, and steel gates. Because of that, Chu Zhi progressed with half the effort. 2 hours of training per day meant 60 hours in half a month. It didn't seem like much, but for the Emperor Beast who was earnestly learning a full routine, it was more than enough. If I could go to the fan festival, I'd be thrilled just to see Jiwai in person. No need for any dancing. Old Qian mumbled when he saw the training. What are you muttering about? Wang Yuan suddenly appeared behind him, making Old Qian jump. Boss, don't sneak up on people like that. Jump scares kill. Old Qian scolded. Wang Yuan asked, you scared of ghosts? Nope. Old Qian shook his head. Then if you're not afraid of ghosts, why be afraid of people? Wang Yuan looked puzzled. Old Qian blurted out in song. Musical note. I'm scared of ghosts, but they've never hurt me. I'm not scared of people, but they've cut me to pieces. Musical note. Stop, stop. Quit singing. Wang Yuan winced. What on earth are you singing? I heard Jiwai humming it before. Thought it sounded pretty good. Old Qian replied honestly. Well, the lyrics are actually pretty solid. Kinda real. But your voice? You butchered the song. Double standards. Thy name is woman. Old Qian wanted to say, but didn't dare. He wasn't afraid of anyone in the studio. Not even Nyo. But when it came to Wang Yuan, his courage disappeared. Their lunch meeting was held while eating to avoid cutting into break time. Thanks to Chu Zhi's influence, the company's atmosphere had subtly shifted. The whole studio radiated this strange energy. We're totally chill. But in reality, it was intense. Then again, hard work brought returns. Last year, Old Qian's bonus was 4.5 million, higher than many top executives at listed companies. Not that they had a choice. Chu Zhi made too much money. The studio's bonus pool exceeded 48 million. Since Brother Chu has been practicing dance for so long, how about accepting a dance-related show? Maybe be a celebrity captain on This Is Street Dance? Or a mentor on Dance Storm? Old Qian suggested, then sat down to continue eating. Honestly, it was a workplace anomaly. No way. Street dance requires way more technical skill. Brother Chu would be at a disadvantage. As for Dance Storm, they can't afford him, Neo Jiangxue said bluntly. Their food choices reflected their personalities. Fei Gu had braised pork over rice, a fast food option he didn't particularly like, but it was cheap and convenient. Old Qian ordered a crab pot, enough for 3 people, and invited Chichio to share. Wang Yuan had a custom gourmet Sichuan meal, with Nyo tagging along for bites. That day's lunch meeting centered on whether they should reconcile with Western brands like Adidas. For the past 2 months, Adidas had repeatedly made offers. Even Dolce & Gabbana reached out, inviting Chu Zhi to become their global ambassador, despite their controversial history. No need, Chu Zhi declined. Firmly, any brand with a history of anti-Chinese sentiment? Don't even talk to them. I figured you'd say that. But those two offered huge premiums. You should at least be informed, said Neo Jiangxue. Fei Guo added, so most of the brands under the LVMH group are against us. LVMH, or Moët Hennessy Louis Vuitton, was the world's biggest luxury conglomerate. Most well-known brands fell under their umbrella. Givenchy, Dior, LV, Tiffany, they were all LVMH. And nearly all of them had, at one point or another, engaged in anti-Chinese narratives. But the Emperor Beast wasn't scared. Now he truly understood the perks of stardom. If he were a business mogul, he'd be subject to foreign capital and even international suppression. As a celebrity, none of that mattered. He had his work, his fans, and his system bro. What was there to worry about? In today's digital world, unless you were in a country like North Korea, could anything truly be censored? If censorship worked that well, America wouldn't still have discrimination issues. After lunch, Chu Zhi had to fly to Cheong province for an event. Small note, if he wasn't in Modu, the dance classes were conducted over video. A bit inconvenient, but manageable. August passed in a whirlwind of dance practice. Meanwhile, his management team received word that My Love from the Star had officially wrapped and entered post-production. Thanks to the cast, Netflix planned to push heavy promotion in both Huaxia and the Western market. Netflix's reach was massive. Since 2019, they've been one of the top 100 companies in America. Their headquarters were based in Los Gatos, California. Naturally, their biggest market was still the West. After internal discussions, Netflix decided to funnel part of their traffic budget into the American market. At the end of August, Chu Zhi skipped a scheduled past life recording due to contractual obligations elsewhere. As a result, he didn't appear in episode 3 of Mushroom House. Fans flooded the comments. Without Brother Gio, the show just feels empty. Jiwai would have been perfect for Mushroom House. He can get along with any guest. Yeah, Kuan-ji can't always handle everything at once. Bullet comments and viewer posts didn't usually matter much to the production team. Director Luo Xuanyuan never read them. But he did care about the data. Episode 3 without Chu Zhi didn't even hit 1/10 the popularity of Episode 2. Then again, Episode 2 was a major event. Still, as director and producer, Luo Xuanyuan had to answer to the sponsors. And they didn't care about context. They only cared about numbers. Most concerning was that Episode 3 didn't just drop in ratings. It plummeted off a cliff. Zhang He, at your age, in this situation, how can you still sleep at night? Luo Xuanyuan repeated the vice director's complaint word for word to his assistant. Director Luo, is something wrong? Zhang He blinked in confusion. Luo Xuanyuan said, you need to confirm whether Teacher Chu will appear in next week's Mushroom House. They had a contract, so he'd definitely show. Luo Xuanyuan knew that. But he needed an outlet for his stress, so he dumped the task on his assistant. On September 3rd, Chu Zhi received a formal VIP invitation to the St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum, 1.5 months early. So this is the gold standard treatment for a core guest? Chu Zhi muttered to himself. Last time I was a regular guest, I sang opera too. This time, as a core guest, will it be dedication? Or Katyusha? Number 366. Too good to be true. Dedication was an instrumental piece Vitas composed in honor of his mother. It reached a terrifying EB6 in pitch. If Opera 2 sounded like a deity descending to earth, then dedication felt like a mortal defying heaven to slay the gods. As for Katyusha, it needed no introduction. It might be the most widely known song from Russia. The lyrics were adapted from a poem by Isakovsky, written in response to the Battle of Lake Khasan. In this parallel world, the poet never existed, and naturally, neither did Katyusha. Still, the inevitability of history gave rise to another song with similar weight and meaning. The status of Katyusha was shaped in part by its era, but even so, it was still a powerhouse in the Russia. So, between the two songs, Chu Zhi couldn't decide. October was still a ways off, so he set the matter aside for now. Speaking of poets, there had also been some progress on Chu Zhi's own poetry. I Am a Rebellious Child had sold 270,000 copies in Japan. The publishing house was pushing hard for a new collection to be released, but that wasn't something that could be rushed. Chu Zhi hadn't drawn any new poems lately, and his previous collection, The Great Riddle, still hadn't been translated into Japanese. With The Great Riddle, a collection of winged birds, and I Am a Rebellious Child, he now had 3 poetry books to his name. Even so, he was still far from his personal goal. He had a long way to go, and not much time. On the night before the second Orange Grove Festival, clever fans had already pieced it together. It was the evening of September 6th, and the 300 lucky little fruits who had been selected were practically vibrating with anticipation. Their ages ranged from a 15-year-old high school freshman to a 44-year-old mother of 2. The youngest chosen fan was Ling Zenon, just about to start high school. The first Orange Grove Festival had only been open to adults, but this time, minors were allowed to enter the drawing. Mom, I get it, don't worry. It's not like Shanxing is far, and Brother Gio arranged everything, Ling Zenon declared loudly, unable to bear his mother's nagging. But didn't you say there was a chaperone option? Call them and switch to that, his mother suddenly said. Ling Zenon panicked. The events. Tomorrow. You want to change it now? It's too late. They already sent me the flight info 5 days ago. You're underage. Flying alone from Kashgar to Shanxing, that's a long way. Of course I'm worried. Just call and ask, said Mrs. Ling. You were the one who said you didn't have time off work to come with me. Ling Zenon's voice rose in frustration. And it's not like I'm going to be on my own. Someone will be at the airport to pick me up. Just drive me there, okay? But what if something happens? It's not like you're the only one going. It's a huge event, and they can't keep an eye on everyone. If it comes to that, I'll just buy my own ticket, Mrs. Ling said, her concerns very reasonable. She had once opposed her son's idol obsession, worried it would affect his studies. But after seeing the positive impact, like how he had started waking up early to study, and his decent performance in the recent high school entrance exam, she had slowly come around. Fine, you buy your own ticket, Ling Zinan muttered. He didn't want to trouble anyone. More than that, he felt that suddenly changing plans like this in front of strangers would be humiliating. He would rather let his mother spend more money. Mrs. Ling didn't mind. She walked back to her room, saying, I'll book it now. Since they would need to stay one night, she also had to pack. Could have said so earlier, Ling Zinan grumbled. 4 or 5 days earlier, a staff member from the Orange Grove Festival had called him. Because he was a minor, he was allowed to bring 1 or 2 guardians along, all expenses paid. He had declined at the time, but the staff had him add the woman handling airport pickups on WeChat just in case. I really don't see what's so worrying, he muttered, grabbing a cold bottle of water from the fridge, only to spot his dad's little thermos. Like father, like son. Ling Zinan loved cold drinks, and so did his father. But the man was frugal. He never bought bottled water or soda, always boiling water at home and chilling it in a thermos. Ling Zinan suddenly realized the round-trip airfare wasn't cheap. Thinking of that, he clenched his teeth. He still couldn't bring himself to call, but he messaged the festival staff. He sent a couple of emoji stickers to lighten the mood, then explained the situation. He had expected it to be difficult. After all, the flight to Shansheng was departing in just over 10 hours. Wasn't asking to add a person now just taking advantage of their kindness? To his surprise, the staff member agreed immediately. Because he had already filled out the guardian consent form earlier, they already had his mother's information. Everything was processed quickly. Wait, it's done. Ling Zinan was still in disbelief. Only after receiving the new flight info 10 minutes later did he snap out of it. He burst into his mother's room. Mom, did you buy the ticket yet? Not yet. I was just about to, Mrs. Ling replied. No need. I told the staff, and they've already booked your ticket, he said proudly. Mrs. Ling's eyes lit up. Saving money was always a plus. So where's the gathering being held? I'll book a hotel nearby. No need for that either, said Ling Zinan, his voice smug. They already booked everything. Huh? Mrs. Ling's smile froze. She could understand a celebrity holding a fan event and covering food, lodging, and transportation. That alone was a huge gesture of generosity. But they also covered travel for the parents? From her perspective, this Chu Zhi was either a saint or a fool. Or maybe this was a scam. Zinan, this event, it's real, right? Mrs. Ling hesitated for a long time before asking. Of course it's real, Ling Zinan said. You can even call the Shansheng mayor's office. Ask if the event is registered. You can look up the company too. Right? That was possible. Mrs. Ling quickly dialed the city's 24-hour mayoral hotline. After a few minutes in the queue, someone picked up. Ma'am, are you inquiring whether the celebrity Chu Zhi is holding a fan meet on September 7th in Shansheng? The hotline staff asked. Yes, that's exactly it, she replied. We've checked our records. There is indeed a registered mid-size fan meet taking place on September 7th at the Expo Center on Yueli Avenue in the YB district. The organizing company is Taiyang Chuana Entertainment, based in Modu. The event's lead planner is Chu Zhi himself. So it's real? She asked again. Yes, ma'am. Now Mrs. Ling could finally relax. Still, this Chu Zhi fellow, was he just throwing money around like water? Or was he truly just a good person? With her doubts gone and no money to spend, Mrs. Ling's cheerful expression returned. The next day, Ling Zinan and his mother boarded the flight from Kashgar to Shansheng. High above the clouds, thousands of meters in the air, his heart felt suspended. Of course he was excited to see his idol, but would having his mother come along be awkward? Mrs. Ling, on the other hand, had never been a fangirl in her entire life. This trip was about one thing only, making sure her son was safe. 3.5 hours later, they landed at Jiangbei Airport. The Orange Grove Festival had officially begun. Number 367. Memories worth keeping. They didn't realize until they arrived. This year's Orange Festival allowed minors to join the lottery too. Out of 300 attendees, 53 were under 18. Among them, 50 young little fruits chose to bring a parent along. Ling Zinan was just one of them. Nothing special. Now I feel better, Ling Zinan muttered to himself. He'd been worried that showing up with his mom might get him laughed at by the others. but seeing everyone else doing the same made it no big deal. The fans lined up into 4 neat rows on their own. The entrance gate had 4 ticket check-in counters. Ling Zinan had arrived late, so he was toward the back of the line. "Mom, we're in line now," Ling Zinan whispered. The line looked like a clean brushstroke. His mother, however, stood off to the side like an ink drop that splashed outside the page. "Just stand here," his mother replied casually. "I told you to stand in line, just do it. Why ask so many questions?" Ling Zinan mumbled, his tone slightly impatient. He didn't know how to explain that this, lining up properly, was a point of pride for little fruits. A matter of honor and commitment. He was afraid she wouldn't understand. Worse, afraid she might dismiss it altogether. So instead of trying to explain, he just snapped. "Oh," his mother murmured, stepping into place. She was used to this. Her son had grown up, and nowadays, he rarely said more than a few words before growing impatient. Ling Zinan noticed and felt a pang in his chest. Even Brother Jiao didn't have a mom. He probably couldn't even hear this kind of nagging, even if he wanted to. "Listen to your mama." The theme song Brother Jiao had written for a movie started playing in his head. It was one of Ling Zinan's favorites. Musical note: "Listen to your mama. Don't let her get hurt. Gotta grow up fast, so you can protect her." Musical note. He turned to his mother. "Look over there. See that reporter sneaking around with a camera? Fans want to look good on camera, so we're all lining up neatly." "Oh, a reporter? Then yeah, we should line up nicely," his mom mumbled, still muttering about how she would have lined up earlier if she'd known. All 300 fans waited outside the exhibition hall. There were still 30 minutes until check-in, but their minds were already inside. Ling Zinan glanced toward the front. Someone up there was holding a phone. It looked like a live stream, but he couldn't hear what they were saying from so far away. "My chestnuts, I've waited forever for today. I sacrificed my roommate's chance to date for the rest of the year just to win this ticket. I might be the first Douyin streamer ever to attend the Orange Festival. Not even sure if I'm allowed to film." The one live streaming was a C-list Douyin host with a total following of about 50,000. Her ID was "Main Doesn't Eat Meat." Because of her slightly chubby cheeks, some playful fans had nicknamed her Ro Meaty. Movie camera first in the whole web. Live at the Orange Festival. That was her stream title. Plenty of little fruits were on Douyin too, so the viewer count skyrocketed. Ruru was ecstatic. It wouldn't be long before she became a viral influencer, standing at the peak of the internet world. Other people spent money chasing stars. She could make money while doing it. Nice. I remember last year someone came too early and got sunburned at the check-in, so they added these shade tents this time. Other celebrities are trying to host fan festivals too, but the Orange Festival is still the real deal. LOL, are you shading that one dude, Zhou Guowu? Didn't he charge fans 1,500 each just to attend? Ro saw the comments and quickly responded. "Let's not talk about other celebrities today. Okay, brothers? Let's just enjoy the Orange Festival." They were referring to a recent controversy. Earlier this year, top star Zhou Guowu tried hosting a fan event. Fans found out they were being charged 1,500 for lodging and airfare. Was it really a fan festival if you had to pay? If both sides agreed, fine. But charging without warning? Too much. The backlash was brutal. Zhou Guowu's studio later issued a statement, claiming the charges weren't official, just unauthorized by a third-party vendor. As compensation, they offered some free merch. Still, the nickname stuck. Netizens started calling his fans the leak generation. Despite Ro's warnings, the chat exploded with comparisons. Just look at how other celebs treat their fans. Now look at Jiawai, night and day. Without contrast, there'd be no pain. Ro's panicking. "Girl, you've been a little fruit for years. Those leak fans wouldn't dare step into the orange grove. Don't be scared." Eventually, she gave up trying to moderate the chat. Like they said, Zhou Guowu's fans could bark online all they wanted. They'd never dare pick a fight with little fruits. The numbers weren't in their favor. Soon enough, the staff began ticket check-in. All 350 attendees entered the venue in an orderly fashion. Having hosted the festival once before, this second time felt much smoother. Upon entering, fans walked down a long corridor. Both walls were lined with handwritten messages. "I love him this year, and I'll still love him 10 years from now. So happy to take a picture with Jiawai. Give me glory. I've seen the sea, and nothing compares. Jiawai is worth chasing for a lifetime." Roro noticed it immediately. Wow, look at this, she said as she moved forward. Just ahead of the message wall was a memory keepsake area featuring a large group photo and dozens of event snapshots. Everyone in those photos, every little fruit, was smiling so brightly. These must be fans from last year's Orange Festival, Roro said. They look like they had so much fun. These photos are displayed here. I bet every event has a group photo for memories. That's so thoughtful. The livestream chat went wild. Usually, fans treasured photos with their idols. But here, the idol was preserving fans' memories. Who was this person? Then Roro spotted a message. I was one of the first little fruits. A week after the event, a staff member contacted me. I got my event photos for free. Everyone who attended got theirs. Free photos. This is what a real star looks like. Roro couldn't hold back. She name-dropped directly. She looked down the corridor. Guys, think about it. This hallway's already packed, but what if they keep hosting more festivals? There won't be enough space. I'm honestly so touched right now. By then, her stream had over 100,000 viewers. More than 10,000 were real-time participants. The comment section was flooded with emotional reactions. And this was just the beginning. Imagine if they knew that Chu Zhi had kept more than 100,000 fan letters and blessing cards. That alone would have blown the internet apart. Chu Zhi might not say he was playing 4D chess, but every move was calculated. Collecting fan memories now would make for perfect moments at his concerts. A little heartbreak, followed by a little sweetness. All part of the plan. The main hall was decorated even more elaborately. The ceiling was covered in star patterns. The theme was a starry sky above, an orange grove below. Even the chairs and sofas were orange. The whole space radiated orange warmth. Snacks like white marshmallows, lime-flavored chips, crispy cones, and wafers were stacked in the middle like a mountain at the heart of the grove. With 300 fans and 50 parents, the venue had enough chairs, couches, and stools for at least 500. That meant even the most introverted little fruit could find their own quiet corner. Mom, here's some water. Ling Zinan handed her a bottle of mineral water. His mother was about to ask if the snacks were just for display. What if they weren't meant to be eaten? But her son beat her to it. Don't worry. All of this is from Brother Gio. It's free, Ling Zinan said proudly. That feeling, look at my idol. Look how good he is, wasn't unique to him. All the little fruits who brought their parents had the same glow. The adults, meanwhile, couldn't help but wonder, are there really stars in the world this generous? If they hadn't seen it themselves, they wouldn't have believed it. Take Chi's father, for instance. He came along with his 17-year-old daughter and was already starting to warm up to Chu Zhi. Munching on crispy cones and pickled chicken feet, he thought, this star's not bad. Every fan had a snack budget of 300. Whatever they couldn't finish, they could take home. TSK, I don't know why, but snacks from Jiwai just taste better, Roro said, holding up a seaweed chip to the camera. Fan perks come first. Just then, a thin figure emerged from the backstage area. Ling Zinan's mother's eyes lit up first. It's Teacher Kuan, she said. Hello. I'm your host for this year's fan festival, Kuan Yun greeted. Good afternoon, little fruits. He had volunteered to host. The original hosts had been Wei and Huang, but Kuan Yun, feeling indebted to Chu Zhi, had offered to take over. Wei Tongzi, a hardcore little fruit herself, had been happy to host again. But when Kuan Yun stepped up, and she had a scheduling conflict, she gave him the slot without hesitation. This is the second Orange Festival. Today, the most important thing is that we all have fun, Kuan Yun said. Brightly, I'll start by giving a quick rundown of the schedule. In a quiet corner, someone was peeking out secretly. It was old Qian. Seeing everything running smoothly, the exhibition lead breathed a sigh of relief. He left the side hall to head to the restaurant next door, where the evening banquet for over 300 people would take place. Working with Jiwai? Too many temptations. Good thing I'm a solid guy, old Qian muttered. Wang Yuan didn't have time this year, so old Qian handled all snack procurement. Several snack brands even paid to sponsor the event. Why? Because of profit. The first Orange Festival had drawn over 1 million views on the Orange Home app. After a year, total replays had reached 27.85 million. The platform's stats were known for being tight. Repeated views from the same IP didn't count. That level of engagement was like a full-scale live stream sale. Naturally, snack brands wanted in. One even offered a nearly seven-figure sponsorship. Old Qian still turned it down. He could already see it. As the Orange Festival grew, it might even spawn its own Orange rankings. Snacks that made it into the event could become a selling point. Number 368. Fulfilled. The games at the Orange Festival followed the usual principle. Make sure as many people could join as possible. But they didn't reuse the previous year's setup. Chu Zhi had his company's planners draft a long list of ideas, and in the end, he chose the game called Orange Maze. The venue was scattered with various questions, and every correct answer earned you orange coins. Some of the questions were tricky, like, what was the first song where Chu Zhi composed both the melody and lyrics? Others were easier. How many albums has Chu Zhi released domestically? Even the hard ones were sometimes answered correctly by the little fruits. As for the simple ones, surprisingly, there were still wrong answers. Many little fruits answered that Chu Zhi had released 2 albums so far, 25,117 possibilities, and Chu Ci, Ode to the Orange Trees. But the correct answer was 4. Even if the original body's peak was short-lived, it had still produced 2 full albums, electronic and psychedelic in style. Whether they were good or not was one thing, but the Emperor Beast would never ignore the original self's hard work. Strangely enough, as Chu Zhi released more quality songs, the public's perception of those earlier 2 albums gradually improved. Some music critics even began to reanalyze them from a fresh perspective. After all, in another parallel universe, the greatest film of all time was 6 panels. Come on, time's almost up. Kuan Yun rallied the crowd. Orange coins can be exchanged for fan merch after the event. Ling Zinan muttered under his breath, Brother Jio's going bad. What is this? The same scammy tactic as Trash Tianmei. With plenty of experience in games, Ling Zinan had already seen through the trick. Each correct answer only gave you 5 orange coins. Judging from classic online game logic, it would probably take 20 or 30 to redeem anything decent. Of course, Ling Zinan instinctively blamed the planners. How could Brother Zhou possibly be at fault? He still needed to find 2 more puzzles. After wandering around the venue for a while and coming up empty, he sighed. Had someone already found all of them? Is this what you're looking for? Ling's mom held out 3 small orange bamboo tubes. Ling Zinan was intrigued. He'd just searched the area and found nothing. Where'd you get these? They were under the couch we were sitting on. I stepped on one by accident, she replied. Was this the legendary Lucky Mom buff? Ling Zinan opened one of the bamboo tubes and pulled out a slip of paper. It read, Chu Zhi's birthday. Too easy. September 9th. He got it right. The little fruits are doing their best to answer questions, so you should too. Little Jio, Kuan Yun suddenly said. Chu Zhi blinked. Then he remembered what old Qian had said about a surprise segment. Everything in the Orange Festival schedule had gone through his review, except for this one mysterious part. Old Qian had been secretive, only revealing that it would be a special segment. The Emperor Beast, who liked to keep everything under control, had hesitated for a long time before agreeing to it. We collected these questions secretly, Kuan Yun explained. I swear on my 10+ years of hosting experience, little Jio had no clue this segment existed, let alone the questions. Well, I didn't expect this at all, Chu Zhi said. Of course, the Orange Festival is a time for both Big Orange and the little fruits to play together, Kuan Yun smiled. Let's do it then, Chu Zhi agreed. The little fruits who had been searching for bamboo tubes paused, and streamer Ro turned her camera to focus on her idol. Here's the first crowd-submitted question. Kuan Yun pulled out a cue card. At the same time, the big screen behind them lit up. Jiawai, do you remember where your first autograph signing event was held? Chu Zhi's mind went blank. Due to the original body's long-term battle with depression, which had caused organic damage, many of his past memories were blurry. Even though Chu Zhi had inherited all the original memories, this question stumped him. I can't remember. He tried recalling, but nothing came up. Ludao. The first signing event was in Ludao. Kuan Yun chimed in to move things along. More importantly, this fan also left a message. Brother Jio, how long has it been since your last fan meet or signing event? Even if your albums are free, we can't go without signings. The second question was, what was the breakout song on the stage of Future Star? The memory was faint. It was from the first round of preliminaries. The song itself hadn't been particularly amazing, but his stunning appearance in a bright red suit had crushed the competition. That's when people started calling him the same frame assassin. The fan's message read, "That red suit amazed my entire youth. I still regret not supporting you during your lowest moments. But from now on, I'll stand by you without hesitation." Ku Yun asked a total of 8 questions. The Emperor Beast got 5 correct. "I really should have remembered those last 3, but my memory's terrible," Chu Zhi admitted. The little fruits at the scene all voiced their understanding. But fans watching the live stream through Ro's camera had slightly more distance and independent thought. Some of the comments read, "Wait, didn't I see an airport video where Jiwai remembered a little fruit who had been to one of his events? How can he have bad memory?" It seemed contradictory, but before fans could think about it too much, Ku Yun moved things along. "If you haven't answered all your Orange Maze questions, hurry up. We're about to start the next activity." The schedule wasn't rushed at all. In fact, you could sit there the whole time snacking, with no pressure to participate. As the minutes passed, around 50 parents who had come with their kids started gathering in small groups. They didn't join the games, but instead began chatting. Back in my day, being a fan just meant buying tapes. We listened at home and talked about them at school. There were no events like this. "How long has your kid been a little fruit?" She said a year or 2. "Same here. My kid's been a fan for about 2 years. At first, her grades dropped, but then they bounced back. In the last mock exam, she ranked 9th in the entire grade. She even made me promise not to stop her from being a fan." The parents talked among themselves. With student parents, if they weren't talking about grades, they were talking about extracurriculars. But that wasn't quite appropriate here, so grades it was. "Chu Zhi is really different from other celebrities," Ling's mom shared. "My son never liked reading outside of schoolwork. He'd rather play games. I've told him so many times. But ever since he started liking Chu Zhi, he actually started reading on his own." She thought it was just her kid, but once the parents started sharing, they realized that most of the children had improved, even if just in attitude or goals. One parent said her daughter had a serious sweet tooth and was severely overweight at just 14. They had been urging her to diet for health reasons, but she never listened. After becoming a Chu Zhi fan, she kept saying, "I want to lose weight and become a better version of myself so I can attend his concert." Most of the time she still can't resist sweets, the mother laughed, but at least she's aware now. That's a good start. The more they talked, the more positive their impression of Chu Zhi became. In the past, they'd worried about idols affecting studies or promoting reckless spending, but neither of those seemed to be an issue now. The 2 games brought together different groups. With simple rules, and even Chu Zhi himself participating, the atmosphere was warm and joyful. In the corner, the camera crew was on standby, capturing all the fans' happy moments. Another area was set up to stream the entire event on Orange Home. The third part of the festival was the idol performance. Chu Zhi took center stage. "Before the event, we put up a submission post asking what you all wanted to see at the fan festival," Chu Zhi said. "Honestly, I didn't expect your creativity to go this far." With a flick of his hand, the big screen displayed suggestions from Orange Home. Dance, swimming, cross-dressing, push-ups, silly duets, everything was there. "You all know my coordination isn't great. I've got that classic same arm same leg issue. But I still practice to dance. I think it turned out okay." Saying his coordination was poor was an exaggeration. The Emperor Beast liked to work hard enough to give the illusion of effortlessness, but he had genuinely pushed himself. For half a month, he hadn't missed a single daily dance class and often practiced even more at home, just to fulfill this fan request. "I'll go change real quick," Chu Zhi said as he walked off stage. None of the little fruits had expected this. The Orange Festival was already amazing, but now their idol was letting them order from the menu? What a surprise. "What kind of divine idol is this?" Ro said to her stream. "Even if Jiwai dances like a stiff board, this whole thing deserves a like from me." About 10 minutes later, slightly long for a costume change, Chu Zhi returned. Luckily, Ku Yun kept the crowd engaged the whole time like the seasoned host he was. When Chu Zhi stepped out again, everyone understood why it had taken so long. Any Peking opera fan would recognize it. His face paint was that of a Daomedan warrior role. "Gorgeous," someone whispered. His cross-gender opera styling was legendary, and this time was no exception. His outfit was a modified opera costume, oversized and dramatic. The music started, ancient and rich in tone. Some longtime little fruits said they had never heard this song before. Musical note: I was still in Xiangjiang this morning, sipping soup at Julong Tea House, when suddenly the scene changed to Chang'an. I stand by the moat's edge, beneath the old mysterious walls, the moonlight shimmering. I speak English with a street vendor, and then, darkness. Musical note: Chu Zhi started singing in his natural male voice. In one moment, he had met 3 requests: new song, traditional costume, and dance. Singing while dancing is no easy feat, but thanks to 2 weeks of training, he nailed it. His performance reached a professional level. Ro's eyes were wide. This wasn't just not bad. This was unreal. And then came the climax. The stage lights caught the moment as his costume flipped mid-dance, revealing a transformation between Xiang Yu and Yu Ji. The outfit was specially designed for this performance. His voice shifted to a female tone, and the choreography softened into grace. Thanks to the choreographer's planning, the transition was seamless, not jarring in the least. Musical note: I start to wonder, where am I really? I look different, a Chinese girl. I start to care, dressing with attention. I finally step on stage, it's my turn now. I twirl my blanket gun, land in a backflip, my stance solid like a horse-riding warrior. I twirl my gun, outshining everyone, and sing the tale of Yu Ji and Xiang Yu. I twirl my gun, the stage is my opera troupe. Musical note: number 369. A misjudged move. Soft electric guitar, electric bass, snare drums, flute, synth bass, piano, cello, shamisen, over a dozen instrument tracks blended into a lively, dynamic soundtrack. How to describe it? The arrangement felt impulsive, even chaotic, but it was addictively satisfying. Musical note: on stage they twirl the spears with flair. The crowd claps in awe with the eru in the air. Musical note: musical note. No one spins the spear quite like she can, a warrior girl who stuns the whole clan. Musical note: incorporating Peking opera elements into the dance, the choreography featured the acrobatic floor work known as Tanzi Gong. With a spear in hand, just like the lyrics described, Chu Zhi spun it with dazzling grace, drawing gasps and cheers from the crowd. The choreography was razor-sharp, syncing perfectly with the lyrics. When the line "Where am I really?" played, he froze mid-split. And at "Spin the Spear," he flicked the shaft into a glowing flourish, touched the tip to the floor, then flipped forward with practiced power. Half a month of rehearsals hadn't gone to waste. They didn't just match the lyrics, they hit the beat. Of course, the split and somersault sections were pre-recorded for safety. The vocals switched freely between male and female, full of rhythm and swagger. Musical note: 1 grain of rice, 1 bed, 1 wall, 1 window wide. I scatter moonlight far and wide. I once sowed a field of sorghum alone, in Beidawang's winds. 1 bowl of hot soup warmed me through the night. Musical note: actors like Lee Junji and BJRN Anderson had androgynous beauty. Especially the latter. Just looking at him made some feel the urge to smash the illusion. Chu Zhi didn't fall into that beautiful boy category. His looks were striking in a different way. People often say, individually the features aren't much, but together they're pretty. Not Chu Zhi. Each feature was already outstanding on its own. That meant no matter if he dressed as the warlord from Peking opera or played the tragic beauty Yu Ji, he stood out like a blazing torch. He opened with the warlord's intro, let Yu Ji sing the chorus, then rapped the rap with his natural tone. The ending was a soft female vocal. Musical note: waist turning. In sync with the horse, stand strong, spinning that spear like no one else can. Now sing the tale of Yu Ji and the king. Musical note: as he twirled back for the final spear flourish, Chu Zhi's moves were clean and decisive. The tip of the spear snapped into place like a dragon's strike. Phew, Chu Zhi exhaled hard. He was exhausted. The reworked opera costume was designed for quick changes, but it was hot as hell. Add the wig on top, and it felt like performing in a furnace. Once the set ended, he stripped the costume and wig off completely. Wearing it was like wrapping himself in burlap. Not a breath of air got through. At first, only Ro and a few others were filming with their phones. Most were simply caught in the moment, eyes wide as they soaked in the performance. But as soon as the dance started, over 80% of the crowd had their phones raised, especially when Chu Zhi began to sweat profusely. "Let's take a photo together," he said. Chu Zhi approached the audience. Since he hadn't brought his own phone, he borrowed one from a fan. He opened the wide-angle camera and posed with everyone. Because of the lens distortion, the Emperor Beast's face filled most of the frame. Thanks. Chu Zhi handed the phone back. Make sure to send me the photo later, so I can share it with the other little fruits. Little fruit, Qi Qingqing took her phone back, still stunned. From the moment her idol reached out to her, her brain had gone fuzzy. It wasn't until 30 seconds after her phone was returned that Qi Qingqing finally came to her senses. She wanted to scream. She really did. But noticing the crowd, she slapped a hand over her mouth. Peeking at the group photo in her album, her heart thudded violently. Aya. From this day on, Qi Qingqing swore to herself, if anyone dared to talk bad about Brother Jiu, they were her sworn enemy. Why did she suddenly feel a chill on her back? Qi Qingqing glanced around. The other little fruits were all staring at her. No, staring at her phone. Ahem. She quickly tucked the phone away and stared straight ahead at the stage, acting as if nothing had happened. I once interviewed a veteran Peking opera performer, said Kuan Yun, clapping. I know a bit about the basics. Just now, the dance included Tanzi Gong and Batzi Gong, right? Chu Zhi nodded. Singing and dancing was exhausting enough. The large movements left him breathless. He hadn't fully recovered yet. Tanzi Gong and Batzi Gong are foundational to Peking opera. They usually take 4 or 5 years to learn. I'm shocked. That performance just now was flawless, Kuan Yun said. You must have practiced this for ages. Not that long. Chu Zhi wiped some sweat from his temple. I just didn't want to let the fans down. How could anyone be disappointed? This was an amazing surprise. Kuan Yun turned to the crowd. What do you think? Was it disappointing or amazing? Definitely amazing. That dance was insane. I don't believe he didn't train hard for those spear moves and flips. The little fruits shouted out in unison. Even the older audience members, who might not enjoy the musical style of Daomadan, could still appreciate the choreography. The fusion of martial artistry and traditional technique had a visual impact that even a layperson could feel. Qi Qingqing's dad didn't get the fuss. But then someone behind him shouted so loudly it startled him. Of course we're excited. Didn't you hear before? Brother Jiu couldn't dance at all. Qi Qingqing replied. He really hadn't noticed. But now that he thought about it, seeing that stage just now, even he had to admit, it was impressive. That's why the fans were so touched. Their idol cared. Everyone in the fan scene knew how it went. Agencies would pretend to gather feedback, but never actually read it. In the past, fangirls would make excuses. Our idols are too busy. But then Chu Zhi came along and showed them. No matter how busy you were, if you wanted to, you could make time. Not just that, he actually put in effort. It was like standing beneath a waterfall of emotion, being drenched head to toe. He took selfies with fans, performed in women's costumes, danced, dropped a new song, wore traditional outfits. Every single request from the comment section had been fulfilled. The Orange Festival continued. The fourth segment was Sharing Achievements, where fans shared their proudest accomplishments from the past year. At Orange Home, I placed a wish star for myself, for my music to be recognized globally. I haven't reached that yet, but I have 2 things I'm proud of, said Chu Zhi. In just under 3 years, Chu Zhi had risen to Asian stardom and gained a serious following in Japan, Korea, Thailand, and Russia. That was already phenomenal. Don't compare him to Justin Bieber or Taylor Swift. Western pop stars could rocket to fame in 2 or 3 years, but for an Asian artist, especially someone from China, it was incredibly hard to break into Western markets. But the Emperor Beast had confidence. Just like Queen only needed 1 hit, or MJ who danced and sang like no one else. Chu Zhi's strategy was to cement his foundation in Asia first. Once he hit the ceiling there, then he'd head west. By the time My Love from the Star aired, that goal would be in reach. The big screen displayed his personal roadmap. Chu Zhi's goal planning. Step 1. Release 3 free albums to let more people hear my music. 2/3 complete. Step 2. Receive recognition from the 4 major domestic music awards. 3/4 complete. Only missing the Chinese Song Music Festival. Step 3. Gain recognition across Asia. Complete. Step 4. Win a Grammy. Step 5. Achieve worldwide musical recognition. The fans were stunned. Their idol had never stopped striving. And even so, he still felt it wasn't enough. If Chu Zhi could work this hard, what excuse did any of them have? The first achievement is winning Most Popular Work at the China-Korea-Japan Showcase. The second is at Orange Home. Over 870,000 little fruits placed 940,000 wish stars, he said. Those numbers included high school and college students who had reached their entrance exam goals. I'm really proud, Chu Zhi said. As soon as he finished, a fan with no stage fright stood up. That includes me, he shouted. I got into Lu Sun Academy of Fine Arts. All eyes turned to him. And as the saying goes, if you're not embarrassed by your cringe, others will join you. Sure enough, more voices followed. I got into my dream school. I passed my level 4 culinary license 3 months ago. I lost 10 pounds. Mine was to find a partner. I did. What? So many people actually completed theirs? I thought I was the only one. Turns out I'm the clown. For Jawai, it's time to hustle. Already trying my best, don't rush me. One voice after another. Out of the 300 fans at the event, nearly 10% had fulfilled their wishes. Many others hadn't yet, but the energy in the air pushed them to keep going. Sure, most young people drift between aimless laziness and spurts of motivation. Who knew how long this boost would last? But that was life, finding the next wave of momentum. And the Emperor Beast? He always came back to water the fields. The final event was a group sing-along of The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. After more than 3 hours, the Orange Festival drew to a close with hundreds of voices in harmony. What do you want for dinner? I'll treat you, a mom whispered after the song ended. What do you mean? Her child, Ling Zenon, replied. There's dinner included in the festival. And prizes after. Good grief. That was all she could think. Just as her child said, Chu Zhi himself had mentioned dinner was available if people had time to stay. Don't forget to redeem your gifts, Chu Zhi reminded the fans. Those who solved the orange riddles earned orange coins. The artist stepped off stage. Kuan Yun smoothly took over. Then the staff wheeled out a giant pumpkin carriage covered in red cloth. Watch closely. Here's your prize, Kuan Yun announced, dramatically yanking off the cloth. Inside was a treasure trove of merch, signed books, numbered orange pens, starry-covered notebooks, chibi Chu Zhi keychains, phone cases, scarves, hats, t-shirts, and more. Each item had a tag showing how many orange coins it cost. But the prices. Holy crap. Are these prices right? Ling Zenon gawked. A keychain or phone case cost only 1 orange coin. Even the most expensive, a personally signed book, cost just 10. He had expected some money-grabbing scheme where dozens or hundreds of points were needed. But this was too generous. I swear, I regret everything. Why didn't I answer one more riddle? I could have had the signed book, Ling Zenon muttered. He had thought. He was being smart by not wasting time. Now he just felt like a fool. Number 370. Am I out of touch? Watching everyone else exchange for mountains of merch, Ling Zenon hesitated, thought it over carefully, then chose a simple hat worth 5 Ju coins. Regret instantly set in. Ling Zenon's mood could only be described as his mom regretting having him. That level of regret. I shouldn't have doubted Brother Gio. Ling Zenon stood there, sulking in a dark emo cloud. Fortunately, his gloom didn't last long. Each attendee was given a limited edition commemorative backpack, another kind of souvenir. I've been eyeing this orange bag forever. It's gorgeous. He was still a high schooler, after all. Teen emotions came and went quickly. It's just an orange backpack. Why are you so happy about that? His mom said, unimpressed. How is it not good looking? Ling Zenon bristled. Look at those 2 woven nylon jacquard straps, the padded mesh cotton linen back panel, and this front flap with the lock clasp. Timeless and stylish. And even if you ignore all that, this Ju bag? People online are offering 4,000 to 5,000 yuan for it, and still can't get one. What? 4,000 to 5,000? His mother froze. That celebrity could make a fortune just selling bags like this. What are you thinking? Brother Gio hasn't even released any merch yet. He only gave out 300 of them last time, so there's barely any in circulation, Ling Zenon explained. The Ju bag, the keychains, all of it has a unique serial number. You can look it up on Orange Home. She didn't get it. She really didn't. But she was absolutely shocked. The most expensive bag she owned was a gift from her husband on their 10th anniversary, worth just over 5,000. But that was a high-end luxury brand. And here was a celebrity whose stuff was worth just as much. Yet he refused to sell it? Completely baffling. You guys were kinda underwhelming today, huh? Still so many snacks left, said Kuan Yun. Little Gio left instructions. You're responsible for finishing all this. Put it in the backpacks you just got. Last time, the snacks were pre-packed for fans. This time, the one playing the Emperor Beast had made a minor change. Fans had to pack the snacks themselves. Let's get moving. Don't let anything go to waste. Urged by teacher Kuan Yun, the 300 fans started packing, though they were a bit hesitant. Most only grabbed 1 or 2 small bags. What are you doing? Kuan Yun took a bag from one of the fans, stuffed it with several tubes of potato chips, sour plums, spicy chicken feet, soft milk candies, pork jerky, beef strips, 20 to 30 bags in total. In no time, the bag was bulging. But he wasn't done. He added another layer on top with delicate snacks like wafers, Oreos, corn crisps. The zipper wouldn't even close anymore. He barely managed to snap the plastic buckle shut. The Jew bag now looked like someone who had eaten 12 pounds of crayfish and still insisted on downing a whole roast lamb. It was a bulging, overfed glutton of a backpack. Still needs something. Kuan Yin thought for a moment, then grabbed 2 bottles of drinks and forced them into the side pockets. He had to use a fair bit of strength to get them in. This is how it should be packed, he said. He handed the bag back to the fan, not even sure how many snack bags were inside. All he knew was that when he passed it back to one of the little fruits, she couldn't hold it with one hand. It nearly hit the floor. Thanks to his demonstration, every little fruit ended up with an absolutely stuffed Jew bag of snacks. With that phase complete, staff members led them to a nearby restaurant for dinner. It was similar to last year's, very generous and satisfying. Chi Ching-Ching, Ling Zenan, and the rest were overjoyed. And the guardians of the 50 attending Little Fruits? Their opinion of Chu Zhi had changed drastically. There's a saying, when someone feeds you, it's hard to stay mad. These guardians weren't even fans, but after being fed and gifted like this, it was hard to stay indifferent. A bunch of parents got converted on the spot. They had never seen fandom done like this. Actually, even the young fangirls hadn't seen this before the Emperor Beast came along. After dinner, the staff double-checked every fan's safety, especially those minors who had come without a guardian. Chu Zhi had even hired security professionals to oversee the process. The cost wasn't small, but to the Emperor Beast, only 3 things mattered: safety, safety, and more damn safety. At around 10 that night, Chu Zhi finally received the report. All fans were safe and accounted for. September 7th. The Orange Festival ended in total success. Niu Jiangxue, Lao Qian, and others couldn't help feeling the second Orange Festival had gone a bit over budget. The first had cost a little over 3 million. This one, over 5 million. Staffing, decoration, merch production, 50 extra parents' airfare, every bit added up. But for Chu Zhi, it wasn't a problem. In the industry, there's an unwritten rule: don't hire fans as part of your management team. Why? Because when fans look at you through a filter of admiration and get close enough to see your flaws, that love can turn to hate. There were examples of that in both Earth and the parallel world. But after 3 years, Chu Zhi's mom fan Wang Yuan only had one thought: little Gio deserves every bit of his popularity. Like now, Wang Yuan was moved. He spent so much effort and money just for the fans. But the Emperor Beast had a different view. Was the Orange Festival expensive? Not really. Look at the new fans it brought in, the reputation boost, the wave of goodwill. Could 5 million in ads buy that kind of effect? The first Orange Festival was like a 1-ton bomb that rocked the entire entertainment scene. The second? 10 tons of explosives. Just look at the Douyin streamer Ro Ro. After her stream ended, her popularity reached over 30 million. More than 500,000 were actually watching live. Streaming numbers can be misleading, inflated by big gifts and time watched. But over 500,000 real-time viewers? That beat 99.9% of the entire platform. And that was with Orange Home's own stream running at the same time. The moment the festival ended, the 10-ton bomb detonated. Everyone in the fandom world knows, being a fan of Jiawai sits at the top of the food chain. Unmatched. Unreasonably powerful. And if you want to know why, just look at the Orange Festival. Little Gio's the sword and the opera lady cosplay? Absolutely stunning. Why am I always unlucky in raffles? That dance was too good. If I weren't already an old fruit, I'd swear Brother Gio had formal training. Teacher Kuan asked how long Brother Gio had been training. Jiwai said not long. That's impossible. I'm a dance major. You can't pull off that level without months of practice. Jiwai is so dumb. He works so hard for us in secret and never says a word, just to make our wishes come true. Every little thing we say, Jiwai remembers. The two greatest blessings of my life. 1. Being born to my mother. 2. Becoming a fan of Jiwai. The little fruits were filled with emotion and pride. No other celebrity was doing this. Short clips of Chu Zhi's The Sword and the Opera Lady dance went viral on Douyin with titles like, "What level is this dance? Has any star ever given you everything they had?" Yu Ji and Xiang Yu, one thought apart. A dancer interrupted by singing. On Xiaohongshu, makeup creators started releasing tutorials. One popular beauty guru, the fox sent by the monkeys, shared, "I've broken down the looks of all the top stars, but never did one for Brother Gio." Fans have been begging in DMs. As someone who loves to ride trends, do you think I didn't want to? But most of the time, Jiwai doesn't even wear makeup. His hairstyles are super casual. I suspect his stylist just wings it. I had no material. But today, finally, this The Sword and the Opera Lady look? I got it. Let's go. Chu Zhi only had accounts on Twitter, Instagram, Weibo, and Douyin. That's it. Even his Douyin presence was due to them offering a generous enough payment to bring him on board. He didn't post much, yet still had the most followed account on the platform. Xiaohongshu also tried to recruit him. Their offer wasn't good enough. Neo rejected it. Hashtag Second Orange Festival. Hashtag Fandom Celebrity Masterclass. Hashtag New Song This Sword Dance Opera Lady. Help. So many influencers crying out. This is a masterclass. This is divine scripture. Who can afford 5 million for a fan meet? Are you insane? Another hashtag trended. Hashtag Shock Fan Parents. Sitting right at the top. It came from a post made by Qi Qingqing's father, who had accompanied her. He shared it on his Moments feed, and she reposted it on Weibo. It blew up. I've seen a lot. I've traveled far and wide for over a decade. Thought I'd seen all kinds of monsters and weirdos. But today, attending this fan meet with my daughter Qingqing, I've never seen anything like it. Qingqing kept saying, "The Orange Festival is different. It won't cost anything." I nodded along, but privately set aside 10,000 just in case. Don't be fooled by that free talk. In business, you always lure the customer with something sweet before you gut them. I know how it works. But when I got there, besides upgrading my own seat to first class, I didn't spend a single yuan. Hotel? Booked for us. Came with lunch. Dinner? A full banquet. Snacks at the venue? Free. Souvenirs? Free. Games? Free prizes. Even shuttle buses from the venue to the hotel. Food, lodging, and transport? All free. We left with bags packed full of gifts. Since when did the entertainment industry turn into a charity? Have I fallen behind? Number 371. What sets Chu Zhi apart? No one could say for sure whether the entertainment industry had turned into a charity circuit, but the second Orange Grove Festival certainly set the bar high. Ha 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 ha. Chu Zhi, want to spend money? Not a chance. Uncle, not just you. Even us little fruits can't find a place to spend. The album's free, no merch for sale, concerts nowhere in sight. I'm crying. I used to have so many favorites, but ever since I started following this man, there's been no one else. Once you've experienced how Chu Zhi pampers his fans, everyone else just seems indifferent. Mention other celebrities? Haha, I was there. My mom came with me, and on the flight home, she kept asking about Jiwai. After learning his story, she became half a little fruit herself. Envy those who went in person. Though, sis, calling it his life story feels weird. I know it technically means biography, but it still reads off somehow. The chatter online was constant. In addition to the post by Qi Qingqing's father on Weibo, a short video also blew up on a video sharing platform. Uploaded by user Zhengong, likely Qi Qingqing herself, it was titled, "That Moment When a God Reached Out to Me." It was less than 20 seconds long, just a clip of Chu Zhi borrowing a fan's phone, but it garnered over 5 million likes on Douyin alone. Qi Qingqing and her father were causing waves, on short video platforms, on forums, everywhere. And at the center of it all was still Chu Zhi. Maybe passers-by wouldn't feel much, but to fangirls, it was a fatal blow. Hundreds of thousands of comments poured in, all full of envy. Among the top 5 hottest celebrities of the new era, Zhou Guowu, Lin Xiao, Wu Tang, Su Yiwu, and Li Fei. Not one dared to speak up. They all chose silence. The next day, internet famous idols tried to play dead, hoping they could just survive a few days of silence. After all, in the entertainment world, no trend lasts long. Gossip-hungry netizens always want the freshest tea. If a single story drags on for more than a few days, people start to lose interest. But humans plan, fate acts, and nothing beats the precision of a computer. On Jihu, where snark and expertise live side by side, a seasoned fangirl named Extremely Lazy Fish dropped a bomb. Just a few words, so I'll just say a few. Ever since Chu Zhi held his fan festival, almost every major celebrity has tried to copy him in the past year. I've, reluctantly, attended quite a few. Talked to many friends who went, too. So let's get specific. ZGW charged $1,500 per person. No airfare, no hotel. One boxed meal. That was it. I turned from fan to anti right there. Their slogan? Wugwa Tianxia, forever young. Ugh. I paid $1,500 for this. SB, not insulting, just initials, has been in the biz 31 years and sure knows how to treat people. She charged $6,000 per ticket for her fan meet. My poor friend paid it, and all she got was 15 minutes with a manager, not even the celeb herself. 300 fans, 15 minutes, 3 million made. Incredible. LX was a bit smarter. Included flight and hotel. Then sold merch at auction during the second half. One stage outfit sold for nearly $50,000. Rich fans everywhere. FHSN, a 5-member boy group, only had 3 show up. No events, no reunion, nothing. FJ honestly felt more like a company year-end meeting. Just speech after speech. Look, I don't expect celebrities to pay for my travel or food. That's fine. But could we stop disguising cash grabs as fan appreciation events? $1,500 for a boxed lunch. $6,000 for a no-show. Merch auctions. Groups not even fully assembled. It's hilarious. Or it would be if it weren't so damn sad. These stars act like they're giving back. But really? They're just farming fans like crops. And don't come at me, stans. Maybe there's no full live streams or videos of these events like at Orange Grove, but the 24 celebrities I mentioned, this is all firsthand. No exaggeration. This post didn't just lift the curtain. It stripped it off entirely and left dozens of stars standing in their metaphorical underwear. The gossip crowd went feral, even more hyped than they were for the Orange Grove festival itself. Because Orange Grove appealed mostly to fangirls. But exposing the dirty laundry of celebrities? That gets everyone's attention. The initials in the post weren't hard to crack. LX and Top Tier clearly pointed to Lin Xia. FHSN, that was the boy group Scarlet Youth. SB plus female plus 31 years old, that was Sun Bing. ZGW and Forever Young. Had to be Zhou Guowu. Scarlet Youth was formed through a survival reality show and had major popularity. Sun Bing was one of the 4 little actresses. Zhou Guowu and Lin Xia were straight up top tier. This was no small wave. The firestorm exploded across the internet. Marketing accounts and independent creators spread the post like wildfire. How bad was it? Imagine an ant walking by and getting slapped, chickens in a coop scattering their eggs, worms in the soil getting chopped in half. That's how dramatic it was. At least a dozen celebs took damage. This comparison really shows how good Jiu is. No one probably noticed, but at this Orange Grove festival, Little Gio donated $1 million in the name of the Little Fruits. That's what I call a gap. I don't chase stars, but damn. The difference is like comparing the author and the reader's looks. All this disguised exploitation. Then you see the news yesterday, same industry, but such different people. Your fandom culture is wild. Chu Zhi doesn't even feel like he belongs in the same world. Meanwhile, fangirls were just watching the drama unfold. Keiku, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha. I just remembered something hilarious. Ku Chatsi replied, what is it? Tell us, so we can laugh too. Keiku, I remembered a girl who said Sun Bing is the female version of Jiu. Super doting on fans. Cue collective laughter. What's the female version of Jiu anyway? Jinai? Jupa? The top-tier stars were quick to react, except for one. Zhou Guowu's studio admitted to the $1,500 fee, claiming they meant to offer a high-quality hotel and meal, but failed due to internal mismanagement. Full refunds would be issued. Apologies followed. Lin Xia's studio went another route. They posted a 2 million yuan donation receipt. They said 1.4 million came from the auction of fan merch, and the rest was covered by the artist herself. Was the donation even made back then? Who knows? The receipt didn't have a date. Charity, after all, is like a patchwork quilt. Plug a hole wherever it appears. Other studios had their own ways of dealing. Scarlet Youth? Played dead. No statement. One of their managers just vaguely posted that some industry bigwigs couldn't be turned down, so only 3 members rushed back in time. Some teams outright called the post fake and threatened to sue extremely lazy fish. But she was no easy target. A fan with disposable income, she clapped back immediately. The boldest? Sunbing's team, hands down. They simply said, whether the fan meet ticket is 6,000 or 600, it's between the artist and fans. Outsiders have no say. The gossip crowd loved it. Different responses from studios led to wildly different public outcomes. I used to be a diehard Sasa fan. Last year's Fan Fest broke my heart. She only sang one song. Then it was all about spending money. +1. Happy Beans was disappointing too. Now I believe what they say. Orange Grove is the last refuge for fangirls. By nightfall, even B and C-list celebs were being dragged into the comparison game. Another round of gossip hit. If someone were to write an entertainment history, this part would read, on the 8th day of the 9th month, 2021, Lazy Fish posted a thread comparing celebrity fan festivals. The murky secrets of the industry were revealed, shaking the internet. All named parties were left in fear. This was known as the Chu Zhi disturbance. Without this contrast, many little fruits might not have realized just how good they had it. But now, the comparisons made it obvious. Chu Zhi's behavior wasn't just rare. It was one of a kind. On Jihu, tons of questions popped up. What do you think of how other celebrities handle fan festivals? Why do they copy Chu Zhi without learning the heart of it? How much did Chu Zhi spend from his own pocket? How do you evaluate the Orange Grove Festival triggering a celebrity scandal? Many answers came in, some insightful, but few went viral. Outwardly, Chu Zhi gained reputation and countless new fans. Behind the scenes, who knew what unseen benefits were also flowing his way? One special person, during a moment of idleness, happened to stumble across Chu Zhi's fan festival Peking opera look. That person was the renowned director Wang Ani. Movies typically take months from planning to casting. His project, 11th Lang, had already been in the pipeline for a year without a single frame shot. The delay? Wang Ani was caught in a scandal about his secret daughter, got dragged into court, and had been emotionally and physically drained. Just as things were resolving, the production team had issues. Fortunately, Wang Ani's industry clout got things back on track. Watching the opera clip, Wang Ani was impressed. The singing is legit. Movements are spot on. And this look, he's the one. Acting skills? Whatever. Big-name directors don't stress over raw talent. If someone's willing to work, they can shape them. Wang Ani pulled up when I closed my eyes on his computer and studied it. Turns out, this young actor had far more depth than he expected. Who knows if he's even available? Not my concern, Wang Ani muttered, ready to call the production team. Negotiating actor fees wasn't his job anyway. Number 372. Between Fame and Freedom. A video meeting was in session. This was a core team meeting of the studio. Fei Ji, Qi Qiu, and Niu Jiangxue were in the Modu office, while Chu Zhi, Wang Yuan, and Old Qian were in Rangdong Town, Yuzhou Province, there for the filming of a commercial. After all, this town was known as the hometown of the medicine sage. Emergencies left no room for delay, so they resorted to a video call. The sound's lagging on our end. If it's lagging, just use mobile data. But the office Wi-Fi's been acting up, even though we upgraded it just before the new year. They spent several minutes tweaking the connection before the meeting could proceed normally. Niu Jiangxue began. China Film and Wang Ani Studio have jointly invited us. The role is the male lead, Su Shi, in Shi Lang. Shi Lang? Chu Zhi had auditioned for something called Shi Gongzi before, so they changed the name? Not that it mattered. The more surprising part was that the film hadn't started production yet. The offered fee is 50 million. The filming will take 6 months. Within that time, you're allowed no more than 7 days off, Niu Jiangxue added. For Chu Zhi, that 50 million wasn't exactly high. Overseas, in works like When I Close My Eyes and My Love from the Stars, he earned a share of the profits. But in China, Very few actors got profit shares. Half a year. That's a long time, Chichio said. 6 months with only 7 days off? Brother Gio would be losing billions in missed endorsements. She wasn't exaggerating. With that kind of filming schedule, Chu Zhi wouldn't be able to take on any endorsements or live events. The financial hit would be enormous. There's definitely a loss, but you've miscalculated, said Fei Ji. Sure, the crew will be busy, but that doesn't mean he can't take on any gigs. Considering Director Wang's reputation, I think this deal is worth it. Director Wang has won 2 Academy Awards for Best Director and also took Best Director at the Berlin Film Festival. He's hugely respected in the West, Wang Yuan added. I also think it's a great opportunity. Old Shin chimed in. Still, 6 months is a long time. Zhou Yi's career is on the rise right now. To be fair, Director Wang required the second male lead to train in basic Peking opera for 8 months before filming. But since Chu Zhi already has an advantage in that area, he doesn't need it, Niu Jiangxue explained. The decision now rested with Chu Zhi, to accept or not. 6 months. Chu Zhi fell into thought. He had been planning to break into the Western market next year. Having a strong screen presence could give him a major boost. I do want to work with Director Wang, Chu Zhi said. Half a year of closed filming is pretty standard. Big-name directors prefer to shoot that way. And Fei Ji is right. Even without taking days off, I can still handle a lot of things during that period. For example, for indoor shoots, we could bring over Grandpa Chen. Once filming ends for the day, I can still keep up with other work. Since Chu Zhi had made up his mind, and the studio revolved entirely around him, no one objected. I'll talk to their team again, Niu Jiangxue said. Maybe we can nudge the fee higher and iron out some details about joining the production. When does filming start? Chichio asked. February next year, said Niu Jiangxue. Just after the New Year holiday then. Chichio nodded. I'll be more cautious when negotiating endorsements for the first half of next year. As mentioned earlier, a top-tier celebrity like Chu Zhi already had half of next year's schedule locked in. Making room for 6 months of filming would require major changes. Things were going to get hectic again. You could tell just from the way. Everyone lowered their heads to handle other matters once Chu Zhi confirmed his decision. The meeting room fell silent. Zhou Yi's second film, and already working with such a big-name director. What's next? Winning Best Actor. Old Shin chuckled. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Don't jinx it. Let's keep our expectations in check. As long as my acting satisfies the director and doesn't delay production, I'm happy, Chu Zhi replied. He wasn't aiming for awards. For now, he just wanted to boost his name recognition in the West. After some casual chatting, the video meeting ended, and everyone returned to their tasks. Although Rangdong Town had historical sites like Taizigang, Jinji Tomb, and Zhang Zhongjing's former residence, it wasn't a strong tourist destination. There weren't any proper hotels in the town, so the clients arranged for Chu Zhi's team to stay in Dengzhou. They were booked into Pingyi Hotel, one of the best in the city. The Ruihua Presidential Suite wasn't even rated with stars, yet cost over 800 a night. Despite that, it was no worse than a 5-star, and Chu Zhi found it comfortable. That night, Chu Zhi finished his usual reading and slept soundly. As the so-called culprit behind the Chu Zhi turmoil, he had the mental immunity of a dead pig and a miracle drug to boot. He slipped into dreamland easily. But many other idol-tier celebrities were far from calm. Anyone who had ever hosted a fan festival was now caught in the crossfire. Many of them harbored resentment toward the so-called Emperor Beast. What kind of lunatic turns a fan event into a death match? Too bad there wasn't much they could do. Even if they had no personal contact with Chu Zhi, even if they crossed paths, they'd likely smile and try to latch onto him. After all, it was Chu Zhi. A bunch of idiotic mortals. Why do they insist on comparing me to an actual god? Zhou Guowu muttered to himself. Chu Zhi is a self-sacrificing hero. I'm just a normal guy who likes money and pet lizards. He wasn't remotely remorseful. In fact, some of the online backlash made him want to laugh. Zhou Guowu kept scrolling on his phone, contentedly playing with his pet, Barbie doll lizard, which he took everywhere. Just to clarify, not the one from Japan. That one went missing during the earthquake. He'd since bought a new one. Around 11:30 p.m., someone knocked. It was his girlfriend from Beijing. As a self-proclaimed playboy, Zhou Guowu had a girlfriend in nearly every major city. Compared to the carefree Zhou Guowu, Lin Xia wasn't handling it well. Furious, he chewed out the planner and executive manager behind their latest stunt. It had all been the execution manager's idea. Still, if Lin Feifei hadn't approved it, none of it would have happened. But now that it had blown up, he was blaming everyone but himself. Only later that night did Lin Feifei calm down and reflect. He pulled out his phone and opened WeChat. Scrolling to the contact marked Xiao Dingdang. He wanted to chat, but he never sent the message. He just sighed to himself. If I want to follow Brother Zhou's path, I have to go all the way. Otherwise, not only will I get nothing in the end, I might crash and burn. Xiao Dingdang was Lin Xia's nickname for Chu Zhi. Ever since they met on I Am Truly a Singer, Chu Zhi had been like a real-life ding-dang, constantly pulling out new tricks and ideas. If I'm not Chu Zhi, then Chu Zhi and I are two completely different people. Trying to imitate him is just too hard, Lin Xia mumbled. Earlier, Chu Zhi had taken fans stargazing in the middle of the night. Lin Xia copied the idea and took his fans to watch the sea. That move gained him a lot of praise. But his imitation of the fan festival? Total disaster. There were two sides to every story. To the celebrity victims of this backlash, Chu Zhi was the villain. But to young fangirls, he had forced the idol industry to stop bleeding them dry in plain sight. Among a sea of mediocrity, the Emperor Beast was no sardine, but a shark dropped into the tank. One misstep, and the others could be eaten alive. Countless second- and third-tier idol fans had defected, becoming little fruits. Once you had a sense of purpose, time flew by. Chu Zhi, now recording a new album, felt this more than ever. Days vanished in the blink of an eye, and he had only finished one song so far. On the variety front, he appeared in for more episodes of Back to the Countryside. His contract with Mango TV ended, so the later episodes felt more relaxed. While they lacked the shock value of the first two, the Emperor Beast's presence guaranteed high interest. Click rates and live chat comments still ranked among the top shows of the year. The show also solidified Chu Zhi's public image as a bookworm who loved history. Any viewer of the program, fan or not, couldn't help but admire his discipline. Reading 3 hours a day, every single day. By the end of October, Chu Zhi flew early to Russia for the St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum. He was one of the key guests, invited by the association. Mr. Zhi, welcome back to St. Petersburg, said Anton, a forum staff member. He was Russian, but his Mandarin had a heavy Lushing accent. Apparently, Lushing dialect was the final destination of all languages. Once you had a friend from that region, their accent rubbed off, no matter where you were from. Anton stood nearly 1.8 meters tall, bulky even without his heavy coat. He looked like a literal bear. Just call me Anton, Mr. Zhi. Your songs taste like wine, Anton said. Taste like wine. Chu Zhi hadn't used his wine immortal persona in ages. He gave Anton a puzzled look. I like listening to good music while drinking vodka. If the music is bad, I can't swallow a drop. Anton gestured to his chin. Your lullaby was wonderful. I was full, red sausage and vodka. Alike. Ah, so that's what he meant. Chu Zhi, fluent in Russian, recognized the chin gesture. It meant being full. My wife's a fan too, Anton added. She was so jealous when she found out I was welcoming you. Let me guess, Chu Zhi thought. He's going to ask for an autograph next. But Anton changed the subject, recommending local cuisine. Russian food often seemed rustic, but there were refined dishes too. The country had a history of tsars, after all. Russian imperial cuisine had its roots in the court. Empress Catherine even introduced French cuisine, elevating Russian food significantly. Anton recommended a hidden gem that served Tsar-style feasts, tucked away on the bank of the Metninskaya embankment. Without a local's guidance, you'd never find it. I'll be sure to try it, Chu Zhi said as the car pulled up to the hotel. Mr. Zhi, you can trust me. I've lived in St. Petersburg for over 10 years. My recommendations won't disappoint, Anton said. He paused, then added, please rest well. The forum starts at 9 tomorrow morning. Thanks for the ride, Mr. Anton, Chu Zhi said, pulling his suitcase into the Four Seasons Lion Palace Hotel. The doorman rushed to greet him. Today, he needed to rest and recharge. As the main guest, Chu Zhi had to be at his best for the forum. The event was hosted by officials from Russia's Ministry of Culture, joined by cultural representatives from around the world. At the previous forum, only one Chinese director and one author had been invited as main guests. Even the globally renowned opera master Li Wei-wen hadn't made the cut. To show his respect, Chu Zhi decided to perform Katyusha. They'd already seen him tackle Opera 2's high notes. Would it be too much to unleash a desperate anthem like Katyusha? Number 373. Not what they hoped for. The Grand Hall of St. Petersburg City Hall, lavishly decorated and rarely used, was now bustling with the opening of the main conference. The theme up for discussion this year was the exchange topic for the forum. Last time, it had been Russia's culture under globalization. This ninth session would explore cultural codes in the world. Chekhov International Drama Festival, Tchaikovsky International Music Competition, Prokofiev International Music Competition, the Moscow International Ballet Competition, and the International Film Festival. These are all large-scale events through which our Russia connects with the world. Say what you will, Russia truly had a legacy of artistic achievement. If it weren't for politics, the Moscow Film Festival could easily rival Cannes, Berlin, and Venice. But what happened? In 2022, the festival lost its A-class certification. So much for the Western rhetoric of art knows no borders. At the front of the assembly, the loudest voice belonged to Alexei, chairman of the forum's organizing committee and director of the Foreign Affairs Bureau of Russia's Ministry of Culture. He was also a world-renowned playwright, a scholarly figurehead who rarely involved himself in logistics. Most of his time was spent on cultural exchanges around the world. Alexei spoke for a few minutes. The second speaker was a French foreign ministry official, whom Chu Zhi didn't pay much attention to. Compared to Alexei, the Frenchman appeared delicate. One was a sturdy giant nearly 2 meters tall. The other stood barely above 160 centimeters. The session mostly consisted of various officials from different nations expressing their hopes and views for this cultural forum. Though more than 20 key guests were invited, none of them were granted time to speak. What caught Chu Zhi's attention was the guest list. Nearly all came from developed countries like the UK, USA, France, Germany, Denmark, and Finland. Among the yellow-skinned representatives, only Japan, South Korea, and China were invited. The sole guest from a third-world country was a writer from Namibia. He had won the Nobel Prize in Literature for his novels centered on the lives of 3 generations of immigrants in Europe. National power and cultural strength really are 2 different things, Chu Zhi thought aloud. The Emperor Beast felt lucky. In the Western market, Chinese performers were often stonewalled, not due to lack of talent, but because others feared them. The truth was, with the domestic Chinese market behind him, Chu Zhi held an advantage few could understand. The meeting lasted for an hour and a half and ended early by half an hour. Chu Zhi rose with the crowd and left the city hall. In the parking garage, he was called over by Deputy Minister Zhao of the Culture and Tourism Bureau, the official China representative at the forum, a man in his 50s. Consultant Chu, you look well. Deputy Minister Zhao greeted him. You really must take care of your health. Do whatever the doctor tells you. There are still so many fans waiting for your next masterpiece. Thank you for your concern, Minister Zhao, Chu Zhi replied politely. The deputy minister's rank was equivalent to a vice-ministerial civil servant. In truth, people at his level rarely paid attention to young celebrities, even if their work involved cultural affairs. But Zhao not only recognized Chu Zhi, he spoke to him with genuine care. First, because Chu Zhi had been specially appointed as a cultural exchange consultant. Second, because Chu Zhi was practically the ideal figure for top-down media messaging. His background was impeccable, his influence on fans healthy, and his works genuinely acclaimed. He had a promotional pull across all of Asia. To put it bluntly, if Chu Zhi disappeared, where would they find another like him? We don't have many representatives from our country this time, especially in the fields of drama and vocal performance. Most are preparing for next month's Chekhov International Drama Festival, Zhao explained. We'd like you, Consultant Chu, to lead the vocal delegation. Huh? Chu Zhi blinked in surprise. No matter how few people were available, he was hardly senior enough to lead a delegation. Zhao understood this, of course. During the City Hall meeting, none of the foreign keynote guests were younger than 45. Chu Zhi, not yet 25, stood out like a sore thumb. Your reputation here in Russia is more than enough, Zhao said. You're more than qualified to represent us. Capable people do more. Something wasn't right. The Emperor Beast sensed it. Even though China wasn't as rigid about seniority as Japan or Korea, appointing him as the lead still didn't make sense. Still, the truth was, his piece Katyusha was strong enough to hold its own. So Chu Zhi nodded and accepted. Just after his conversation with Zhao, Chu Zhi walked a few steps and was intercepted by one of the British keynote guests, Sanders Sterling. Sanders Sterling, aside from being rather overweight and unfortunately plain-looking, had a strikingly refined air. He was a world-class bass vocalist and firmly believed he possessed both good looks and vocal excellence. "I showed your performance of Opera 2 in my classroom at the Guildhall School of Music and Drama," Sterling said. "Your high notes were as exquisite as piano notes. Absolutely enchanting." The Guildhall School was one of Britain's top 3 vocal institutions, and Sterling was a professor there. "Last time, I wasn't invited, so I missed the thrill of hearing those high notes live. I'm really hoping to experience them this time." "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Professor Sterling," Chu Zhi replied. "The piece I'm performing this time doesn't feature high notes. It's a different style entirely." "Oh." A flicker of disappointment crossed Sterling's face, but he quickly added, "I look forward to seeing this other side of your artistry." They chatted briefly before parting ways and getting into their respective cars. Chu Zhi gave directions to Brother Chiu to drive toward Murdinesque Riverfront Street. Anton had raved about a restaurant there yesterday. Chu Zhi had casually agreed to try it, and since he hadn't decided what to eat yet, he figured, why not? Meanwhile, back in his own car, Sterling let out a heavy sigh. Why no high notes? It wasn't that he doubted Chu Zhi's vocal skills, but why participate in a cultural exchange without using your greatest strength? Chu Zhi was known for his soaring high notes. This wasn't just Sterling's view, but the general consensus among all the Western artists attending the forum. Still, anyone who knew Chu Zhi well understood that his power lay not just in technique, but in emotional depth and creative composition. Expecting Western artists to understand that, with their pride? Not likely, but that was fine. Chu Zhi wasn't here to play fair. He was going to slam dunk them right in the face. 3 days passed, packed with endless meetings. While others might say they had stirred up a hornet's nest, Chu Zhi felt like he had unearthed the very hive of bureaucratic assemblies. It was mentally exhausting. Do people really think that the more meetings you have, the more official everything feels? Chu Zhi sighed, his voice echoing his soul's weariness. In his past life, back on Earth, he had run a company and hated useless meetings. Even now, his studio only met when absolutely necessary. On November 1st, the other Chinese guests began to arrive. The vocalists specializing in bel canto and traditional styles were staying at the Four Seasons Hotel in Lion Palace. "This time our lead is none other than the superstar Chu Zhi," said Xiao Ku to her theater colleague, Xiao Rongxiu. Half the troupe from the Shanghai Opera had come, and representatives from the Beijing Grand Theater were also here to perform. Though no senior veterans were present, plenty of middle-aged performers in their 40s had come, including Ma Jing, a signed artist at the capital's grandest stage. "I heard Chu Zhi is quite young. I don't know why the higher-ups put him in charge of us vocalists," Xiao Ku murmured. "If you ask me, Teacher Ma would have made more sense. Now pop singers are managing us bel canto performers." Chu Zhi is extremely popular in Asia. His opera too has a strong following even in Russia, Ma Jing replied at once. "Let's follow the higher-ups' decision." Xiao Ku's dismissal of pop music wasn't surprising. Within the hierarchy of the entertainment world, bel canto was seen as superior to pop. "Let's get in line for check-in," Ma Jing added. Even if he didn't like the idea of being led by someone younger, he'd never admit it publicly. It wasn't about pride exactly. It was the natural resistance of accomplished professionals being subordinated to someone from another field, especially someone younger. Sure, Chu Zhi had achieved a great deal, but he and Ma Jing weren't even in the same arena. At that moment, the focus of their discussion, Chu Zhi, was still in his hotel room. Old Xian had just received a message. "Jiwai, would you be open to holding a fan meeting in Vietnam?" he asked suddenly. Vietnam. Chu Zhi raised a brow. He barely had time for events in Korea and Japan. "Why Vietnam? Our studio's international department isn't fully staffed yet. A lot of overseas updates aren't getting to us quickly," Old Xian explained. Chu Zhi nodded. That much he already knew. The overseas department didn't even have a formal director yet. Without clear leadership, things were chaotic. Technically, endorsements like Xinjiang should have been handled by that department. But in reality, Chi Chiu had negotiated them. Why? Because Chu Zhi's rise had been so fast, his team hadn't kept up. For some reason, the albums After the Clouds Clear and A Small Expectation for the World, which were recently released in Korea and Japan, have sold over 210,000 and 230,000 copies in Vietnam respectively, Old Chien said. Vietnam had a population of nearly 100 million, but their economic structure and copyright enforcement made official album sales difficult. Most street music shops sold pirated collections like top 100 hits. So crossing 100,000 units sold was a huge achievement. Even top K-pop boy groups and girl groups like Chu Zhi or Nine Colored Deer barely cracked six figures. Do we have a report? Let me take a look, Chu Zhi said. Old Chien had already prepared it and handed it over. The Vietnamese albums sold for 160,000 dong each, roughly 40 plus RMB per unit. They'd earned over 10 million yuan, though not all went to Chu Zhi, given revenue splits with Sony Music and JYP. The report also mentioned that Chu Zhi's film When I Close My Eyes had been re-released in Vietnam, earning another 10 million yuan at the box office in a month. CC, a niche Vietnamese women's fashion brand that had purchased the rights to Chu Zhi's image, saw a huge sales increase. On Weibo International, a flood of Vietnamese fans had joined. Star Group IDs and Vine IDs were selling out fast, jumping from 5 or 6,000 to 6 or 7,000 yuan in price. What's going on in Vietnam? Chu Zhi frowned. Based on his understanding, Japan and Korea were the top-tier Asian markets. Thailand and Russia came next. The rest didn't differ much. But this level of fervor from Vietnamese fans was almost on par with Korea and Japan. Honestly, I don't know either, Old Chien admitted. I've already asked our overseas team to investigate. No news yet. Keep me updated, Chu Zhi said, then shifted topics. Did you make the restaurant reservation for tonight? I'm more reliable than a guard dog, Old Chien replied. Even though being the vocal team leader was more symbolic than practical, hosting dinners was still part of the job. Number 374. Opening notes in the snow. Ma Jing caught a cold. He usually had no trouble with flights, but this time he felt nauseous and dizzy. Worried that it might affect his performance on tomorrow's stage, he decided to take a walk along the banks of the Van River to clear his mind. There were quite a few tourists nearby, mostly drawn to the viral restaurant The Flying Dutchman. After wandering around for about 15 minutes, he gave up. He headed back to the hotel. Ma Jing hadn't experienced any of the so-called cultural charm of Russia. All he felt was the bitter cold. Winter in St. Petersburg? What a joke. This is just great. Walked out without my room card. Ma Jing muttered to himself, his tone sarcastic. Taking a deep breath to stop himself from snapping, he picked up the hallway phone and called the front desk. The receptionist promised to send someone up right away. But standing there like a fool waiting for the door to be unlocked felt even more ridiculous, so he began pacing the corridor. After a couple of laps, a female voice called out, "Hey, you're here to run into Brother Gio too, right?" Ma Jing turned to see a long-haired girl glancing around as if she were about to commit a crime. Huh? Ma Jing blinked, confused. "Uncle, don't act all cute now. Don't tell me you're not here to see Brother Gio? Don't be shy. My mom's a little fruits too," the girl grinned. "The way you're sneaking around, I can tell you're here for the same reason as me." Sneaking around? What's sneaking around? Ma Jing carried himself with righteousness. "Thank you very much. How did you find out Brother Gio's staying here?" "One of my friends ran into him, so I rushed over from Shael Tarov and booked a room, hoping to bump into him," she said, assuming they were fellow fans. "Who's this Brother Gio you keep mentioning?" Ma Jing asked with a frown. He definitely ruled himself out. The moment he asked, the girl's expression changed. She quickly apologized. "Sorry, I thought you were one of us." Trying to smooth things over, she added, "It's just, never mind. I shouldn't have joked about you sneaking around." Clearly, this Chinese girl was a fangirl. If she came all the way from Shael Tarov just to possibly catch a glimpse of someone, there was only one person it could be. "Is it Chu Zhi?" Ma Jing asked. Yes. Her phone rang. One glance at the caller ID, and her face turned serious. She apologized again before hurrying away. "She actually thought I was a Chu Zhi fan." Ma Jing chuckled, his smile filled with complex meaning. He was a confident man. Even toward his mentors, he felt respect, never blind admiration. Soon, The hotel staff arrived to unlock his room. Ma Jing returned to rest. There were over 30 vocal performers invited from China, including 5 from the Shanghai Opera House and 7 from the Beijing Grand Theater. The rest were all nationally recognized singers, each with solid credentials. Xiao Ke from the Shanghai Opera House was in the room. He had previously claimed that Chu Zhi wasn't qualified to lead the group. But that didn't mean he was a Chu Zhi hater. In fact, Xiao Ke was half a Little Fruits himself. His playlist on his music app was full of Chu Zhi's songs. He just never showed it in public. He even went out of his way to hide his preferences, which is why he said what he did earlier. That evening, Chu Zhi gathered everyone for a welcome dinner as their team leader. All 30-plus members showed up. When they asked me to lead the team, I was a bit caught off guard. But after thinking it over, I agreed. Being the team lead just means making sure everyone's taken care of, right? That's something I'm good at. He said this before anyone had started eating. But if you run into any issues outside that, please don't ask me. Compared to all of you seasoned performers, I still lack experience with these kinds of cultural forms. His words were straightforward and sincere, and they put everyone at ease. He'd reframed leader as caretaker. He knows how to talk, Ma Jing thought. Even the resentment buried deep in his heart had quietly dissolved. Because they had to perform the next day, no one drank. But Chu Zhi, the so-called emperor beast, had outstanding social skills. In the span of one meal, he had added most of them on WeChat, chatting with ease and making everyone feel like old friends. That was how things stood on Huaxia's side. As for the foreign vocalists, Destined Sterling was dining with several well-known musicians. The sound of clinking cutlery echoed in the room as they chatted over their meal. Some believed that using knives and forks was more civilized than chopsticks. That notion was nonsense. Even without chicken, one shouldn't say such things. But many Westerners believed it anyway. Thankfully, in artistic forums, talent speaks for itself. You either sing well, or you don't. My expectations are sky-high thanks to Destin. I'm really looking forward to Rigoletto. Mr. Parsifal wore a hat today. That means he's in great condition. Will we get to hear Madame Clarama's Unballo and Maschera this year? Please don't expect too much from me, Mr. Destin. Oh, you won't be performing Unballo and Maschera? Then tomorrow's stage will have 2 regrets. These singers were flattering each other, but to be fair, everyone present was a heavyweight in the world of bel canto. Clarama was a world-class contralto and the principal contralto at the Metropolitan Opera in New York. Even more shocking, she'd achieved that status at just 42. 2 regrets? Then what's the other one, Mr. Destin? Clarama smiled. Her charm could change the whole atmosphere. Mr. Chu Zhi, the singer of Opera 2, isn't performing a high-register piece this year, Destin replied. Last year, he declined the invitation because he was busy releasing an album. But many of my friends shared videos of Opera 2, Parsifal said. His talent would make the gods jealous. Parsifal, a baritone now 57, was once considered the finest interpreter of British opera. With his golden hair, he was also dubbed the Tiger of Wales. A bit dramatic, but the title stuck. Yes, his dazzling high notes stir the soul. If he pursued a career in bel canto, he could have been a top-tier tenor. A real pity. Out of the dozen or so singers at the table, at least 8 were familiar with Chu Zhi. Even those who didn't know him personally had heard of Opera 2. They all agreed. Not performing a high-note piece was a questionable choice. Night fell. St. Petersburg's streets held no warmth. There were no stars in the sky. By morning, snow still blanketed the ground. Pedestrians hurried along the streets. International events like this one attracted many tourists. With Chu Zhi's name listed as a performer, many little fruits studying abroad bought tickets to show support. The China team piled into a bus and headed to the venue. Some sang quietly. Others rubbed their hands like flies. A few bit their nails absent-mindedly. Don't be nervous. Just perform your best, Ma Jing told the group, and himself. But let's be real. That kind of pep talk was pointless. Of course they were nervous. Even grandmasters got anxious before going on stage. Most of these performers were in their 30s, and without any of the old masters around, it felt even more daunting. The Chekhov International Theater Festival was to blame. If not for that event, many of the older generation from China's top theaters would have come. That festival was just as important as the cultural forum. But many veteran performers chose it over this because 2 sessions ago, when China was the main host, the theme, Chinese culture in the world had already stolen the spotlight. Last night, I looked up clips of the performances by Wang Gu and Feng Ji's theater. They weren't just good. They were excellent, Chu Zhi said, first complimenting others, then turning the spotlight on himself. And I'm the first one on stage today. If anyone should be nervous, it's me. The Emperor Beast was twisting logic again. Just because he was nervous didn't mean the rest couldn't be. Still, everyone's attention shifted to his last words. You're the opening act, Mr. Chu? Xiao Rongshu asked, uncertain. I am. Chu Zhi nodded. Everyone was. Stunned. Just like a film festival's opening movie, the opening performance carried weight. It meant the organizing committee valued Chu Zhi. Maybe it was thanks to lullaby and opera too. Chu Zhi didn't think too deeply about it. After a moment, Ma Jing asked, Is it a lot of pressure, Mr. Chu? Of course it is. My heart's pounding. Chu Zhi was honest. He was nervous now, but he wouldn't be once he hit the stage. He had even filled his water bottle with vodka, just in case. Strangely, that made Xiao Rongshu feel a bit better. If Chu Zhi was under more pressure than he was, maybe things weren't so bad. He wasn't the only one who felt that way. Others did too. Ma Jing realized that Chu Zhi had revealed his performance in order to ease their nerves. This kid, he really knows how to take care of people, Ma Jing murmured. There was a bit of traffic, so it took them over 10 minutes to reach the venue, the St. Petersburg Philharmonic Hall. Chu Zhi noticed something different this time. As the main guest, he was seated in the first row. Last time, he'd been in the third. Maybe it was because more European singers were attending this year, but there were also more journalists from the UK, France, and Germany. In the world of art, cultural rivalry was an invisible war, more elusive than finance. Its results weren't seen immediately, but in 10 or 20 years, they would be felt. Just look at America. What made it the beacon of the world? Weapons. Sure, but also Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse. The 10th St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum welcomes all artists and guests. Art may not be as vital as life, but without it, our spiritual world would be barren. And the advancement of art requires dialogue between nations, a clash of ideas. Just like underwater volcanoes erupting with new inspiration. Chairman Alexei gave the opening remarks. While he spoke, Chu Zhi got up to prepare backstage. He barely had time to warm his seat. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first performer. Polite applause rippled through the hall. Among the 1,500 attendees, more than 200 were little fruits. On the large screen behind the stage, in several languages, the words appeared. Performer, Chu Zhi. Signature works, lullaby, opera 2. Today, I will be performing a song called Katyusha, Chu Zhi announced. I came across the story while self-studying Russian. It's a local tale from the town of Tomat, about a young woman named Katyusha and her love during the war. That story inspired me to write this song. He took a swig of vodka before stepping onto the stage. He was ready. He was more than ready. Number 375. The Russians were stunned. The moment the prelude began, its unmistakably Russian patriotic flavor swept over the hall like a wave. Down in the audience, a few Russian vocalists froze momentarily, but they quickly recalled how much effort Chu Zhi had poured into mastering Russian. That alone made it understandable. Musical note, the apple and pear trees are blooming. Mist is drifting over the river's expanse. Musical note. Musical note, Katyusha stood by the riverbank, singing on that steep and rugged shore. Her song is radiant as the springtime sun. Musical note. Chu Zhi's singing was steeped in Rusky Duk, what they call the Russian soul. There's a saying, vodka in the left hand, PPSH in the right, singing Katyusha with a fire in your heart. Chu Zhi didn't carry a submachine gun, but he delivered the rest with uncanny precision. He was 7/10 drunk, possessed by the spirit of alcohol and the despairing resonance in his voice. Just the opening lines jolted the entire audience into full attention. He wasn't just performing. He had become the Emperor Beast. Musical note, she sings of the eagle flying over the steppe, of the boy she dearly loves, and the letters she keeps, each one a treasure. She sings of the eagle in the grasslands. She sings of her beloved, and she guards his letters like her heart. Ah, the song. That girl's melodious song. Let it fly with the bright and glowing sun. Musical note. What does it mean to sing with emotion? Perhaps it's when your voice alone paints images in the listener's mind. With his voice, Chu Zhi painted the silhouette of a girl named Katyusha, waiting for her beloved to leave for war. It was early morning, mist thick across the river. She stood alone on a steep bank, her eyes unable to pierce the fog, but her song could. In the third row sat the Chinese guest delegation for vocal music. Most of them spoke Russian, and they could feel every ounce of emotion in the piece. "Excellent Russian, and the singing is even better," said Xiao Rongxiu. "The rolled R's were more authentic than the Russians themselves." "Is this a Russian folk song?" asked Ma Jing uncertainly, before recalling that Chu Zhi had announced it as his own composition. It wasn't just the Chinese who thought so. Even the Russian vocalists momentarily assumed it must be a classic. The saxophone backing was just that on point. Alexei, the chairman of the forum's organizing committee, looked at Chu Zhi with what could only be described as fatherly affection. He'd gone over Chu Zhi's background multiple times. No study abroad experience in Russia. No family history of working in Russia. And yet Chu Zhi's Russian was pure, even capable of composing something like Katyusha. Was this not the expression of someone deeply in love with Russian culture? If the song weren't still ongoing, Alexei would have stood up and applauded on the spot. Musical note: to the distant border the soldier departs, carrying Katyusha's love in his heart. May he remember the innocent girl. May her song reach his ears. May he fight with courage to defend his homeland, while Katyusha guards their love. Musical note: standing still the entire time, Chu Zhi performed using more than just his trademark voice of despair. For the first time, he activated a new skill, voice of the first emperor, 30%. So while the girl's sorrowful love resonated deeply, the performance still surged with grandeur. 11 instruments formed the ensemble: upright bass, baritone saxophone, clarinet, alto sax, bass drum and snare, violin, cello, trumpet, trombone, and French horn. The entire venue, every Russian in the concert hall, was transported back to their childhood, back to the melodies of the 80s and 90s. Musical note: the apple and pear trees are blooming. Mist drifts across the river. She walks out to the riverside, to that tall and steep riverbank. Musical note: as the final notes faded and the elongated accompaniment drew to a close, Chu Zhi walked off stage. Katyusha was never a folk tune. It was a song born with a political mission. And yet from the USSR to modern Russia, its popularity endured, proof that the song had struck a deep chord with Russian aesthetics. Whether or not other countries liked it was beside the point. Chu Zhi's performance, as the Emperor Beast, was nothing short of phenomenal. Clap, clap, clap. The front row audience, including Chairman Alexei and over a dozen Russian vocalists, were the first to stand and applaud. I tasted vodka in that performance. The way his tongue rolled the lyrics, it felt like the alcohol danced on my tongue and struck my heart. I love this opening number. It's like a love letter penned on behalf of Katyusha. It's not just about love, it's also about war. I shouldn't have opposed this Chinese singer becoming a featured guest. If he hadn't told me it was composed in the 21st century, I'd have sworn Katyusha came from the 60s or 70s. It's hard to believe otherwise. Only Russians would be moved by a line like, "The apple and pear trees are blooming." The Russian singers clapped as they praised. The applause wasn't as thunderous as when Chu Zhi performed opera number 2, nor as viscerally overwhelming. But compared to the local crowd, the Russian vocalists were clearly more appreciative. In 3 years, at the 75th anniversary of China-Russia diplomatic relations, Mr. Chu must be one of the featured performers. Alexei made up his mind then and there. That event, scheduled for 2024, would likely be held at the Bolshoi Theater in Moscow. Top leaders from both nations would attend. Every performer invited to such an occasion was of the highest prestige. So Alexei's declaration wasn't mere flattery. As the director of Russia's Ministry of Culture's Bureau of Foreign Cultural Exchange, his suggestion would carry weight. If, 3 years from now, he were to tell Chinese officials, "We hope Mr. Chu Zhi can appear at the commemoration," it's hard to imagine them refusing. Other international guests were a bit slower to react. Unlike the Russians, they didn't have an emotional bond with the song, so they judged purely on vocal technique and emotional delivery. That was a good song. No, actually, it was kind of incredible. Whether or not the melody appeals to everyone, Chu Zhi's technique and emotional control were world-class. There was a grand, sweeping quality, balanced with romantic melancholy. That kind of emotional duality is something you don't expect from someone his age. That was the impression of Sanders Sterling. At first, he hadn't thought much of the performance, clapping along out of courtesy. But the 2.5-minute piece lingered in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how well done it was. Clara Marr added, Mr. Chu Zhi's high notes were as delightful as a piano, but what impressed me was how he infused such emotion into a simple melody. It's more than just impressive, said Parsifal. The lyrics were nothing more than a few lines, yet he made them feel both intricate and grand. Two opposing emotions delivered flawlessly in one live performance. Calling him just a high-note genius is far too narrow. It is too narrow, Sanders Sterling agreed. He had initially worried that Chu Zhi lacked vocal range, but the performance had completely overturned that idea. I have a thought, said Sanders Sterling. We should invite Mr. Chu Zhi to give a lecture at the Guildhall School of Music. Excellent idea. I'd love to hear him speak on technique and experience. Parsifal nodded. Mr. Chu Zhi can't be more than 25. To reach this level at his age, it can't just be talent. There must be discipline, and that's something students can learn from, said Clara Marr. Elsewhere, the Chinese guest group in the third row had a different vibe altogether. Yu Xia is outclassed, Ma Jing muttered, not holding back. Qin Taijue, a contralto from the Shanghai Grand Theater, frowned slightly at the blunt comparison but said, Mr. Chu's technique is miles ahead of others in his age group. Absolutely. When could Yu Xia ever be compared to Mr. Chu? Said Xiao Ko. Xiao Rongshu added, Mr. Chu's opening set the bar for this entire vocal exchange forum. Everyone in the Chinese delegation couldn't help comparing Yu Xia to Chu Zhi, always to the latter's benefit. Why the bias? Because Yu Xia had recently stirred up backlash in the bel canto community. The next performer was a jazz singer from France, known as the French sports car. He did quite well, but the Russians and the Little Fruits were still caught in the afterglow of Katyusha, which diluted the emotional impact of everything that followed. It wasn't just the French singer who suffered. The next three performers were all overshadowed to varying degrees. I really can't enjoy opera. I'm getting sleepy, whispered one Little Fruit. Can I leave? Better not. Wouldn't be polite. Will Jiawai come back on stage? He was so good earlier. He should do an encore. Probably not. This isn't a concert. Each vocalist just presents one piece, and they share notes afterward. Still, pay attention. Don't draw negativity for Jiawai. Not getting opera wasn't a big deal. Art only becomes art if it resonates. Otherwise, it's just noise. The fact that Chu Zhi had fans supporting him even at multinational events meant one thing. He was ready for an Asia tour. And yet, even domestic concerts were still far off. The Emperor Beast preferred to solidify his foundation. He wanted to release more albums first. Because of the length, the vocal forum was split into 3 segments: morning, afternoon, and evening, with 2 intermissions in between. By the time it ended, the sun had long since set. Actually, no. There hadn't been sun in St. Petersburg all day. Before Chu Zhi could even step out of the Philharmonic Hall, Alexei found him and invited him to a salon event that night. Chu Zhi agreed. Alexei, still tied up with official duties, left in a hurry. Inside the car, he looked back at the Philharmonic and murmured, "It's clear now. Absolutely clear. The content of this forum's vocal exchange will be broadcast by Russian national television. Mr. Chu and Katyusha will be known throughout the Federation. After all, Russia needed a foreign face to champion their culture. It would be like saying, 'See how rich and beautiful our culture is?' Even a famous Asian singer like Chu Zhi is captivated. Russia's classical arts were strong, but their modern entertainment was sorely lacking. They were blocked from the West and swallowed up by the Chinese cultural sphere in the East. Russian pop culture wasn't making waves anywhere. Besides Alexei, many Russian musicians and city officials approached Chu Zhi. After a few words of admiration, they all left their contact info. The Russian vocalists were simple folk. To them, Katyusha was a song even they couldn't have written. Yet this foreign artist, Chu Zhi, had captured its soul so perfectly. How could they not want to be friends? Number 376. Morning News. Chu Zhi returned to the hotel after attending the Russian musician's salon. The room had been filled almost entirely with Russians, with only a handful of foreigners present. The whole experience felt like a ragdoll accidentally wandering into a den of bears. Completely out of place. Alexei had chatted with Chu Zhi for a long time and poured him a generous amount of vodka. What could he say? With the spirit of a drunken immortal, the self-proclaimed Emperor Beast dominated the room. In the end, Chu Zhi only remembered two things. First, Smirnoff vodka was dangerously smooth, if a bit too strong. Second, Alexei had earnestly hoped Chu Zhi would become a cultural bridge between China and Russia. Now that the vocal exchange activities are done, I guess I'm pretty much done here too? Chu Zhi mumbled as he wobbled around the room, heading for a shower. True to the name Emperor Beast, Chu Zhi always kept his composure in front of outsiders, no matter how inebriated he might be. He fished his phone out of the bathtub and checked his email to review the itinerary. As the main guest, even though the vocal performance segment had ended, he was still required to attend the literature and film exchange sessions. Being the main guest just means your prestige is slightly boosted, but it doesn't actually help with anything. It's just a huge time sink, Chu Zhi grumbled. Clearly tipsy, or he wouldn't have said something like that out loud. He pulled out the book he always carried with him. Sitting down to read, the pages seemed to sway. He tried sinking his swaying head to match the rhythm, hoping it would stabilize, but it only made him dizzier. He began pacing in circles around the room, hoping to walk off the alcohol, but the Emperor Beast couldn't even walk a straight line. He gave up and called the front desk to request a saxophone. Anyone who'd stayed at the Four Seasons Lion Palace would know. This hotel had a unique charm. No matter what instrument you asked for, they could likely provide it. There was even a set of ancient Chinese chime bells displayed in the corridor of the third-floor CAF. Knock knock. The moment he heard the knock, Chu Zhi perked up as if it were some kind of signal. His hazy, drunken state disappeared. The Emperor Beast took a deep breath, fixing his hair and straightening his clothes as he walked to the door. By the time he opened it, he looked entirely composed. "Thank you, miss," Chu Zhi said in Russian, accepting the saxophone. In Russia, tips weren't required unless you were in a CAF or upscale restaurant. With the staff gone, Chu Zhi examined the saxophone. The drunken immortal, Buff, was still going strong. It had been a while since he played an instrument, and his hands itched to get started. "Host, do you care that much about your image in front of others?" The system suddenly asked. "Isn't life all about the impressions you leave on those who know you?" Chu Zhi replied, "I want those impressions to be good. Being so concerned about others' opinions, don't you risk losing yourself? Isn't that exhausting?" "Exhausting? Why would it be? Leaving a good impression is who I am," Chu Zhi answered. Back on Earth, he had been a well-liked boss. In this life, he was adored by millions of fans. No problem there. The system didn't press further. There was no need. The Emperor Beast began playing a well-known saxophone classic, Going Home. He set up his phone to record, then uploaded the performance to his Bilibili account. The next morning, Chu Zhi left early again, this time for the film exchange. The room was filled with world-renowned directors. Unfortunately, the Emperor Beast had little interest in movies and didn't recognize most of them. He was only familiar with Meng Run, a Chinese director. This guy had flopped 3 commercial films in a row, bankrupting multiple investors, yet still managed to rack up awards, including the Golden Saint George at the Moscow International Film Festival, a commercial film director that even the gods feared. Chu Zhi knew something about that award. St. George was a Christian patron saint, the knight on the horse in the Russian coat of arms. "I heard director Wang's new film, Xi Lang, has you as the male lead?" Mengren asked. "Isn't director Wang still keeping that under wraps?" said Chu Zhi. "Industry folks are already talking. Director Wang's projects are always highly anticipated," Mengren replied. "This might be a good opportunity," he added. "From what I hear, this one's been in the works for years. A true passion project. If that's the case, I better make an early effort. Just hope I don't drag the whole production down," Chu Zhi said. Director Wang made a Best Actor and a Venice Best Actress. Just trust him. Mengren paused, then added, "But his temper on set isn't the best, so good luck." Chu Zhi was mentally prepared. Even though his previous 2 film shoots had gone smoothly thanks to his status, he knew enough to understand. Getting yelled at by a director was part of the job. After a bit more small talk, the screenings began. Film exchange events differed in format. Multiple theaters screened the director's films. Chu Zhi picked a nearby venue and watched Meng Ren's ear. The story was simple. A child who loved music loses his sight due to an accident. Halfway through, it felt like an inspirational film. But the ending took a sharp turn. The dream fails. The protagonist lives a quiet, melancholic life. A perfect example of the saying, "There are no miracles in life, only life itself." Chu Zhi understood why Meng Ren had flopped commercially. With this kind of narrative, come to think of it, if the film had a happy ending, would ears still carry this much artistic weight? Chu Zhi concluded it wouldn't. Tragedy often birthed great art. Still, if he'd known the ending beforehand, the Emperor Beast wouldn't have watched it. Not because he didn't understand art. It was just too emotionally draining. Most of the films at the exhibition had tragic endings. Chu Zhi only managed to sit through 3 before retreating. Even his high-carb meal plan for the day had failed. A complete nutritional breakdown. The literary exchange was much better. Chu Zhi listened to several acclaimed authors speak. All of them winners of major global literary prizes like the Dublin Literary Award, Goncourt Prize, Booker Prize, or Jerusalem Prize. My poetry collection only just won the Yomiuri Prize in Japan. Still a long way to go, Chu Zhi thought. Clearly, breaking into the global scene through Japan wasn't viable. They didn't even have internationally recognized poets. He needed to publish an English version of The Great Riddle in Europe or America, something for the to-do list. Chu Zhi wrapped up his 3-day trip in Russia and returned to the Magic City. He declined a scheduled in-person interview with the Russian state television and offered a phone interview instead. There simply wasn't enough time to stay another 4 or 5 days. Flying back and forth would take over 10 hours each way. On the plane, "Jiawai, what if the plane crashes? Do you think we could survive?" asked Lao Qian, seated beside him. "Why the hell would you ask that on a plane? That's so unlucky," Chu Zhi replied. "Yeah, I know. It's just, 2 of my dumb friends made me watch Air Panic and Hijack before the flight. Got me all nervous," Lao Qian explained. "Real dumb friends," Chu Zhi said. "Look, survival's unlikely. But plane crashes are rare. Stop overthinking it." Lao Qian fell silent, not because of Chu Zhi's words, but because he suddenly imagined his ex-girlfriends mourning him, and his Bingbing. But if Jiawai died, he couldn't even fathom it. Asia would plunge into collective mourning. Jiawai would become a legend, a mythic figure in death. Wait, Lao Qian stopped himself mid-thought. Hold up, something's wrong with my thinking. At the rate Jiawai's going, he doesn't even need to die to become an Asian legend. As for becoming a global legend, Western media didn't care for Asian culture. That wasn't on Chu Zhi, just the reality. All that anxious daydreaming amounted to nothing. The flight landed smoothly. By then, news of the forum had already been circulated by media and news agencies worldwide. Russian outlets, Belarusian outlets, even Azerbaijani news highlighted Chu Zhi in their reports. Articles like, "This Russian song you should hear. Chinese vocalist Chu Zhi delivers stunning original performance. The youngest main guest ever." Western media barely mentioned Chu Zhi, and when they did, it was a passing remark. Back home, no surprise, the little fruits were in celebration mode again. Chu Zhi brought good news practically every month. Then came the national morning news. On November 7th, the 10th St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum officially opened for a week-long run. China sent a strong delegation, producing multiple brilliant performances. Pop singer Chu Zhi delivered a stunning original Russian-language song, Katyusha, at the Philharmonic Hall. Forum chairman Alexei later praised the song. "Katyusha is my favorite Russian folk-style song in recent years." Russian folk music often centers on themes of tragedy and patriotism, like Ivan Suzanin's Sacrifice or the tragic end of Symphony No. 6. Built upon Western classical structure, our national music has strong emotional roots. I believe Katyusha, like Kalinka or At the Gates, will become a beloved folk anthem passed down by the people. Chu Zhi appearing on national television wasn't unusual anymore, but being featured on the morning news still felt like a win. Too bad it wasn't the primetime evening broadcast. Worth noting, across the former Soviet Union, people still watched Russian state television. The true popularity explosion of Katyusha hadn't happened yet. The full forum broadcast wouldn't air until the evening of the 9th, 2 days later. Chu Zhi didn't stay long in China. Within hours of landing, he was already en route to Seoul. The drama My Love from the Stars was set to launch across Asia on Christmas. It was mid-November, just a month away. Promotional activities for the second round had begun in multiple countries. They needed to record short videos with the lead actors, saying things like, "Christmas, you came from the stars. Don't miss it. I'm Chu Zhi," plus a few group lines from the main cast. Chu Zhi was a big name, sure, but he couldn't exactly expect the other actors to fly to China just for this. Netflix requested versions in 6 languages: Japanese, Korean, Russian, Chinese, English, and Thai. Chu Zhi spoke the first 5. Thai was the only one he had to cram, but learning a few lines was easy enough. 15 minutes tops. While Chu Zhi breezed through his lines, his co-stars like Song Ming he only spoke English, making their recording process far more painful. It took an entire afternoon to finish all 6 versions. Number 377. I want to find someone. Back in the Soviet era, there were 3 Mao. Big Mao referred to Russia, second Mao to Ukraine, and third Mao to Belarus. There was no fourth Mao. After all, things usually stop at 3. Russia's influence on Western Europe and Asia was limited, in terms of economy and art, but among its bordering nations, especially the former Soviet states, it remained one of the most powerful cultural forces. For example, Russia's national television station might only attract around 30 million viewers domestically, but when combined with audiences in neighboring countries, viewership could easily exceed 100 million. The St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum was scheduled to be broadcast in the evening segment of National Arts, starting at 7 p.m. The event spanned over a week and included segments on dance, opera, literature, film, and architecture. The sheer amount of footage was staggering. Naturally, only the most refined parts were selected for broadcast. In the architecture section, for instance, they showed aerial footage of Victory Park and highlighted several of its structures with explanatory text layered over the visuals. Afterward, they briefly interviewed a few standout architects. The entire segment lasted about 10 minutes. The vocal performance section received more airtime. Selected performances were featured, but only Chu Zhi's rendition of Katyusha was aired in full, not as a favor, but because the song was only 2.5 minutes long. This goes to show, sometimes shorter is better. Now connecting with the singer of the outstanding performance Katyusha, the Chinese vocalist Chu Zhi, Mr. Chu. The national TV host introduced him with a dramatic breath and a bit of tongue roll. During the interview, his tone became more formal. "Mr. Chu, what kind of emotion did you intend to express when composing Katyusha? I believe that once a song is released, it no longer entirely belongs to the singer. The listeners bring their own interpretations. So, what I wanted to express isn't important." Chu Zhi replied in Russian. It sounded like an answer, but also like he had said nothing at all. Then, "Mr. Chu, what are your hopes for Katyusha?" "I hope Katyusha can become synonymous with pure and beautiful girls." As he spoke, Chu Zhi couldn't help but think of Xiao Wei. 2 simple questions. The National Arts program ran for a full 3 hours, wrapping up precisely at 10 p.m. Moscow time. By the next morning, Katyusha had swept through all Russian-speaking regions like wildfire. What set this apart was that the song didn't just resonate with Gen Z. It deeply moved those born in the 80s, 70s, and even the 60s. And this demographic, regardless of whether they lived in Russia, Ukraine, or Belarus, held key positions in society. They might not navigate the internet as effortlessly as the younger generation, but their voices held more sway in traditional media. For example, major newspapers like Pravda, Independent Daily, and Russia Today. Within 2 days of the National Arts broadcast, Katyusha and Chu Zhi appeared in the subheadlines of multiple cultural sections. Of course, they didn't make front-page headlines. Political news always takes precedence in mainstream media. From its arrangement and composition to its lyrics, Katyusha embodies the spirit of folk songs passed down from the Soviet era. Yet this song was composed in 2021 by a singer from Chinese. Composer Nikita analyzed the structure and atmosphere of the piece, Independent Daily, unveiling how the Chinese singer Chu Zhi could write a song like Katyusha. Based on available materials, Mr. Chu's outstanding Russian fluency on variety shows, and his deep understanding of Russian folk music in opera and lullaby, I recognize him as a foreigner who truly understands Russian history. Labor news. If opera and lullaby had only made Chu Zhi modestly known in Russia, Katyusha had now made him a household name overnight. Aurora Vadimshchechin-Gerasim, a lesbian girl who had participated in the same variety program, remembered things clearly. Her father, Vadim, was the boss of the Tomahawk gang. He was also adamantly opposed to his daughter befriending Chu Zhi. The reason? During Opera 2, Chu Zhi's high notes convinced Vadim, who claimed to have seen a vampire in his youth, that Chu Zhi was a hidden vampire. Making friends with vampires is too risky, Vadim had warned. Aurora had originally wanted to have a normal musical friendship with Chu Zhi, but after that, she kept her distance. Otherwise, given her personality, if she had known Chu Zhi was in St. Petersburg, she would have taken him out for dinner as a proper welcome. For the record, the rumors in China, Japan, and Korea that Chu Zhi wasn't human actually originated in Russia. "I think you can be friends with the Chinese singer Chu Zhi," Vadim said to his daughter after hearing Katyusha. So he finally realized that vampire stuff was nonsense. Just as Aurora was about to respond in relief, she heard her father add, "Even if he is a vampire who can sing like that must be a good one." Aurora's mind filled with question marks. What was he even talking about? Seeing the confusion in his daughter's eyes, Vadim decided to clarify. "It's time you knew. Do you know how I got the scar on my arm? When I was 17, I fought a savage vampire and was bitten by its fangs. I was on the verge of death. I even remember the vampire's breath stank horribly when it opened its mouth. That sound, it's burned into my memory forever." Chu Zhi's voice was just like it. Vadim was dead serious. The truth? He had gotten drunk, wandered into an alley, and stumbled upon two dogs, mating. He had shouted in shock, startling the male dog into going flaccid. The rest was predictable. He got into a scuffle with the dogs. Aurora only knew this because her late mother had told her. Resisting the urge to expose the lie, she simply asked, "So you like Katyusha?" "I do. I think it's the kind of song that could be played at both weddings and funerals." A good song. Vadim's praise was plain spoken. At both weddings and funerals. Is that a compliment? Aurora asked. "It is," Vadim replied earnestly. "A song that fits both occasions represents the soul of a people. If a single song can touch both joy and sorrow, then it reaches into the core of a nation." Aurora thought about it. For a burly man like her father to say something so insightful, it reminded her of the Russian wedding song Crossing the River, which showed a strong man's hidden tenderness. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Vadim's phone vibrated, but he didn't answer immediately. Aurora naturally said, "I'm going to my room to write a song. Don't disturb me before lunch tomorrow." "Of course. That's your right," Vadim replied. He only picked up the call after his daughter left. Many gang matters were kept deliberately from her. Aurora had chosen the path of music and didn't want to know more. Her room was on the second floor, a spacious suite with over 180 square meters, including a bedroom, living room, and piano room. She passed through the living room into her study. On the desk was a quick Chinese dictionary. Her brows furrowed. Aurora was struggling. "Captain Chu's creativity is too strong, and I haven't even mastered Chinese yet." Aurora had a stubborn streak. Since Chu Zhi could teach himself Russian and write amazing Russian songs, she believed she could teach herself Chinese and write equally impressive Chinese lyrics. But after a year of trying, it still felt hopeless. After 30 more minutes of Chinese study torture, she picked up her phone to rest her mind. From her own experience, Chinese was far harder to learn than English. The moment she unlocked the screen, a push notification appeared. Russia Today News. "I'm searching for someone named Soviet. He was born in 1905, disappeared in 1991, and I haven't seen him since. He wore a military cap and coat, carried a sickle in one hand and a hammer in the other. He helped many people. Can anyone tell me if he's still alive?" Voice of Russia. In the town of Tomat, I found the real story behind Katyusha. It happened during World War II. A young woman waited 39 years for her fiancé, who died during a border conflict between the Soviet Union and Japan, recorded in history as the Battle of Lake Khasan. Normally, buzz spread from the internet to print. But this time, it was the reverse. Whether due to some twist in time or deliberate cultural messaging, Chu Zhi's Katyusha had somehow become linked to World War II. In fairness, Chu Zhi himself had said that the song's inspiration did originate from that era. But without publicity, the public would never know. They'd just think it was a catchy folk tune. Russia Channel 1. 96-year-old Red Army veteran Khamid Uzgano, now living in Fergana province, enjoys the blessings of 5 generations under one roof. In 1942, at the age of 17, Uzgano joined the Battle of Stalingrad after brief military training. He later crossed the Greater Shingan Mountains and fought alongside Chinese residents against Japanese invaders. Yesterday, he called into a radio station, saying that hearing Katyusha instantly brought him back to the battlefield. "War is too cruel. I hope people everywhere cherish peace," he said. Numerous musicians have praised Katyusha. Never before has a foreign singer's work been so warmly received in Russia. Should a foreigner be allowed to stir up the Russian entertainment scene? Not really. But what can you say when no one else can write a song like Katyusha? Take another Russian guest from the same show, Mikhail. He was one of the country's most popular male vocalists. Maybe not number one, but definitely top tier among young to middle-aged audiences. After hearing Katyusha, Mikhail immediately contacted his vocal coach, Professor Yevgeny from the Nessun Academy of Music. "Professor, are there any techniques in this song I could learn from?" Mikhail asked. "Learn?" Yevgeny's wrinkled face showed confusion. Opera 2 and Lullaby already showed Mr. Chu's deep knowledge of Russian musical modes. But Katyusha, it's strange. Very strange. Strange? Mikhail leaned in to listen. Number 378. A gift to the Red Giant. Each era has its own art. But only a few musicians, like Tchaikovsky, transcend their time to lead an era forward. Tchaikovsky lived through darkness and upheaval, yet his music radiates light. Building upon Glinka's foundation, he ushered in a new era of national music. "That's what makes him a great composer," said Yevgeny. "But most musicians, people like you and me, are bound by our time." He took a sip of coffee and continued. "That's what's so strange about Katyusha. Both its lyrics and melody surpass the constraints of this era, but not by pushing forward. Instead, it looks backward. It sounds like music from the previous age." Yevgeny took another sip of his coffee. "That's what's so odd. It doesn't sound like something Mr. Chu Zhi would write. More precisely, it doesn't sound like something anyone from our era could write." Mikhail paused to consider this. He felt that his own music was 3 steps ahead of Katyusha, and yet Katyusha remained a classic of the previous era. He couldn't help but ask, "So why is that?" Yevgeny didn't answer right away. He lifted his cup again, seemingly lost in thought. Why? He was still asking himself the same question. Then Mikhail spoke again. "Professor, there's something I just remembered. Not sure if it's relevant." "Go ahead," said Yevgeny, setting down his cup. "Mr. Chu has severe depression. He even attempted suicide once." Yevgeny showed no surprise. A touch of madness in artists was nothing new. Vaslav Nijinsky was institutionalized at 29 for severe mental illness. His artistic career was even shorter than Mozart's, yet in that brief time, he revolutionized ballet. Ask anyone in ballet, and they'll know the rite of spring or afternoon of a faun. "I only found out by accident," Mikhail added. "Mr. Chu has an intense sense of self-sacrifice. He's the type to risk his life to save others during an earthquake." Mikhail speculated aloud. Maybe it's that kind of trait, like those people from the past. Maybe that's why he could empathize enough to write a song like this. It sounded noble, but also like nonsense. Just sharing traits with people from another era didn't explain the music. Yevgeny immediately dismissed the idea in his heart. Still, the image of someone sacrificing themselves to save others during a quake planted a different thought in his mind. What if his mental illness gave him extreme emotional sensitivity? What if it allowed him to feel others' emotions deeply, to embody them? Perhaps during the quake, Chu Zhi had empathized so completely with the victims that he rushed in without hesitation. If that theory held up, it would explain how Chu Zhi could write Katyusha. Maybe Chu Zhi had told the truth during that voice seminar. Maybe he really had heard the story of Katyusha in a small town. And maybe, because of his illness, he had completely immersed himself in it, becoming the girl named Katyusha, becoming the soldier who left. It all made sense. Of course, it was still only speculation. Yevgeny would need more evidence, but if he could gather enough, he would write a paper on it. While many musicians were still dissecting Chu Zhi's success, Yevgeny was ready to set the record straight. A well-written paper would be excellent publicity. The fascination with Chu Zhi's work wasn't limited to his home country. It had spread to Russia as well. In Japan and Korea, It usually took an entire EP to build a major artist. In Russia, 3 songs were enough to stir a cultural wave. Brother Chu, I know we're on a tight schedule, but the Russian Ministry of Culture is eager for us to release a single version of Katyusha as soon as possible, said Neo Jiangxue over the phone. She sounded rushed and added, "It's urgent." Recording a single is simple, Chu Zhi replied calmly. There are plenty of studios in Beijing. I can head over after my meeting this afternoon. But have we decided on the release method? We have, Neo Jiangxue answered. Either through Russian cultural channels, they'll buy out the rights, or through a digital release on Spotify. In short, either route would bring Chu Zhi a hefty profit. But after thinking for a moment, Chu Zhi made a decision that shocked her. I'll gift Katyusha to Russia permanently. Huh? Neo Jiangxue hesitated, then nodded slowly. It would be foolish to turn down free money. But the Emperor Beast wasn't a fool. He simply felt this song shouldn't be monetized in Russia. After all, that great red giant had once truly helped many people. After hanging up, Chu Zhi let out a heavy sigh. Katyusha is a requiem for the red giant of this world. From now on, I won't be so generous with my earnings. He chuckled. Why am I so kind? The Emperor Beast praised himself and felt genuinely pleased. You have to be good at recognizing your strengths. Like when you see someone post a donation link and you chip in 5, 10, maybe even more. Take a moment to give yourself credit. At that moment, you're doing more than many others on this planet. Not only was Neo Jiangxue swamped, even ad manager Chichio was barely keeping up. It was just like when Slightly Look Forward to the World launched in Japan. The overnight buzz abroad had the whole team scrambling. But they couldn't just watch the buzz grow. The team needed to convert that heat into fans, then into a lasting presence. That wasn't something they could do overnight. Even Chu Zhi himself hadn't expected this. Take away the historical baggage, and Katyusha still hit hard. No more words were needed. Chu Zhi headed to the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. As a special cultural advisor, he had to earn his paycheck, meetings, reports, the works. Good thing the Emperor Beast excelled at writing reports, especially vague ones. The kind that said nothing and everything all at once. The meeting, unsurprisingly, was a debrief on the just-concluded St. Petersburg Cultural Forum. To be fair, the forum did deserve a proper summary. But to Chu Zhi, the meeting dragged on forever. It felt like downloading something through Baidu Cloud. There were many special advisors at the ministry, but when it came to cultural exchange, only 2 stood out. Chu Zhi and another author whose work had been translated into Japanese, Korean, Russian, English, and Thai. As soon as the meeting ended, Chu Zhi remembered the thing Neo Jiangxue had called about, recording the song. Recording quality depends heavily on studio equipment. Chu Zhi didn't waste time hunting. He just called Zhenghua. Now that you're in Beijing, you finally remember to call me, said Zhenghua cheerfully. Old Sue's been trying to treat you to dinner for ages. Got time tonight? No? Then late-night supper. 11, midnight, whatever works. I wouldn't dream of being polite to you, Zhenghua. Dinner, I really can't. I've got to record a song, then attend an event to perform far away, so I'll probably be done around 11, said Chu Zhi. 11? Perfect, said Zhenghua. I'll find a good spot and call up Old Sue. It's been a while. You're the local. I'll go with the flow, said Chu Zhi. They chatted on the way to the studio. The place had birthed many rock albums. It looked run down, but the gear inside was top tier. The owner was half an industry insider, known as Xiao Long. Why don't you renovate the studio? Isn't the old look bad for business? Chu Zhi asked. Exactly, said Long. The gear here is top class, but plenty of other studios in Beijing have good equipment too. What sets mine apart is this. Contrast, top-notch gear in a shabby setting. People remember that. Plus, I can always say I spent all the money on gear and couldn't afford renovations. Makes an even deeper impression. Every mouse finds its own path, every snake its own trail. Everyone who makes it has their own way. Chu Zhi gave a thumbs up. He understood the owner was laying his cards on the table to build a connection. This version of the song didn't need to be better than the live one, but it couldn't fall short either. He layered on the voice of despair, the voice of the first emperor, and the accidental immortal of wine. One take. Just one. Chu Zhi recorded a single vocal track and completed the song. His progress as a vocalist showed clearly here. During his first album, he couldn't believe anyone could finish in one take. Now he was that person. Your singing's incredible. So much emotion, Zheng He couldn't help but applaud. Then he sighed. Why not release a rock album? China's rock scene had been stagnant for too long. I'll head out now. I'll contact you after the rest of the schedule, Chu Zhi said. Singing old songs brought in some small cash. Performing them on shows added even more. It was all about accumulating small gains. Just as expected, everything wrapped up around 11:15. Then he met with a few veteran rockers for a late dinner. As November rolled in, Jiawai, I found it. The Vietnamese mystery. Lao Qian ran up, visibly excited. What? Mystery? Chu Zhi blinked, confused, then recalled. Right. How his fan base in Vietnam had suddenly exploded, with spending power rivaling fans in Japan and Korea. He listened closely. It's because of the plastic surgery industry, said Lao Qian. Jiawai, your face has broken Vietnam's entire aesthetic standard. Still not getting it. Chu Zhi motioned for him to explain. Your features are just right. Now the whole Vietnamese cosmetic surgery scene uses your face as a template, Lao Qian explained. And the industry, there's booming. That sounded far-fetched. Chu Zhi didn't believe such a massive trend could stem from plastic surgery alone. His fan base had surged just in the past month or two. The real shift started 6 months ago when the cosmetic industry underwent a huge restructuring. And, Jiawai, you know what? It's not just men. They're using your features for female procedures too. Once the investors saw profit, they hyped it even more. After months of build-up, it exploded recently. In Vietnam, you're now called the pinnacle of beauty. Who could have guessed? Reality truly outdid fiction. But Chu Zhi still couldn't understand why women would want his features. Jiawai, in Vietnam you're bigger than Bai Chao Garden or even Romance of the Three Kingdoms. You're like a myth. That big, said Lao Qian. Now do you get it? Referencing 2 classical novels was all it took. Chu Zhi finally grasped how absurd the situation had become. Number 379. Gifts Across Nations. If Katyusha had been released commercially, in another 10 or 20 years, its royalties would have easily cleared 100 million yuan. Not only did Neo Jiangxue recognize this, the Russian side did too. So when they received a permanent license gifted by the studio, they were genuinely surprised. Ivanov, deputy minister of the Russian Cultural Center, and Alexei, director of the Foreign Exchange Bureau, briefly discussed the matter. Mr. Ivanov, it's as obvious as pickles in a jar, Alexei said. Mr. Chu has shown tremendous goodwill, and his understanding of our national culture is remarkable. Russian-style pickles, if you know, you know. If you're ever curious to try them, avoid the German brand cone. Go for Hemis. That's the real deal. Mr. Chu is a friend of ours, Alexei continued. Radazky, who once performed at the Beijing Grand Theater, signed on as a baritone and even served as a vocal coach. His Chinese is excellent, but he can't compose in Chinese at all. When we interviewed Radazky, he admitted he doesn't know much about Huaxia's culture and doesn't feel much connection to it. That sense of connection is crucial. Without empathy for a nation's suffering, there's no way to connect with its people. Radazky was a perfect example of what not to do. Radazky is an excellent operatic singer, but he lacks the ability to compose in Chinese, Ivanov said. That comparison made Chu Zhi's contribution stand out even more. Notice something? Many Russian male names end with ski, nov, or rav, and many female names end with va. Most of these aren't religious, they're place-based. For example, the great novelist Dostoevsky got his name from the village of Dostoev. Since Mr. Chu gifted us a song, it's only right for us East Slavs to return the gesture. After a moment of thought, Deputy Minister Ivanov added, the friendship medal is unlikely. Higher-ups won't approve it, but I'll find another way to reciprocate. Fair enough, Alexei nodded. After all, those in China who received the friendship medal were all major figures in the Central Propaganda Department. It wasn't exactly appropriate here. Cultural exchanges at the international level rely heavily on mutual courtesy. Otherwise, why would anyone engage? Alexei had approached Ivanov precisely for this. The 2 Russian cultural officials reached a consensus. To put it bluntly, if this had been about the United States, the lighthouse nation wouldn't care at all. They've churned out enough banana men to not bother. The timing, environment, and people were right. Circumstances create heroes, and the times create icons. That was the conversation at the upper echelons. Meanwhile, among the general public, the Russian-language version of Katyusha was being downloaded and streamed for free, expanding its reach. With official support from the Russian Cultural Center, Chu Zhi's fanbase in Russia exploded in size. Why is the Opera 2 still unsearchable online? I had to go to RooTracker to find it. Last year, Melody Music Company said it would release an album with Chu Zhi, but there's been no update. Too much fake info online. I can't tell what's real anymore. September came to a close under heavy promotion in Russia. Time seemed to have taken a flying kick, and before anyone realized, it was already December. For Chu Zhi, these months also brought significant progress. He completed achievements like eat spicy food *1200 times, overeat carbs in a day *550, and smoke *5500, earning 9 plus 10 plus 10 is equal to 29 personality coins. His coin balance reached a peak of 42, but 20 of those were borrowed. He owed them from 2 rounds of custom album draws. He had bought everything up front and was now repaying the debt in pain, just like how young people used Huabei or Jebei nowadays. Still got 22 coins left. Not bad. Should we splurge a little? Chu Zhi decided to ask the dice goddess for guidance. If I roll a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, that means today's luck is excellent and perfect for drawing. If I roll a 6, that means the luck is saving itself for next time. The system wanted to say something, but in the end, it stayed silent. He rolled a 4. Perfect. Chu Zhi opened a blind box. Title: Shut In Until Noon. Curio: Tearless Cry Pill. Song Pack: Cup of Life. Song Pack: Sugar. Album: Led Zeppelin 3. Album: Dangerous. Looking at the prize pool details, Chu Zhi was stunned. The dice goddess hadn't lied. The prizes were no joke. To start with, Led Zeppelin 3 was a legendary album by Led Zeppelin. Sales weren't great when it first released, and critics weren't kind. But decades later, it became one of the band's defining works. As for Dangerous, even more insane. Before Transmigrating, even the Emperor Beast didn't pay much attention to Earth's entertainment scene. But even he knew about that one Western singer, Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson had 4 legendary albums: Thriller, Bad, Dangerous, and History. The order said it all. Chu Zhi remained calm, since the system usually just gave him eye candy and nothing more. Musical note: go, go, go. Ol, ol, ol. Musical note: everyone knew Cup of Life, the 1998 World Cup anthem. Sugar was Maroon 5's iconic song about crashing weddings for fun and food. Right now, I've got no weaknesses in skill or emotion. If anything, I might need to boost my voice of enchantment. But what I'm lacking are cards in hand. I still can't handle every sudden situation. So pulling songs is a great win. The Emperor Beast was cautious. Even with his massive archive of songs, over 30 or 40 tracks still hadn't been released. Chu Zhi picked a box slightly to the right and opened it. Gold tier prize. Album: Led Zeppelin 3. Hell yeah. Looks like the system knows I'm planning to enter the Western market and gave me a killer weapon. An unexpected surprise. Now, what are this curio and title about? Let's see. Epic title: Shut In Until Noon. Apparently, if I go out only in the afternoon, I'll have incredible luck. Feels a bit mystical. The Tearless Cry Pill is kinda lame though. Now holding 17 personality coins, with custom album stats at December 5th, and over 40 unreleased songs, the Emperor Beast was starting to feel a little smug. Others would float away with arrogance. But the Emperor Beast? He used it as fuel. All engines fired up as he started recording his 3rd album. Within a week, all 15 songs for Little Fruits Are Sweet were recorded. The album was scheduled for release in February. Chu Zhi knew clearly that his 3rd album wouldn't match Chu Ci, Ode to Oranges, in awards or popularity. But it wasn't just filler either. In terms of quality, it could easily rival his comeback album. The main Chinese tracks, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky and Our Song, were already widely known. Musical note: lovers always break up and make up, but we only fell deeper in love. Musical note: that Liam Wang song was known to every 80s kid. Also included were Angel by Mayday and To Everyone Who Knows My Name by Zhao Chuan, both critically acclaimed. Plus, 3 foreign language songs that had stood the test of time for over a decade. This fan-focused album wasn't made to break into the mainstream. Aside from a few crossover tracks, casual listeners wouldn't care. But the Little Fruits fandom was enormous, even larger than many idol girl group fandoms. This was the only fan-exclusive album Chu Zhi would ever release. Even if this third album didn't win many awards, one thing was certain: it would be remembered by every little fruit for a lifetime. Even when they grew up, got married, stopped following idols, they'd still dig it out once in a while and listen. The studio had already planned the promotion across all of Asia. Domestic fans would still get the music for free. Overseas, the album would launch in both digital and physical formats. At that moment, not even the Emperor Beast could predict how terrifyingly well Little Fruits Are Sweet would sell. Throughout December, Chu Zhi fulfilled many official jobs. The biggest advantage of state-endorsed status was being invited to various municipal events across the country. Was there payment involved? Yes, but not much. It looked like a time sink and barely earned anything. Seemed like a loss, but it wasn't. The payoff was coming soon. The Spring Festival Gala just sent an invitation. They want Brother Chu on the show. Neo Jiangxue burst in with the good news. But Lao Qian, Wang Yuan, and Fei Ji all reacted calmly. Lao Qian even said, "Calm down, Neo too. Even Lin Xiao performed last year. Brother Jiu getting invited this year was a done deal." Neo Jiangxue, as the studio's lead agent, had earned the nickname Neo 2 from Lao Qian. Chu Zhi gets a full 5-minute solo performance, she clarified. A 5-minute solo? Now that's something, Wang Yuan added. What's the big deal? Lao Qian hadn't followed the gala for 4 or 5 years, so he didn't quite get it. Nowadays the gala is a mashup of acts. They love throwing artists together. Lin Xiao's show was a medley with Sui Wu and that lead singer from Crimson Youth, Fei Ji explained. Even older stars get paired with trending idols. It's a mess. Exactly. It's almost impossible to land a solo stage now, Wang Yuan nodded. There's usually only one solo act per year. Now Lao Qian understood the weight behind it. So what's Brother Jiu going to sing? They must have given some direction. Chinese People or Chrysanthemum Terrace. He can choose, Neo Jiangxue replied. Then added, only thing is, the invitation came from Deputy Director Li of Central TV, not the gala's chief director. Here came the politics. Deputy Director Li was in charge of the Spring Festival Gala. Slotting in a performance was normal, but the chief director had final say. Sudden insertions weren't easy. Every chief director of the gala gets scolded, and every year's show is worse than the last. But the gala is still the most watched program on Earth. We'll figure it out when Brother Chu returns from the capital. Neo Jiangxue shifted the topic. Are next year's schedules and ad contracts finalized? What about our studio's holiday plans? With that, everyone snapped back to work. Year-end was coming. Too many reports and arrangements to handle. No time to waste. Number 380. High-stakes broadcast. Location, Yangshan District, Seoul. Specific site, Department Head's office, SBS headquarters. Department Head Cho's expression flickered between tension and anticipation. It was Christmas Day, and he had turned down his wife and daughter's wishes to spend the holiday together. Not because he didn't care, but because tonight carried even greater expectations. The co-produced drama My Love from the Stars, a joint project with Netflix, was scheduled to air at 8 p.m. In Japan, it would broadcast at the same time. In China, it would air at 7 p.m. on Penguin Video. Other countries like Russia, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, and Cambodia all lined up within this prime window. This was the golden slot for weekend dramas. For Department Head Cho, a sulking daughter could be coaxed, and a wife lost could be replaced, but missing a breakthrough performance? That kind of opportunity might never come again. Secretary Joe, once you deliver the final report, you can go enjoy Christmas, said Department Head Cho. Secretary Joe, head of the Broadcasting Secretary Office, looked around. The Deputy Director, Department Head Cho, screenwriter Yu Tai-sik, Director Gong Gil, and the Netflix representative were all still present. There was no way he could just leave. He cursed under his breath, but forced a bright smile. I have frequent contact with Nielsen and TNS. I'll be able to get the viewership data easily. Besides, I'm also curious how well the drama does. Nielsen and TNS were the two largest market research firms in South Korea. Their data collection methods were nearly identical, selecting households from various age groups and professions, then installing devices to monitor their viewing habits. The tech had evolved, but the core method remained. Whatever was being watched, when, and by whom, was crystal clear. In the conference room, The high-ranking figures gathered like a storm cloud. As the TV station's representative for My Love from the Stars, Secretary Joe usually carried authority, and had even once pulled strings with the second female lead. But in this crowd, he was nothing more than a glorified errand boy, pouring tea and fetching snacks. Mr. Gong, are you confident in the show? Asked Netflix representative Safina, her English crisp and polished. Yu Tai-sik responded in slightly clumsy English. When I Close My Eyes became a Pan-Asian film hit. I believe our drama can reach similar status. Pan-Asian is good, Safina said. But Netflix's goal is to create global-tier content. Director Gong Gil picked up the cue. Global? My Love from the Stars will make it. He spoke with vigor, which pleased Safina. Yu Tai-sik, however, wasn't quite so optimistic. He understood Western markets well. Western audiences didn't appreciate the subtle, restrained style of Eastern romance. They preferred relationships that locked in early, then survived waves of hardship, either ending in triumph over class barriers or spiraling into tragic endings. To him, Netflix promoting My Love from the Stars to Western viewers was a waste of resources. In a sense, he wasn't wrong. Take Twilight, a wildly popular Western soap opera. It followed that exact model. As the executives chatted, the first episode of the drama aired on SBS. It opened with a fictionalized excerpt from the annals of the Joseon dynasty, referencing a historical UFO sighting. Similar records also existed in China, the most credible one appearing in the Ziji Tongjian, which described a flying object shaped like a cap entering homes at night, later transforming into a wolf. It was dubbed the Hat Demon. The Song Imperial Court deemed it a hoax meant to stir fear and officially banned any mention of it. Chu Zhi played Professor Beck, the alien recorded in the annals. He descended with a gust of wind, toppling a wedding sedan and sending it careening off a cliff. Time paused. Professor Beck caught the bride, who was destined for widowhood before even reaching the groom's home. In this context, widowhood at the gate meant the groom had died after the engagement but before the wedding. From the very start, Professor Beck's powers were on full display. Time manipulation, sensory perception 7 times sharper than humans. This marked the beginning of an epic love story, one deeply tinged with reincarnation tropes. It was borderline Mary Sue, with a twist. Only the female lead was reborn, while Professor Beck remained immortal through the centuries. His undying devotion whispered, "Even if you reincarnate across 3 lifetimes, I'll still love you." The first episode, combined with Chu Zhi's performance of the OST My Destiny, ran for a total of 63 minutes and ended around 9 p.m. The moment it ended, Department Head Cho couldn't wait another second. He immediately sent Secretary Joe to retrieve the ratings report. But come on, that quickly? Even with installed monitoring devices, compiling data still took time. Calling now would get nothing but static. Internally cursing Department Head Cho into oblivion, Secretary Joe kept up appearances. "I'll contact Nielsen and TNS right away." Quietly closing the office door, he returned to the secretary's suite and fired off emails to both companies. It was hard to say if other big South Korean firms regularly worked overtime, but market analysts definitely did. Both Nielsen and TNS responded within 3 minutes. Within 15, he had the viewership data for Seoul. Nationwide stats would take another half hour. No matter how much he hurried, there was simply no bypassing the process. A decade ago, it was common for top-rated Korean dramas to average 30% viewership, with peaks over 40. One even broke the 60% barrier. But that was 10 years ago. Now, the internet dominated. Over the past 3 years, especially since 2018, short videos, games, gossip, and endless distractions had fractured the audience's time and attention. These days, even reaching 10% was considered a hit. This was true not just in Korea, but across the globe. It was proof that the creative environment and historical moment mattered far more than individual talent or collective effort. Secretary Joe must have relayed this reality to Department Head Cho, only to get chewed out for it. In Korean workplaces, a superior didn't need a valid reason to scold you. Often, they didn't need any reason at all. Standing by his computer, Secretary Joe muttered as he prepared to step out for a smoke. The 2021 ratings champ was MBC's Embrace Truth, Embrace You, with a peak of 27.2% and an average of 19.1. That was considered high for recent years. My Love from the Stars might just be able to match that. 20 minutes later, emails from Nielsen and TNS arrived. Side note, these companies didn't provide data out of goodwill. The TV station subscribed to their entertainment reports, paying handsomely each year. Only because of that could they get tonight's data for free. The subject line from TNS read, "Detailed ratings report for My Love from the Stars." Seoul's debut episode rating, 24% nationwide average, 23.4%. Peak viewership occurred between 5 o'clock and 6:24 in the episode. The report included a detailed breakdown and theorized why so many viewers tuned in during this 90-second window. TNS believed it wasn't just coincidental channel surfers. Someone must have been so impressed, they called their friends to tune in. They were right. This scene showed Professor Beck stopping time to save the bride in her past life, immediately followed by a scene of modern-day Professor Beck taking a shower. 23% at launch? TNS must have faulty samples, someone muttered. In recent years, top dramas barely averaged 20%, and that was only after word of mouth built over time. MBC's Embrace Truth. Embrace You had only 10.4% at debut. A launch like this is incredible already. What is this, Lubu cutting down Fong Yu? His shock was understandable. Even a decade ago, these were top-tier numbers. Secretary Joe opened the second report. Nielsen, based in Oxford, UK, was one of the world's top 3 market analysts. Compared to TNS, it had even more global recognition. Its report, titled Launch Data Overview, My Love from the Stars, showed even higher numbers. This drama's launch is a smash. Secretary Joe's doubt vanished. Just earlier, he had thought casting Chu Zhi was pointless, but that had more to do with his personal dislike for foreign stars coming to Korea to cash in. A touch of national inferiority had colored his judgment. It wasn't personal. He had no grudge against Chu Zhi. And now, My Love from the Stars' explosive premiere benefited the entire station. Secretary Joe quickly printed multiple copies and bolted back to the meeting room like a man on a mission. What are the numbers? Department head Cho asked at once. Everyone turned to look. Screenwriter Yu Tai-sik, the deputy director, Safina, their eyes pinned Secretary Joe to the wall. Taking a breath, Secretary Joe beamed. It's huge. Both Nielsen and TNS report viewership around 24% for the premiere. Huh. Department head Cho snatched a copy from his hands. Secretary Joe dutifully handed out reports to every exec in the room. As expected of someone who'd climbed to head secretary, he knew how to work a room. He even printed an English version just for Safina. The executive's expressions followed a familiar arc: confusion, dawning realization, then pure elation. They were all industry veterans. They knew exactly what these numbers meant. I'm going to be the director of a national drama? Director Gong Gil couldn't help but fantasize. A show with peak viewership over 50% and an average over 30 could be called a national drama, a rare feat that would land it among the top 50 of all time. Yu Tai-sik, known for pinning tearjerkers, had one national drama under his belt, but that was over a decade ago. Pulling it off again in the modern internet age? That was a whole new challenge. We can definitely get there. With numbers like this, we could. Yu Tai-sik began. Korean dramas were often shot while airing. If ratings dipped, the show could be axed mid-run. If they soared, producers would monitor audience feedback and make live adjustments. In Airs, for instance, viewers said the second male lead looked better with his hair down, and he never tied it up again. But My Love from the Stars was different. Because it was co-produced with Netflix, the entire show had been pre-shot and wrapped. No changes were possible. Yu Tai-sik pivoted. This show has the potential to become a national drama. Sharp-eye minister, Secretary Joe offered his praise at just the right moment. It's thanks to everyone's efforts, Department Head Cho said, beaming from ear to ear. The Asia-wide ratings come out tomorrow, said Safina. But with these numbers, I'd say we're already halfway to success. Netflix has prepared a bonus for the entire cast and crew, she added. Excellent results like this deserve a bonus from us too, Department Head Cho chimed in. Secretary Joe beamed. As the production lead representing the station, he would get a bonus from both Netflix and SBS. Double the cash. Chu Zhi was a blessing. In the face of cold, hard Korean won, Secretary Zhou's national inferiority complex evaporated into thin air. Number 381. Across Asia, one name, Chu Zhi. In Asia, Christmas belonged to my love from the stars. The drama didn't just perform well in South Korea, it sent ripples through the entire continent. It was like tossing Mount Wuji into a small pond. The ripple effect had been building for months. With both Netflix and SBS launching a massive half-year promotional campaign, coupled with Chu Zhi's popularity at its peak, everything aligned for a record-breaking premiere. Here's one example that better illustrates the scale of this wildfire. Though Christmas is a Western holiday, cultural globalization and capital-driven hype have given Christmas and Christmas Eve strong market potential across Asia. Yet yesterday, on social media platforms like Twitter, Weibo, and Instagram, the keywords Chu Zhi, Professor Beck, and My Love from the Stars nearly overtook Christmas in total mentions. The first drama to be simultaneously launched in 12 countries, My Love from the Stars broke viewership and trending records in 11 of them on its first day. Asia News. The annual drama of 2021 is finally here. It only took one day to take Asia by storm. Straits News. After Tung Jingmu, Professor Beck, the Heart's Arsonist, has returned. Global Times. What allows a drama to air in over 10 countries simultaneously? Netflix, Chu Zhi, and South Korea's mature production system. Netflix trends. South Korea found its winning formula, Chu Zhi. My Love from the Stars, a sci-fi romance, becomes the season's breakout hit. Yomiuri Shimbun. Media coverage spread like wildfire. On just the second day after its premiere, the drama was topping the charts in most Asian countries. Viewership data poured in. In Vietnam, the premiere on Zing TV surpassed 15 million views. In Thailand, Channel 7 reported a 6.8% rating. Remarkable given that last year's top-rated shows barely hit 7%. Even Japan recorded an 18.6% premiere rating. There's a pattern in all this. People love to mythologize success. A drama is the result of collaborative effort. You can argue over who contributed most, but you cannot attribute the entire success to one person. Yet from the media's perspective, especially in places like Singapore's Straits News, who would they mention? Lead actress Song Ming-hee or director Gong Ji? Neither name would resonate. They'd talk about the one name everyone knows. Chu Zhi. Out of 12 countries, 11 reported record-breaking viewership. The only outlier was Russia. Despite Chu Zhi's past popularity with Katyusha, ratings there remained modest. Even so, that's enough. More than enough, said Sophia, the Asia-Pacific regional director of Netflix, beaming with satisfaction. The second episode aired today, and ratings across Asia continued to climb. Though Western viewership on Netflix lagged behind on day one, Asia's overwhelming response blinded Sophia to that setback. Internal reports from Netflix showed that within 30 hours, their subscriber base in Asia grew by 570,000. An outrageous surge. Why tie subscription numbers to the drama? Because in countries like Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and Japan, where My Love from the Stars aired, on traditional TV, rebroadcast rights were not granted. The only official way to rewatch was on Netflix's website. As a streaming platform, Netflix collaborates on international productions. On the surface, the goal is cultivating subscribers. Beneath that, the real strategy is expanding global content distribution channels. Chu Zhi works too well in Asia. It's just a shame he's not as well known in the West. Sophia suddenly frowned. Chu Zhi's fee was based on revenue sharing. At this rate, My Love from the Stars would earn over $1 billion yuan, and a large slice of that pie had to go to Chu Zhi. Letting a Chinese actor make that much money made Sophia's liver hurt. What hurt even more was that, beyond contractual bonuses, Netflix had to offer Chu Zhi an additional red envelope gift. After all, he was needed for the ongoing promotional campaign across Asia. There was no time to waste. Once the PR team finalized the Asia tour plans, Sophia called Nyo Jiangxue. From her friendly tone, an outsider might assume they were close friends. It's been a pleasure working together. I hope we get the chance to collaborate again, Sophia said before hanging up. If you're spending that much money, you better maintain the relationship. Sophia understood that much. I never imagined Asia could produce a star like this, she murmured as she reviewed Chu Zhi's resume. It felt more like reading a fairy tale. My Love from the Stars had 21 episodes. As a weekend drama, it aired one episode each on Saturday and Sunday, meaning the entire series would finish in roughly 2 months. There was still plenty of room for growth in ratings and buzz. Chu Zhi had become an international commuter, flying across countries like a man with wings. In just 2 weeks, 4 episodes had aired. Each episode was tightly packed. The first meeting, the misunderstandings, tentative interactions, the female lead's lowest moment, and Professor Beck swooping in to save her. Then came the past life connections and fate. Some lower-quality dramas could stretch this content into 40 episodes. Online discussion kept escalating. In today's age of diversified entertainment, for an entire continent to rally around one drama was nothing short of astonishing. Japanese viewers posted, "Time freeze, I came for the ragdoll. Professor Beck is so handsome, and the plot is decent too. I love Professor Beck's house. I love Professor Beck. I love when Professor Beck isn't wearing clothes. Professor, you don't want your alien identity exposed, right? Can we be more restrained? We're starting to look like fans only obsessed with the ragdoll's looks." Japan produces many great dramas every year. While Korean dramas occasionally break through, Japanese series usually maintain the lead in domestic ratings. Yet after just 4 episodes, My Love from the Stars broke Japan's record ratings for 3 consecutive years, 2019, 2020, and 2021. The ragdoll fanbase in Japan was only growing. Meanwhile, in China, Jiwai is just a walking suit rack. That cold, abstinent aura is too good to be true. Jiwai, please update faster. I can't survive without new episodes. Penguin Video hit the jackpot. I tried to buy a premium membership and it lagged. Chu Zhi and Song Minghee are a dream screen couple. I never liked Tung Jingmu, but Professor Beck? I'm sold. Especially that refined beast look with the glasses. I screamed like a groundhog. I don't even like Korean dramas, but this is Chu Zhi we're talking about. Even lead actress Song Minghee gained massive popularity in China. Multiple brands approached her for endorsements. Now think about how many deals Chu Zhi must have been offered. His ad manager, Chi Chiu, was drowning in work. "Sister De Wong, look what you've done. Our studio's about to collapse from the workload," Chi Chiu complained. It was Wang Yuan who had pushed hard to take this project. Old Qian couldn't understand at the time. Why accept a sci-fi romance in disguise? Not working out. Wang Yuan had asked. Work out. It was working miracles. Chi Chiu rubbed his eyes. He would have to work even harder. There were too many ad opportunities pouring in from across Asia. Even with 2 assistants helping, it wasn't enough. In countries like Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and others, by the 3rd week of airing, the 6-episode arc in South Korea had already reached a 30% rating. In the 4th week, episodes 7 and 8 aired. If Chu Zhi was merely an Asian superstar before, then the cumulative buzz, plus the rising momentum of My Love from the Stars, had pushed him to the pinnacle. No other artist in Asia could compete with his popularity. Even Hollywood A-listers couldn't beat him here. In the realm of Asian stardom, Chu Zhi stood alone at the top. Then came the now iconic ending of episode 8. To prove her charm, the female lead asked Professor Beck for 15 seconds. A 15-second stare. At the final moment, Professor Beck kissed her. That one kiss was all it took. Actress Song Minghee instantly became the most hated female celebrity across Asia. If you were a casual viewer, you might just think the couple looked good together and felt sweet to watch. But Chu Zhi's wife fans were everywhere in Asia. By the end of episode 8, they were in complete uproar. Number 382. The uproar that followed. Within a week, the Korean internet launched a poll titled "The Celebrity We Most Wish Would Use Social Media Less." In truth, it was just a polite way of saying, which female celebrity do you hate the most? The poll was initiated by Naver's search portal. Over 300,000 netizens voted, and Song Minghee took the top spot by an overwhelming margin. Previously, the top 3 spots were usually occupied by girl group members. Dating rumors with boy group idols, or simply being too famous, were often enough to invite a barrage of criticism. Actresses rarely appeared on the list. In Korea's entertainment hierarchy, actors were considered at the top of the food chain, though in front of the tables, they were all still ants. First, Song Minghee was rumored with Lee Sung-shin, and now she's trying to use our professor's popularity? Don't you understand what forced perspective filming means? Gong Gil. I have never disliked Song Minghee this much before. Aish, this woman is unbearable. In the past, fans, regardless of gender, called Chu Zhi the Great Demon King. But after the airing of My Love from the Stars, a large portion of his Korean female fans began calling him Professor. And don't think only Korean fans were intense. Japan's idol-chasing culture was no less extreme. Promotional posters for dramas featuring both the male and female leads were vandalized, with the heroine's face scribbled over in marker or slashed with a blade. Some even got arrested for property damage. Genami Eiko, 32, from Miwa District, Aichi Prefecture, was arrested for damaging public property. Nagoya News. In an interview after her arrest, Minami Eiko declared, "You people don't understand Ragdoll-san's place in my heart. All you do is waste taxpayers' money. You don't understand anything else." For Chu Zhi, it was his first time making the social news section, like a young bride stepping into her wedding sedan. For the first time, Yahoo's forums buzzed with discussion. Worshipping an idol to the point of losing your mind? This is just a TV drama. Why can't they tell fiction from reality? If a Chinese celebrity really had a girlfriend in real life, would they commit suicide? Honestly, maybe. Minami Eiko might be my sister's classmate. If it's the same person, she went through a rough time, tricked by 3 different men. I think Chu Zhi-san helped her get back on her feet, so this reaction is normal. What's so good about My Love from the Stars? I watched the first episode and dropped it. Is that why I'm still single? It went on and on. Back when Hong Kong's entertainment industry was at its peak, action superstar Jackie Chan was hugely popular in Japan too. Whenever a movie included an intimate scene, Japanese female fans were displeased. If rumors of a romance spread, there were even cases of fans committing suicide by lying on train tracks. So damaging public property over a drama was hardly surprising. At present, Chu Zhi's popularity in Asia had even surpassed Jackie Chan's at his peak, helped, of course, by his handsome looks as the Emperor Beast. In his home base, things were a little calmer. The Little Fruits fan club, under repeated concern from Chu Zhi, were easier to manage. Generally, his fans were well-behaved, but with such a large base, even a small handful of extreme fans could not be ignored. To wear the crown of the traffic king, you must first bear its weight. Nan Kuei, the lead singer of Scarlet Youth, said it with a faint trace of schadenfreude. In his mind, he was thinking, TSK, let's see how he gets out of this one. Just over 2 months ago, the Chu Zhi incident had exposed the fan festival as a money-grabbing scheme, causing a small wave of fans to leave. Nan Kuei had never liked him since. Doesn't make money himself, but won't let others make money either? It's not backlash from traffic, Zhou Yu said. It's just that Zhou Yu's popularity is too high, and his personal charm is too great. Just with the album Chu Ci alone, no one can deny he's the real deal. Nan Kuei froze. Only then did he remember that the newcomer's signature work was written by Chu Zhi himself. I'm just worried about Brother Gio. Those comments online give me chills. If it's handled poorly, it'll be a headache. Nan Kuei quickly softened his tone. It wasn't Zhou Yu, a mere rookie, he feared, but the possibility of his words reaching Chu Zhi's ears. Forget Scarlet Youth. Even their parent company couldn't afford to offend him. Zhou Yu continued. He has strong personal charm and a gentle personality. For many fans, he's a pillar of support. That's why this situation happened. Everyone in and out of the industry knows what kind of person Brother Gio is. Nan Kuei replied with false sincerity. Inside, he scoffed. Pillar of support? More like milking brainless fans for all they're worth. If the album's success, the hard-studying student fans, and the Orange Festival had shown Chu Zhi's unrivaled pulling power, then this incident was the ultimate proof of his jaw-dropping popularity across Asia. To be frank, the whole scandal had been amplified thanks to Adidas. The Chu Zhi boycott movement had hurt their sales in the Asian market. Now that they had the chance to kick him while he was down, of course they seized it. Their next step was to steer the narrative further, claim that Chu Zhi was causing social unrest in Asia, and that the region should be on alert. Other celebrities might have struggled to respond, but the Emperor Beast was no stranger to large-scale drama. By the next afternoon, his Instagram, Twitter, and Weibo all posted the same message. I am not a very qualified actor, but fortunately, the crew members took good care of me. As for my acting, I often seek guidance from teacher Liao. I don't have outstanding skills, only a dedicated attitude toward filming. I mean, no disrespect to stunt doubles, be it for crying scenes, literary performances, or otherwise. But isn't it misleading to have someone else stand in for a role? Drama is above all else. I've seen seniors jump into icy waters in winter, break their legs falling off horses, and never boast about it. They've eaten foul-smelling dog meat in summer, yet still had to act as if it were delicious. Not using a stand-in for kiss scenes is my personal choice. In a romance drama, such moments are important. As actors, our duty is to give viewers a fully immersive experience. Fans wouldn't want me to be a half-hearted actor, right? I believe my fans wouldn't, because you are excellent, and the idols you like must be excellent too. The moment the post went up, his studio pushed it hard. Within minutes, it topped trending lists in multiple Asian countries. Even Netflix joined in. Why would Netflix help Chu Zhi? That's a stupid question. Cutting off someone's revenue is like killing their parents. Netflix still needed him to make money. Gong Gil was touched. Back when they filmed, the thought of no stand-in kisses hadn't even crossed his mind. Who would have guessed a drama could send all of Asia into a frenzy? In his 20-plus years in the industry, he'd seen plenty of obsessed fans, but never a situation like this. For the past 2 days, his own Instagram had been flooded by fans, but Chu Zhi took the blame upon himself, moving Gong Gil deeply. The tide of public opinion turned. Jiwai is the best. He's nothing like other traffic stars. Actually, no. Comparing Jiwai to traffic stars is an insult to him. Heh, even if I was a little upset, this is who Jiwai is. Chinese little fruits. That woman isn't worthy of the professor. Song Minghe has been exposed for diva behavior, while the professor is only focused on giving the audience a better experience. Korean student. Ragdoll will one day become a god of acting because he has the heart of an apprentice, even though he's already ridiculously talented. Japanese fans. I don't even like My Love from the Stars, but waking up to these headlines scared me. I thought it was the end of the world. Then I saw the Count's first on-screen kiss. We may not like it, but we can't stop the Count from wanting to do his best. Russian fan. Korean fans shifted from calling him the Great Demon King to the Professor. Japanese fans called him their ragdoll. Russian diehards called him the Count, thanks to persistent vampire rumors, which they decided to turn into a flattering nickname. Yes, it was cringe. But so what? Every country's fans had their own quirks. At its core, idol chasing was just one big, shared act of youthful, second-hand embarrassment, filled with passion, emotion, and maybe even belief. Many who had been waiting to see the show crumble were dumbfounded. I wish we had fans this obedient, Ninkue said, eyes full of envy. That's because he has a good-looking face, the group's main dancer replied. Ninkue nodded. I heard he was forcefully placed on the Spring Festival gala stage. Scarlet Youth had also been invited this year. Strong backing. Then, Ninkue muttered. He still felt that Chu Zhi's statement carried some hidden meaning. Their conversation perfectly illustrated one truth. People only see what they want to see. Adidas, poised to strike again, was stunned. That huge scandal, and he resolved it this easily? Unite the majority, guide the minority, and hold the fans' belief firmly in your hands. Young people should read more of Mao's selected works. Seeing the internet's tone shift, Chu Zhi smiled. The key was to remember, the issue was never about whether the kiss scene used forced perspective. The real issue was this. Something fans loved as a symbol of true romance was tainted, and they felt betrayed. The more you explained, the worse it got, just like reasoning with an upset girlfriend. So Chu Zhi simply made it clear he hadn't betrayed them. That was enough. Tomorrow's my first rehearsal at the Spring Festival gala venue. Better be well prepared, Chu Zhi told himself. Which meant an early night. 2:30 in the morning would do. Amid the Asia-wide uproar, 2 brands that had recently signed him, Xinjiang and Mistine, were overjoyed, nearly flipping through the air in excitement. The good news, Chu Zhi's popularity kept soaring, with positive ripple effects in the stock market. The bad news, Mistine had only signed him for 1 quarter, and the deal was almost up. Xinjiang was better, 6 months. Halfway through the drama's run, it had become nothing short of a cultural phenomenon in Asia. Time magazine's Asia edition even featured a still of Professor Beck on the cover, not for an interview, but as part of a special discussion with industry insiders. Why has my love from the stars reached such heights? Number 383. What level is this? What level has my love from the stars reached? Fast food chains like McDonald's, KFC, Wallace, and others have all added a fried chicken and beer set to their menus, inspired by the heroine's famous line, "It's snowing. How can there be no fried chicken and beer?" Some menus went for a more poetic touch, naming it the first snow set, which came from the heroine's confession in a past life. It's the first snow, do you know? In our country, at the time of the first snow, any lie can be forgiven. Even lying to the king will be overlooked. My lord, the truth is that I have always admired you. I can't wait to grow up so that you will see my beauty. In short, after just 5 weeks on air, the drama had become nothing less than a cultural phenomenon across Asia, or at the very least, a topic everyone in the region was paying attention to. Research notes, You Came From the Stars is a female lead drama, with heroine Song Mingi's role surpassing that of male lead Chu Zhi. South Korea's mature film and television production system, along with a broad creative environment. Over 60 billion won in funding from Netflix. The talents of excellent screenwriter-director duo Gong Ji and Ryu Tae-sik. All three were just preconditions. Other shows have met them too, yet none have achieved the same success. A survey of more than 500 viewers from across Asia found the decisive factor that made them fall in love with the drama, Professor Beck. Singer-turned-actor Chu Zhi, despite being a non-professional actor, brought his own unique charm into the role, turning Professor Beck into a kind of excitement drug for countless female viewers. The same principle applied to the Asian film When I Close My Eyes, where even with minimal screen time, the actor's personal charisma worked like both poison and medicine. Stripped of the flowery jargon, the Asian edition of Time magazine's study boiled down to one thing: the personal charm of actor Chu Zhi. The magazine had invited a panel of so-called entertainment industry research experts to produce the report. Yet the results were simply things most fans already knew, only now backed by the authority of a respected publication. An authority changes the impact. People might know something already, but when Time says it, many are more than ready to believe. In the Yunti residential complex in Shanghai, Building 2, exact apartment number withheld, this was Chi Chio's home. It was 9 in the evening, officially off-duty time. Big boss Chu Zhi was firmly against bringing work home, so Chi Chio could have been resting. But have these companies lost their minds? Chi Chio took a deep breath. From Japan, Kirin Beer, Citizen, Nippon Paint, Toshiba, Infinity, Omron, Mikimoto, all sent letters of intent for collaboration. From South Korea, Kia, Shinseki Department Store, Seoul. Milk, Amora Pacific. This last one already had ties with Chu Zhi. Back then, it was only a sub-brand, Hera, that worked with him. When Chu Zhi sang Compendium of Materia Medica in South Korea, mainstream media there condemned him. Amora Pacific had even issued a statement clarifying that the collaboration was entirely the sub-brand's decision and unrelated to the parent company. Now, the parent company itself was offering terms. There were also offers from major multinational companies in India, Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, and other countries. Chu Zhi's commercial value has completely exploded. Add in Time magazine's cover feature, and Chu Zhi is practically being mythologized. For most people, being mythologized would be a reason to worry. But for Chu Zhi, Chi Chio wasn't concerned at all. The man had a clear and realistic sense of himself. He never got carried away. For example, with Chu Zhi's influence in Asia, he could easily skip the formalities of greeting the older generation in the entertainment industry. Yet he still remained humble and treated his seniors with genuine respect. Over 30 multinational offers, and that's after filtering out others. To reach this level as a celebrity, unbeatable. Chi Chio rubbed his eyes, glanced at the clock, and decided to pull an all-nighter analyzing all 30-plus advertising proposals to hand to the boss tomorrow. As for Time magazine's vague and lofty language, online commentator Chasing Wings Youth On Jihu summed it up best in plain words. Why else? The male lead's character is ridiculously Tom Sue, perfect to the point of absurdity, and then you pair that with a god-tier face. How can it not blow up? I'm a man, and even I'm seduced by Jiwai in a suit. Damn, I've never seen an Asian man look that good in one. Actually, even globally, Professor Beck could still hold his own in a fight. GYS Professor Beck is an alien from KMT 184.05. First of all, he's immortal, which means eternal good looks, very important. On top of that, he has teleportation, enhanced senses, and time-stopping abilities. Not enough. He's accumulated centuries of wealth since arriving on Earth, and with his calm, reflective personality, plus knowledge across all fields, he's basically an expert in everything. That's not just tall, rich, and handsome. That's the ultimate unbeatable web novel protagonist template. The only difference is, in web novels, this kind of character uses their power to crush enemies. Here, he uses it to fall in love. What fangirl could possibly resist? The comments section was full of agreement, plus endless praise from Little Fruits. Since those were short, they didn't need repeating, but a few standouts were worth sharing. Serious dog. Look at my username. You know I'm a serious person. Do you think I'm shallow? The lead's looks didn't catch my attention at all. It was the plot that hooked me. My favorite episode? The first one, especially the first. 10 minutes. I've only rewatched it a dozen times, hehe. M.O.M.U.N. You might be a serious person, but you're definitely not a serious dog. If it weren't for GYS shower scene at 5:38 to 5:55 in episode 1, I might have believed you. Scapula. GYS shoulder width and body proportions are perfect for suits, especially in that one scene with the white shirt and vest, his waist. Wizard comes first. Sisters, let's not get too crazy. But seriously, I also love the male lead's character. No matter where you are, if you're in danger, he can teleport to you instantly. That's real security. Capital always chases the next big trend. And it doesn't matter if the one flying is a pig. If it can fly, it will get noticed, even if only for a while. Many film and television companies wanted to profit off Chu Zhi's fame, waving money at him before they even had complete scripts, offering sky-high salaries just to get him on board. But Neo Jiangxue rejected all of them, while also making a strategic public statement. Our artist has taken roles in a Japanese film and a Korean drama. The absence of domestic works is not due to any bias against local productions, but because we want the works he accepts to have real highlights. For example, earlier this year, we accepted a project with director Wang Ani. Neo Jiangxue, always wary of potential attacks from detractors, made sure to get ahead of the narrative. Speaking of Wang Ani's film 11th Young Master, the main production company, Photon, had a rough time working with her. Working with a big-name director is exhausting. Producer Wang from Photon's side. Filming at places like Daitan Park, Summer Palace, West Lake, Beijing Normal University North Campus, the Confucius Temple, fine. But she also wants to rent Prince Gong's mansion. Do you think you can just book a 5A tourist site like that? If she weren't so famous, I'd have lost my temper already. The only thing that comforts me is that we invited Chu Zhi as the lead. At least the box office has some guarantee. Producer Wang glanced at the overwhelming flood of Chu Zhi news online and allowed himself a small spark of hope. Number 384. 80 years of independence, but at what cost? Today marks 80 years since Indonesia declared its independence from colonial rule. 80 years since we shouted Merdeka to the world, believing in a free nation where the people could determine their own future. But as I write this on August, with red and white flags fluttering in the wind across the country, a different question haunts me. Are we truly free? We were freed from foreign invaders, yes. But now we face a different kind of struggle, one that feels even more painful. This time, the oppression comes from within. It wears our own flag, speaks our own language, and claims to act in our name. What's happening in Indonesia right now feels like a slow, controlled collapse into darkness. The phrase, Indonesia Gelap, Dark Indonesia, is no longer a warning. It is a living reality. This year, we've seen a chilling acceleration of what I can only describe as state-sanctioned cruelty. From corruption in every direction, to violence, to systemic injustice that mocks the very foundation of this republic. We've watched the police grow more corrupt and abusive, handling cases only when bribes are paid, even suggesting rape victims marry their rapists, turning police stations into sites of fear rather than refuge. We've watched the military grow bolder, sliding quietly into civilian roles and reviving memories of the Suharto era, when generals ruled the people with violence and silence. The past isn't staying in the past. It is repeating itself. And just like back then, dissent is being punished. Speak against those in power, and you're branded a traitor, a threat to national unity. Say the truth too loudly, and suddenly, you're under surveillance. Or worse, just recently, people discovered that inactive bank accounts, left untouched for 3 months, could be frozen without notice by a government agency, PAC. No crime, no court order, just bureaucracy, cold and unaccountable. One case became a tragedy. A child lost her chance to save her dying mother because the emergency funds in her account were inactive. What kind of nation does this to its people? Meanwhile, the streets are buzzing with muted protest. Alongside the red and white national flag, many Indonesians have begun raising the Jolly Roger, the pirate flag of the Straw Hat crew from One Piece. Not as a joke, nor cosplay. This flag has become a symbol of resistance, a cry demanding real justice and freedom, displayed under our flag as a banner of defiance against a government that increasingly behaves like a disguised tyrant. How did officials react? A member of the DPR labeled this symbolic act a threat to national unity, insinuating potential rebellion. To them, even peaceful protest is dangerous. To them, those demanding freedom are the ones dividing the nation. Now asking for freedom is treated like treason. But what kind of unity requires silence? What kind of nation fears its own people speaking truth? In my view, and shared by others, banning fictional flags simply because they are interpreted as symbols of dissent reveals a profound insecurity. It shows the government is aware of its weak moral legitimacy. If a fictional flag can threaten the country's stability, the real problem lies not in the flag, but the fragile trust between people and state. In the world of One Piece, the world government is corrupt, oppressive, and authoritarian. It suppresses truth, abuses power, and enforces compliance at the cost of individual freedom. The Straw Hat Pirates, led by Luffy, who wields the devil fruit power of Nika, the reincarnation of the mythical Joy Boy destined to liberate the world, stand in direct opposition to that tyranny. Their flag represents dreams, liberation, and the courage to oppose despotism. Luffy and his crew fight not for power, but for the freedom to live honestly on their own terms, refusing to bow to oppressive rulers. Perhaps that is why so many Indonesians are publicly raising the One Piece flag. Not because they are anime fans, but because they are fed up and disappointed with the existing system. Gus Dur, the fourth president, once said, "You may raise another flag, but don't raise it higher than the red and white." That wisdom speaks volumes now. Our fictional narrative reflects real politics. The world government in One Piece is corrupt, censoring information, manipulating history, kidnapping dissenters, and maintaining power at any cost. That dystopian model lands with uncanny resonance here, where the state often behaves less like protector and more like a coercive force. Legally, Indonesian law does allow raising other flags, as long as they do not fly beneath or above the national flag. Article 24 of Indonesia's Flag and Emblem Law, UD number 24 2009 Ayat 1, which mandates the flag's supremacy, clearly states, Setiap orang dilarang mengibarkan bendera negara di bawah bendera atau lambang apa pun. The hoisting of the national flag under any other banner or insignia is expressly forbidden. So symbolically, one may display another flag beside or below the merah putih, but not above or replacing it. One minister, coordinating minister for politics and law Budi Gunawan, Menko Polkam, warned that flying the Jolly Roger could carry criminal penalties, urging police to detain those who fly it. Yet, according to Indonesian law, specifically Law Number 24 of 2009 and Government Regulation Number 40 of 1958, there is no prohibition on flying a fictional or non-state flag, as long as the red-white flag is not replaced, flown lower, or disrespected. Article 24 of Law NR 24/2009 forbids insulting the national flag, flying it below other symbols, or replacing it entirely, but says nothing about fictional emblems being displayed concurrently. Some quarters of government, including MPR, Indonesia's highest constitutional body, labeled the movement provocative or even potentially makar, a form of rebellion, urging authorities to act decisively. Therefore, calling this protest treason or claiming it undermines unity only highlights a fear of dissent. The real threat is not the fictional flag, but the fading legitimacy of those in power. In fact, recent developments show real coercion. Mural removal by authorities. A one-piece mural in Sragen, depicting Shirohide's Jolly Roger, was forcibly erased under military supervision, sparking outrage over erasure of youth expression. Street artworks obliterated in Surabaya. Mural and street-painted logos were cleaned up by Pemkot and Bakesbangpol officials, despite being non-violent expressions of protest. Police sweeping actions. In Jakarta, police and Satpol PP began monitoring and removing one-piece flags, following government signals, despite no legal basis for such enforcement in many regions. Amnesty International Indonesia condemned these acts of razzia, sweeping, and suppression. The director, Usman Hamid, called the state's response very excessive and pointed out that peaceful symbolic protest is constitutionally protected. During a formal police press conference, a spokesperson attempted to justify the escalations, but critics say the explanations were convoluted and offered no clarity, more like verbal obfuscation than accountability. The event was widely criticized as lacking substance and failing to address the real issue. It feels like the government is prohibiting public opinion and expression, even though those rights are guaranteed by the Constitution. Specifically, Article 28(e)(3) UD 1945 states, "Every person has the right to unconditionally express thoughts and attitudes in writing and oral according to their conscience." Yet systematic pressure and intimidation, whether through military oversight, police presence, or bureaucratic warnings, create a chilling effect. It may not always involve overt violence, but the intimidation is real. As civilians, we know the police are officially armed forces under the law, capable of arresting or detaining. So how can ordinary people feel safe to speak freely? In my opinion, the Jolly Roger can also be treated like an umbul-lumbul. An umbul-lumbul is a traditional decorative banner used in Indonesian village festivals and Independence Day celebrations. Bright, symbolic, part of everyday cultural life. If those are allowed widely, even fanciful or controversial umbul-lumbul designs, why is a one-piece flag singled out? Especially when many extremist or violent group flags remain tolerated. The Jolly Roger trend isn't a coordinated violent movement. It's symbolic, akin to raising umbul-lumbul. But because it expresses dissent, it's subject to disproportionate crackdown. In short, government officials label the one-piece flag as divisive or even treasonous, but selectively tolerate more troubling symbols. Pressure from military, police, and local authorities escalates into erasure and intimidation. Press explanations lack transparency. Constitutional rights to express dissent peacefully are real, but only if you're not criticizing power. If a fictional symbol of freedom can be declared illegal, then it's not the flag that's unstable. It's the legitimacy of the regime that's unraveling. The controversy has even reached international news outlets. They highlight how a flag from a Japanese manga has been labeled a national threat. All this because one flag symbolizes freedom while the other's defenders fear it might undermine their authority. This year alone has revealed scandal after scandal. Corruption in fuel, Pertamax tampered. Bribes demanded just to file police reports. The tax agency looting the public. Small business. Owners extorted by officials. A laws sold to the highest bidder. Job markets manipulated. New taxes pushed with absurd reasoning. Religious intolerance on the rise. Victims are blamed. Rapists are protected. Landlords are paid off to evict families who still owe money on their homes. The honest are jailed. The corrupt are rewarded. Justice is for sale. People who criticize the government face harassment, surveillance, or worse. And as all of this happens, the government quietly slips through new laws. The military creeps further into civilian government. Journalists are threatened. Environmental destruction continues unchecked. And anyone who dares to speak out is labeled a traitor, a liar, or a foreign puppet. Earlier this year, someone in power claimed that the mass rapes of 1998 never happened. That the suffering of ethnic Chinese women, even though they were legally citizens of this country, were targeted, raped, and brutalized, often by police and military personnel. Ethnic Chinese men were murdered in the streets. It was a period of unspeakable terror despite evidence, despite survivor testimony, despite our own president at the time acknowledging it. They want us to forget, to erase. But how can we heal from something the nation refuses to admit ever happened? For job markets, authorities recently revealed that around 15,000 job listings circulating online turned out to be scams. People responded hoping for honest work, only to be met with deception instead. Many land in financial traps, losing savings rather than getting hired. This level of fraud signals a deep breakdown in both oversight and compassion. In response, a popular online movement called #Cabaretilu emerged, urging job hunters to temporarily step back, regroup, and approach the market with caution. But the government criticized the movement, claiming it shows a lack of nationalism, as if taking a defensive stance in a rigged system equals betrayal. Then came Abdul Qadir Karding, Indonesia's Minister of Manpower and Transmigration, P2MI, who suggested that Indonesians consider working overseas to reduce domestic unemployment. Critics argue this is a short-term, emergency mentality rather than a long-term solution. Karding clarified he didn't mean to force anyone, but many see it as passing responsibility rather than fixing systemic issues at home. The government's narrative implies that asking for protection or caution is unpatriotic. Yet if job seekers call for reform, they are branded disloyal. Meanwhile, urging the workforce to run away abroad hardly feels like a solution. It feels like giving up on improving the country. Fragile legitimacy is clear when protest is labeled betrayal and seeking safety labeled a lack of nationalism. The real grief lies not with those who pause or #Cabaretilu, but in a system so unstable that people feel forced to flee. This is why Indonesians are increasingly skeptical of job listings, of institutional trust, and yes, even of national leadership. And then comes the absurd tax drive and economic despair. Indonesia's economic headlines are increasingly dominated by outrageous tax proposals and baffling policy ideas. It feels like the government is scrambling desperately for revenue, any excuse to extract from the people, while ignoring systemic fixes. Here are the most absurd examples. School cafeterias to be taxed. Jakarta's regional legislature, DPRD, proposed taxing vending stalls and cafeterias in schools. Taxing food in a place meant for children to eat freely? That is morally tone-deaf and shows a lack of vision for real reform. Seizing abandoned land after 2 years. A draft plan suggests the government can take over land if it's unused for 2 years. Yet the reality is far murkier. Who decides and used? What about small farmers, informal settlers, or those held back by bureaucracy? This is government land grabbing disguised as reform. Taxing wedding envelopes. Rumors spread that the government wanted to tax money gifts in wedding envelopes, digital or physical. Even though DJP and the state secretary officially denied it, the damage was done. The mere suggestion triggered anxiety across communities. The issue showed how desperately the Treasury is chasing every potential rupiah. Social media tax surveillance from 2026. The Ministry of Finance plans to start monitoring social media activity and digital data to find undeclared income in 2026. Even if well-intentioned, it's invasive and treats citizens like suspects before proof. VAT, PPN still low? Raise it anyway. The tax office head publicly said Indonesia's 11% VAT is still low and can be raised further. Let that sink in. Despite widespread poverty, rising living costs, and lagging service quality, the rhetoric is always put more tax on it. Taxing online sellers on e-commerce. Finance Minister Sri Mulyani has hinted at imposing taxes on sellers on platforms like Shopee, Tokopedia, TikTok Shop, and others. Small entrepreneurs and young sellers are on edge. Many feel targeted, not supported. World Bank warns Indonesia's tax system is among worst. Indonesia ranks near the bottom for tax administration effectiveness among emerging economies. The World Bank report and user discussions say incomplete compliance, corrupt auditors, and policy gaps wreck possible revenue. Yet the government's answer is to tax more, not fix the system. Bank account freezes by PAC. PAC claimed the crackdown was to prevent misuse of idle accounts for money laundering, online gambling, nomination schemes, or drug and corruption syndicates. They argued freezing these accounts would protect both depositors and national financial integrity. But the execution left millions unprepared. Anyone unused for just 3 months, especially rural communities, Overseas workers, elderly savers, found their accounts blocked literally at random, even if they had no wrongdoing. People discovered their savings inaccessible at ATMs or apps. No alerts, no prior notice. Some accounts drained by inactivity fees or closed by banks without consent. Reactivation procedures required paperwork, branch visits, and processing times of up to 20 working days. Small traders couldn't pay suppliers. Students couldn't access tuition. Elderly users and overseas workers were stranded. One tragic reported case. A mother died because her child couldn't access funds for emergency medical care. The freeze was automatic, with no warning. Even KSBSI, Indonesia's largest labor union, called out the policy, slamming it as Sontoloyo logic, like seizing millions of innocent kitchen knives just to catch a few criminals. Some parliament members demanded PAC explain its criteria, stressing that mass punishment without public communication undermines confidence in banking and governance. By mid-2025, over 28,000 accounts had been frozen. Some reports suggest up to 1 million flagged accounts linked to suspected fraud. Over 150,000 nominee accounts, identities of owners not clear or used by others, had been flagged. Over 10 million social assistance accounts inactive for years held in used funds totaling 2.1 trillion Indonesian rupiah. People began withdrawing cash en masse, terrified their bank-held money could vanish next. Savings meant for emergencies became inaccessible. Trust shattered. Now PAC considers reversing the policy because of public outrage. All of that become a viral joke, and a sarcastic poem turned meme that Di mana bumi dipijak, di situ aku dipajak. Wherever I stand, there I get taxed. But that joke is no longer funny. It hits too close to reality. Policies like school taxes, wedding gift taxes, instant data surveillance. These are not reforms. They are opportunistic revenue grabs to fill gaps caused by mismanagement and corruption. The medium class and small traders are worst hit. They pay tax after tax while services remain broken. Meanwhile, kleptocratic corruption siphons off the money. It feels like the government is inventing new taxes just to fatten its wallet, rather than invest in real solutions for education, health, and economic fairness. When justice is for sale, the honest are jailed, while the corrupt are rewarded. Not just in whispers, but in open courtrooms, headlines, and political pardons. Take the case of Tom Lembong, former trade minister. He was sentenced to 4.5 years in prison for alleged corruption over sugar import permits, accused of causing state losses of 500 Indonesian rupiah billion plus. Even though no evidence showed he personally benefited. Many believe the prosecution was politically motivated, given he had joined the opposition and criticized the government, only for him to be pardoned and fully acquitted by the president's clemency weeks later. People rallied with #Justice for Tom Lembong, arguing the system had failed him, but rewarded the powerful behind closed doors. Meanwhile, consider the case of Nikita Mirzani. She submitted flash drives to the court, claiming they contained recordings that pointed to bribery involving Reza Gladys, the prosecutor, and even members of the judicial panel. She respectfully requested that the court play the recordings, but the judges refused. They didn't even review the contents. Instead, after the hearing concluded, a prosecutor abruptly forced her to wear a detainee vest and handcuffed her on the spot, escorting her straight to prison before she could speak to the press. She remains detained. The evidence she insisted on presenting? Still ignored. Much has been said about her attitude, but courtroom demeanor should never be the sole basis for determining someone's custody status, especially not when the defendant is submitting evidence that implicates prosecutors and judges in serious misconduct. If the accused comes forward, asking for evidence of bribery to be heard and verified, then the real question is not about her tone or attitude. It's about the courage and integrity of the judicial system itself. When judges dismiss such evidence without consideration and casually send the defendant back to detention without even reviewing the material, that's no longer about courtroom etiquette. That's silencing the pursuit of truth. A courtroom is not a stage for dominance or humiliation. It's supposed to be a place where justice is served, fairly and fearlessly. If the court refuses to even listen to evidence of corruption, where is the justice in that? Don't deflect scrutiny by blaming the defendant's tone when the system itself is deaf and blind to the rot within. And more importantly, the prosecutor had no right to forcefully detain her in that manner. Forcing someone to wear a detainee vest and handcuffing them before a proper ruling not only violates the presumption of innocence, but also breaches basic human rights. If physical coercion was involved, it could constitute a criminal offense under Article 351 of the Indonesian Penal Code, KUHP, regarding assault, or Article 421 if it involved abuse of authority. Beyond criminal liability, such conduct clearly violates the human rights law, UU-HAM, and the ethical code of prosecutors. A defendant, no matter how controversial, must be treated with dignity and afforded their legal rights. Justice is not justice if it is delivered through fear, silence, or selective enforcement. Look around, and you see many more examples. Ministers with serious graft allegations serving lenient sentences, enforcement officials receiving soft treatment, journalists and activists jailed. Meanwhile, the system pardons cronies, even before verdicts stick, just before Independence Day, under the banner of national unity. Observers say it's not just selective justice, it's justice employed as a political tool. The honest, brave, or critical voice are silenced. The well-connected or compliant are embraced. When judges convict without evidence of personal gain, or when courts release high-profile figures with pardons, and when whistleblowers like Nikita are punished, what message does that send? That justice can be bought, that truth can be suppressed, that legality can be wielded as an instrument of power. It is deeply frightening for people who still believe that law, ethics, and accountability should have meaning. Even our foundational values, Pancasila, the 5 principles meant to define this nation, are being violated every day. For those unfamiliar, Pancasila, from Sanskrit Paka, 5 plus Sila principles, is the official philosophical foundation of Indonesia, enshrined in the nation's constitution as the guiding ideology for governance, society, and national identity. It is built on 5 core principles. Belief in the one and only God. Ketahanan Yang Maha Esa recognizes Indonesia as a religious but pluralistic nation. It guarantees freedom of worship for 6 official religions: Islam, Christianity, Catholicism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Confucianism. Emphasizes tolerance and interfaith harmony. Just and civilized humanity. Kemanusiaan Yang Adil dan Beradab stresses human dignity, equality, and social justice. Rejects discrimination, colonialism, and exploitation. Promotes compassion and respect for human rights. The unity of Indonesia. Persatuan Indonesia celebrates national unity amid ethnic/cultural diversity. Opposes separatism and sectarianism. Symbolized by the national motto, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity. Democracy guided by inner wisdom in deliberation among representatives. Karakayatan Yang Dipimpin Ola Hikmat Kebijiksanan dalam Permusyawaratan/Perwakilan. Endorses consensus-based decision-making, Musyawarah Mufakat. Rejects partisan conflict or majority tyranny. Balances popular participation with leadership wisdom. Social justice for all Indonesians. Ketelan Social Bagi Seluruh Rakyat Indonesia calls for equitable wealth distribution and welfare. Condemns poverty, corruption, and economic monopolies. Inspired by socialist principles tailored to Indonesian values. Where is the justice? Where is the civility, the wisdom, the unity? But what happens when none of those principles are honored by those in power? What happens when justice is bought, unity is weaponized, and social equality is only a myth? Religious intolerance is rising. Critics of power are silenced. The poor are pushed further down while those at the top grow richer off their suffering. Everything that violates Pancasila is happening right before our eyes. And yet it is those who speak the truth who are punished. All of this unfolds under the leadership of a president who was once a military general. He is not just a man from the armed forces. He is Suharto's son-in-law. Yes, that's Suharto, the dictator who ruled with fear and iron for over 3 decades. Our current president, Prabowo Subianto, was once held the rank of lieutenant general before being discharged from the military. His name is tied to numerous human rights abuse cases. It was serious enough that several countries once barred him from entry. And now, he stands at the top of a so-called democracy. Originally, I wanted this to be a festive update. Something lighthearted to celebrate Indonesia's Independence Day. Maybe a special, dedicated chapter full of warmth, laughter, and national pride. I imagined writing about the excitement of August 17th events, the sack races, the Panjat pinning competitions, the parades, the street festivals that stretch from neighborhood RT, Rukuan Tetangga, or you can say neighborhood association, or maybe community unit, levels to national televised ceremonies. A day filled with music, games, and red and white flags fluttering in the breeze. But when I sat down to write, that festive feeling never came. Because how can I celebrate when the country I love feels like it's crumbling? And then came my long list of rants and ramblings about what's happening in Indonesia right now. Maybe it's not as extreme as what we saw in the US under Trump. Policies like ICE, mass deportations, the normalization of cruelty, and the persecution of journalists. I still remember how some people compared Alcatraz to Auschwitz because of how dehumanizing things became. What do you expect when a felon becomes the leader of a nation? I sympathize deeply with those affected because, in a strange and painful way, it mirrors what's starting to happen here. It feels like I'm watching the possible future of my own country play out elsewhere. And the truth is, our current president isn't a good man either. Look, I'm not saying Prabowo and Trump are exactly the same, but to me, they are alarmingly similar. From what I've seen in the media, they seem very close. So close that there are even rumors of Prabowo selling private data of Indonesian citizens to the US. I don't know if that's true, but the fact that such rumors even exist says a lot. Something about it all just feels off. 80 years of independence. That number keeps echoing in my head. And I ask myself, what are we really free from? Foreign invaders, yes. But what about the fear, the corruption, the disillusionment, the betrayal by our own people? This is why today doesn't feel like a celebration. Because our fight is not over. We are still fighting for the kind of independence that means something. Independence of thought. Independence of truth. Independence from fear. As painful as it is to say this, it is harder to fight your own people than to fight a foreign invader. Because this betrayal comes from those who were meant to protect you. Today, on August 17th, we say we are free. But in truth, we are still fighting for that freedom. And maybe that fight is the most patriotic thing we can do. Because love for one's country isn't about obedience. It's about wanting better, demanding better, and never giving up, no matter how dark things get. Dirgahayu, Indonesia. May we one day become a nation worthy of the word merdeka. And until that day arrives, we will keep fighting, not just to honor our history, but to take control of our future. And I need to say something else. Maybe this entire rant, this emotionally charged chapter, comes from something deeper. I do not consider myself someone who is overflowing with nationalism. I am not a politician. I am not even someone with much power. I am just a shut-in, unemployed translator who spends her time translating web novels from Chinese to English. But even so, when I look at the condition of my homeland, Ibu Pertiwi, how can I stay silent? How can I pretend everything is fine? To be honest, I feel scared. Scared for myself. Scared for this country. Scared for the future. And maybe, somewhere deep inside, I am hoping that someone out there is reading this. That someone will stumble across this chapter and realize, Indonesia is not fine. Maybe, if enough people read this, if it somehow spreads far enough, the world will notice. Maybe, just maybe, the international community will put pressure on our government to care about its people again. And if not, at least I said something. But at the very least, thank you for reading this. Long-ass, messy, emotional chapter. Sorry if it's not what you expected. I really did want it to be about celebration. But this is what came out instead. Rhea, number 385. Which song to perform? Another day, Chu Zhi arrived at the Big Pants building. Many female employees from CCTV came up to him asking for autographs. His rising fame was unmistakable. It was true after all. Film and television drew in fans far more dramatically than songs ever could. Teacher Chu, please wait a moment. Director Lee is watching the 5th full rehearsal, said the staff member assigned to receive him, leading him to wait outside Studio 1. Aside from the split venue arrangements, the rest of the Spring Festival Gala was recorded here in Studio 1. Generally speaking, the gala went through 5 full rehearsals, with preparations starting almost half a year in advance. Being added in at this stage completely disrupted the rehearsal schedule. Any director in this position would be unhappy. Chu Zhi had already prepared himself mentally. In his eyes, his participation was essentially a political task, something forcefully inserted. "Teacher Chu, would you like tea or a drink?" the staffer asked respectfully. "Just a cup of warm water? Thank you," said Chu Zhi. Of course, of course." The staffer quickly hurried off to get it, thinking to himself, "Wow, Jawai is so down to earth." Sure, most artists who came to CCTV treated him politely, but Chu Zhi's politeness felt different, more genuine. With his level of fame, that extra warmth left an impression. The chief director of this year's Spring Festival Gala was Li Yong. It was an ordinary name, the kind you might hear often, but the man himself was far from ordinary. Li Yong had won the Starlight Award, the China Rainbow Award, and the EBU Grand Prize multiple times. He had created the program Global Chinese Music Chart and was now 55 years old, serving as a senior editor at CCTV as well as the director of its variety channel. This was his fourth time serving as chief director of the Spring Festival Gala, his experience making him a seasoned veteran. About 20 minutes later, Li Yong came hurrying out. "Sorry to have kept Teacher Chu waiting. My assistant told me you've been here over half an hour. I didn't expect you to arrive early," he said. "Spring Festival Gala preparations are busy, and as the chief director, you have a lot on your plate. I had nothing else to do today, so I came early to make things easier," Chu Zhi replied. It was unexpected for him. The director was surprisingly courteous. "I'm very happy that Teacher Chu could join this year's gala," said Li Yong. Of course, he didn't believe the nothing else to do comment. Anyone could guess that a top-tier celebrity like Chu Zhi would be packed with commitments as New Year's Eve approached. "My management team told me you were hoping I could sing either Chinese People or Far Away?" Chu Zhi asked, getting straight to business. Li Yong was dressed entirely in black straight-leg pants, a black t-shirt, and a black jacket. Clothing often reflected personality, and Li Yong's style matched his neat, no-nonsense demeanor. "Actually, we're looking for either a red-themed song or a song with a Chinese style. It doesn't necessarily have to be those two," Li Yong explained, breaking down the request. "From my perspective, I'd love for Teacher Chu to debut a new song that meets the requirements. I know it's a tough ask." The chief director's job was, first and foremost, to meet political requirements, presenting unity among the Chinese people. This year also happened to be the centennial of the party's founding, something the gala needed to showcase. Only after that came audience satisfaction and ratings. The reason Li Yong didn't resent being told to insert a star was because it depended on who was inserted. Countless precedents had proven that Chu Zhi was a ratings and trending topic magnet. He was more than welcome. If Chu Zhi debuted a new song at the gala, it could draw in many young viewers. Seeing Chu Zhi deep in thought, Li Yong added, "I'm not trying to make things hard for you. I've done this 4 times, and every time I say it'll be the last. But when the higher-ups assign the task, I can't refuse. The real pressure comes from the audience. The upper levels, I know how to deal with. But I also want the gala to be well received. I believe a new song from you would be a highlight. If it's not too much trouble, I'd owe you a big favor. But if it is, then let's forget it." As director of CCTV's variety channel, Li Yong had a good chance of being promoted to deputy station chief within 5 years. In industry terms, that made him a major figure. His favor was worth a lot. And for Chu Zhi, this was all gain and no loss. Yet he didn't agree immediately. His brows drew together as he thought for a long time. "A Chinese-style song or a red song of good quality. That won't be easy," he finally said. "I'm willing to help you, Director Li, but I can't guarantee I can write one. I'll do my best, but in the meantime, let's treat Chinese People as the backup option," Chu Zhi suggested. Helping someone worked best when they understood exactly how hard the help was to give and how much effort went into it. Li Yong thanked him, fully aware that there was less than a month left before New Year's Eve on February 11th. Chinese People and Far Away were both high-quality works. Any new song would need to match them in quality to be worth performing. Even with his limited musical knowledge, Li Yong knew that was a tall order. For the rehearsal of Chinese People, since Chu Zhi had been added late, he couldn't be slotted into the middle. That would break the point of the joint rehearsal. Joint rehearsals were meant to run the entire program as a complete show. Given that his only options were to perform first or second to last, The final slot was always reserved for a group song like Tonight We Reunite, similar to Unforgettable Tonight, which closed every gala. If he went first, Little Fruits might leave after watching him, so second to last was the obvious choice. That's Chu Zhi, the super popular star, someone in the audience murmured. Not just super popular lately. He's been at the top for a long time. Ha ha ha, Han Xiaomei, are you a Chu Zhi fan? Of course. We're from Beijing Dance Academy. My classmates are all Little Fruits. That's our fandom name of Brother Gio. Down in the audience, some artists were watching intently, others were curious, and a few were eager to make friends. The speakers were the famed sketch comedian Guando and his friend's granddaughter, Han Yu, who had been chosen as a backup dancer, though that was certainly thanks to her grandfather's influence. He sings really well, Guando said with a nod. I know this young man. A fine young man. He even brought honor to the country abroad. He was referring to the Three Nations performance incident, which had made older audiences aware of Chu Zhi. Right? Brother Gio is amazing, Han Yu said happily, more pleased than if the praise had been for herself. Grandpa Guan, look over there. Those women holding up their phones, they're all Brother Gio's fans, Han Yu said. Following her gaze, they saw more than a dozen female performers in the audience holding up phones, eyes bright with admiration. Han Yu could tell right away they were fellow fans. It's normal for an outstanding young man to have many admirers, Guando said. How come I never saw Brother Gio in the earlier rehearsals? Han Yu muttered to herself. Chu Zhi was already a big thigh in the industry, so aside from genuine fans, many artists also wanted to cozy up to him. Everyone invited to the Spring Festival Gala had some talent or fame, but this was Chu Zhi. If you could get him to perform a song with you, it was pure profit. After 3 run-throughs of Chinese people, Chu Zhi was surrounded. Some wanted autographs, others wanted to exchange contact information. It was rare for an artist to cause such a stir among other performers, but Chu Zhi spent half an hour socializing before finally leaving Studio One. Back home after a busy day, Chu Zhi was still deep in thought. He had 7 spots left in his custom album. Should he choose the Chinese-style blue and white porcelain, or the red song My Motherland and I? If I pull out those 2, would it be overkill? He wondered. Fireworks, Easily Cold, and Vast Land would also work. Number 386. Prelude to Exposure. WeChat note. Teacher Lu. And add the label, -084. He casually jotted it down in his phone calendar as well. According to his records, August 4th was also Wu Shi's birthday. While rehearsing in the Underwear Building, he finished recording the birthdays of over 30 artists he had recently added as friends. Chu Zhi scrolled through his phone and sighed. Over 3 years, and my calendar still isn't full. The Emperor Beast was a bit dissatisfied. In his past life as a boss, he had so many friends, employees, partners, and friends introduced by partners that all 365 days of the year were filled. He had to send birthday greetings twice a day. No big deal, one step at a time, Chu Zhi muttered. He wasn't sure if this habit counted as a form of hoarding, but he liked it when his calendar had birthdays marked every day. Right, that's what I was forgetting. Silly me, Chu Zhi said, smacking his forehead, before starting 2 themed jobs. The original owner's body showed signs of organic changes. His poor memory was proof. If it weren't for the Emperor Beast's unique memory techniques and the various strange items from his system brother, it would be much more obvious. One job was the theme song for Xi Lang. Chu Zhi fished for details from the system brother and learned that a similar film on Earth had a theme song called When Love Has Become a Thing of the Past. He used one of the 7 remaining slots in his custom album and quickly wrote it. After a trial sing-through, Chu Zhi was satisfied. It was good lyrics and melody. He would make the full version tomorrow and send it to director Wang. The second was a proper commercial job, writing a promotional song, also a theme song, for a movie. Which movie company was so generous to spend big money on Chu Zhi? Turns out, it was Bona Film Group. Well, that explained it. The financiers sent Chu Zhi a summarized script. They didn't require it to match the plot exactly, but the emotions had to align with the film's tone. It was a 3-page synopsis, and Chu Zhi finished it quickly. The story was simple, a modern city romance where the couple breaks up and reconciles multiple times. There were plenty of cliches, such as the female lead being heartbroken after the breakup, while the male lead happily eats and drinks. Sometime later, The male lead begins to reminisce and grow sad, while the female lead slowly heals and leaves the gloom behind. Why call it kitsch? Because post-breakup reactions are purely personality-based. It's shallow to divide them by gender. Lots of scenes with heavy drinking. I think I have just the song for that. About 6 months ago, he had gotten a blind box album of cover songs by Chu Zhi, Andy Lau, called Love Is So Magical. Many tracks fit. Love Like the Tide, You Make Me Drunk, Goodbye Kiss. The last one was out of the question. Using Goodbye Kiss here would be like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Actually, a nuke on a mosquito. Musical note: My love is like the tide. Love like the tide. Musical note: The Emperor Beast quickly settled on you, make me drunk. While Love Like the Tide was beautiful, it was too deeply romantic for this film's tone. In contrast, the lyrics of You Make Me Drunk fit perfectly. He went to the practice room to record a demo. Wait, if it's You Make Me Drunk, wouldn't drinking a little to awaken the wine immortal make it more heartfelt? And so he did. The Emperor Beast brought out a gift from Mr. Alexei, chairman of the Cultural Forum Committee, a bottle of Himalaya Red Italy vodka. Whether it was good or not was debatable, but as the brand's signature drink, it cost thousands of US dollars. Some people say a small gift shows deep feelings, but in Alexei's case, it was an expensive gift that also makes you drunk. He downed half a bottle in one go, his throat burning like fire. Luckily, with the wine immortal and his magic lozenge, even Cthulhu couldn't destroy his throat. Even Russian would shake their heads at the Emperor Beast's drinking style. With the mic in hand, he felt he owned the world. That powerful performance urge could not be restrained. He started with 50%, Voice of Despair. Musical note: Drive to the edge of the city, roll all the windows down. Trade speed for a bit of joy. Loneliness gets chased out by the bustling night. Yet I cannot confess this sorrow you left me. Oh, love has made me unable to let go. Musical note: as the chorus approached, the Emperor Beast stopped holding back. Voice of Despair at 80%. Everyone knew, at the Hokkaido Song Festival stage, Chu Zhi only used 90%. On I Am a Singer, singing Desert Island with no special techniques, just 50% Voice of Despair was enough to make the audience cry. Now, with both technique and emotion, Chu Zhi's vibrato and crying tone could make a person's heart twitch. Musical note: Oh, love made me seek my own pain. You make me drunk, you make me cry. I take on all the blame. I try desperately to make it right. You make me drunk, you break my heart. Loving without retreat, guessing the best and the worst, still guessing why you left. Musical note: the raspy voice he used was common in rock music to express anger, despair, and other negative emotions. Normally, you had to belt high notes to get that sound, very rough on the throat. It usually required hitting a high F5 smoothly, but Chu Zhi sang it in his comfortable C3, F4 range while still achieving that raspy texture, making it sound exactly like someone whose throat was wrecked after drinking all night in heartbreak. If there had been an audience, they would have been reminded of their own sad memories, and those without romantic experiences, probably even sadder. What was supposed to be a short demo of 1 or 2 minutes turned into a full performance under the wine immortal's influence. Still feeling the performance rush, Chu Zhi set up his camera and took out a recently purchased musical saw. This unusual, stringless, keyless instrument, originating in Italy and said to be created by 19th-century lumberjacks, looked like a logging saw. Playing it was simple. Bend the saw into a curve, then strike it with a small mallet, or use a bow. The sound resembled the wailing of a lonely ghost from 1,000 years ago, perfect for sorrowful tunes. Chu Zhi arranged and played Zhao Jun's Lament. This traditional guqin and zither piece required large, sweeping movements. His performance allowed more of the practice room's background to be visible on camera. It was past 2 a.m. before he finally settled down and went to bed. In deep sleep, the Emperor Beast didn't know that his Bilibili account was in danger, thanks to a user named God's Left Leg. God's Left Leg was the ultimate freeloader, sometimes going a year without giving even one coin. For him, a free like was already the peak of generosity. But his freeloading ways met a strong challenger. The uploader, I'm Not That Cat. At first, the name made him think it was like other pet accounts, Fluffy Little Puff, or My Cat Pees Everywhere, but it turned out to be in the music section. piano, violin, cello, guitar, pipa, halusi, guzheng. Every video featured a different instrument, with over 60 videos showing almost 70 different instruments. Being a music school graduate, God's left leg often browsed the serious music section, not the kind with less and less clothing. I'm Not That Cat played many instruments he had never even heard of: spurs, sitting, something called a zither-like zither, things found in obscure corners of the world. A musical genius, he would sigh after each video. He even broke tradition and gave several coins. That was the end of it, until 2 months ago, when the uploader's update accidentally showed half of their face. Probably unintentional. No editing or captions were ever added. God's left leg thought they looked a bit like his favorite celebrity. At the time, he dismissed it. After all, his idol was Chu Zhi. The idea that such a big star would secretly be an uploader seemed absurd. But the video was deleted after a few days. He began paying more attention. Could there be a 1 in 10,000 chance that this uploader was actually Chu Zhi? When Italian musical Saw, rarely seen in China, was uploaded, God's left leg immediately clicked. He had set the account to special follow. This Saw looks like a logging tool. He watched, then suddenly paused the video. This place is Chu Zhi's practice room. He zoomed in on the background and took screenshots. Using the focus of a sniper with an 8x scope, he spotted the vine-patterned wall that matched Chu Zhi's Orange Home uploads. Within minutes, he found the exact match among the 20+ million IDs in Orange Home's database. His breathing quickened. As the video continued, he ignored the music entirely, just taking screenshots of every possible glimpse of the background. Even the blurry ones matched. "Oh my Pangu, NWA, Dongwang Tai, look what big secret I've found," he thought excitedly. The vine pattern alone was enough to confirm it, but he wanted even more direct proof. After 20 minutes, he was 99.5% sure. Half an hour later, still no one in the comments or bullet chat had noticed, probably because the uploader only had a few thousand followers. Scrolling to the previous video's comments, 24 in total. How Ran Jingji. This mid-range oboe playing is incredible. Lin Junnan, the most talented music uploader, no contest, even if they aren't popular. Xiao Qingming, professional level skill on violin, cello, bass, guitar, piano, and guzheng. This person is scary good. Sisalove 2008, such beautiful hands, a hand lover's dream. Too bad they don't talk. If they did, they'd be a top 100 uploader for sure. Perfect. No one's caught on. God's left leg decided to take this massive revelation to Weibo. How could Chu Zhi's popularity be so low? Number 387. Chu Zhi's secret identity falls. God's left leg. Musical genius Chu Zhi, skilled in over 60 instruments. Come take a look. At Chu Zhi Official Fan Club, at Chu Zhi Weibo, at Station 79 Recommendation Hub, at Chu Zhi Face Research Institute. Bilibili uploader, I Am Not That Cat, was hailed as the Bilibili weapon master for playing dozens of instruments without showing his face. And he is none other than Chu Zhi. The following are the concrete proofs. The attached pictures first showed video screenshots. Frame by frame, the vine pattern wall was confirmed, essentially identifying the location as Chu Zhi's practice room. But that was not all. They also posted hand comparison photos. Hands are like a second face, highly distinct between people. And before anyone linked the uploader to Chu Zhi, nobody had even thought about it. But once God's left leg compared the two, it was obvious they were the same pair of hands. The live program, Red Mansion Dream, had plenty of clear shots of Chu Zhi's hands, while the Bilibili videos were all musical performances, naturally offering clear hand positions. It was easy to find matching angles. A single piece of evidence is never enough, but God's left leg had 2 key proofs, and both confirmed. After tagging 7 or 8 million follower accounts related to Chu Zhi, it only took an hour or 2 before they verified the truth and started an intense wave of promotion. Chu Zhi Weibo reposted God's left leg's post. Chu Zhi is just an ordinary little musical genius. Hashtag Weaponmaster Chu Zhi. Station 79 Recommendation Hub. Hashtag How many instruments can human play? Hashtag Weaponmaster Chu Zhi. I already struggle so much with just violin grading exams. No wonder Chu Zhi can write so many good songs, learning every instrument he can. Chu Zhi Face Research Institute. verified, authentic, it is that man. Hashtag Weaponmaster Chu Zhi. And more. With the push from so many big influencers, it became headline news across major platforms that very night. Hashtag Weaponmaster Chu Zhi. Hashtag How many instruments human play. Hashtag God's left leg Chu Zhi. Hashtag I am not that cat. A string of trending tags left people scratching their heads. Nowadays, Weibo's gossip field was not what it used to be, even obscure. Nobody's could trend. For those who do not follow entertainment news, keeping up with gossip now requires homework. Only the two characters, Chu Zhi, gave any sense of familiarity. Many netizens' reactions upon seeing it could be summed up as huh, what, and huh. Fish surplus years, ha ha ha, I ran to watch immediately, and he only has 30,000 followers. So tragic for Jiwai. But after watching, all I feel is, whoa, Jiwai is amazing. I'm just here adding to the head count. An angel descended beside me. Forget playing, I cannot even recognize all the instruments. Once again proving that the gap between people is greater than the gap between a human and a pig. And Begonia. I have studied piano for 11 years, and Jiwai's piano skills are still better than mine. Even as a little fruits, right now I just want to say, damn, where did this monster come from? Many passersby also said they were shocked after watching, remarking, a person cannot, or at least should not. Unsurprisingly, Billy saw a flood of little fruits and curious onlookers. This was not just a fan curiosity issue. Even non-fans wanted to see someone who could play dozens of instruments. How crazy was it? I am not that cat, who only had a few thousand followers before, skyrocketed to over 1 million in a short time. Even Billy's on-duty staff were alarmed. No paid bot service would dare grow numbers this fast. Something was definitely up. A bit of digging revealed that the very top of the top-tier star Chu Zhi had been quietly running a side account, posting over 70 videos. His most viewed before this? Only 17,000 clicks. Because it involved Chu Zhi, the duty staff could not decide on their own and quickly reported it upward. The news soon reached Niu Jiangxue, Niu, and Lao Qian because some little fruits came to leave comments asking, is I am not that cat really Jiwai? Fans already had their answer in their hearts, but they still wanted official confirmation. At midnight, Niu was asleep, but Lao Qian was still exercising with his fiancée. Afterward, while smoking a cigarette, he casually saw a flood of Weibo mentions. Confused, he looked into it. After figuring out the truth, Lao Qian called Niu and explained the situation. Do you think it's Brother Chu? Niu Jiangxue, perhaps still half asleep, asked a question whose answer was obvious. The fans already have solid proof, and honestly, this is exactly the sort of thing Jiwai would do, Lao Qian said. In his mind, Chu Zhi was a prodigy capable of anything. We should ask Brother Chu, but Niu Jiangxue hesitated on the phone. His sleep is already poor. Waking him now isn't good. True, Lao Qian agreed. Niu Jiangxue waited for him to continue, but he did not. A bit exasperated, she took on the decisive tone of a head manager. This isn't bad news. It's fine if we wait until morning. Let him rest. I support Boss Niu's decision, Lao Qian replied. They hung up, letting the bullet fly for a while. Hot topics come in two kinds. One manufactured with money to trend, often for marketing a show or film, and one that is naturally of great interest and snowballs in attention. Chu Zhi's identity drop belonged to the latter, so Lao Qian and Niu decided to let it run. Instead of dying down overnight, it only grew hotter. Besides little fruits and passersby, others also took notice. Several domestic music producers on Bilibili stayed up to make videos so they could release them in the morning to ride the wave. Various self-media outlets who missed the scene of the crime still stayed up to write articles, determined to be first at dawn. Before dawn, darkness. After darkness, sunrise. Chu Zhi got up early as usual, washed up, then checked his phone. His WeChat was full of messages. As he read them all, the face of the performing Emperor Beast gradually darkened. Shock filled his mind. I dropped my side identity. Logging into his Bilibili account, he saw 999 plus private messages, followers up to 2.177 million, and 48,694 people giving monthly support. But why? The Emperor Beast was slightly confused. He took a few minutes to piece together the cause. Yesterday's vine pattern wall from the practice room. Drinking causes trouble. Wait, no, that's not it. Chu Zhi had not even been drunk. It was just that the immortal drunkard side of him had too much desire to show off. Fortunately, it's only my Billy identity that dropped, not my poet identity. Chu Zhi also remembered saying before that if the account ever went viral, he would copy Uncle Tooth's flamboyant stage moves. No one heard that, so it doesn't count if I break my word, right? He muttered to himself. He replied to messages from Myojia and the others, then posted from his own account. Eating a big orange. I am not that cat was originally just my account for practicing instruments. I didn't expect it to be found. Many works there are just practice pieces, not played very well, so professionals please don't. What a humble brag. Not played very well. Yeah, right. Lin Xia, who had Chu Zhi on Weibo Special Alert, saw it first. He finally exposed? The fact that Xiao Jiu isn't human is finally out. Lin Xia laughed loudly. Ever since the album Ode to the Orange Tree was released, Lin Xia had assumed Chu Zhi was a monster. Now it was confirmed. With the person involved admitting it, the heat grew even more, especially with episodes 13 and 14 of My Love from the Stars airing. The hype was already high. Early rising little fruits and passers-by saw it all over their friends' circles and feeds. Many rushed to Billy to see what this instrument spirit looked like. Human beings are diverse, so opinions varied. Some thought it was all planned marketing, like music critic who do. Even if someone masters a dozen instruments and has basic skill in dozens more, that's the work of a master with 30 to 40 years of immersion in music. How could a young man like Chu Zhi possibly do it? Who do, seeing the flood of praise, suddenly felt like the sober one among the drunk. He had no personal grudge against Chu Zhi, but the music industry's traffic was monopolized by Zhuiyang Feixing, Zhang Mingyi, and Gu Duofu, all of whom heavily praised Chu Zhi. Hu Du had even argued with Zhang Mingyi, who basically worshipped Chu Zhi. He had called Zhang Mingyi a total brainless fan, abandoning the fairness a music critic should have. Zhang Mingyi had simply replied calmly, "It's not about anything else. Chu Zhi is the definitive version." Because of this, Hu Du already had bias against Chu Zhi. He invited friends skilled in both Western and traditional instruments to help investigate, even paying for a late-night supper. After going through over 60 videos, Hu Du's expression grew grim. By his own music knowledge, Chu Zhi was very professional. He turned to his friends. True gold fears no fire. Chu Zhi's practice videos could withstand scrutiny. I can't speak for all instruments, but piano, violin, and guitar, he could teach them. Honestly, better than most teachers, said the Western instrument friend. Halusi, Gujing, and Guqin, professional level, said the traditional instrument friend. I see no flaws. From the pieces he played, it's clear he can actually perform them. Maybe we should just admit it. Under 30, this many instruments is not scientific or logical. But remember, there is a type of person in the world called a genius. Damn it, Hu Du was furious. Not because he found no fault in Chu Zhi, but because his friends were useless, and he would have to buy them an expensive meal that night. After sending them off, Hu Du began writing for his online music column, The Sober Poison Among the Drunk. He posted, "Let's talk in detail. How many years would it take to become a weapon master like Chu Zhi?" The very first line, "Stop wondering, it cannot be done." Music requires extreme talent. Just Chu Zhi's piano level alone would take an ordinary person at least 15 years, a talented one 7 or 8. Add violin and guitar, whoever tries will fall flat. Number 388. The Time Lord. I asked a few friends who studied both Western and traditional Chinese instruments. Some of them joined traditional orchestras, some joined string ensembles. Let me quote one of them word for word. Simple? Of course it's simple. Theoretically, you could slide tackle and take down a T-Rex. If you think instruments are all connected, then mastering one would make learning the rest easy, right? The premise is, you still have to master at least one first. Besides, that idea is more ridiculous than the United States transition to capitalism. Modern instruments can be classified into 5 categories: idiophones, membranophones, aerophones, chordophones, and electrophones. And those 70 or so videos basically cover all 5 categories. Stop trying to explain it away, just admit it. Chu Zhi has been possessed by aliens. The planet's name, Music Star. Hudu was not stupid. He claimed it was a direct quote from a friend, but in truth, the first part was copied exactly, while the latter was cut out. When friends speak in private, they often speak more bluntly, sometimes even harshly. The original words weren't music star, but rather, tsk tisk, I'm so damn jealous of this kind of talent. So even when you're about to commit suicide from depression, there's still an upside? Honestly, I'm starting to think Chu Zhi's the one profiting from this. If he had posted the original quote, he would have been torn apart by comments. Hudu knew better than to do that. The article ended with, there's always a certain kind of creature in this world. They disguise themselves as humans. They look like humans, talk like humans, even eat and go to the bathroom like humans. But their sole existence is to make the rest of us feel inferior. Ha ha, that's so true. I have nothing to say to that. I've personally studied violin for 21 years, since I was 5. I make my living from it now, but when it comes to learning other instruments, at most I can say it's somewhat helpful. I still can't master them quickly. If you think mastery in one instrument translates instantly to all others, you can have some shrimp balls as a consolation snack. I'm not feeling inferior. Not at all. Because Jiawai is my son. Question for everyone. If your idol is so amazing that you feel crushed under the weight of their talent, what should a fan do? Hudu never expected that this piece, which wasn't even a music review, would become the most read and most liked in his columns simply because it praised Chu Zhi. By a wide margin, too. Not only that, his followers shot up by a significant number. It felt like lightning coursed through him. He began to understand Zhang Mingyi's response. It's nothing. Chu Zhi is the version answer. The version answer. It really does make sense. Hudu murmured. A new star in the Chu Zhi praise circle was quietly rising. At the same time, the winter sun was also rising, though without warmth. Sunlight spilled across Chu Zhi's body, as cold as the constant online reminders for him to update his content. Lunchtime meeting. Brother Chu, the client has a request, said Niu Jiangxue. Chu Zhi listened closely, wondering what Bona's issue was with You Got Me Drunk. They want to use the demo version, she said. What do you mean? Chu Zhi didn't quite get it. Niu Jiangxue was puzzled too. They mean using the demo directly. No need to record a full version. That was a first. Not just for Chu Zhi. Even Lao Qian, a veteran with over a decade in the entertainment industry, was stunned. Paying such a high price, yet Warner only wants the demo? Who's this generous fool in the industry? Lao Qian asked. The client said the demo was just too good. Even though it's incomplete, the emotions are so raw and powerful it's perfect. Niu Jiangxue repeated Bona's producer's words. Good enough to make them choose the demo over a finished version? This sounds like a fantasy novel, Fei Ji remarked. Wang Yuan frowned. She found Bona's decision odd. The demo was sung entirely by Xiao Jiao, so naturally, the full version could have the same quality. The logic felt as if Xiao Jiao could never recreate that demo's performance again. Is it really that good? Lao Qian immediately said, Jiawai, can we have the honor of hearing it first? Chu Zhi nodded. No reason to refuse. With a projector in the meeting room, Niu Jiangxue quickly set it up and played the track. You Got Me Drunk, with its intro runs about 5 minutes, but the demo was only about 2 minutes, covering the A section and the chorus. Drunken Immortal, Voice of Despair 80%, and master-level technique. Combine those three in a love song, and what do you get? It felt like attending 100 weddings, only for the bride to run away with someone else every time. That one line, is it my fault that I can't let you go, tore through the soul. When the 2 minutes ended, everyone in the room, Lao Qian, Wang Yuan, Niu Jiangxue, Fei Ji, Qi Qiu, was caught up in the sorrow. Only Niu Jiangxue was less affected. She'd already heard it earlier when the client gave their response. Clap, clap, clap. Lao Qian applauded. Jiawai, how many heartbreaks have you gone through to sing like this? I almost cried. If she didn't know his background, Wang Yuan might have believed Chu Zhi had suffered some devastating romantic loss. Fei Ji discreetly wiped away tears, the song stirring memories he'd rather forget. Brother Chu, you should release a love ballad album. With this level of quality, you'd be the undisputed king of heartbreak songs, Fei Ji said. I get why the client made such a strange request. Qi Qiu wasn't surprised at all. You don't need to have experienced love yourself to sing a love song well. It's a common misconception. As long as the emotion is there, it works. And Chu Zhi was overflowing with emotion. So, about this matter, Niu Jiangxue brought the discussion back to business. If the contract is fine and the client insists, there's no need to refuse, Chu Zhi decided. She nodded. That settled the first agenda item. Next was the popularity of My Love from the Stars. JYP wanted to release the theme song as a single to rake in more money. South Korean entertainment companies are ruthless when it comes to milking their own audience. After hearing his management team's opinions, Chu Zhi declined JYP's proposal. No need to overuse a character, Niu Jiangxue summed up. Most stars would milk a hit role for all it's worth, but Chu Zhi's team preferred a slow burn approach. The lunch meeting lasted an hour. As it ended, Chu Zhi said, "Achio, you ate unusually light today. Stomach not feeling well. You notice everything, brother Chu. I drank a bit with friends yesterday, red wine, beer, white spirits all mixed. My stomach's upset," Chi Chiu admitted. "Then take care and rest. Watch your diet," Chu Zhi reminded. The others could rest after lunch, but Chu Zhi had to rush to the capital for his next schedule. Beijing and Guangzhou were the cities he visited most, thanks to award shows and commercial events. He spent the day busy as always, while the internet continued to buzz about him. People still discussed his many musical skills, though their focus began to shift. It's normal for the internet to drift off topic. The new question, does Chu Zhi have 48 hours in a day? On Zhihu, a well-known literature blogger named KK posted several of Chu Zhi's public schedules. Image, 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 image. From these, anyone could see his days often began at 8 a.m. and ran until 10 p.m., with almost no days off. These schedules are legit. Given his fame, everywhere he goes there are photos and reports. So with so little free time, he still reads history for over 2 hours daily and teaches himself so many instruments. Honestly, I suspect his time isn't like ours. Maybe he has 48 hours, the legendary Time Lord. Her question was one many fans, netizens, and even industry people had. Truthfully, even with 48 hours, I couldn't do all that. If I hadn't watched Back to the Countryside, I'd wonder too. But in the VIP version, you see that Jiwai only sleeps 4 or 5 hours a night, every night. Sometimes he goes several nights without sleep. That's like having 3 or 4 extra hours daily, which he uses for study and practice. Even his Bilibili updates are always around midnight. Chu Zhi is a man terrifyingly disciplined. Outstanding people always manage their time. The writer was right. Oh, and a few months ago, Jiwai even learned to dance just to surprise fans at the Orange Festival. Don't flame me, but I think even with discipline, a normal person couldn't do this. Maybe his depression caused some kind of change in his brain. After much discussion, 3 key terms emerged as the focal points of public speculation: self-discipline, depression, and talent. There's a saying, it's wise to be wary of others, because there will always be those who view things in the worst possible light. Fortunately, the celebrity at the center of this news was Chu Zhi, whose public image was favorable enough and whose goodwill was deep enough to avoid widespread skepticism. Instead of questioning how it was achieved, people simply discussed it. Badminton boy Zhou Yu followed the news closely, feeling inspired. If someone as exceptional as Jiwai was still working hard, what right did he have to slack off? Coincidentally, he had a day off tomorrow, so Zhou Yu drafted a schedule for himself. 8 to 9 o'clock, breakfast. 9 to 9:05, reading. 9:06 to 9:10, taking reading notes. 9:10 to 9:15, practicing songwriting. 9:16 to 12 o'clock, taking a short break after a tiring morning, playing with his phone. 12:01 to 1400 hours, taking a nap. 14:01 to 14:05, starting a new round of study. 14:06 to 14:15, practicing a foreign language. 14:16 to 14:20, practicing an instrument. 14:21 to 1700 hours, taking another break, balancing work and rest. Looking at his meticulous training schedule, Zhou Yu nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow would surely be a fulfilling day. Setting aside the domestic buzz for now, let's shift focus to international matters. Far away, in Berlin, Germany, a 3-story building housed the organizing committee of the world's largest rock festival, the Wacken Open Air. They were finalizing this year's invitation list. Veteran bands were a given. The main lineup would feature rock musicians and groups in their 30s. No arguments there. The real disputes came with the newcomers list. The definition of talent is subjective. I think we could invite the Chinese singer Chu Zhi. I saw him perform We Will Rock You at the Asia Rock Festival. It was excellent, said Donovan, an Irish drummer from a famous rock band. A Chinese rock singer? Someone questioned. Not surprising. Whether in this world or ours, Chinese rock had produced legends, but none had broken out globally. Donovan nodded. I like We Will Rock You. Adam knows who I mean. He clapped and stomped his feet to the beat. The others looked puzzled. Clearly, the Western rock scene barely paid attention to Asia. I know Mr. Chu Zhi, but he's not exactly a rock singer. He's more famous for acting, said Higuchi Hanato, one of only 2 Asian committee members. The other was Mao Ziming, lead singer of the band Kagandile. Although Mao believed Asian rock musicians should support each other, he agreed with Hanato after a moment's thought. Mr. Chu Zhi is a talented young man with great singing skills and stage presence, but I don't think he's a fit for Wacken either, Mao said. In that case, maybe next year, Donovan conceded. The list was finalized by evening, followed by a so-called party, in name only, since hardly anyone showed up. Hanato-san, do you have some grudge against Mr. Chu? Mao asked later. Mao Ziming had a favorable view of Chu Zhi, finding just a little expectation for the world deeply healing. No grudge, Hanato said flatly. I simply don't want him at Wacken. Our country's rock scene leads Asia. I don't want him disrupting that. I see. Mao Ziming thought rock should grow by encouraging talent, not suppressing it. But Hanato was acting for the sake of his own country's artists, so Mao Ziming let it go. As Mao Ziming left, Hanato muttered to himself, each word deliberate. Chu Zhi, I told you. Reject my friendship, and you will never be invited to Wacken. Number 389. A song born for the Spring Festival Gala. Oh, my plaques for hitting 100,000 and 1 million followers have arrived. At the parcel locker in his residential complex, Chu Zhi retrieved the package and brought it home. The moment he saw the Bilibili logo on the box, he already knew what it was. Never would have thought. I actually became a 1 million follower uploader, Chu Zhi murmured to himself. Where should I hang it? After a moment of thought, Chu Zhi decided on the shelf above the sofa. With that done, he planned to spend some time house hunting. The room he used to store little fruits, gifts, and letters was already full again, and he needed another place. Chu Zhi even considered renting a dedicated warehouse. There were still several years left until the 8-year promise, so continuously buying property might be unnecessary. Honestly, who would have thought that the letters and gifts you sent to your idol would be carefully kept for years? 8 years is enough for a high school student to graduate from college and start working. Think about it. Back when you were a student, you might have been caught up in fan fever, sending gifts to your favorite star. 8 years later, you're working, more mature, and might even feel secondhand embarrassment over your youthful impulsiveness. But if that same idol takes out the gift you gave back then, what kind of emotion would that stir in you? To be fair, Chu Zhi really did go all out to keep his fans engaged. About a week later, Chu Zhi got himself a theremin. Those with a bit of cultural knowledge would know. It was the world's first electronic instrument, shaped somewhat like a Wi-Fi router. Emperor Beast had no idea how to play it yet, and would need to learn before filming a video. Whether it was the talent of Farinelli or Chung Die, Chu Zhi's speed at picking up new instruments was truly fast. Since his alternate identity was already exposed, his management team naturally wanted to maximize the benefit. Simply put, Bilibili had to make it worth his while to stay on the platform. Bilibili was a traffic powerhouse, especially with its original variety project, B Program. Many big-name celebrities came there to promote their films, making it an established channel. While Chu Zhi's reach wasn't quite as massive, his Little Fruits fanbase was fiercely loyal and known for spending freely. In short, he had the leverage to negotiate. In the end, Chu Zhi signed on as a specially invited uploader with Bilibili at a friendship price of 40 million yuan for 1 year. The wording mattered. An artist specially invited by Bilibili to become an uploader gave both sides face. Bilibili's financial reports showed losses year after year, but loss didn't mean poverty. In reality, the company had plenty of money, though it was also notoriously stingy in the industry. Apart from splurging a little on its annual gala to invite celebrities, they wouldn't willingly spend a single extra coin. This in turn proved that Chu Zhi was no longer just an artist in the eyes of capital. He represented a considerable force that couldn't be ignored. Becoming a specially invited uploader meant his videos could no longer be as casual. At the very least, he had to show his face sometimes. It took him 2 weeks to get the basics of the theremin down. Once filming was done, the post-production could be left to his studio. Chu Zhi didn't have to force himself to make flashy videos. He could keep uploading his usual instrument practice clips, just with a few extra words of explanation. This month, another thing was being released: the 2021 Forbes China Celebrity List. The ranking covered achievements between January 15th, 2020 and December 30th, 2021, including entertainers from mainland China, Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, as well as behind-the-scenes figures like screenwriters, and even models and online personalities. Evaluation criteria were commercial value and the influence of one's works. This list differed from the Huruan Power list, which only looked at income and didn't interview subjects, relying purely on its own investigations. Number 1. Chu Zhi. Forbes China Research Institute's overall evaluation. If there were an Asia celebrity list, Mr. Chu would undoubtedly take first place. Unfortunately, there isn't one. Only the Asia 30 Under 30 list, on which Chu Zhi is also ranked first. We judge him from both his singing and acting careers. His albums, Ode to the Orange Tree and After the Clouds Clear, caused a sensation, and many singles became hits across Asia's streets and alleys. As for acting, one drama, My Love from the Stars, is enough to say it all. Chu Zhi was no longer simply standing above the mountains of China. He was at the peak of all Asia. The ranking and evaluation barely caused a ripple. It seemed the public took it for granted that Chu Zhi would be number 1. January slipped quickly into February, and the festive spirit grew stronger. Even if one's home didn't feel festive, the streets and alleys did. Trees were hung with small red lanterns, wrapped with strings of holiday lights, and topped with large fortune knots. For Chinese people, the year only truly ended after Lunar New Year's Eve. Coincidentally, My Love from the Stars was also nearing its end, airing 2 episodes a week. In South Korea, its average viewership rating had reached 35.1%, an astounding figure. Even before episode 11 finished airing, one classic scene nearly broke the 50% mark for a single episode. Usually, the finale scores the highest ratings, so My Love from the Stars was destined to become a national-level drama. The only question was how high it would rank among the top shows. For now, its place in the all-time top 50 was already a phenomenal achievement. Chu Zhi once again came to the CCTV headquarters building. This time, it wasn't for a joint rehearsal. Emperor Beast had finished writing an original song. Directorly, this song isn't a patriotic piece, nor is it in the Chinese traditional style, but I think it suits the Spring Festival Gala stage, Chu Zhi said. If it was neither of those, wasn't that off-topic? What good was suiting the gala stage if it didn't fit the theme? It was like writing an essay for the college entrance exam. No matter how well you wrote it, if you went off-topic, your score would suffer. Chief Director Li Yong had many thoughts, but said nothing aloud. To write a song surpassing Chinese or Far Away in just 1 month was indeed a tall order. With a slow, deliberate motion, he looked at the sheet music. The title read, Always Go Home and Visit. Musical note: find some free time, find a little time, take the children and go home often to visit. Bring along a smile, bring along good wishes, and take your beloved to go home often to visit. Musical note: just from reading the lyrics, without even hearing the melody, Li Yong felt this was unbelievably fitting. One time, my studio colleagues were talking about going home for the new year, and that's where I got the inspiration for this song, Chu Zhi explained. I think it fits pretty well. This doesn't just fit the Spring Festival Gala. This song was born for the Spring Festival Gala, Li Yong declared firmly after finishing the lyrics. I'll tell the higher-ups right away. The so-called conditions and theme restrictions are only blocking teacher Chu's creativity. Please wait here a moment. With that, Li Yong bustled off, though he made sure to tell the receptionist to treat Chu Zhi well before leaving. Why had Chu Zhi gone beyond the assigned theme to write, Always Go Home and Visit? Because this song was a cherished part of his own memories of the Spring Festival Gala. Adding it to the world felt right. Meanwhile, Li Yong found the deputy station chief and handed over the sheet music. The reaction was the same. They agreed nothing else could compare. After all, asking Chu Zhi to sing a patriotic song or a traditional style one was never a mandatory political task. It was just thought to be the safer choice. But now that they had a better option, why not take it? On his way back to the reception room, Li Yong suddenly remembered the lyrics. Always go home and visit. Where exactly were Chu Zhi's parents and grandfather? Did he ever go back to see them? Number 390. Honorary citizen. There is a small problem now. Chief Director Li Yong's excitement gradually froze as another matter occurred to him. Li Yong said, "Always go home and visit is a great song, but it cannot be placed in the slot we originally planned. The original plan was to place it in the second-to-last slot. That position suited red-themed songs and songs with traditional Chinese style, but Always Go Home and Visit did not fit." Anyone familiar with the Spring Festival Gala would know that the program lineup is never arranged on a whim or purely by personal taste. The grand finale has, for years, been the unchanging Tonight We Reunite. The final songs are always main theme works, either praising the beauty of the motherland or celebrating life. No matter how good it is, Always Go Home and Visit does not fit the Spring Festival Gala's 5-section structure. Family reunion emotional performances are usually placed in the second or third section. If there were still time, the best approach would be to adapt Always Go Home and Visit into a skit expressing family affection. That would have been a perfect emotional climax. Unfortunately, there was no if. The final full dress rehearsal was already over. It could not be inserted into the middle. Otherwise, if anything went wrong with the overall flow, no one could take the blame. It was a problem, bigger than Hamlet's, to be or not to be. Then, could it be placed at the opening? Li Yong answered his own question almost immediately. Putting it at the opening is even more impossible. He quickly searched online for the Spring Festival Gala's program list from the last 2 years. The first items for the previous 2 years had been Spring Ocean, and the Zodiac celebrates the Chinese New Year. What do you think? Teacher Chu, Li Yong asked. What did he think? Emperor Beast did not have much of an opinion on this. He had originally planned to ask if he could sing with another performer, since in his memory, Always Go Home and Visit had been a male-female duet. But before he could say that, the order arrangement had already become a problem. No particular opinion. I'll follow your and the station's arrangement, Chu Zhi replied. Please wait a moment, Teacher Chu. I need to discuss it with the deputy station director, Li Yong said apologetically, excusing himself. To be honest, Chu Zhi found it strange that Director Li seemed so hasty. By the time one reached the position of variety show chief director, one's personality should have been tempered into steadiness. What you personally like is not necessarily suitable for others or for the occasion. Therefore, never force your recommendations on others. As a working adult, Chu Zhi understood this logic well. But his mind wandered, and he unknowingly sank into a memory. It was a Chinese New Year's Eve on Earth. Chu Zhi was only 11 years old. The house was lively for the holiday. After playing soccer with friends, Chu Zhi came home, opened the door, and before even seeing his mother, called out energetically, "Your cat has returned. Mom, what's for today?" In real life, few people call themselves this cat. It would be awkward for most, but young Chu Zhi only used this self-reference with his mother to convey cheerfulness. "Your favorite tomato beef brisket and spicy lemon chicken feet," his mother said with a smile. His mother's original family was not happy. His grandfather was an alcoholic who could not live without liquor, and constant quarrels and fights between his grandparents were the norm. So, after graduating from university, she decisively married his father. Unfortunately, she had trusted the wrong person. When Chu Zhi was 5, his father cheated for the first time. After endless apologies and kneeling, she firmly wanted a divorce, but for the child's sake, they stayed together. Cheating has only 0 times or countless times. As expected, when Chu Zhi was 8, his father cheated again. This time his mother found out and left for good. This marriage left her heavily burdened, with severe anxiety and depression. Even so, she worked hard in life and at her job to raise her son. The only thing Chu Zhi could do was to be more obedient and avoid making her angry. They lived in a 1-bedroom apartment. His mother slept in the bedroom. Chu Zhi in the living room. She had considered renting a bigger place, but each time young Chu Zhi refused. Of course a bigger place would be nice, but the rent would be expensive. That New Year's Eve, young Chu Zhi sat at the bed's edge with the coffee table doubling as a dining table. His mother sat to the side, the TV on, waiting for the gala to start after a few repetitive commercials. Then came a public service ad. An elderly lady in a red vest had prepared a table full of food. But one phone call after another from her children told her they could not come home. In the end, the grandmother sat alone on a stool as a deep male voice said, "Do not let your parents feel lonely. Always come home and see." Chu Zhi's heart tightened. He knew his mother also wished she could occasionally return home, but her relationship with her family was in complete conflict. Seeing her still smiling, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good, she wasn't affected. They could have a happy New Year's Eve. Kitten, his mother suddenly called him by his nickname. In Chongqing, it was common to call children puppy or kitten as a term of endearment. He looked up to see his mother's expression was a bit unusual. "I saw some news on TV today," she said. "A stepfather was arrested for murder. During police questioning, he said, 'That kid was strong. When I tried to smother him, I almost couldn't hold him down, so I called his mom over. Then he stopped struggling. If something like that happened to you, kitten, what would you do?' It was as if he was walking down the street, and someone suddenly jumped out to yell in his face. He panicked. Why ask him such a thing? Even though he was mature for his age, he was still only 11. Mom would never do that, he said loudly after composing himself. My mom is the best mom on Wenalai Road. Today's food is really good. The gala's about to start. Let's watch the gala, he said, his words slightly jumbled. If something like that really happened, no matter who it was, kitten, you must protect yourself. Only by protecting yourself can you do anything else, his mother said. Got it, Mom. Let's watch the gala, Chu Zhi said, unwilling to linger on the topic. The tomato beef brisket was delicious that night, but the beef seemed especially tough. He chewed for a long time. From that night on, his mother's condition worsened. Later he learned that relatives from their hometown had been introducing her to potential remarriage candidates nonstop at that time, but she had refused every time because of her child. That is partly why Emperor Beast's Billy username, "I'm not that cat," had its story. Teacher Chu. The call from reality brought him back from his memories. Sorry, Director Lee. I was a bit distracted. Could you repeat what you said? Chu Zhi asked. After discussing with the station director, we've decided to place Always Go Home and Visit after the family reunion skit, Li Yong said. I'll handle the order adjustment. Whether it would be by cutting some host time or some other method, he did not know, but changing a fixed sequence this late was bold. Teacher Chu, I noticed your song is a male-female duet. What do you think about singing with Tanyul? Li Yong asked. Chu Zhi had never heard the name. Li Yong introduced her. Tanyul is a coloratura soprano, graduated from the conservatory, and won the silver medal in the national vocal competition in 2007. She was specially recruited into the Navy art troupe in her third year and has long focused on the national singing style. She may not be famous, but her skills are top tier, on the national team level. I have no problem. Collaborating with an excellent female singer will help me improve, Chu Zhi said. With things settled, Li Yong relaxed. If possible, he did not want to serve as Spring Festival Gala's chief director for a fifth time. The pressure was immense. The next day, Chu Zhi went to Studio One to meet Tanyul. At 37, she wore her hair in a ponytail and dressed neatly. She greeted him warmly. I've long admired you, Teacher Chu. When I heard Left Hand Pointing to the Sky and Opera 2, I could tell you have a strong bel canto foundation, even though you didn't study professionally. Your self-learning ability is remarkable, Tanyul said. Autumn ballet and puppet dance. Your singing is stunning, Chu Zhi replied. They chatted for a few minutes. Tanyul felt a connection with him. Having participated in the 2018 China-Russia joint concert marking the 75th anniversary of the end of the Soviet Great Patriotic War and the Chinese War of Resistance against Japan, Chu Zhi also had considerable fame in Russia. They began rehearsing Always Go Home and Visit. Some say the Spring Festival Gala is all lip-synced, half true. In reality, it's a mix of lip-sync and live singing. With many celebrity actors singing, lip-sync prevents mishaps. Chu Zhi and Tanyul sang live. As New Year's Eve approached, Chu Zhi still found time to fly to St. Petersburg to accept an honorary title. The City Hall's official statement read, "For his outstanding contributions in cultural exchange at the St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum, Mr. Chu Zhi is hereby granted the title of Honorary Citizen of St. Petersburg." Honorary citizen titles exist worldwide, including in China, usually granted for exceptional contributions to economic development, international exchange, and public welfare. The award was presented by Alexei, director of the Russian Ministry of Culture's Foreign Affairs Department, who was born in the Lomonosov district, making him a fitting choice to present it. In truth, it was just an honorary certificate. Honorary citizens enjoy better benefits than regular citizens. For Chu Zhi, it meant discounts on food, lodging, and transportation. For example, staying in a star-rated hotel in St. Petersburg came with a discount, the exact rate depending on that month's City Hall subsidy. I hope for more cultural exchange. The languages, customs, and histories of the world are like a white curtain blocking the path of communication. But when cultures collide, sparks can burn through that curtain, making exchanges faster, Alexei told Chu Zhi. Emperor Beast wanted to take a step back. At 1.8 meters tall, he wasn't short, but he still looked up at the 1.9-meter Russian. "Your works have great value for cultural exchange, Mr. Chu, so I find them excellent. This afternoon, there's a Russian cultural salon. If you're free, please join us," Alexei said. Number 391. The finale. In the end, Chu Zhi decided not to attend the salon. Maybe it was something ingrained in his very DNA, but as New Year's Eve approached, he always wanted to return to China as soon as possible. Before leaving, Mr. Alexei mentioned that the original plan had been to gift him a fragment of the Kremlin's double-headed eagle as a keepsake. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than an ordinary brick, and indeed, it was just a brick. But it carried history. The Kremlin was once the palace of the Tsar until 1935, when the double-headed eagle atop the palace's watchtower was taken down and replaced with a bright red five-pointed star. The fragments of the removed eagle had a special significance. In Russia, they were given as farewell gifts to nearly every outgoing ambassador before their return home. The reason they eventually decided not to give Chu Zhi the brick was because the Cultural Bureau believed that the influence of Kyusha could continue to grow over time. They wanted to save the reward for later, choosing a more opportune moment. Chu Zhi flew back to China on Air China. On the plane, he encountered a fan from South Korea. The fan wasn't overly excited, nor did they disturb others, but there was something oddly familiar about the way they looked at him, like the predatory stare of a hungry wolf in a nature documentary. The Emperor Beast felt uncomfortable under that gaze. Fortunately, the fan didn't act out, and he arrived safely at Pudong Airport, where the studio's nanny van had been waiting. He got in and left immediately. There were still a few events to wrap up before the year ended. Once those were done, the year's work would finally be complete. Amid this busyness, My Love from the Stars reached its grand finale. After dominating Asia for 2 months, the drama finally came to an end. In that time, it had broken countless records. In South Korea, its last episode reached an astonishing 51.8% viewership, making it the country's first true national drama in over a decade. SBS television held a lavish celebration, the kind that seemed determined to announce its success to the entire world. The female lead, Song Ming-hee, had undergone a transformation. Once a leading actress in South Korea, she had now stepped onto the international stage, winning glory for her country. Her status in the industry skyrocketed. "It's a shame teacher Chu Zhi isn't here," said Ryu Tae-sik. Director Gong Gil, perhaps giddy from the drama's success, replied, "We've helped teacher Chu Zhi's popularity rise to a new level across Asia." "That's not quite accurate," Ryu Tae-sik countered. Professor Beck, played by teacher Chu Zhi, added at least 17 points of heat to the drama's reception. "If we'd cast a South Korean actor instead, it might have only reached 15 points. We should be thanking teacher Chu Zhi for his contribution. Teacher Ryu is too modest," Gong Gil said, sipping more red wine. Taking the opportunity, he invited Ryu Tae-sik to collaborate again on a new drama. This time, Netflix was fully funding the project. The profits from My Love from the Star had convinced them they'd found a winning formula. However, because Chu Zhi's fee-sharing arrangement was too costly, they decided to film a new drama with the same cast and crew, except for Chu Zhi. Netflix was willing to increase the investment, and after a few drinks, Ryu Taisik asked who the new male lead would be. Zhou Quan, the main vocalist of boy group Chu Zhi, came to reply. Chu Zhi had once swept across Asia, and Zhou Quan was the most popular member. He seemed like a perfect replacement for Chu Zhi, so Ryu Taisik agreed to join the project. Meanwhile, in Japan, the buzz was just as big. In Tokyo's Ginza district, fans had even rented a giant screen to display the message. Farewell, Professor Beck. The hashtag #MyLoveFrom the Star finale topped online trends in 14 countries across Asia. That was true influence. This is probably Jiu's first and last TV drama, Old Qian remarked. Given his status now, it's hard to imagine a TV script worth his time. It was true, unless something unexpected happened. Chu Zhi's team had no plans to return to television. The big screen was the goal, and film roles were the best match for his career. Still, taking the occasional drama wouldn't hurt. Time flowed quietly. See you next year. Sister Wong, take care of your chronic pharyngitis this winter. Avoid barbecue and similar foods. Don't work too hard these next few days. And on New Year's Eve, make sure you watch the Spring Festival Gala. I'll be performing. No business calls during the holiday. I don't want to hear about contracts or schedules. Chu Zhi personally saw off each core member of his studio, everyone leaving in high spirits to spend the new year with their families. He stuck to the same philosophy he'd had for the past 3 years. Miss a schedule or an endorsement, and it's gone. Miss time with family, and you lose a year you can never get back. It could be said without exaggeration that among top stars, no one's management team took longer or earlier holidays than Chu Zhi's. Brother Qian, make sure to spend time with your family. You're getting married soon. Don't make the same mistake as last year. Chu Zhi told the slower-moving Old Qian. Of course, I've already reformed for Bingbing. This year we're inviting both our parents to the courtyard she renovated, so the whole family can celebrate together. It's spacious and comfortable, Old Qian said with a wave. Don't worry, Jiu. I won't miss your spring festival performance. Even if the gala is terrible, I'll watch with Bingbing and Barrett. When Old Qian left, the once bustling studio became peaceful. The Emperor Beast stretched lazily, enjoying the freedom. He finished up some loose ends. Forget year-end bonuses. As a boss, the Emperor Beast was happy to hand out money. In his previous life, he'd have given bonuses every day if he could, because they meant the team had landed big projects. In winter Shanghai, by 6 in the evening the sky was already caught between black and white, an oddly indecisive mood. The phone rang. It was Dabai. After some small talk, Su Shangbai got straight to the point. Brother Jiu, do you have plans for New Year's Eve? If not, come have dinner with me. You're not going home for the holiday? Chu Zhi asked. Too exhausting. All the scheming and backstabbing, Su Shangbai said bluntly. You can't even eat in peace. Money doesn't necessarily come with kindness, but it always comes with cunning. Family inheritance disputes. The Emperor Beast thought of countless melodramatic dramas. As a first-generation wealthy man, he had never experienced that kind of thing. From Su Shangbai's tone, things at home seemed even more complicated than expected. I don't have any plans, Chu Zhi said after thinking. But I'll be on the Spring Festival Gala. My performance will end after 9, and then I'd have to fly back to Shanghai. I wouldn't make it before midnight. No need to fly back. I have a small place in Beijing, Su Shangbai replied. We can have some food and drinks there to welcome the new year. Chu Zhi had heard that the rich often bought property in whatever city they traveled to. Judging by Su Shangbai's tone, the rumors were true. In his original world, he'd spent New Year's with his mother. In this parallel world, for the past 2 or 3 years, he'd spent it alone. Was it lonely? Hard to say, but spending it with a friend sounded nice. No problem, then. Dabai, can you cook? I doubt there'll be any takeout on New Year's Eve, Chu Zhi asked. Cooking is one of my hobbies. I can make any standard home-cooked dish, Su Shangbai said casually. What about non-home-cooked dishes? Chu Zhi asked curiously. Anything you'd get at a hotel or restaurant counts as home-cooked to me, Su Shangbai replied. What do you like to eat? I'll shop for ingredients ahead of time, since the markets will be closed on New Year's Eve. There was that familiar competitive streak. Chu Zhi answered without hesitation. Tomato beef brisket and spicy sour lemon chicken feet. Then he added, the chicken feet are a bit of a hassle. If you can't make them, it's fine. Both are easy, Su Shangbai said without missing a beat. With their New Year's Eve plans settled, Chu Zhi went back to his work. It wasn't anything major, just checking over his earnings from the past year. The My Love from the Star revenue share hadn't arrived yet, but last year's total was $150 million, a little higher than the year before. It almost placed him among the top 10 highest-paid artists in the world. Next year, I'll keep working hard and earn more, Chu Zhi thought to himself. Once everything was in order, he locked up the company. The building still had security guards on duty, working half-days. Triple pay during the Spring Festival was too good to pass up, and the guards, including Xiao Ku, weren't about to miss out. And before he knew it, New Year's Eve had arrived. Number 392. Forced Sentiment. Studio One was packed to the brim during the Spring Festival Gala recording. The venue itself was large enough, with over 20 dressing rooms, but the sheer number of performers made space scarce. Only the most popular sketch comedians and senior members of the national-level singers roster could be assigned a dressing room. Even top-tier celebrities had to do their makeup in the hallway. Chu Zhi, however, was an exception, whether because the deputy station director personally invited him, or simply because his popularity was too overwhelming to ignore. "Captain, I feel like we're stepping on toes this time. Should we let one of the seniors have the room instead?" Luo Jianhui asked. This was Luo Jianhui's third invitation to the gala. Usually a man of few words, this year his mood was already soured by the fact that he would have to share the stage with a certain traffic-driven celebrity. The entertainment industry was full of falsehoods, but real friendships did exist. Between his personal bond with Chu Zhi from Journey Among the Stars and the life-saving favor Chu Zhi had once done him, Luo Jianhui, normally silent to the point of being called a big rice bucket, was willing to speak so frankly. If someone without a good relationship had said this, the tone would have been completely different. "Brother Luo, let's not even mention that the room was assigned by the chief director. If I gave it up, it would be no different from questioning his decision," Chu Zhi replied. "More importantly, if I went straight to a senior and said, 'I'll give you my room,' that wouldn't exactly be respectful either. Where's the disrespect in that?" Luo Jianhui didn't voice the thought, but after mulling it over, he had to admit there was a point. Better to do nothing than to make a clumsy show of generosity. Besides, Luo Jianhui was here to hitch a spot in Chu Zhi's dressing room anyway. He wasn't the only one benefiting. So was Tan Yule, the singer performing with Chu Zhi. Because the gala was broadcast live, everyone was wound tight in the minutes leading up to the start. The opening came with the rapid rhythm of gongs and drums. 6 hosts stood beaming at the camera, taking turns with their lines. "Jade Rat chases winter away. Golden Ox brings spring to stay." To all our friends watching and listening across China and around the world, as the Year of the Ox arrives, China Central Television's 2021 Spring Festival Gala comes to greet you here tonight. It was a familiar flavor, one the audience at home instantly recognized. Not that it had to be on a TV. Every major streaming platform had the broadcast too. Thanks to the lineup of traffic stars, plenty of young fangirls were glued to the screen, including those waiting for Emperor Beast's stage with the same eagerness as for the Lunar New Year feast itself. Many of the little fruits made a point of turning the gala on, even if they didn't actually watch, just to wait for their idol's performance. Ling Zinan was one of them. On New Year's Eve, his house was full, second uncle, aunts, grandparents, all gathered around the round dining table. As a die-hard little fruit, ever since returning from the Orange Festival, Ling Zinan recommended his idol to anyone who would listen. "You're right, we should watch the gala. I haven't seen it in years," second uncle said. It's been getting worse. Not as fun as it used to be," aunt chimed in. "What's the point of watching TV while eating? Talking as a family matters more," said first uncle. Grandfather had 3 children. Ling Zinan's father was the youngest and the most accomplished, while first uncle, well into his 50s, still needed their parents to worry over him. He wasn't a bad man, just useless. Always dreaming of big ventures. Always bragging, never succeeding. From primary school onward, Ling Zinan had listened to his uncle's same old boasts every New Year's Eve. In his eyes, being useless was worse than being bad. Bad people could be cut off for good. Useless people dragged the whole family down. Last year, first uncle's business lost $50,000. The year before, 2 or 3 times that. Instead of savings, he ended every year in debt. Cousin Ling Yu piped up. I know why you're so eager. Your idol Chu Zhi is performing on the gala. Yeah, I saw that too. It's all over Douyin and Kuaishou. They say Chu Zhi wrote a brand new song just for it, added cousin Sheng Wuxi. Both of them knew because they'd been force-fed his enthusiasm. Kids getting into idols is bad for their studies. Don't think just because you did well this time, you'll have the same luck next time. First uncle said, frowning in elder authority. Chu Zhi's a good kid, Ling Zinan's mother said suddenly. Everyone at the table stared in surprise. She had never approved of his idol chasing before. Your mother and I watch the gala every year. It's a habit, grandfather told first uncle. That ended the debate. On small matters, the younger ones still listened to the elders. Ling Zinan got his wish to watch on time. He could have eaten quickly and gone back to his room, but as a devoted fan, he wanted the whole family to see. The older generation, like first uncle and the aunts and grandparents, might have a taste gap. His mother had become half a little fruit, but that was because of Chu Zhi's personality, not his works. Still, Ling Yu and Sheng Wuxi might be swayed. He had absolute faith that Zhou's new song would be good. The adults were in high spirits. It was the new year, after all. Ling Zinan's father brought out his special stash, toasting one another with cup after cup. Ling Yu and Sheng Wuxi picked at their food without much focus. If it weren't for the parents watching, they'd have had their phones glued to their hands, shoveling food in without looking. This sketch isn't funny at all. I told you the gala's no good anymore. Same old thing. Boring. Just reheated soup every year. Well, Li Hong still sings like a pro. Only the dance acts escaped criticism. Everything else got roasted as soon as it aired. Even the grandparents frowned at some performances, like the group number with a top-tier actress. Her lip-syncing was flawless, and she put her best acting skills into it. But the cutesy pouting was too deliberate for grandfather's taste. The sketch Dad, I'm Back featured familiar faces and a guest appearance by Nan Kuei from the boy group Scarlet Youth. Yes, the one so jealous of Chu Zhi's fan unity that his eyes practically turned scarlet. Sketches required stage presence like theater. Lines could be a little weak, but you had to hold the live audience. Without that, it was not just unfunny but awkward. Nan Kuei might have starred in 3 or 4 dramas, but did that make him an actor? Definitely not. His stiffness made the whole thing uncomfortable. Ling Zinan, Ling Yu, and Sheng Wuxi all dropped their heads, toes curling hard enough to dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the floor. The plot forced a heartwarming reunion. The gist: a stubborn son ignores his parents, leaves home for over a decade, racks up huge debts, and runs home for New Year's, only for his creditors to show up at his parents' house. The creditors, learning he hadn't been home in years, felt sorry for the elderly couple and even helped cook, somehow turning the situation into a comedy. In the end, the creditors apologized, saying they only came because they couldn't make payroll. They apologized to the son and his parents, and the parents cheerfully forgave their prodigal child. Everyone sitting down for a happy reunion dinner. What the heck? Paying debts is basic decency, Sheng Wuxi said. Ling Yu nodded. Sure, maybe asking for money on New Year's is bad luck, but the creditors didn't have a choice. Why should they apologize? I don't get it, but I'm shocked. First uncle didn't see a problem. As someone who was constantly in debt himself, he believed you never asked for repayment on New Year's Eve. It was too inauspicious. From his perspective, there was nothing more to say. They never even addressed the issues between the parents and the son. Just forced the sentiment. Grandfather sighed. Number 393. This young man isn't bad. Grandfather didn't like it. Grandmother wasn't interested either, though her view was different. She said, no matter what kind of conflict there is, it shouldn't mean not coming home for more than 10 years. In that amount of time, the family might not even be around anymore. Grandfather added, it's not just that the skit isn't funny anymore. Its values are completely wrong. The skit Dad, I'm Back was supposed to reflect the traditional Chinese saying, whether rich or poor, come home for the new year. But the story completely missed the mark. There was no emotional resonance, only endless criticism. Without a doubt, the official Spring Festival Gala accounts on Weibo and Douyin were about to explode. Yes, the gala had its own dedicated accounts, each with massive followings. Just on Weibo, There were over 10 million followers. I really want to laugh. Ha ha ha. Was this skit trying to tell us to be gentle when collecting debts? Even if you are in deep trouble yourself, even if you're dealing with a shameless deadbeat. My parents' business was ruined by such a deadbeat. The payment for goods was never made. My dad refused to delay paying migrant workers, so he used our engineering funds to pay them, and our family collapsed just like that. I have no idea what this skit was trying to convey. All I saw was a twisted, disgusting value system. Someone's life and death matter, and we are supposed to give in for the sake of someone else's family reunion? What a load of crap. The comments section was like a grenade with its pin pulled. Normally, people would just complain about the content, but the skewed moral values in this skit ignited real outrage. Because everyone had suffered from deadbeats for far too long. On a smaller scale, who hasn't met someone who borrows money and never returns it? Netizens left their angry messages, but the tightly scheduled gala lineup was not going to change. The next host stepped up with a smile. Raise a glass in celebration, a beautiful Chinese New Year. Family joy is a blessing deeply rooted in our nation's bones. The skit just now was also about reunion. Home will always be your harbor. Next, please enjoy the song Always Go Home and Visit, brought to you by Chu Zhi and Tanyul. The host's segue was short, and soon the two singers appeared at the center of the stage. Normally, songs had dance accompaniment. Even if the singer just stood and sang, there would still be backup dancers. But Chu Zhi had been granted a special solo stage. Tanyul was brought in because the song required it, and there were no dancers this time. Always Go Home for a Visit composer. Chu Zhi lyricist. Chu Zhi arranger. Chu Zhi performed by Chu Zhi, Tanyul. Seeing young singers walk onto the stage, many older viewers didn't expect much. It wasn't prejudice against youth, just that the earlier songs hadn't matched their taste. Still, compared to other young singers, Chu Zhi was much better received. Among parents and non-fans, his reputation was quite good. The song title is actually quite nice, Uncle remarked, popping a peanut into his mouth and washing it down with half a glass of beer. Young singers these days are nowhere near as good as Hong Kong and Taiwan stars, Aunt commented. She had been a fan during the golden era of the 80s and 90s, when Hong Kong and Taiwan singers were expanding their influence in mainland China. Eat more dishes. Why are you only eating peanuts? Father urged, gesturing to the braised beef and smoked horse sausage on the table. Do you two still even enjoy the gala? Second aunt asked. Grandmother replied, it's just background noise. Many of the classic skit actors aren't even on stage anymore, grandfather added, before delivering a rather philosophical remark. If the Spring Festival Gala wasn't the gala, half the audience would disappear. Ling Zenon wanted to speak up about his idol, but the words stuck in his throat. He knew what kind of songs his grandparents liked. He had played some of his idol's songs for them before, like The Drunken Concubine and Dreaming of Swords and Blades. He thought older people might appreciate the music, but the generation gap couldn't be bridged with just a few words. Ling Zenon still wanted them to hear his idol's singing skills, which were far beyond most singers' age. When it came to music, Ling Yu and Sheng Wuxi should like this one. The song's prelude made Ling Zenon pause. It sounded old-fashioned. In musical terms, a slightly adjusted 4/4 beat, the kind often used in 90s classics, especially with the opening string ensemble and timpani. Classical music? Musical note, find some free time, find some moments to spare, take the kids along. Always go home for a visit. Musical note. Chu Zhi's deep, resonant baritone stunned Ling Zenon. It was a pure national singing style, every syllable precise and clear, the tone forward and powerful. The contrast was overwhelming. If even diehard little fruits were shocked, what about everyone else? Sheng Wuxi and Ling Yu, a middle schooler and a college sophomore, didn't chase idols, but they listened to music. Chu Zhi's versatility was undeniable, but crossing into a traditional singing style was truly unexpected. Musical note, bring a smile, bring your blessings, accompany your loved one. Always go home for a visit. Musical note. Tanyul picked up her part smoothly. Though they had only rehearsed together for a day, both were strong vocalists. The older relatives at the table looked surprised, like seeing the Hulk pole dance. Possible in theory, but strange in practice. Musical note. Mom has prepared some nagging words. Dad has set the table with a feast. Tell Mom your troubles in life. Talk to Dad about your work. Musical note. In the entertainment industry, when a traffic-driven singer performs alongside a national team-level vocalist, the latter usually dominates so completely that the other's voice disappears in the duet. Here, Chu Zhi didn't try to suppress his partner. A good duet required mutual harmony, not solo dominance. Even so, with his 50% Angel's Gospel mode active, Chu Zhi still held the lead. Musical note. Always go home for a visit. Go home for a visit. Even if it's just to help mom wash dishes, parents don't expect their children to contribute much. A lifetime of hardship is only for the family to be together. Musical note. While singing, Chu Zhi thought of his mother. On Earth, he had a mother. In this parallel world, he had none, no family at all. The Emperor Beast had suggested a duet, not just to recreate a song from memory, but also because he didn't want to sing the later part mentioning Dad. That cheating man who had hurt his mother so deeply didn't deserve the title. If only I really could wash dishes for Mom. The Emperor Beast's blessing was woven into the melody, hidden beneath its festive tone. It carried a deep wish. If you have time, go home and be with your mother. In Ling Xinan's home, his grandparents were paying much more attention now. The earlier skit Dad, I'm Back had frustrated grandfather so much he had been eating without looking at the TV. Now he was staring at the screen. This song had struck a chord with them. Musical note. Always go home for a visit. Go home for a visit. Even if it's just to massage Dad's shoulders, parents don't expect their children to contribute much. A lifetime of worry is only for them to have peace. Musical note. This part was Tan Yule's solo. She had collaborated with many pop singers before, but rarely with such pressure. No wonder official media often called Chu Zhi a pop music maestro. His singing skills were undeniable. Thinking too much while singing was dangerous, so Tan Yule focused entirely on the performance. The song ended with the two harmonizing together. When the song ended, the audience erupted into warm applause. Was it a breathtaking performance? Not exactly. But on the Spring Festival gala stage, on this special New Year's Eve, it stirred emotions for many. This young man can really sing, Grandpa praised first, then added, I didn't expect a young person to write a song like this. Ling Ma followed up, among young celebrities, Chu Zhi is a rare talent. Seeing his idol praised by both his grandfather and his mother, Ling Xinan felt sweeter than if he had drunk honey. He didn't particularly like the song itself. It felt old-fashioned and didn't quite match his idol's cool image, but he could guess why his idol chose it. It was a song that could resonate even with his grandfather's generation, perfect for the New Year atmosphere. Ling Xinan could already imagine that from now on, at every New Year celebration, this song would be played in some gathering or another. Jiwai was truly worthy of the title. He could write and sing anything. Amazing. This song is just barely listenable, not bad, Uncle said. It's about half as good as I was when I was young. Ling Xinan automatically ignored his uncle's words. His praise wasn't worth much. Inside studio number 1, Chu Zhi acted the gentleman, helping Tan Yule down from the stage. Her performance outfit was a long gown with a trailing hem, which made descending the steps tricky. Opera-style singing, traditional folk vocals, and bel canto, 3 different techniques, and teacher Chu can use all of them with ease. On top of that, he's also accomplished in pop music, Tan Yule said. Just a few days ago, it was revealed that teacher Chu can play 70 different instruments. If it weren't for prodigies like Mozart existing, I might really suspect teacher Chu is from another planet. I've just tinkered with them a bit, enough to scratch the surface, Chu Zhi replied modestly. Even at the beginner level, that's impressive. Without formal study, to reach that by self-teaching, teacher Chu's learning ability is astonishing, Tan Yule continued. When we were rehearsing, the first time I heard your traditional folk singing, I was genuinely surprised. They chatted idly until they parted ways in a hallway corner. Chu Zhi didn't return to the dressing room to remove his makeup, heading instead straight to the control room. The chief director and key Spring Festival gala staff were inside. Chu Zhi had no special reason to drop in. He simply said his farewells. Before leaving, originally, director Li Yong had planned to have Chu Zhi join the group performance of Reunion tonight at the show's end, but his absence wasn't a big deal. Most viewers wouldn't have been watching by then anyway. Leaving the CCTV building, Chu Zhi found there was no chauffeured car tonight, since Chu Zhi was on holiday. It was still New Year's Eve night, but there were taxi drivers out. He got in and gave the address I had sent him, Rose Garden Villa District. Chu Zhi couldn't help but marvel at his friend's financial means. Rose Garden was right next to 6 major universities, including Beijing Foreign Studies University, Beijing University, and the Central University of Finance and Economics. It was the only villa community located in a school district. The wealth here was staggering. At this hour, if you just wait by the building's roadside, you'll see lots of big stars coming out, the taxi driver said as he started the meter. Experienced drivers knew exactly where and when to find customers, just like in Chongqing. After midnight, you could always find passengers on Geo Street. Of course, there was some risk. Some passengers might, well, throw up in the car. Brother, are you also a celebrity? The driver studied him through the rearview mirror. The passenger was wearing a thick coat over a suit, hood pulled up, making his face hard to see. Something like that. I'm a small-time singer, Chu Zhi replied. No way. You can't be small-time if you got on the Spring Festival Gala. Can you sign something for me? My daughter's a fan of singers, the driver said cheerfully. Chu Zhi briefly considered the risk of accidentally signing for an anti-fan's relative, but then realized he didn't really have any rivals. The driver had memo paper and a pen ready, clearly used to meeting fans by chance. The self-proclaimed Emperor Beast gave him a signature. Back in studio number 1, the show went on, though it did feel like more people had quietly slipped out after Chu Zhi's performance. Among them was Han Ju, a celebrity's daughter who had been chosen as one of the secondary leads in the opening dance Endless Good Fortune. She was a die-hard Little Fruits fan, and though her own part had finished long ago, she had stayed in the auditorium just to see her idol live. Wow, even a song like that. Brother Joe's talent is practically overflowing, Han Ju said happily. Having finally seen her beloved idol in person, she too left. In the parking lot, her ride was waiting. Sorry to keep you waiting, Uncle Yang, Han Ju said politely as she got in. The moment the car started moving, she opened Weibo. Unlike many performances that got roasted online right after airing, Chu Zhi's song drew mostly cheerful comments. Haha, Juwai singing Always Go Home to Visit feels so hilariously out of place. For real. The arrangement sounds like it's straight out of the 80s or 90s, pure childhood nostalgia. My grandma says she loves this song. My great-uncle said it's not bad, and that the young man's singing is strong. Not surprising. If you've heard Katyusha, you'd know Juwai's always been good at writing songs from the last century. My mom is a Juwai fan. They call her a mom fan. Now my grandma says Chu Zhi is a good kid too. Does that make her a grandma fan? 3 generations of our family standing one person. What a dream idol. Before long, the hashtags #Chu Always Go Home to Visit and #Why Can't You Write Last Century songs hit the trending list. But why do I feel like there's a trace of sadness in Juwai's voice? Han Ju murmured to herself after putting her phone down. She shook her head. Must be my imagination. The lyrics and melody are fine. Such bad luck though. I wanted to get his autograph, but didn't manage to. While the die-hard fan rode home, her idol realized something else. The place was far. The CCTV building was in Chaoyang, while Rose Garden was beyond the 4th Ring Road. Even taking the Jingzhong Expressway, it was over 40 kilometers. With no traffic on New Year's Eve, the driver still needed nearly an hour. Chu Zhi paid the fare and, on impulse, gave him another autograph. Clearly, the driver hadn't expected this hooded celebrity to be so proactive. He had been wondering how to ask without being awkward. Happy New Year. Wishing you safe travels, Chu Zhi said. Thank you. Thank you. The driver grinned. After Chu Zhi left, he looked down at the autograph. The handwriting was artistic, to put it kindly. He squinted at it for a while, muttering, Lin Jingjian? No, that's not it. I've never heard of this star. A ride request came through on his phone, and the driver didn't think more of it, heading off to pick up his next passenger. Back home, his family had started their reunion dinner at 6, deliberately early, so he could come back out to drive. On New Year's Eve, you could make good money. Number 394. The Wolf Who Cuts His Own Knife. At Dubai home. This was Chu Zhi's first time visiting Dubai's house. From the outside, Su Shanbai gave off a neat and efficient image, and the interior matched it, minimalist to the extreme. Compared to the style of his old hotel, this was on another level. What did minimalist mean here? It meant absolutely no decorations of any kind. Furniture was kept only to the bare essentials. A large living room usually had a carpet or a display shelf. None of that here. Good grief, Chu Zhi thought. Even a robot would find this place dull. And to think Su Shangbai called this a small place? Chu Zhi was convinced the villa was bigger than his own home. You arrived earlier than I thought, Brother Gio, Su Shangbai said, wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen. One after another, dishes appeared. Braised lion's head meatballs, red braised crucian carp, stir-fried chicken with green chili, fragrant duck, spicy lemon chicken feet, and finally, tomato beef brisket. There are only the two of us, so I didn't make too much, Su Shangbai explained. With chicken, duck, fish, and beef, that's more than enough, Chu Zhi replied. Judging by the spread, enough for at least 4 people. Su Shangbai clearly had a solid grasp of Chu Zhi's hearty appetite. They began eating, both quietly abiding by the unspoken rule of do not speak while eating, do not talk while sleeping. The only sounds were the soft clink of utensils and the rhythm of chewing. When making tomato beef brisket, you have to add some tomato paste. Just tomatoes alone won't give it a rich enough flavor, and the sauce won't taste as good over rice. The sentence popped into Chu Zhi's mind out of nowhere. He didn't know why, but after 2 or 3 years in this parallel world, he had become oddly sentimental this year. Something about it felt off. He swallowed 2 mouthfuls of rice and decided to eat more. Want a drink? Su Shangbai suddenly asked. Chu Zhi set down his chopsticks and smirked. I can't cook, and you can't drink. Question mark. Su Shangbai also put his chopsticks down. Brother Gio, did I never tell you? I've never been able to get drunk since I was a kid. What a boast. Chu Zhi didn't buy it for a second. All right then, let's test that. The result? Either Su Shangbai was bluffing or his family just couldn't hold their liquor, because after only 6 bottles of red wine between them, Su Shangbai was completely drunk. Lightweight. Chu Zhi, who often drank during performances, had a high tolerance for alcohol. Drunk, Su Shangbai lost his usual composed, elite aura and looked more like a young boy. Well, that made sense. He was a year younger than Chu Zhi. He started talking about his childhood. His mother had married into wealth, but was never accepted by the in-laws, and by extension, neither was he. His family always favored his cousin. At 14, his grandfather decided to let him experience life by sending him to work at a construction site. 14 was underage labor, which was illegal, but since it was the family's own site, no one said a word. Over the years, Su Shangbai, third-generation heir to a wealthy family, had done everything from hauling bricks to waiting tables to working in a factory. He never had any obsession with being a singer. Back in school, he had written novels and even dreamed of becoming a photographer. Singing just happened to be the path he stayed on the longest. He only ended up in line to inherit the family business because his cousin had ruined his reputation and his younger male relatives were useless. He was the only one capable of taking the role. My name, Shangbai, sounds elegant, like white jade capital in the sky, 12 towers and 5 cities. Nice, right? And meaningful too. But my grandfather, who hated me, was the one who gave me this name. He's from Fengdu, and in the Fengdu dialect, Shangbai actually means going to a grave. Ha ha ha. Well, wasn't that a coincidence? Chu Zhi's original body's grandfather had also been from Fengdu, so he knew the dialect. In Baowan town, Shang pronounced a certain way, and by a certain way, together meant exactly that, going to a grave. What kind of grandfather would name his grandson, Su going to a grave? And his father hadn't even objected. Dabayu. Chu Zhi wanted to say more, but when he turned his head, Su Shangbai was already fast asleep. Chu Zhi stared at his sleeping companion, speechless. Sprawled out on the sofa like that. Was he supposed to carry him to the bedroom? Of course not. Anyone who's ever tried to carry a drunk person knows there's a world of difference between moving someone conscious and moving someone unconscious. A drunk person was basically dead weight. Even the self-proclaimed Emperor Beast, though not drunk, was tipsy enough to know he didn't have that kind of strength tonight. So, after thinking for a while, the Emperor Beast grabbed a throw pillow and draped it over Su Shangbai like a blanket. That should keep him from catching a cold. But something still didn't feel right. The pillow was too small, leaving Su Shangbai's stomach exposed. If he rolled over and the pillow fell, he could still get sick. After all, he had eaten here tonight. The Emperor Beast trudged upstairs, wrestled a larger pillow off the bed, and brought it down. Compared to the square throw pillow, this one covered him properly for the night. Only after that did Chu Zhi wash up before bed. Even if he was tired or tipsy, he couldn't sleep without washing. Otherwise, he just wouldn't rest well. Thanks to the wine immortal trait, he felt like playing music, but since he was in someone else's home, he restrained himself. Time for sleep. It's New Year's Eve, so I'm taking a break from reading today. I'll make up for it tomorrow, since there's no schedule. Even on a holiday, Chu Zhi still thought about studying and insisted on making up for the missed day. Compared to certain web authors who take a break and never update again, the difference was like night and day. The night outside didn't share in human joy, or maybe human joy had nothing to do with nature. The sky was pitch black, without stars or light. Maybe the sun was asleep. It wasn't exactly the middle of the night, but the very early morning, around 6, when Hanju suddenly sat up in bed. She had just realized something. I finally know why I felt such a sadness in Jiwai's singing of that song. She murmured to herself, "Always go home and visit." Jiwai is telling us to go home more often, but his home is only him now. The realization stabbed at her heart. It hurt worse than when her 10 brand new lipsticks were destroyed by her husky. Why did I have to figure this out? If I hadn't, I wouldn't have known. Hanju took a deep breath and opened Douyin again. At this hour, the feed was flooded with comments reviewing tonight's Spring Festival Gala. 2 performances really surprised me this year. One was the Hong Kong Hood Band reuniting after 24 years. Sure, the lead singer's voice was gone, the drummer could barely keep time, and the guitarist was just posing, but youth is youth. Just seeing them together again made it worth it. The second was Chu Zhi's original song, Always Go Home and Visit. It wasn't mind-blowing. Not like the Unspoken Sutra or the Opera 2, but come on, this is 2021. Who even writes songs like this anymore? It feels both out of place and perfectly fitting. My grandmother loved it. The more praise she saw for Always Go Home When You Can, the more Hanju felt fans needed to understand how cruel this song actually was for its singer. Why does it sound like something from decades ago, like an 80s or 90s composition and arrangement? Because Jiwai wrote it for his grandfather. She couldn't risk posting this on Weibo. It might look like she was trying to ride the trend, and she was half in the entertainment industry herself. Instead, she opened her small Douyin account. No need to show her face. She just typed the words, took screenshots, added music, and made it into a short video. The title read, "Can you go home more often?" Number 395. Crying is not the best way to spend the new year. Short video platforms often host all kinds of challenge events. The hashtag Two-Face Challenge, for example, where you switch from a smiling face to a crying one in a heartbeat, or show how well you can control your expressions, shifting from kind and warm to sly and sinister. Naturally, the Spring Festival season had its own themed event, hashtag Spring Festival Gala Fun Share. It called for people to share funny or heartwarming stories from Chinese New Year's Eve up until the Lantern Festival. Skits, comedy clips, or simply sweet moments, all were welcome. And, of course, these events were sponsored by Lay's potato chips. With extra algorithmic promotion and prize money for the winner, the number of submissions piled up higher than the air inside a bag of chips. Hanju either didn't notice or deliberately joined in. She ticked the hashtag Spring Festival Gala Fun Share box, and since her clips were already top-tier content on both Bilibili and Douyin, her popularity shot up fast. Likes and shares exploded in minutes. Xiao Jiao first time performing on the Spring Festival Gala, singing Always Go Home and Visit. Compared to his usual original songs, this one feels completely different. On the Orange Home app, opinions are split. Some say the song feels out of place, not like a work from this century at all. Others think it's fine, pointing out that Kate Yusha, which he wrote for the St. Petersburg Cultural Forum, feels even more old-fashioned. Personally, I think both sides are right. Chu Zhi was born in 1998, so for someone his age to write this kind of melody and lyrics does feel mismatched. The tone is more like a middle-aged married man with kids. But if you consider Jiwai's life experience, it makes perfect sense. From the way she wrote, it was clear Hanju didn't often post long essays, a bit rambling, maybe even written in the heat of emotion. Find some free time, take some time off, bring the kids, and often go home and have a look. Maybe the middle-aged man in the lyrics is actually Xiao Jiao's father, and bring the kids means Xiao Jiu himself. Mom's prepared a bit of chatter. Dad set up a table of good food. That could be referring to Xiao Jiu grandmother and grandfather. Put that way, isn't it easier to understand? This happy picture the song paints might be normal for most families, but for Jiuwei it's been out of reach his whole life. Xiao Jiu's parents were a firefighter and a police officer. Even on New Year's Eve, if duty called, they had to go. And once he turned 11, the scenes in the song became impossible altogether, because by then, it was just Xiao Jiu and his grandfather depending on each other. As for why the melody sounds like something from the 80s or 90s, this song was for his grandfather. On a night meant for family reunion and noise, he was alone. He missed his grandfather. Whether or not people agreed with Hanju's interpretation, there was one point no one could argue. Chu Zhi was alone. Predictably, Hanju's post shot to #1 on the hashtag Spring Festival Gala Fun Share trending list. Luli Bingcan, my god, that's a real gut punch. I'm not even a fan, and I thought his gala performance was festive, but something about his expression didn't match. Now I know why. That joy had a shadow. Wei Gan Wang Nan Chun. Doesn't matter whether always go home and visit was really for his grandfather. The thought alone is heartbreaking. He gave the happiness to the audience and kept the loneliness for himself. Jian Pei Fu Chun. QDCN. Han Iko Shuigao might actually be right. That lyric, elders don't ask their children for big achievements, sounds like something his grandfather used to say all the time. Han Iko Shuigao was Han Ju's Douyin username. Clicking her profile showed she mostly watched two kinds of videos: Chu Zhi content and cats and dogs pet clips. Bunuoka. It's the first day of the new year, the kid's still young, and this is way too heavy for him to carry. Even if he doesn't want to, Jiuwei should find someone to keep him company. This is just too sad. Only future and parents cannot be let down. Anyone else feel the same? I was listening and suddenly felt this strange sadness. Seeing this post, now I know why. He was singing for something he can never reach. Ji Shi. Bring the smile, bring the blessing. I shouldn't have been scrolling Douyin at midnight. Now I'm wide awake, Spartan mode. Engaged. The post quickly spread beyond Douyin, like tossing a dozen stones into a still lake. The ripples just kept going. Originally, Chu Zhi hadn't planned to make anyone sad, but his fans did it to themselves. Still, for him, there was a silver lining. His song reached the grandparents' generation. National recognition often grows that way. These days, most young singers aren't even known by people their parents' age, let alone grandparents. Even mom fans spending New Year's with family, like Wang Yuan, felt the pang. She read the post, and her heart clenched. Always go home and visit. Xiao Jiu must have been singing that to his parents from the past, she whispered, taking a deep breath. As for Chu Zhi himself, was the song for the original body's grandfather? More than that, it was for a mother in another world, one he could never see again. But that was something no one knew, and no one ever would. On New Year's morning, his body clock woke him early, 7:30. Heading downstairs, he saw last night's wine bottles, and empty dishes had already been cleaned away. The boy got up earlier than me? Chu Zhi was surprised. Usually after a hangover, a few people might wake in the night from thirst, but most would sleep until noon. Wherever Dabai had gone, he hadn't left his makeshift pillow on the sofa. Chu Zhi grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the fridge and gulped it down. Then he began sending out his 32 batches of group New Year's voice greetings, finishing in just over 10 minutes. He had done it so many times it felt effortless. For acquaintances he barely knew, he didn't send voice messages, just text. Always considerate. Why 32 batches instead of one? Because it made it feel more personal and sincere. When he was done, a notification popped up. Yesterday, he had unintentionally unlocked an achievement, Hangover 10, earning him 5 more personality coins. His balance now sat at 37 coins, 10 frozen. First day of the year. I don't even need to check my fortune. I know today's going to be lucky. Let's go, let's go. Chu Zhi was ready to spend some coins. Happy New Year. The system spoke before he could. Huh? Getting proactive now, buddy? You're even sending greetings. Chu Zhi chuckled. Yesterday, the host told me Happy New Year before falling asleep. In other words, the system was simply returning the courtesy. All right. Then let's do this. Don't hold back. Roll the lottery. Checking the current prize pool. Title, matcha holy bug. Curio, anti-black sugar pill. Curio, crime of gluttony lollipop. Sound of the angry motorcycle. Album gift pack, adoration. Album gift pack, time like flowing water. The first thing Chu Zhi looked at was the most eye-catching title. Matcha holy bug, legendary title. The matcha bug is seductive, and the deeper the seduction, the richer the flavor. To reach the peak of seduction is to be a holy pet. Attribute, makes all your actions exude irresistible charm. Wang Defa. Chu Zhi stared at the ridiculous title. A legendary rank, no less. As expected, one should never underestimate how absurd the system could get. Adoration was an album by Liang Jingru, with the most familiar song being The Pain That Breathes. Time Like Flowing Water was an album by Li Jian. Chu Zhi, who on Earth had never paid much attention to music, only realized after checking the details. So Legend is actually Li Jian's song. I thought it was one of Fei Wang's signature tracks. Why does it feel that way? It was rare for this blind box to contain two curios, and both were new to him. The crime of gluttony lollipop was a miraculous medicine. No exercise, no dieting needed. Take it, and you'd healthily lose 30 gene in 2 months. Compared to the so-called diet products on the market, this was like fresh spring water versus rancid gutter sludge. The anti-black sugar pill was even more outrageous. It was basically a causality weapon. If you took it, anyone who deliberately twisted your words, reversed right and wrong, or slandered you without cause would suffer terrible misfortune. Brother system, I really want that anti-black sugar pill. Chu Zhi hinted quite obviously. As for the sound of the angry motorcycle, it was like sound of the first emperor or angel's gospel, an emotional buff for the voice. When activated, your singing would be saturated with fury, loud and impossible to ignore, like an illegally modified motorcycle roaring through the streets. Heaven, earth, God, Buddha, Laozi, all bless me. Chu Zhi opened the blind box he'd drawn and got the album gift pack for Time Like Flowing Water. Not bad at all, because for just the song Legend, it was already worth it. Seeing that his balance was still plentiful, Chu Zhi decided to draw again. This time, the reward left him slightly disappointed. Selected poems of Dylan Thomas. Dylan Thomas, the famous British poet nicknamed Mad Dylan for his intense self-destructive tendencies, had died at 39 after downing 18 whiskeys in a row. Critic circles hailed him as the most important poet after W.H. Auden. His poetry often explored life and death, grand themes that later influenced certain sci-fi directors and writers on Earth. The most famous example was the poem Do Not Go Gentle Into That Good Night featured in Interstellar. The Emperor Beast's greatest talent was keeping himself calm. He muttered to himself, "Not bad. I haven't released a poetry collection in a while, so now I've got something new." The best part was, Chu Zhi realized Dylan's poetry fit perfectly with his public persona. "Dubai, where are you?" Chu Zhi sent a WeChat message to Su Shangbai, disciple of the Big Cat. "Preparing lunch. It's the first day of the new year, you should eat more." Chu Zhi had been planning to head back to Magic City, but when he saw Dubai's message, he thought for a moment before replying. "Dubai, can I borrow your study?" Disciple of the Big Cat, "Sure. It's the room at the end of the hallway on the second floor, to the left." At the supermarket, Su Shangbai put down his phone and continued pushing his cart. With the wet market closed, at least the supermarket still had fresh produce. Always come home often. Brother Gio can create so many outstanding works because he connects easily with emotions. When he sings this song, he must have a lot on his mind, Su Shangbai thought. As an angel investor, he didn't care about returns. The saying went, 1,000 pieces of gold aren't worth seeing the master happy. He just wanted to see someone succeed. Whether in work, study, or love, Su Shangbai only wanted to see someone pour their heart into walking the road of music to the very end. Compared to fulfilling his own abandoned dream of becoming a singer, this mattered more. Watching someone walk one road to the end also made Su Shangbai value his own life more. This was why he invested in all of the top 10 contestants from the variety show The Son of the Future, and why he later stopped. Not because they failed to get famous, but because he didn't want to waste energy on artists caught up in scandals, fake romances, or empty hype. From the start, Su Shangbai had cared deeply about Chu Zhi's health. To pull off something big, your body had to be up to it. Help me butcher the pigeon, thanks. Su Shangbai planned to make lotus root, red bean, and white pigeon soup. His claim about being able to drink a lot was an exaggeration, but his cooking skills were very real. Meanwhile, Chu Zhi arrived in Dubai's study. It was clear this room hadn't been lived in for a long time. While the rest of the house was cleaned regularly, books were harder to keep spotless. He had two reasons for borrowing the study. First, he needed to catch up on the reading he'd missed yesterday. After performing at the Spring Festival Gala, he had gone straight to Rose Garden without bringing any books. Dubai's shelves held plenty of titles like Complete Annotated Tai Bai Yin Jing, Complete Ji Shao Xian Shu, and Complete Lian Bing Shi Ji, including miscellanies, all military treatises. Chu Zhi pulled down Complete Ji Shao Xian Shu, written by the famous General Qi Jiguang, as a summary of his anti-pirate military training experience. Opening to a random page, he read, "Any officer, sentry, or captain who fails to cooperate, slanders out of jealousy, spreads rumors, misquotes orders, and causes mistakes, will be executed." Dub had even written a note beside it. Internal strife is born of jealousy. A culture of suppressing subordinates harms company management. So Dubai reads military strategy every day at home? My goodness, Chu Zhi thought, feeling like he'd stumbled across a true hardliner. Far from being outdated, much of the management wisdom in these treatises was still useful today. Dubai's notes proved it. I'd better look at something else, Chu Zhi murmured, pulling another book from the shelf. The second reason for being here was to translate the poetry collection he'd just received into Japanese. In Japan, he was known as the poet most like a poet in the 21st century. He had never revealed his face, yet his fame there was considerable, and this collection might win him an important award. Chu Zhi's plan was clear. If he wanted global recognition and to make a splash when he finally revealed his poet persona, he had to win awards in Europe and America. Fame in Japan could add just a little leverage in the West, something not to waste. But the Emperor Beast's reading plans didn't pan out because too many people were calling to wish him a Happy New Year. Brother Chu, Happy New Year. I invented a new dish at home. My parents loved it. Once work starts, I'll definitely have you try it. Xiao Zhu's greetings brought back Chu Zhi's traumatic memories of durian dipped in fermented tofu. The dark cuisine world was on the move again. Happy New Year, Jiwai. I brought my fiancé to wish you well. Old Qian even used a New Year call to show off his relationship. Outrageous. You have to come to my place for a meal sometime. You promised this year's New Year you'd definitely visit. Zhang Ning was already urging him to drop by. The books Chu Zhi wanted to read required long stretches of uninterrupted focus. With constant calls breaking the rhythm, the Emperor Beast simply put the books down and focused on chatting instead. Number 396. Back to work in the new year. Staying at Su Shangbai's place was blissfully relaxing. Although his home decor was overwhelmingly white, with no work on his hands, Su Shangbai revealed an almost exaggerated level of culinary skill. From New Year's Eve until the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, he cooked a completely different dish every day, not repeating a single one. The most remarkable part was that every dish tasted genuinely good. 4 days on end, Chu Zhi's diet was overloaded with carbs. Forget everything else. Just the fact that Su Shangbai would cook garlic crayfish late at night was already questionable. Su Shangbai defended himself, saying, "If you don't eat supper, where will you get the energy to eat breakfast in the morning?" It sounded oddly convincing. Fortunately, Chu Zhi had certain unusual means to keep himself in shape. Otherwise, eating like this for a week would have easily added 10 pounds. Meanwhile, the little fruits in the online fandom didn't stay gloomy for long. Orange Home announced a New Year event. Fans could upload photos of happy moments spent with their families during the holiday to the comment section. Winners could make a wish, and the company would try to fulfill it. Fans' attention shifted as quickly as it came. Within a week, they received more than 6,700 submissions, an astonishing number, considering even major platforms like Bilibili or Xiaohongshu rarely collected that many entries. There was no helping it. Orange Home's app simply had extremely high engagement. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, it was not only Guzi's birthday, but also Grain Day Festival. Chu Zhi's studio was about to kick off its first workday of the new year, while Su Shangbai was preparing to fly to Singapore. After all, to live comfortably, one still had to work hard. Brother Gio, you're a shareholder in Dub by Soft Candy. I really got the better end of the deal, Su Shangbai said. When our brand expanded into markets like Vietnam, Singapore, and Thailand, using your name meant we faced almost no obstacles. What do you mean got the better end? I'm not involved in managing it. I just wait for dividends. I'm the one getting a good deal, Chu Zhi replied. Dub by Soft Candy had grown into a big brand in record time. 40% of the credit went to Chu Zhi, but the other 60% belonged to Su Shangbai. His skill in operating and managing the business was formidable. A man whose hobbies included reading military strategy books was not to be underestimated. I know you smoke, Su Shangbai said, producing a pack of special supply cigarettes. I just brought these from home today. They might not be the best to smoke, but you can't buy them outside. Think of them as something unique. I'll take this New Year's gift, then, Chu Zhi said. He mostly smoked to complete certain tasks and had long switched to milder women's cigarettes, but he was still pleased to accept a gift from Dubai. Come to think of it, Dubai, you don't smoke? Chu Zhi asked. Only occasionally, when I'm looking at financial reports, Su Shangbai replied. They chatted idly over their last lunch together. Chu Zhi decided to show a bit of cooking skill himself by making something simple, coconut chicken. It was simple enough. Have the supermarket butcher a chicken, drill holes in a few coconuts, pour the juice and scrape the meat into a pot. Add a little water, bring it to a boil, then add the chicken. For the dipping sauce, just mix soy sauce with a bit of lemon juice. That was it. Simple, tasty, and doable for anyone with hands. After sending his friend off at the airport, Chu Zhi bought a ticket for an evening flight back to Shanghai, staying one night there. The next morning, he arrived at the company. How was your New Year? My goodness, why is it that every year after the holiday, Brother Qian, your stomach gets bigger? Sister Wang must have been keeping her figure over the holiday. Looks like you've gotten even slimmer. Long time no see. Here's to a smooth year ahead. Chu Zhi greeted everyone at the studio. Despite the studio's growing workload, especially with plans to expand overseas, they hadn't shortened the New Year holiday. In fact, they had extended it to the 9th day of the lunar month. Anyone who had worked in an office knew that having a break that long was rare, especially in the entertainment industry, where time was money. Other popular celebrities like Lin Xia and Li Fei had already resumed their schedules by the 5th. I call it the happiness belly. The bigger it is, the happier I am. I couldn't help it. Bingbing's cooking is too good. She made my stomach grow, joked Qian, whose once handsome, mature look was now leaning toward middle-aged plumpness. Wang Yuan responded, I didn't eat much. There was just too much food on the table, and with all the New Year visits, I didn't have much appetite. They chatted casually. Chu Zhi knew well that post-holiday sluggishness was real. He spent the entire morning reacquainting himself with the work at hand without doing much concrete. It wasn't until the afternoon that the studio truly began running at full speed. Brother Gio, SBS has sent another script. They want to collaborate with you again, said Niu Jiangxue, handing him the first script of the year. This time, the profit share offered was a staggering 21%. Originally, Niu Jiangxue's plan had been to transition from small-screen projects to big-screen films, but SBS's offer was simply too tempting, an even higher share than most Hollywood stars would receive. Of course, SBS wasn't doing charity work. Netflix had decided to create a hit drama independently, leaving SBS on the sidelines. The network wanted to place all its hopes on Chu Zhi. Essentially, they were offering him a portion of the profits they would have given to Netflix. With a money tree like him, getting sponsorship for a project like Descendants of the Moon would be no problem. Niu Jiangxue was not a money-blinded agent, though. She reviewed the script carefully. It carried the hallmarks of solid Korean romance dramas and a classic Mary Sue character design. Although something about it felt off, she still brought it to the table for discussion. What is it? Let me see. Chu Zhi glanced at the title, Descendants of the Moon. The story was about the love between you, the leader of a South Korean overseas peacekeeping unit, and a surgeon. What kind of nonsense is this? Does South Korea even have a peacekeeping force? I mean, they can barely manage their own country, and they're supposed to be doing peacekeeping abroad. Chu Zhi was baffled. Why not? Don't they have American soldiers at home to manage things for them? Qian quipped, landing a sharp blow. Chu Zhi thought for a moment, then shook his head. The character setting doesn't work. I can't play a South Korean soldier. No way. SBS said they can change it to a Chinese peacekeeping unit. The nationality can be altered, Niu Jiangxue explained. She had noticed the same problem and had initially refused, prompting this counteroffer from SBS. I don't want to portray soldiers from another country, and no Chinese soldier would be written like this. Please turn them down for me, Sister Niu, Chu Zhi said firmly. Niu Jiangxue nodded without hesitation. Next came an offer from Japan for a live-action adaptation of a national-level manga with over 100 million copies sold. Chu Zhi refused as well. Manga characters are almost impossible to faithfully portray, he said. Wang Yuan agreed that this was true for most live-action adaptations, though she thought that with Chu Zhi's looks, it might not be an issue. Still, given how rarely live-action manga adaptations became huge hits, there was no real need for him to take it. There were plenty of invitations for TV and film roles, but Chu Zhi's main career was still music, under his self-given nickname Emperor Beast. Unless the project was truly outstanding, he rejected them all. In music, there were 3 invitations to judge music variety shows, plus 4 invitations to present at music award ceremonies. For the next few days, Chu Zhi and his management team stayed in the office, selecting which engagements to accept. The studio's first confirmed schedule of the year was the release of Little Fruits Are Sweet, their 3rd official album. Niu had prepared meticulously for it. Number 397. A Love Letter to the Fans. There is an old saying, if you hit someone with a stick, you must also give them a sweet date afterward. For Chu Zhi's fans, this new year had been an emotional roller coaster. First came the tear-jerking moments, and then the Orang Home app released something called Moments of Happiness. Winner of the Moments of Happiness submission, Chu Zhi. Sigh, I didn't even get drawn for the Orange Festival qualification, so how could I possibly win an event prize? Little Fruits, Higuo groaned. Just seeing the winner's ID was enough to make her feel as if her soul had been split from her body with jealousy. What made it worse was that the winner even posted to show off. Chu Zhi, ha, really? It's actually me? I don't even know what to say. I'm only a mild geo addict. My fiancé is the real heavy geo addict. Now the problem is, what wish should I make? It's so hard to choose. At the very least, people shouldn't be so. Higuo scrolled through the replies. Some fans sent their blessings, while others were going crazy with envy. Then, she noticed a prompt pop up. Huh? The app wants to update. Just as Higuo was about to stew in her lemony jealousy, a notification appeared saying the Orange Home app had a new version ready. She tapped without thinking. After the update, the app redirected to a page with one simple line. A love letter from Chu Zhi to all Little Fruits. The words Chu Zhi and love letter appearing together was something no Little Fruits could possibly resist. Higuo's fingers moved faster than her brain, tapping into the link. It opened to an event page. The background was rose-colored stationery, with only one line in the center. A love letter that no Little Fruits fan can resist. Available to read on February 23rd. Huh? That's it. What kind of love letter is this? Higuo admitted she was intrigued. In the few seconds she sat frozen, comments began drifting across the screen like floating petals. Jiwai wrote me a love letter. He really did. I didn't think Jiwai would make our relationship public so soon. What is it exactly? Any spoilers? No matter what it is, I'm super excited. Each comment was wrapped in drifting rose petals, as if swaying along with the flowers. So this page only appeared after updating the app. Higuo sighed. These people's hands and internet speeds were ridiculously fast. One particular comment caught her eye. Wow, Jiwai's love letter is plastered everywhere. He's basically announcing it to the whole world. Higuo opened Weibo out of curiosity, and sure enough, the same advertisement was there. Not just on Weibo, but on all the major news and social platforms. With hashtags like hashtag February 23 Love Letter, people who weren't in the know might think a movie called Love Letter was premiering on February 23rd. The marketing push from Niu's management team was massive, covering not only China but also Japan and South Korea. Of course, the nickname for fans was localized in each country: ragdolls, students, apostles, and so on. The campaign sparked huge discussions on Instagram, Twitter, and Weibo. Fans were buzzing with speculation, while casual onlookers were mostly just curious. What kind of love letter deserved such an extravagant rollout? Many companies treated Chu Zhi's every move as a textbook case to study. Why study him? Because most of what Chu Zhi did could not simply be copied. Without the right groundwork, attempting the same would backfire spectacularly. That was why companies studied carefully, taking what could be imitated and applying it where possible. After all, the Emperor Beast shaking up the entertainment industry single-handedly was no small feat. There was a saying often attributed to Che Guevara: "After we are gone, they will build you schools and hospitals and raise your wages. Not because they have become good people, but because we were here." Though these words weren't actually Guevara's, they did align with his actions. And the slightly improved state of the previously stagnant entertainment industry was also thanks to Chu Zhi's existence. Before him, no one demanded trainees learn foreign languages, no one thought to guide fans positively, and certainly no one led fans to see the sea or watch the sunset together. When Niu Jiangshue's team launched this campaign, word spread quickly among every celebrity in the industry. Among those close to Chu Zhi were Li Fei and Zhou Guowu. "What's Brother Zhou up to now?" Li Fei chuckled, waiting for the show to unfold. "By the way, when's the 5th album coming out? I've nearly worn out the Chinese-style tracks from the last one." Li Fei was somewhat of a technical showman, with a background in classical singing. Among the traffic stars, no one sang better than him, except Chu Zhi. Li Fei was currently at an awards ceremony, while Zhou Guowu was filming a big-budget web drama. With capital investment in the entertainment industry cooling, landing a starring role in a major film was becoming increasingly difficult. "Brother, Captain, please, can you not stir things up again right after New Year? You know you never do anything small." Zhou Guowu understood Chu Zhi well. When he made a move, it was always big. Meanwhile, Lin Xia, holed up in a recording studio working on an album, saw the promo and muttered, "Why do I feel nervous all of a sudden?" Only 3 days remained until February 23rd. The album that would later be hailed as the miracle of 21st century physical album sales in Asia, Little Fruits Are Sweet, was about to be released. Brother Gio, look at this, my newest creation, the Dream Cake." Life assistant Xiao Zhuji proudly presented a black, oddly shaped cake. "Sister Wang, Brother Qian, you have to try some too," Xiao Zhuji added. "Zhuji, is it a chocolate cake?" "It's so dark," Chu Zhi asked curiously. "I don't think it's chocolate. I smell soy sauce and vinegar," Lao Qian said abruptly. "That couldn't be right. Who would put soy sauce and vinegar in a cake?" "Yep, I invented this over New Year at home. It's a special New Year cake with spices from our family dinner: pepper, soy sauce, vinegar. The taste is unique, and everyone who's tried it says it's great." Xiao Zhuji beamed. "Brother Qian, I know you love cake the most," Chu Zhi said with a sly smile. "Want to try it? Try it or die?" Lao Qian wanted to pass it off to someone else, but the only other person nearby was Sister Wang, so he caved. One bite later, Lao Qian's furrowed brow relaxed into delight. He nodded. "This is actually pretty good. Breaks the mold. Who says cake has to be sweet? Sour, bitter, spicy, salty, all flavors can work. Right? That's exactly what my mom and brother said," Xiao Zhuji replied proudly. "I'll have another bite." "Delicious." Lao Qian took a big mouthful. "Wait, really? It was good?" Wang Yuan narrowed her eyes, studying Lao Qian for any sign of bluffing, but his expression showed nothing but enjoyment. The Emperor Beast sensed something was wrong. Even if Lao Qian's expression was flawless, the lack of any flaw was the biggest flaw. So Chu Zhi and Wang Yuan each took a small bite. The moment the cake touched their tongues, the soy sauce and pepper exploded in their mouths. So ruthless. Lao Qian was ruthless. Chu Zhi's mind blanked for a second. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lao Qian, watching with a cheerful smile. "Oh, so it was a game now? How is it?" Xiao Zhuji asked expectantly. She seemed immune to her own culinary chaos and genuinely believed it tasted good. "Not bad. But I can't eat too much cake because I have to watch my figure," Wang Yuan replied diplomatically. "Zhuji, your cooking is improving. Leave the rest of this cake to us," Chu Zhi said, taking the cake from her hands. "Brother Qian and I will finish it." Lao Qian's smile froze. Did they really have to go down together like this? Before he could protest, Chu Zhi split the remaining cake in half. One half for each of them. "Pretty good," Chu Zhi said, chewing steadily while mentally chanting, simulating illness, voluntary loss of taste. Lao Qian muttered, eating his share. This was truly lifting a rock only to drop it on his own foot. The bizarre little cake was just a side episode on their journey. The group's real destination was Star City, where Chu Zhi would appear as a special guest judge for the latest season of I Really Am a Singer. His performance of Against the Light had been inducted into the show's Hall of Fame. At present, the hall only held 2 performances, Chu Zhi's and the final winning performance from the championship. He wouldn't be singing this time. Just making an appearance was enough. Number 398. Album release. Sang beautifully. Teacher Gong Xingji's vocal skills are truly impressive. We juniors should learn from him. This song, under Teacher Wang's rearrangement, has been given a new burst of life. Playful and charming. I couldn't help but stand up and applaud. Chu Zhi, serving as a one-man praise machine, was just one of the special guest judges alongside the panel of expert reviewers. He simply could not understand how some people in their 20s could speak so brazenly, directing and critiquing seasoned singers in their 40s as if they were in charge. Of course, skill determines authority, not age. But when some so-called expert opened their mouth, what came out felt like kindergarten-level nonsense. No wonder people say, if you can't make it as a singer after learning to sing, you become an influencer. If you can't even be an influencer, then you become an expert, Chu Zhi muttered under his breath. While in Xingqing, Chu Zhi decided to take Wei Tongzi out for a meal. She was not only the leader of one of his fan groups, but also a die-hard Little Fruits. In between her work as a host for Mango TV, she often organized and hosted fan events. If one were to be precise, Wei Tongzi was more dedicated as a fan than in her official job. At first, Chu Zhi had no idea, but over time, it became impossible for her to hide it from him. He deliberately chose Yihua homestyle cuisine on Lujing Street. Their order included twice stir-fried frog, braised flour mushrooms with preserved egg yolk, and chopped chili fish head. This place. Wei Tongzi's mind flashed back. It was where she and her idol had first shared a meal. Could it be that Jiawei still remembered? Her heart thudded wildly. She wanted to ask, but couldn't bring herself to speak. Tong Tong, do you still remember these dishes? Chu Zhi suddenly asked. Wei Tongzi froze. After I was falsely accused, I finally got a booking for I Am Really a Singer. Back then, you were one of the rare people who treated me with real kindness. It was here, and you ordered these very dishes for me, Chu Zhi said. Looking back now, I'm deeply moved. Without your support on that show, Tong Tong, I might not have been able to hold on. 3 exclamation marks, because there were no words that could describe Wei Tongzi's feelings. She herself had only remembered coming to this restaurant with him. She couldn't even recall what they had eaten. But her idol had remembered it perfectly. To have a place in her idol's heart was like being struck by a happiness bomb. Wei Tongzi's eyes turned red, brimming with tears. It was all because Jiawei did so well. I didn't really help much. Her voice trembled slightly. How could you say that? 3 years ago you treated me to a meal like this, so today I'm returning the favor, Chu Zhi replied. MHM, I promise I'll eat plenty. Afraid she might actually cry and ruin her makeup, Wei Tongzi discreetly pinched her thigh under the table, using the pain to hold back her tears. Eating the twice stir-fried frog, she felt it was the best she had ever tasted in her life. She also made up her mind, once and for all, she would be a Little Fruits for life. Absolutely. A few days later, Chu Zhi returned from Xingqing to his studio in the Magic City. Brother Chu, Wawaji Entertainment wants their artistly hung to perform Against the Light on stage. I turned them down directly, Neo Jiangxue reported. The good thing about having a strong piece of work was that many shows wanted to use it, and other singers wanted to cover it. Always for a fee, of course. Trusting Neo Jiangxue's judgment, Chu Zhi waited for her to continue. This Li Heng is a singer who adores America while belittling China. I thought you wouldn't want someone like that singing your song, Neo Jiangxue said. What's his nationality? Chinese-American? Chu Zhi asked. Chinese citizenship. He's posted his passport before, she replied. Biting the hand that feeds you, Chu Zhi commented. Good call, Sister Neo. In the future, just reject these outright. No need to even discuss them. Then another thought struck him. Actually, let's make a post. Say that any artist who disparages or disrespects their own country is forbidden from singing my songs. That might not be a good idea, Neo Jiangxue cautioned. Right now, Anything you say gets magnified. It might cause trouble. I know what you mean. You're worried that some shady figures in the entertainment industry will hold a grudge. But so what? I couldn't turn back even before going head-to-head with Adidas, Chu Zhi said calmly. And I have no desire to turn back. Wouldn't this hurt your chances of breaking into the European and American markets? She asked. Respecting your own country is the only way to earn respect abroad. Besides, I want my influence to encourage domestic fans not to blindly idolize the West, Chu Zhi explained. Liking Western culture and art is fine. It's personal taste. But stepping on your own while elevating others is not. Niu Jiangxue said nothing more. She had long known that Chu Zhi carried a strong sense of national pride. Chu Zhi took a short rest, then opened the folder Niu Jiangxue had left him. It was a script she had selected. A live-action adaptation of a manga that had sold over 60 million copies, known as the #1 shoujo manga, with popularity across Asia. The script came from Japan's TBS television, offering a generous price. Its title, Handsome Boys, direct enough. The story followed female lead Makino Tsukushi, sent to a prestigious school where she became entangled with the heirs of 4 powerful families: Domyoji Tsukasa, Hanazoa Rue, Nishikado Sojiro, and Mimisaka Akira. In this adaptation, the Domyoji family was rewritten as a Chinese conglomerate, likely to attract Chu Zhi. That was status, when the script was adjusted for your nationality. I'm already 23. Playing a student wouldn't feel right, Chu Zhi sighed. He disliked pretending to be younger than he was. But personal judgment and audience perception were 2 different things. Just like that earthling brother Ming. When he thought he was handsome, he came off greasy. When he thought he was average, he was actually quite charming. Similarly, Chu Zhi thought he would look unnatural playing a student, unaware that just last year, his role as Fujiki Itsuki in After I Close My Eyes had been hailed in Japanese media as the most beautiful high school student. After reading through the script in 20 minutes, Chu Zhi decided to keep it under consideration. 3 days passed in a blink. For Chu Zhi, it was 7 or 8 events. For the Little Fruits, it was an endless wait. Finally, Love Letter opened its curtains. In China, the album's tracks were released for free on multiple music platforms. In Japan, bookstores stocked Song of Spring Rain. In South Korea, physical copies of Demon King appeared in record stores. Across other Asian countries, the International Edition Suite went on sale online. The album Little Fruits Are Sweet had 5 versions: the free Chinese edition, the International Edition Suite, the Korean edition Demon King, the Russian edition Stars, and the Japanese edition Song of Spring Rain. The songs themselves were identical, but the lyric booklets and photo cards differed, each with translations in English, Japanese, Korean, or Russian. Japan's term for Chu Zhi's fans, Spring Rain, actually made sense upon reflection. Supporters were like the gentle, steady rain of spring. All 15 songs were dedicated to the fans. Angel lyrics. You are like an angel, giving me support and strength, like a poet relying on the moon, like dolphins relying on the sea. To everyone who knows my name lyrics. Once more I am drowned in applause. Before me you stand, so moved. In the darkness the world seems to stop turning. Our hearts can embrace without our hands. One after another, the songs spoke with heartfelt sincerity. And with Glory and the Brightest Star in the Night Sky already famous, the album's emotional weight was undeniable. Number 399. Platinum Record 77. The social news section of an East Asian newspaper headlined, "Multiple people involved in a street fight in Shinjuku. Police investigate cause of incident. 7 injured." The article did not clarify exactly why the fight broke out. At first, no one really paid attention to the news because the country was full of messy troubles and people with problems, like the criminal who killed his entire family of 4. But then the entertainment tabloid Weekly Bunshun dug up details of the incident, reporting that more than 20 people had been involved in the fight, which was triggered by a dispute over albums. The bookstore had a limit of 5 copies per person for the album sale, but a fan named Ojima Matsushika hired people to buy 40 copies. Using precise university-level math, it was concluded that besides Ojima Matsushika himself, 7 people were hired. If you want to buy so many copies, fine, just keep it secret. But Ojima Matsushika chose to show off right in front of the bookstore, mocking others with full arrogance. This sparked a riot among fans who had waited in line for an hour and a half only to be told Song of Spring Rain was sold out. First came shouting, then pushing, and finally a full-on fight, 3 steps complete. Though more than 20 people fought, most of the dozens gathered outside the bookstore only added fuel to the fire with their loud reactions. A reporter interviewed a battered Ojima Matsushika. Ojima-san, what do you think about the chaos you caused? Bakayuru. I'm not afraid at all. 3 of them attacked me at once. Did I get scared? Did I run? No way. I don't run, and I'm not scared. When they hit me, I just lie down and protect my face. They can't hit my face. Ojima Matsushika spoke loudly and passionately. The fact that several people attacked me proves they are cowards who won't face me one-on-one. I may have been beaten, but I am a warrior. The reporter looked at Ojima's injuries and wanted to say so much. Yet Ojima's triumphant expression silenced her completely. The reporter took a deep breath and asked again, Ojima-san, we want to know why you bought 40 copies of the album. If you hadn't done that, the fight wouldn't have happened. Is there a law forbidding me from hiring people to buy albums? Ojima Matsushika shot back. No, there is not. The reporter shook her head. Ojima Matsushika grew even more energetic. How I buy albums is my personal freedom. I want to collect dozens of Chu Zhi's albums. I bought 100 copies of Just a Little Hope for the World. Chu Zhi's voice is like an angel's. Buying this many albums is me paying God. The reporter wondered if Ojima had been hit too hard on the head, because his words sounded confused and rambling. It was clear that Ojima Matsushika was a wealthy second-generation heir. This was nothing new. When he chased girl groups before, he had bought thousands of albums, though that was for chart rankings. The reporter, unable to take any more, ended the interview. One last question, Ojima-san. Why do you think the man called Chu Zhi has earned such great support from you? He really is the rare kind. He has eyes, a nose, and even teeth, Ojima Matsushika said. A nice compliment, but the reporter suspected the interviewee was mocking her. The chaotic interview gained no real traction, so the reporter rewrote it slightly to emphasize Ojima's shouting tone. The result was a viral discussion online among ragdoll fans in Japan. If one person can buy 40 copies, then why limit 5 per person? Limits are a marketing strategy by sellers. Ojima's words aren't wrong. How many albums one buys? Is there right? The real fault lies with the sellers. If there were enough albums, this would never have happened. The seller's right to limit purchases is legally protected. She's selfish. Everything she says is a snow woman's lie. The only true thing is that Ragdoll's voice is like an angel. So selfish. Definitely not a real Ragdoll fan. He makes me sick. I think he's a Ragdoll hater. If this incident had involved a Japanese idol, an immediate public apology would have followed. If it had involved a foreign star other than Chu Zhi, there would be widespread criticism about poor guidance. But because the so-called God created by the Japanese Ministry of Science and Education was Chu Zhi, his reputation was so strong that criticism was minimal. A Japanese sociologist analyzed on a news channel, Chu Zhi-san is a symbol of a new era. His previous actions, such as causing a lipstick brand to sell out, show he has become a symbol for youth. Meanwhile, Ojima Matsushika was released because although he was suspected of provoking the fight, surveillance footage showed he was beaten from beginning to end and barely fought back. Luxury cars waited on the street. The Ojima family owned businesses and was indeed wealthy. Matsushika, are you okay? Mrs. Ojima asked with concern. They're all cowards. They need several people to attack me. Ojima Matsushika began to complain again. Mrs. Ojima was used to it, but still tenderly cleaned his wounds while Ojima Matsushika happily shared the many albums he bought today. When they returned home, mother and son were happy until they saw someone standing in the living room. Their faces immediately turned pale. Jairu, shut up. Mrs. Ojima tried to speak, but was cut off by Ojima Jairu. Ojima Jairu called his son Matsushika forward, then threw a tablet on the table. The screen played Matsushika's ending interview. Look at yourself right now, Ojima Jairu said loudly, his voice sharp as a knife. Ojima Matsushika tried to pull out his usual excuses. Father, don't disgrace the Ojima family outside if nothing's wrong. If you're mentally disabled, you should stay home. What are you doing going out? Ojima Jairu yelled, growing angrier and his expression more terrifying. Do you even know you're mentally disabled? Ojima Jiru asked. Father, answer me. Did your mother and tutor ever tell you that you're mentally disabled? Ojima Jiru refused to hear excuses. Sorry, father, I was wrong. Ojima Matsushika bowed and apologized. Ojima Jiru was relentless, his voice even louder. Answer me. Did your mother and tutor ever tell you that you're mentally disabled? Mrs. Ojima dared not speak and stood silently aside. Ojima Matsushika trembled. His mother's prenatal infection had caused irreversible brain damage, leaving him mildly intellectually disabled. Yes, Ojima Matsushika really did have brain problems. Intellectual disabilities are different from what most people imagine as stupidity. Mild cases like Ojima's can still communicate. Ojima's main problems were poor memory and weaker language skills, but otherwise, he was basically normal. They told me. Ojima Matsushika said quietly. Then why did you disgrace us by going out? Ojima Jiru asked. Ojima Jiru became angrier and ordered his son to kneel, loudly commanding, Say it out loud. I am mentally disabled. I should not disgrace the family by going out. Mrs. Ojima wanted to comfort her son, but Ojima Jiru told her to change clothes quickly. There was a banquet to attend. Ojima Jiru had never cared for this mentally disabled son. Mrs. Ojima dared not breathe out of turn. The father's oppressive authority had been deeply ingrained in Ojima Matsushika's mind since childhood. So he dared not slack on punishment, even at 20 years old. By 11:30 p.m., Ojima Matsushika rose after kneeling for 4 hours. Most people could never kneel that long, but Ojima Matsushika had grown used to it. It had become natural. His room was plastered with posters of stars, mostly girl groups, and Chu Zhi. 2 walls of bookshelves held no manga by other Japanese artists, only albums. There was a knock at the door. Mrs. Ojima opened it with concern. Does your leg still hurt? It hurts, but not as badly as last time, Ojima Matsushika replied. Father is right to be angry. I didn't save face this time. I tried to hide but still got hurt. Hearing her son's words, Mrs. Ojima's heart ached. She had always told him, Father only cares about his face, not that he doesn't like you. But she knew too well how much her husband despised their son. Mrs. Ojima held her son tightly and whispered over and over, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. If not for her, her son would not have been born with intellectual disabilities. Mrs. Ojima, lost in her sorrow, suddenly heard a voice singing beside her. Musical note. No matter what is about to happen, I will use all I have to protect you. Never once have I regretted it, and even now I can say for sure, we have always given our all, fighting to the very end. Musical note. The voice was off-key and not pleasant to hear. But the lyrics were unmistakably clear. It was her child singing. Ojima, Mrs. Ojima gathered herself and asked, What song is that? It's Chu Zhi-san's new song, My All. Mother, doesn't it sound nice? Ojima Matsushika said, All the songs from Song of Spring Rain are so good, really good. But I can only sing these few lines. When you learn the whole song, sing it for me, Mrs. Ojima said, her mood lifted by the optimism in her son's words. I can learn it in a week, Ojima Matsushika said confidently. They talked a little more before leaving Ojima Matsushika's room. Before leaving, Mrs. Ojima said, Matsushika, go to sleep early. Don't blame your father. He had some trouble at the company. Today, after his mother left, Ojima Matsushika turned off the lights, leaving only a dim night lamp on. As mentioned before, mild intellectual disability does not mean someone is stupid. Many can work in various jobs. So, Ojima Matsushika picked up his phone. It was playing footage of Chu Zhi participating in a singing event in Hokkaido, followed by an interview with reporters. The segment was long, but Ojima Matsushika mainly wanted to hear this sentence, where Chu Zhi said, Singing this song is meant to praise warriors. True warriors are those who, after seeing the harsh truths of life, still find the courage to keep living. We are all warriors. Chu Zhi was hailed by Japanese society as the circuit breaker that stops people from committing suicide. This was not marketing hype. Playing the album Song of Spring Rain, Ojima Matsushika looped My all on repeat. The lyrics felt like an angel soothing a wounded soul. Musical note, yet we are never truly alone. I want you to see where dreams lie. No end, no fading away. I really want to see that kind of dream. Musical note. The gospel of an angel truly could save people, more real than pure gold. Russia was relatively calm. This was partly due to the weak physical album market there. The 200,000 physical copies distributed sold out in 30 hours. Together with online sales, that was about 250,000 copies. Do not underestimate this as Russia's best physical album data this year. Chu Zhi's name was popular in Russia, and Star was deeply loved by Russians, becoming the fourth viral song by the Emperor Beast on the Russian internet. The first three were Opera 2, Lullaby, and Katyusha. Many Russian singers envied him, saying he released hit after hit. If the album were in Russian, sales would be even better. Commander Xi really mastered the essence of Russian culture. Aurora sighed. She hadn't even mastered Chinese, let alone its essence. Because of the explosive numbers, on the album's release day, Neo Jiangshue's team didn't receive accurate reports until 2 days later. Vietnam, such a small place, Neo Jiangshua muttered. Yet the first day sales were 320,000 copies, surpassing Russia. Economically, Russia was better, with a population of 140 million compared to Vietnam's 90 million. Chu Zhi himself was baffled, wondering how his popularity could be so high in Vietnam. Vietnamese albums usually sold around 200,000 on the first day. Chu Zhi's arrival was like a dimensional drop, raising records by 50% and crushing any hopes Vietnamese singers had to surpass him. Are plastic surgery fans that powerful? Chu Zhi wondered. Asia-wide first-day sales hit 2.31 million copies. Mamma Mia! According to the International Recording Industry Association's China standards, 30,000 copies sold is platinum, and Zhou just hit 70 times platinum on the first day. Explosive, smashing, unstoppable. Lao Qian said. Asia's album standards were not as high as America's. According to the RIA, 500,000 copies is gold, 1 million is platinum, and diamond requires 10 million. Still, by RIA standards, Chu Zhi's new album was double platinum, a true powerhouse. To be a global superstar and king of pop, one needs a few diamond records, like Michael Jackson's 7 diamond certifications and albums with over 100 million sales worldwide. Parallel worlds and Earth might differ, but the system was similar. Although Chu Zhi's domestic popularity is unmatched, we still need to release the data. Neo Jiangshua decided to promote immediately. Wang Yuan, Lao Qian, Qi Qiu, and Fei Gu had no objections. The studio's promotional power was strong. That very night, the hashtag first day 77 platinum record hashtag swept across the internet with huge headlines. Remember Li Xingwei, the washed-up top star? He had once tried to sabotage Chu Zhi's first album, which went 5 times platinum on day 1. Fans spread propaganda everywhere, and that scene was livelier than a festival. Now Chu Zhi's new record was at a whole new level. 77 platinum, on the first day. This wave shocked not only fan circles, but even knowledgeable bystanders. I remember that Chu Zhi's album had a free digital version in China, so these sales don't include domestic numbers, right? A dream of the Eastern Hollywood, the era when Hong Kong dominated the Asian music scene in the 80s and 90s. Don't joke. If you don't know the details, don't guess. Back then, 1 million total sales was huge. Chu Zhi's first-day numbers are the 21st century's proof that a real Asian king of pop has emerged. No doubt about it. Calling Chu Zhi the Asian king of pop at age 24 is no exaggeration. Given the current size of the Little Fruits fandom, even if only a tenth had the means to collect albums, that still formed a massive group. As a result, the record market, which had calmed down for a moment, began to spiral into chaos again. Why is it still out of stock? Didn't Amazon say they would release 70,000 copies at 7 p.m. tonight? Gone in less than a minute? The website must be bugged. Damn site. Always so aggressive with ads, but when it counts, it fails. Fans from Japan were surprised to see a similar scene unfold on South Korean shopping platforms. No surprise there. Compared to the Little Fruits in China, who had already been through the 618, Double 11, and Double 12 sales battles, the Japanese and Korean fans moved at a snail's pace. Even Ojima Matsushika, who had planned to buy 50 albums online, stared dumbfounded at the sold-out notice. The strange situation caused the album sales to follow a bizarre curve. Day 1, 2.31 million copies. Day 2, 640,000 copies. Day 3, 250,000 copies. Day 4, 190,000 copies. Day 5, which is today, surprisingly rose against the trend to 670,000 copies sold. 500,000 of those were online orders. Total sales had surpassed 3 million. The sales ceiling for Asian albums in this parallel world was held by the first-generation South Korean boy band, with 11.51 million copies sold. Of course, that record was not only Asian. The group also sold well in Europe and America. Plus, that era was when physical albums thrived, bringing together the perfect timing, environment, and resources. Trying to break nearly 20 million sales relying only on the Asian market, especially in the internet age, was simply impossible. Chu Zhi stared at the sales report, wondering if they could break 5 million. If he had not released the album for free listening to the Little Fruits at the start and had distributed physical copies domestically, hitting a few million was guaranteed. But now it was difficult. Of course, Chu Zhi did not regret his decision and would do it the same way again. Songs have no borders, but singers do. Free streaming was a special privilege for the Little Fruits. Speaking of the Little Fruits, Sister Nyo, who is responsible for the event on the app, the one that grants fans wishes, Chu Zhi asked. Sister Wang is in charge, Nyo Jiangxue replied. Having been influenced by Lao Qian, Chu Zhi also started calling people by nicknames. Chu Zhi nodded and asked Wang Yuan about the specific wishes of the lucky Little Fruits winners. A fan hoped, I wish Jiwai could come to our wedding. I know this wish is a bit much, but my fiancé is a hardcore Little Fruit and even has a star cluster ID. One morning she woke up very happy. I asked what made her so happy. She said, I dreamed that Jiwai was at our wedding. If only I could win this lottery, I beg you. After reading the message, Chu Zhi fell into thought. Wang Yuan also felt the wish was a bit excessive but fully understood it from a fan's perspective. Going to a wedding was an easy task for Chu Zhi. He only needed to adjust his schedule and free up 1 or 2 hours. What Chu Zhi pondered was what kind of gift to give to the couple. He wanted to give a special blessing. Time flew by, and another day passed. If only the Chinese Little Fruits were involved, things would not be so complicated. But many fans were collectors. They wanted to complete all 4 physical versions. The Russian version was easy to buy, the international version also. The hard ones were the Japanese and Korean versions. As expected, Japanese fans wanted the Korean version, and South Korean fans wanted the Japanese version. A clash broke out between the South Korean and Japanese fans. Or perhaps it was a battle for favor? Number 400. The King of Asia. South Korea's fandom culture was intensely competitive. Even Chu Zhi's fans there were divided into 2 groups, the apostles and the students. The rivalry between them was complex and could not simply be split by gender. The apostles admired strength. They worshipped their idols. Nickname, the Great Demon King of the music world. Looking at Chu Zhi's achievements, the title fit perfectly. He had conquered the Fuji Rock Festival, the Three Kingdoms Song Festival, and twice the St. Petersburg Cultural Forum. Every event where his name was known demonstrated his overwhelming power. No wonder the apostles grew larger by the day. The students, meanwhile, were mostly fans drawn by looks, inspired primarily by the character Professor Beck. The apostles thought the students were just a bunch of face fans who did not understand the music. The students believed that the idol's greatest asset was his appearance, accusing the apostles of losing the bigger picture over trivial details. Sometimes the 2 groups would even fight in the fan cafes. Yet, in a rare show of unity, the apostles and students banded together against the ragdoll fans from Japan. Damn little ragdolls. They want us to lose face in front of all Asian fans. They're mocking us for not supporting our idol enough. Everyone knows Chu Zhi's love for South Korea surpasses even that for Japan and Russia. The Japanese ragdoll fans are definitely trying to ruin his good image with us. Conspiracy theories flooded the fan cafes. Even the most absurd ideas spread because collectively, internet users' critical thinking paled in comparison to individual independent thought. Both apostles and students believed the wild rumors. Some added fuel with claims like, the reason the market has no stock is because the Japanese fans are organizing planned raids. Our 1.24 million first-week sales for Great Demon King are faked. According to the Japanese fans, and Japanese fans want to surpass our sales numbers. To clarify, first week sales means the total albums sold in the first week. This album was expected to sell around 4 million copies. South Korea's population of 50 million contributed a quarter of those sales, a terrifying number. South Korea's boy band culture had always been extreme. The Jeezy boy band itself had a 2 million first-week debut, so the high sales were believable, not exaggerated. The accusations of data falsification stemmed from a news article in the Seoul Express. Today, Kim Nara, female CEO of the Flower Guizhou cosmetics brand, required each employee to purchase 10 copies of Great Demon King. Does this forced purchase mean the sales data is fake? That news was slightly false. Kim Nara had only distributed 10 copies per employee, not forced purchases, and the report had no connection to Japanese fans at all. Still, the hatred piled onto the ragdolls, prompting furious Korean fans to attack on Yahoo and Mixi forums. Japanese people just love to snatch things, nasty by nature, all assholes. Envious of the Korean version's exquisite quality. Among the 4 physical versions, the most refined album was indeed the Japanese one, but only because it was the most expensive. Yet with keyboards in hand, anyone could type anything. Admit it, you're jealous. Professor Beck's My Love from the Stars swept Asia. The Korean EP After the Clouds Clear became Asia's highest-selling EP. Use your words. You envy the bond between us and Professor Beck. So disgusting. Your disgust made my online purchase arrive 5 days late. More offensive words circulated but were unworthy of repeating. Japanese fans were shocked. Many South Korean fans already annoyed them by buying tons of Japanese albums, and now they had the nerve to attack proactively? Yahoo was infamous, basically the men's restroom for Japanese people, known for vile comments. Could anyone endure that? No. The key figure leading the charge was Koguchi Yoshihiro, who updated his Instagram with a message. My Love from the Stars became Asia's highest-grossing youth romance film. Once I Wanted to End It All was named the Song of the Year, followed by the Korean EP and drama. Chu Zhi cared about both Japanese society and culture. For South Korea, he was a popular idol. For Japan, he was a young pillar with social significance. All fans of Chu Zhi hoped to put aside their conflicts. Looking at Koguchi Yoshihiro's message, he first emphasized Japan's priority and then closed with a call for friendship. But it was a soft blade aimed at South Korea, implying that Chu Zhi was merely an idol there, but a faith figure in Japan. They were not even in the same league. This situation was strange. For the same star's 2 countries of fans to clash so fiercely was unheard of, and even more surprising was another idol joining the fight. With Koguchi Yoshihiro speaking out, Japanese fans surged like a tidal wave. South Korean fans had no answer. Even with their own idols supporting them, none matched the straightforwardness of the face-obsessed Koguchi Yoshihiro. Ragdoll's Japanese is definitely better than their Korean, because the Japanese EP sounds better than the Korean one. Deluded little idiots. Koguchi-san is the voice of the internet. He said everything I wanted to say. Online, Japan held a slight advantage. When 2 tigers fight, there must be a hunter to win both. Chu Zhi's album was expected to sell between 3.8 and 4.2 million copies, according to the studio's estimate. Now, with Japanese and Korean fans crazily buying, sales would likely hit 4.5 million copies. How staggering was that number? For those who haven't traveled through parallel worlds, on Earth in 2020, pop prince Justin Bieber's new album, Changes, sold just over 200,000 copies in the first week and ranked 3rd for the entire year. Physical albums were struggling on both worlds. Thought this was just a fan celebration, but they created a godlike record. That's our GOY. Fan leader Wei Tongzi said as she sorted through data. Many fan leaders and site admins made their living off such data and were not always genuine. Fans. Of course, diehard fans always were, like a certain Ding artist who recently made headlines. Around 80% of her entire career funding came from fan leaders. This is definitely a fan celebration. But the reason it's legendary is because GOY has so many fans. Another fan leader, Mao Min, said excitedly. Mao Min also worked at Mango TV, not as a host, but as a director. 2 fan leaders at 1 TV station. Imagine how deeply the fandom culture had penetrated. In today's era, Album sales mostly rely on hardcore fans and nostalgia buyers. Casual fans rarely purchase. The album is like a love letter to all fans, so such a frenzy is understandable. Mao added, but I believe the next album will do even better. As a career fan, Mao felt an exhilarating rush following Chu Zhi, like a rocket launch. Across the whole country, no star gave career fans such a sense of security. 4 million plus in sales is rare and hard to repeat. Don't put too much pressure on Jiawei. Wei Tongzi warned quickly. Legends are hard to copy and even harder to surpass. Demanding more is just too much. Wei Tongzi was not losing faith in the idol. She just hoped that Chu Zhi would pursue his dreams happily, rather than being forced upward. More than sales, she cared about the idol's health. Wei Tongzi and Mao Min represented the difference between fans who supported the person and fans who chased numbers. 2 TV programs have invited Jiawei. Not sure. If Jiawei will agree, Wei Tongzi changed the subject. The fan leaders kept updating the sales data live. 1 week after release, 3.61 million copies sold. 8 days after release, 3.72 million copies sold. 9 days after release. Half a month since the album dropped, the total sales reached 4.61 million. After that, sales basically stalled, much like a movie's opening day and opening week box office. The global publication ranked 7th in circulation. Asahi Shimbun ran a report announcing Chu Zhi as Asia's king of superstars. The front page featured a side headline, Spring Rain Song, the last wailing echo of the Bronze Age of records. Asahi Shimbun was roughly equivalent to China's People's Daily. Entertainment news was rare, even on secondary pages, but Chu Zhi had appeared twice on their secondary pages before. Today he made the front page sidebar. The article explained, the golden age of records was from the 1960s to the 1990s, producing countless masterpieces. The peak global sales were reached in 1999. In 2000, the rise of P2P networks began, followed by the 2001 launch of the iPad and iTunes, as well as widespread piracy through HDVD. The music industry suffered a 1/5 crash in global sales. The 2000s were called the Silver Age. 10 years later, mobile phones and the internet accelerated the collapse of physical albums, plunging the industry into the Bronze Age, which the International Recording Industry Association Chairman, Mr. Rambo, called the worst era. The last quadruple diamond record in Asia was 15 years ago, by the legendary rock band Gandhi Band's 2007 album OK. It was a miracle for Gandhi Band to achieve that during the Silver Age. Chu Zhi created a 4-diamond, 2-platinum album in the Bronze Age, a true creative demon and a living miracle. Each country had different certification standards. Mainland China required 20,000 copies for gold, Hong Kong and Taiwan 15,000, Thailand 10,000, Singapore and Malaysia 5,000. Compared to America's 500,000 copies for gold, the disparity reflected regional buying power. Asahi Shimbun clearly used Japan's standards. Many Asian media followed the report, trying to analyze how Chu Zhi could defy the market with such staggering results. The conclusions were similar: mastering 3 or more foreign languages and studying cultures from Japan, South Korea, Russia, and others. These qualities would be expected of a world-class historian or linguist, not just a pop star. For an idol, that was an extraordinary burden. The fierce battle between Japan and South Korea was long-lasting, back and forth. Normally, internet memory was short, but someone kept fanning the flames with rumors and conspiracies. Japan and South Korea had a historic rivalry. What started as fan quarrels escalated until ordinary bystanders joined the insults, twisting the original conflict. It was entertaining for onlookers. I don't know why, but as a Chinese person, I find the fights between Japan and South Korea very entertaining. Li Cixi scrolled through Twitter. Guan He and Li Cixi were trainees sent from China to South Korea. After being helped by Chu Zhi, they became loyal fans. They were quite capable themselves. Initially assigned for 1 year as trainees, they fought for their chance and became members of FNC's dazzling debut group, recently active. South Korean trainees earned low pay before becoming famous, especially Guan He and Li Cixi, who also had to send money back to their companies in China. Guan He became an idol for the money, supporting a struggling family. His salary barely lasted to the end of the month, yet he still bought 3 copies of Great Demon King. Li Cixi, from a wealthy family, purchased over 30 copies. I think Jiawai can surpass what South Koreans call their pride, Li Cixi said confidently. The first-generation group sold nearly 12 million copies on one album. South Korean media bragged about that for years, Guan He said. But that was during the golden age of records. Asia can't even produce a 10 million seller now. Li Cixi was very confident. That's because Jiawai's album isn't physically released in China. If it were, it would definitely break 10 million. Don't be silly, Guan He rolled his eyes. Even with the Chinese market, adding 1 million sales, it would only hit 5 million tops. The little fruits are so loyal. How could it be just 1 million? 5 million is the bottom line, Li Cixi said. He was a little fruits and frequently browsed the Orange Grove forum, so he knew fan activity well. Cixi, you're really bold. Lin Xia's physical album never even broke 500,000 copies. His 2021 album World Without Nonsense sold 310,000 copies, Guan He said. Though close friends, they seemed to come from different worlds, their views shaped by upbringing and experience, perhaps even financial background. Hey, isn't Lin Feifei really popular? Li Cixi was puzzled. Why is he so bad? Any rookie boy band in South Korea sells 200,000 or 300,000 copies. Does he have fake fans on Weibo with tens of millions of followers? Lin Xia had appeared on a reality show and sometimes lost his temper with wild gestures. Haters turned him into a meme, calling him baboon. At first, the fans strongly resisted and started cursing. But the meme was just too well made. So eventually fans accepted the nickname baboon for their idol. Jiawai's Weibo has over 30 million followers. Lin Xia's Weibo has 60 million. Isn't it obvious which one has inflated numbers? Guan He said. Lin Xiao isn't bad. Since Jiawai's album isn't physically released in China, Lin Xia's album World Without Nonsense was the top-selling album of the year. Also, South Korean album sales are high because many fans who chase Korean idols here in China buy them. Yearly top seller or not, I still feel baboon sucks, Li Cixi said. Compared to Jiawai, of course. Compared to Jiawai, that's definitely a loss. Guan He nodded without hesitation. Lin Xia. First of all, I didn't provoke any of you. Their conversation paused, but not long after, Li Cixi seemed to find something amusing and shouted, "Come see." Kong Long posted an announcement. There was a program error. Haha, this is hilarious. Kong Long was once a junior Chu Zhi, later a junior Lin Xia, and now a junior Wu Tang. His popularity soared through opportunistic marketing. Aside from his first failure, his next 2 attempts succeeded. His Weibo followers increased by 40 million in a month. Then a bored major influencer screenshot it with the caption, "Chu at 30 million, Kong at 50 million, joke's on you." Kong Long's popularity beats Chu Zhi's. This went viral and trended. Whether his agent was secretly a mole nobody knew, but immediately the bot accounts were removed and his followers dropped to 20 million. Well, that just brought even more attention. Weibo says, "I don't want to take this blame," Li Cixi commented while scrolling. Chu Zhi's Weibo had gone through several ups and downs, finally settling at 34.61 million followers, the ceiling for Weibo data. Some stars had more followers, 60 million, even 80 million, but those were bought before Chu Zhi rose to the top. Even those top influencers were helpless. They couldn't admit to fake followers without hurting their commercial value, so they pretended ignorance. Since then, no celebrity dared to buy followers beyond 34.61 million. Chu Zhi's control over the Chinese entertainment scene was powerfully clear. Cixi, I need to handle matters for the Mutual Aid Association. Guan He sighed, looking up. Oh, I won't disturb you. You're busy, Li Cixi said, going back to Weibo scrolling. Currently, the 9th Overseas Mutual Aid Association had 97 branches across Japan and South Korea. It was an association created to support those helped directly or indirectly by Chu Zhi. Because Guan He and Li Cixi were among the first to join, Guan He spent his spare time volunteering for the association. After more than a year, he was now the Secretary General. As for Li Cixi, he spent his free time resting. With the association's existence and Chu Zhi's immense fame in South Korea, there was no longer a need for JYP's backing, His deterrence alone was huge. Hello, I am Guan He, Secretary General of the Ninth Overseas Mutual Aid Association. The Ninth is a group founded by Asian superstar Chu Zhi to help overseas trainees. Your company has been bullying Chinese trainees as a group, so we would like to understand the situation, Guan He said. Companies like SM and DSP, the giants of Korean entertainment, would actively cooperate upon hearing this. Why not? Even Chu Zhi's fans were so wild they attacked their own. Better to avoid trouble altogether. As long as they stopped bullying Chinese trainees, it was not a major issue affecting interests. Guan He sorted through complaints from members. Some were dismissed because, honestly, total fairness was impossible in a foreign land. Seeing an email from Yang Fudi, Guan He frowned and thought, bullied again? Yang Fudi was a man from Shandong province, a trainee at Cube Entertainment. He helped a Bruneian trainee who had been beaten, only to become the target of bullying himself. What was hard to understand was why the Bruneian trainee would turn around and bully the very person who helped him. Like Guan He and Li Cixi, South Korean bullying was both physical and psychological. Yang Fudi was even forced to have nude photos taken. Thank you so much, Brother Guan. For the past half-month, no one at the company has laid a hand on me. Opening the email, Guan He breathed a sigh of relief. It was a thank you letter. Everything was fine now. The letter had a sense of pride to it. Hey, look at this guy's dancing skills. Is this edited? Li Cixi excitedly showed his phone to his companion. Guan He said nothing, his gaze on Li Cixi full of helplessness. I get it. You're busy, Li Cixi mumbled, taking back his phone and continuing to watch. Guan He wanted to say so much, but couldn't find the words. He gathered himself and replied to emails. Mainly should thank Brother Gio. After writing 200 or 300 words, Guan He murmured, just. His name alone can protect compatriots abroad from bullying. Jiuai really is my one and only idol. Number 401. Full of malice. By mid-March, the peach blossoms shyly tinted the fans' cheeks. Chu Zhi wandered through the big city. It had been a long time since he saw peach blossoms, but at least there were peaches to eat. Boss, are you okay? You looked lost after the meeting, asked the driver Lao Qiu with concern, noticing Chu Zhi pause for several seconds with a peach near his lips, but not eating it. Nothing, just thinking about the meeting, Chu Zhi replied, then asked, Brother Qiu, have you succeeded in quitting smoking? Quitting is easy, Lao Qiu said. The hard part is not picking it back up. I just quit a few days ago, but smoked again today. Lao Qiu redefined what it meant to quit smoking. As long as he went half a day without smoking, he called it success for that half day. Let's go, Brother Qiu, to Sanlitun, Chu Zhi said, finishing 2 peaches quickly. He took another peach from the bag. After eating it with a soft crunch, Chu Zhi nodded silently. It wasn't very sweet. The best way to eat peaches was to finish 2 at once, so they could be digested together. Around 6 in the evening, Beijing's traffic was terrible. Lao Qiu was feeling blocked inside too. Seeing someone smoking while waiting for a car, he wanted a cigarette as well. Chu Zhi went to the Ministry of Culture and Tourism for a conference, where he was given a political assignment with political rewards. Strictly speaking, it wasn't mandatory. The ministry hoped he would release a new Chinese-style album to promote Chinese culture and traditional instruments. That makes sense. Since Chu Zhi, Ode to the Orange Tree is the origin of the new Chinese style, maybe I need a proper conclusion too, Chu Zhi mused. But this year I'm going to the West. How can I release albums backwards? Going to the West and releasing albums domestically are not mutually exclusive. I have finished all the awards I can get here anyway. How come your brain isn't working? I can develop in Asia and still release a new album. It doesn't conflict. Chu Zhi thought it over. The main issue was that without leaving 1 or 2 standout works domestically, it wouldn't feel right. Songs like Fireworks Cool Down, Blue and White Porcelain, East Wind Breaks, Hair Like Snow, Lantingyi Su, Rolling Pearl Curtain, A Laugh from the Sea, A Chinese Ghost Story. Just thinking about it made him unable to stop. Indeed, he had to release an unsurpassable milestone Chinese-style album. Chu Zhi clearly imagined the shock its release would cause. I need to collect all these. I have to make a custom album. The last quota only has 6 songs left. Why do I always lack personality coins? Is there a bug that can give me 1,000 at once? The Emperor Beast wondered what on earth his brain was thinking. The system shivered in fear. What? Chu Zhi slammed his fist into his palm. The system jumped in shock, thinking he had found a bug. But the Emperor Beast's thoughts had long drifted elsewhere. Chu Zhi happily decided to record 2 albums this year, one in English, one in Mandarin, to be released around Chinese New Year's Eve. Then he would join the crew to shoot Xi Lang. 2 albums and 1 movie. Most stars would need a cloning technique to manage. Got my hands full, Chu Zhi muttered. Better to stay busy than let my mind wander. What should have been a half-hour trip took 2 hours because of traffic before they arrived at Sanlitun. This year was special for the Emperor Beast. His 2+1 contract officially expired. Huang Bo, the boss of Taiyang Chuanha, did not try to keep him. Chu Zhi knew well that the temple was too small to hold him. No company in China could hold Chu Zhi anymore, so they parted ways peacefully. He even helped employees like Niu Jiangxue resign so they could change jobs without burden. There are still companies wanting to sign Chu Zhi. Don't they know better? Or are they just naive? Huang Bo laughed. Unless it's a top innovative agency or a William Morris-like Hollywood agency willing to share stocks, there's no chance. Last year's Fortune Global Celebrity Wealth ranking almost placed Chu Zhi in the top 5. No domestic entertainment company's total revenue matched his. Besides, now the company. Huang Bo muttered something inaudible. The group of mom fans led by Wang Yuan quickly bought 24.6% of Taiyang Chuanha's shares, even more than Huang Bo himself, although he firmly controlled the voting rights. At dawn, both sides announced statements. The gist was that Chu Zhi founded Igua Media, which held cross-shares with Taiyang Chuanha, turning from a signed artist to a partner company. Half an hour later, Taiyang Chuanha announced a strategic partnership. Chu Zhi will serve on Taiyang Chuanha's board, selecting potential new stars to produce an album. Chu Zhi's stockpile of songs was nearly full. Many songs did not suit him to sing, so it was time to write for others and expand his influence. Once the news went out, the company's stock stabilized. Taiyang Chuanha was not a one-legged stool, but Chu Zhi's leg was huge. Over 60% of the company's market value increase came from him. The comments flooded with congratulations. Congratulations, Jiwai finally owns his own company. My impression of Taiyang Chuanha instantly improved. Igua. Honestly, I like Igua Media. Agio's future is more independent. Please take care of your health, though. Amid the warm congratulations, a little fruit named Yian'ersfuzi stood out. Brother Gio's concert. Have you forgotten? A singer should be able to hold concerts. Counting 2 EPs overseas and occasional singles, there are already 70 or 80 songs. Although I don't like Brother Gio's first 2 electronic albums, there are over 50 songs I do love. A concert is definitely enough. Hurry up, Brother Gio. My money is jumping in my wallet. I'm afraid if I don't spend it soon, the bills will jump away. Chu Zhi had debuted for over 5 years, and even counting his comeback, over 3 years. Being an Asian superstar without a concert was strange. The message seemed to ignite the little fruit's ambition. Surely a concert had to happen. Rows of repeated comments appeared below. Money is jumping. Urgently need a concert. Some little fruits also commented. Do you remember? Agio has PTSD? I'm sure you've forgotten because Agio has delivered many God-level live performances, but he always needs to drink. If it's a concert, even without encores, it lasts 2 hours, so... This self-flagellating little fruit was named Wolfland Restart. Their motions of stabbing themselves were smooth and artful, at a tricky angle. Honestly, even the Emperor Beast had never imagined such a path. The excited little fruits became conflicted. They really wanted to attend a concert, but PTSD was a problem. When the concert would happen and how many shows to hold were all decisions for Niu Jiangxue. Since this didn't make headlines, there was no need to announce anything yet. The concert was not urgent. Something bigger happened. Chu Zhi triggered a new achievement. No new achievements had appeared for over 2 years. It was thought he had explored all personality behaviors. Such a surprise, Chu Zhi said, noticing the new entry was full of malice. Apprentice Mage. It is said on the continent of Teyvat that being single for 30 years turns one into a mage, casually throwing fireballs. Single at 24 years old, 5 personality coins. Single at 25 years old, 6 personality coins. The original body is 24 now? Chu Zhi asked. It is just past midnight. Today is the original body's 24th birthday, the system replied. Wait, Stop joking. The original body's birthday is September 9th. That number is unique. You can't be wrong, Chu Zhi said. Today is March 18th. What birthday? I'm well read. You can't fool me, system. Chu Zhi thought to himself. The number 318 seemed familiar. Beep, beep, beep. System error, crackling noise. The harsh alarm startled Chu Zhi. Had something gone wrong? It wasn't about drawing blind boxes. Even if he never drew one again, his current singing skill was enough to sustain his career in Asia. The key was the only item that came with him from Earth. If it broke, no trace of Earth would remain. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the system revived. Self-repair in progress. System repair complete. March 18th is the host's Earth birthday. Due to the system fault, the host may decide whether to adjust the date. No adjustment. Next March I get 6 personality coins. If I adjust, I have to wait until September for a full year. I'm not stupid, Chu Zhi decided. Firmly. After gaining 5 personality coins, Chu Zhi said happily. Thanks. I even forgot my own birthday. The Emperor Beast felt a chill. Why did the system think stars should be single? In the end, he did not ask further. The extra achievement meant extra income every year. No need to ask why. By late March, the total sales of Little Fruits Are Sweet, for physical versions, reached 4.68 million across Asia. Sadly, it did not break the 5 million mark. Location, Hangzhou Airport. Characters, Chu Zhi and many. Event, about to be revealed. The winning Little Fruit, Qingxi, has an American fiancé? Chu Zhi was stunned. Qingxi studied at Sichuan International Studies University, then went as an exchange student to University of California, Los Angeles. He met his fiancée during school, Lao Qian said. That kid's impressive, took down a foreign girl. This information should have been told to me earlier, Chu Zhi sighed. Lao Qian was stunned, then understood quickly. What? Does the fiancé's nationality affect the gift you prepared, Jiwai? It did affect it. Chu Zhi's gift was to teach Qingxi to sing Today, You Must Marry Me Together. He hadn't expected the fiancé to be foreign, likely unable to understand Chinese well. The gift was therefore weakened. This was not Lao Qian's fault. He had an ironclad American Little Fruit, which surprised him too. Ask this Little Fruit first, Chu Zhi said. If the song had to be changed. He had no idea what to replace it with yet. The host's prize pool once contained a very suitable song. The system said on its own. Chu Zhi's attention was not on the suitable song. Instead, he wondered why the system spoke up. It had never done so before. Number 402. Too much money. What a nuisance. After thinking for a while, Chu Zhi finally decided to ask inwardly. Should I spend a personality coin? Just joking to lighten the mood. Brother, you decide. Chu Zhi quickly amended. Mars Mary.U, Maroon 5's Sugar, Westlife's Beautiful and White. The system rattled off 3 songs at once. Not just one suitable song, but buy one get 2 free? Emperor Beast was not particularly curious. If it was for his benefit, he wouldn't ask too many questions. Since these had appeared in the prize pool before, among the 3 songs only Maroon 5's Sugar fit the mood, meaning sugar or baby. Spend 1 personality coin to see details of the 3 songs? The system suddenly asked. Wow, right on cue. Chu Zhi was about to try to talk his way out, but then thought the system brothers probably worked hard for money. Plus his heart was still too kind. Each song should cost 1 personality coin, but a discount of 2 coins for all 3 was reasonable. Deduct 1 personality coin to check, Chu Zhi said. Earning personality coins made the system a little happier. It revealed the details of the 3 songs. From the info, Mars and Maroon 5 had won many awards in the West and were well known. Westlife's song was beautiful but was automatically dismissed by Chu Zhi due to their lower profile. I have an idea, Chu Zhi told Lao Qian. After hearing it, Lao Qian nodded. Good plan. Make this segment the music video. That idea is fantastic. Sugar won MTV's Best Pop Video Award, and while it did not have Maroon 5's lead singer Adam Levine's flair, Chu Zhi's singing skills and live performance were excellent. No worries there. First, we need to ask the person involved, Chu Zhi said. Lao Qian said, what's there to ask? If my idol suddenly appeared at my wedding, I'd jump for joy. Ultimately, putting aside my profession as a singer, we are guests. The newlyweds are the stars of the wedding. Whatever we do requires their consent, Chu Zhi said. Emperor Beast was clear on his role. Compared to some celebrities who freeload at others' homes and act like they are doing them a favor by eating their food, the difference was like heaven and earth. Well then, Lao Qian rubbed his hands, hesitating. Was there something Lao Qian was embarrassed to say? Of course men in love were reserved. Chu Zhi spoke up. Brother Qian, when you get married, I will definitely write a song to bless you. That was what openness looked like. Lao Qian was socially confident, but still liked being friends with someone as straightforward as Chu Zhi. The little fruit's wedding date was April 14th, 2022, a Thursday. According to the Chinese almanac, it was good for weddings, travel, moving, and engagement. A lucky day indeed. The little fruit Qing Xi's real name was Ho Jun. Since his surname was Ho and he was quite slim, his nickname was obvious. Yes, Big Pig, mainly because of his ears. They were large but had no distinct rim, thick yet soft, and drooped a little, looking very much like pig ears. Ancient face readings said people with pig ears were lazy, but Ho Jun had been diligent since childhood. Ho Jun was busy confirming the process with the wedding company when suddenly he got a special WeChat message with a unique sound. He only specially followed two people, his fiancée and recently added Qian Xuxiang. The latter sent a voice message. Ho Jun muttered, "Hope it's not bad news." As a little fruit, he could understand if Jiawei was busy. But if Jiawei really could not come, Ho Jun might downgrade from little fruit to just a casual fan. Understanding was one thing, acceptance another. Switching to WeChat, two voice messages of about 30 seconds each. Big Pig's mind exploded, and he instinctively converted the voice to text. From the text, about the MV and singing, Ho Jun's eyes lit up. He immediately listened to the messages. The sender went straight to the point about the artist's intention. Big Pig listened 2 or 3 times. The idol not only would come, but also sing a song at their wedding. Ha ha, what kind of blueberry pie with cream was this? Such a big surprise. Sadie would definitely love it. Qiangu, do you agree to have your wedding filmed as a music video? Ho Jun immediately tapped the keypad to reply. Qingxi. Agree, of course I agree. Having our wedding in Jiawei's song MV means so many people around the world will remember it. Just thinking about it is nice. Qingxi. What do I need to prepare? Typing was too much hassle, so Lao Qian preferred voice messages, feeling it conveyed things more clearly. They only needed to secretly bring the filming crew and Chu Zhi himself to the wedding without anyone seeing. I've thought of 1,000 ways to avoid being noticed. This is easy. What else do you need me to do? There's still half a month before the wedding, plenty of time to prepare. Ho Jun said, mainly because this surprise was so huge he felt uncomfortable not helping. Qiangu, it's a surprise for your fiancé. The rest must be kept secret. Reading the reply, Ho Jun's only thought was that idols never disappointed. He murmured softly, no wonder I'm a fan. In the afternoon, Ho Jun met with his fiancée Sadie Johnson for a meal. Right away, it was kisses and hugs, heavy on the display of love. Sadie was a black-haired beauty. Not all Americans had blonde hair. Her eyes were brown, and she was very attractive. Jojo, will your friends be coming? Ho Jun asked in English. They're arriving 3 days earlier, and my parents arrive the day after tomorrow, Sadie said seriously. You don't need to pick them up with me. You're busy every day. I thought I'd be going with your parents. How could I not go? Ho Jun said. Then he asked, will your friends all come? Adam and Mike are too busy. They won't come, Sadie said. It's a pity. No doubt. Those who could attend UCLA usually came from wealthy or noble families. Both Sadie's and Ho Jun's families were well off, and their friends were also well off. Otherwise, the tens of thousands of dollars for tickets would be unbearable. Too bad Jiawei isn't charitable, Sadie sighed. She originally planned to donate all her YouTube earnings to her idol's foundation. Jiawei donates a lot every year, and does so in fans' names, Ho Jun said. As for a charity fund, there isn't one. Oh, then I'll donate in Jiawei's name, Sadie said. Chu Zhi didn't develop in America, so his popularity there mainly came from local Chinese, Korean, and Japanese communities. The U.S. Census report said Asians made up about 5% of the population. There was popularity, but not much. Because more than half of Asians in the U.S. were Indian, Emperor Beast had yet to conquer this Eastern superpower. Sadie was a genuine Caucasian who studied comparative literature and barely understood Chinese. So how did she become a diehard little fruit? The story was long. To summarize, because he was handsome. Sadie was definitely a face lover. Otherwise, why would Ho Jun's confession succeed? Ho Jun was fairly good-looking by American standards, except for the ears. Sadie accidentally found a mixed video on YouTube of Chu Zhi in suits at various awards ceremonies, titled The Best Asian Man in a Suit. At first, Sadie didn't care much. How good could Asians look in suits? But the 3.5-minute compilation changed her mind. The looks were stunning. Other celebrities sharing the stage with this man all faded into the background. Sadie looked for more Chu Zhi videos on YouTube. Why did Ho Jun say his fiancée was a die-hard little fruit? Never underestimate the power of a face lover. Despite not understanding Chinese well, Sadie found Bilibili with her boyfriend's help. Chu Zhi was top content on Bilibili, and for little fruits, Bilibili had plenty of juju videos, a great place to admire his looks. Sadie contacted the original uploaders with clumsy translators, bringing all the Bilibili content to YouTube. She had already gained over 300,000 followers and convinced her plastic sisters to become face fans too. Earlier, when the couple talked about donations, it was a coincidence. Chu Zhi came home from a busy day because of donation matters. Remember last year when Chu Zhi decided to donate 5 to 10% of his income yearly? Last year's income was $150 million US. 5% was about 45 million yuan. Since anonymous donations of 10 million yuan earned one personality coin, Chu Zhi was very dedicated to charity. Based on last year's income, donating 80 million this year wasn't too much. Definitely not. 10 million yuan was openly donated at various events, and the remaining 70 million quietly. Great idea, but the execution had problems. I give up. This anonymous donation achievement is a scam. With so much money, how do I donate? Emperor Beast was truly troubled by having too much money. He never thought one day he would be annoyed by having too much money. Chu Zhi searched online for good anonymous donation methods. After all, great minds existed among the public. After browsing, he found that some Alipay and WeChat projects allowed anonymous donations. He tested the limits. Almost all projects allowed donations above 50,000 yuan. Though anonymous, the money came from Alipay accounts with identity verification. Brother, does this count as anonymous donation? Chu Zhi asked. If most people don't know, it counts as anonymous donation. The system promptly replied. Then Chu Zhi started. Brain-damaged children nurturing plan, cleft lip baby smiles, sick orphans rebirth, disabled children sponsorship, kiss the seedlings, nourish one meal, abandoned girl sponsorship. After scrolling through 10 or so projects, Chu Zhi was stopped. Emperor Beast forgot one thing. Even though his transfer limits were high, he only had 2 million yuan per year. Tomorrow I'll go to the bank to apply for a super high transfer limit on this card, Chu Zhi muttered. After an hour and a half of busy work, the China Charity Federation received its usual 20 million yuan donation. 50 million yuan more was needed to complete the Charity King achievement and gain 15 personality coins, which would let him draw 3 blind boxes. The next day, Chu Zhi flew to Beijing for the Shi Lang opening ceremony. Number 403. Not watching where you're going. In Haidian Shiyuan, Beijing, Chu Zhi stayed at the Aman Summer Palace Hotel. Not everyone from the film crew stayed there. After all, regular rooms started at 4,000 yuan a night. Although director Wang Ani had a big investment, she did not splurge to that extent. Besides director Chu Shun from another universe, no one else was known for being so wealthy. Only 5 people stayed in this hotel: the director, the male lead, the second male lead, the third male lead, and the female lead. All other crew members and actors stayed at nearby hotels. Chu Zhi and director Wang Ani shared the most expensive courtyard suite. Unlike those young fresh stars who couldn't endure hardships, Emperor Beast did not care where he stayed, as long as it was comfortable enough to sleep. But the unwritten rules of celebrity status in show business meant he accepted the treatment. Besides, the production's budget was not tight, so Chu Zhi had no reason to refuse. Xiao Zhuzi arranged the luggage, so Emperor Beast went to greet the other actors. Teacher Yu Quan, I grew up watching your comedy films, Chu Zhi said. Blaming Heaven and Earth and 10,000 Arrows, both serious dramas, were excellent. Your range is effortless no matter the genre. You flatter me and make me feel old, Yu Quan replied. I've listened to all of Chu Zhi's songs. They're very cultured. Yuquan even gave a thumbs up. He was just over 40, a national first-class actor who had appeared in many films since around 2000. His popularity was very high, and his acting was superb. He had won almost every famous Asian Best Actor award. I dare not call myself a teacher in front of Teacher Yu. I'm just an acting beginner, Chu Zhi said. You can call me Xiao Chu or Xiao Jiu. Based on age and time in the industry, Yuquan was the senior. Respecting seniors was only proper. Then I'll lean on my age and play the old man. Yuquan joked. The Spring Festival gala song, Always Go Home to Visit, is beautiful. My father likes it. They chatted politely. Yuquan did not underestimate the young man before him. Aside from popularity, he was also on the musician committee's presidium and held a cultural tourism honorary position. It's my first time acting in a big director's work. I'm nervous, Chu Zhi admitted. Then you're in trouble. Director Wang is famous for scolding people, Yuquan said. As far as I know, no actor working with him has escaped unscathed. I truly believe that, Teacher Yu. You have to scold me more, Chu Zhi said. He had filmed one movie and one series before. The directors treated him well, but he knew many directors were temperamental on set. Don't panic. We will hold steady, Yuquan said. Yuquan played the third male lead Lu Runyan, called Lu Wuya. He was a fallen noble of the Republican era. Though his family had declined, a lean camel was still bigger than a horse. He loved Beijing opera and was deeply impressed after watching Su Shi's performance in Farewell, My Concubine. Soon, the film's female lead Lan Xian also arrived at the executive lounge. Lan Xian was the top courtesan of the Jade Pavilion in the film, later marrying one of the male leads, the famous Beijing actor Ma Dalong. I have a dream to act opposite Sister Rong. I didn't expect it would come true, but she's married to someone else. Chu Zhi greeted her casually. She was 32, so he teased gently. The female lead's stage name was Rongyi. Her surname Rong was rare and historically famous for the ancient calendar master Rongcheng. Rongyi said, Professor Bai, a dream of young boys and girls. Sigh. It really is a pity, purposely sighing. The male and female leads had no romantic entanglement in the film. The female lead was paired with the second male lead. No problem for the girls' dreams. Boys can forget it. Chu Zhi waved his hand. Maybe, Rongyi said, switching to a joke, if this movie is released, acting as Professor Bai's wife. I'm not a girl, but I have that dream too. The two of you talking makes me feel superfluous, said the second male lead Ma Dalong, played by Gu Zongfeng. Gu Zongfeng was the representative of the veteran cadre. At 43, raised in a diplomat's family, his manner and posture gave him a strong leader's aura. All actors in the crew had Best Actor honors. Though Rongyi was only in her 30s, she had won Best Actress at the Tokyo Film Festival and Locarno International Film Festival at 19, making her exceptionally talented. Chu Zhi only had the Tokyo Television Award for Most Popular Overseas Male Lead, like a husky lost among wolves, totally out of place. The four ordered drinks and casually talked. Over the next several months of working together, their relations would improve and moods brighten. Gu Zongfeng sized up Chu Zhi. He had studied Beijing opera at the Beijing Opera Theater for 3 months. In the script, the first and second male leads were famous Beijing opera actors. Knowing Beijing opera was necessary, every gesture and posture needed to be correct. Gu Zongfeng thought this was what an actor should do to create better work. But the director said Chu Zhi already had a deep understanding of Beijing opera, so he didn't need to attend. Naturally, Gu Zongfeng was curious about this young man. Director Wang Ani invited them to the executive lounge, but herself arrived over an hour late. Sorry, just handled some matters. Wang Ani apologized, but her fierce expression made the apology sound like anger. Truth be told, even Chu Zhi's star power could not compare to Wang Ani, so no one complained. This was a perfect premise for a light novel titled I Look Tougher Than a Bandit, but I'm a Famous Director. The opening ceremony was held at a square in Haidian. Reporters quickly spread the news. Invited guests included many veteran Beijing opera artists, officials from the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, and Beijing city leaders. Wang Ani had huge influence in Western film circles. She had served as jury chairman at the Berlin and Venice film festivals. Her new film was a big deal and officially important. Otherwise, no way would the Prince Gong Mansion, a protected 5A tourist site, be rented for filming. As Wang Ani lifted the red cloth from the camera, Reporters started snapping photos and asking questions. One more thing. During group photos, Wang Ani directly pulled Chu Zhi to her side, taking the center position. Questions varied, mostly routine and pre-arranged by insiders among the reporters, designed to get answers the crew wanted. Why make this film? Wang Ani answered. Social change is driven by times shifting. Individuals and society are closely linked. I want to tell a story of obsession and betrayal. So I chose the real Yu and the fake King of Chu. The first 3 questions were like this, with Wang Ani explaining her vision clearly. After the 4th question, the press was allowed to ask freely. Then came a dangerous question from a reporter from the paper news. Director Wang, you once publicly criticized fresh young actors, but now invited Chu Zhi as the male lead. Isn't this contradicting yourself? Impressive. All the media looked strangely at the paper reporter. Was this young man always so bold? One question offended both the mountains of Chinese directors and the most popular Chinese star. Many reporters near the paper's journalists silently shifted away, stepping back seriously. If I publicly criticize fresh young actors, I will not take it back. Actors without professional ethics have no right to act in my films. Wang Ani's face darkened. Her already fierce expression grew more terrifying. And is Xiao Chu one of those useless young stars? Wang Ani demanded. Are you questioning Xiao Chu's achievements in music? Even in acting, Xiao Chu has a movie and a series with qualified performances. What nonsense are you twisting? Wang Ani's status meant she was not interested in giving the paper any face. The reporter opened his mouth to say something, but felt 1,000 needles on his back. Many present were Chu Zhi's fans. The paper news, is it? Wang Ani continued to rage. I will no longer accept any interviews from the paper news. Dead silence. The paper reporter finally feared he had made a huge mistake. A small break in the middle didn't affect the interview. Then a reporter from Penguin News asked a question. I have a question for Brother Gio, the reporter said politely, nodding to Chu Zhi and the director before asking. Your song After I Close My Eyes earned $1.68 billion in Asia. What expectations do you have for this film? Expectations? Of course, the higher the better, Chu Zhi said. As the lead, I want the work to do better and better. The opening ceremony's Q&A lasted over 40 minutes. The core team star power was strong, so nothing unexpected happened. Meanwhile, the company was busy. We're rejecting Hana Yori Dango, Neo Jiangxue said. After a series of discussions, the decision was made. Lao Qian said, should have rejected it earlier. Although it claims to be Asia's top shoujo manga, the tropes are old and stale. It looks bad now. Wang Yuan agreed wholeheartedly. Whether the characters were well designed or not, old cliches were the real problem. No matter who played the roles, their fame would never compare to Asian superstar Chu Zhi. Also, what if the other 3 actors tried to ride on Xiao Zhi's popularity? Wang Yuan worried about that. Compared with that, Wang Yuan preferred another Japanese drama script sent over, Please Date the Useless Me, where the male lead was a coffee shop owner. This had a personal reason. Glasses-wearing Agio was formerly in the same club. The character setting was perfect for Agio. Wang Yuan had seen Agio once wearing glasses. A beast in human clothing, he joked. Plus, if Chu Zhi starred in it, how many fans would beg him to please date the useless me? Of course, Chu Zhi probably would not accept, but Wang Yuan was just thinking out loud. A supporter just arrived, Chi Chio reported running in. A supporter? The phrase left Wang Yuan, Lao Qian, and Nyo puzzled. They went to the lobby. Since founding the company Agua Media, it had moved to Pudong Tiandi Software Park early this year. The new office was larger and nicer. Emperor Beast was skilled at winning hearts. The new office's decoration plans were left to the employees themselves. For example, Chen Shu loved gaming and requested a gaming area with Switch, PS5, Xbox, and more. What was once a dream became reality. Of course, nobody had time to play during work. Chen Shu mostly played during lunch breaks, and sometimes stayed 2 days straight playing. Humans are social creatures who care about others' opinions and are easily influenced. When colleagues were working hard, someone playing games felt guilty. Neo Jiangxue and 2 others entered the office lobby and saw singer Mo Qingqing. She was directing the movers, overseeing the computers being unloaded. Number 404. Young people don't need dubbing. Qingqing, what are you doing here? Neo Jiangxue asked. I'm definitely here to thank Brother Gio, Mo Chingching said. I heard Brother Gio just moved to a new office, and after calling him, I found out he still needed a computer. So I bought a set and brought it over. No wonder, Neo Jiangxue understood immediately. No need to rush the 3 floors of computers. The company rented 3 floors in Building C of Tianyi Software Park. The first floor was for the old studio staff. The second floor handled maintenance and operation of the Orange home. And the third floor was naturally reserved for the overseas department still being formed. My new album, Forget the Bad Memories, will be released tomorrow. One of the lead singles, I'm Willing to Stay by Your Side in an Ordinary Way, was written by Brother Gio. I came especially to say thanks, Mo Chingching explained. Oh, so she wrote a hit song. That made sense. Neo Jiangxue was the chief manager and knew exactly how many songs artists wrote for others. Mo Chingching's song must have been half a year ago. No wonder it hadn't been released before. She was waiting to drop the whole album. Sister Neo, here's my album. Listen when you have time. Mo Chingching said as she pulled several copies from her white pouch, handing them to Lao Qian, Neo, and others. I'll listen carefully. Chingching's Flying Rainbow is a song I played on repeat, Neo Jiangxue said. Besides being chief manager, Neo Jiangxue also served as the administrative director of the new company and received dividends. Backed by Igwa Media, she was a big figure in the group chat. The staff placed over 20 computers and finished installing them. 2 hours later, it was lunchtime. Mo Chingching originally offered to treat everyone, but did not insist because the company had a lunch meeting. I don't think I've heard many of Mo Chingching's songs. She's pretty niche, Wang Yuan said, looking at the album. The album cover stood out. A black silhouette swallowed by blue liquid, struggling to break free. The album theme was Memory is Blue, with melancholic blues and pop styles. The kind of music you finish listening to without feeling sad, but feel uncomfortable all day. She's talented. Blues, folk, electro-rock, even EDM. All her songs carry a unique sadness, Lao Qian said. If I were to describe it with internet slang, she's little certain sadness. She has a lyric. Why do birds fly so high? My wings are just for show. Sad and a bit down. Earlier, Neo mentioned Flying Rainbow as Mo Chingching's breakout song. It was performed at the Hokkaido Song Festival and was one of her few upbeat tracks. Oh, you really know your stuff, Neo Jiangxue said. Lao Qian nodded. I just looked it up on Baidu. Neo Jiangxue was speechless. But the song I'm Willing to Stay by Your Side in an Ordinary Way didn't match that style at all. Opening the album revealed 12 tracks split into 2 parts. One song written by Chu Zhi called Like Blue Red, and the rest titled Blue. Things got interesting. Neo Jiangxue set the album aside to listen at home. As lunch arrived and the meeting started, even though artists had joined, company work never stopped. This year, they had to screen brands for portrait rights, underwear, contraceptive brands. No matter how much money offered, they wouldn't sell. Forbes and Huruan lists ranked top again, both an honor and a headache. Many charity invitations came in, but stars who made the most money also became targets. Anyone wanted a bite. If donations helped, fine. But many celebrity charity funds spent more on appearances than on actual help. Invitations included Dainyu Environmental Fund, Yang Sui Charity, $10 Breakfast, Tangyu Happiness, and dozens more. All needed careful screening. Basic tasks included attending award ceremonies. Little Fruits is sweets sold crazily, sweeping sales awards across Asia. Most could be handled by proxies, but a few required the artist in person. For example, the MTV Asia Award for Most Popular Male Singer. MTV was the world's largest music video platform and a respected continental award. As a traffic star, Chu Zhi didn't have the exhausting schedule of fashion invitations. No Paris fashion shows for him yet. No worries. Once Chu Zhi made a name in Europe, capitalists would come crawling. Another day, people grew older. The weather was clear. Mo Chingching's new album release was well supported by the company, ranking around Tier 2 for promotion. She appeared on variety shows like Ace vs. Ace to promote it. Generally, Mo Chingching wrote most of her lyrics and music herself, sometimes collaborating with old partner Meng Guangjiang or the arranger. But this album's fans noticed a familiar name. Song, I'm Willing to Stay by Your Side in an Ordinary Way. Lyrics, Chu Zhi. Music, Chu Zhi. Arrangement, Chu Zhi. Simple melody, catchy lyrics. Yes, everything was back. The viral short video style, the trash can hit. Musical note, ugly lives long, handsome ages fast, I'd rather be an ugly monster, positive and cute. I stand on the hill, leisurely looking down. I am the biggest sun, just shining on you. Musical note. The lyrics were playful with a girlish charm. Sung by Mo Ching. They had a strange kind of cuteness. No surprise, as one of the lead singles, it went viral within 2 days. Buying the computers was the right move. Previously, her digital album sold only about 100,000 copies, but thanks to this song, sales doubled to over 300,000. Chu Zhi hadn't released a song for half a year, but when he did, it stuck on short videos for months. Finally, Mo Ching's wish came true. She had a ubiquitous song. Haha, this song is so weird, not sure about it. I'll listen again. The birth of a short video hit depends on whether Jiwai wants it. Anyone else feel like just hearing the song? It's hard to believe Jiwai wrote it. More accurately, it's hard to imagine someone so handsome writing such optimistic and lively lyrics. Doesn't sound like a depressed person. At all. I prefer the next line. Ugly lives long, fat days thrive. Isn't Jiwai already full of life? If it were someone else's work, some of Mo Ching's fans might protest since they preferred her niche style. They wouldn't like a viral smash hit. It wasn't that they didn't want Mo Ching to be popular, but they wanted her to be niche and popular, which was always contradictory. But with Chu Zhi as the songwriter, it was fine. His style was high class, and his popularity was solid. The Scarlet Youth Team's singles were overshadowed by Mo Ching's success. Despite their larger fan base, their songs only ranked second on multiple charts. You guys should record a greeting video, the team manager said. Send it to Jiwai. What? Nan Kuei, lead singer of Scarlet Youth, protested. Why greet Chu Zhi on video? Lead dancer Guangxi quickly chimed in. Yeah, why? Our team even suffered because of that Orange Festival incident. They were all jealous, envying, and resenting Chu Zhi. Greeting to invite songs, the manager said. The company will use connections to send your videos. Whether you get invited depends on you. After saying that, the manager left. He didn't bother coddling them. For the company, rookie boy bands were easy to manipulate. They had contracts but no promotional power. What did they think they were? The difference was clear. Scarlet Youth thought they carried the company's revenue and deserved more pay. The company thought the product sold was the result of good advertising and packaging, not the product itself. The 5 members left in the meeting room looked at each other. Despite jealousy, they had to admit that handsome Chu Zhi had some songwriting talent. If they got the invite, that would be good. Should we record it? I think we can.